both know our hands ain't clean if it all blows up and we end up on the news. If you go down, I'm going down too. Our bodies are buried and they're in the same ditch. Hey everyone, how's it going? It is I, the real Randy Chavez. I'm coming at you today with a VeVe OMI everything update video. Guys, if you're new, welcome. For not, welcome back. I love you all. Everyone say hello to Dashi. Hello, Dashi. Commenting, liking, and subscribing is a free way to help support the channel. Non-free ways are Patreon, smashing that super thanks button down below, super chats as well. I have a lot to go over. We're gonna have some awesome guests here. Actually, I have to send this out to one more person. I don't even know where the heck I sent this last. Go over here to my this. Oh God, where'd it go? Let me give him that fire reaction. Copy link. I'm gonna go to my friendo and I'm gonna be like, meow. Meow. If you're free at any time over the next 12 hours, feel free to pop in. We'd love to have you. Obviously, no pressure, no pressure. Anyway, there's a bunch of stuff going on. Effective date and closing date. I'll have to. I'm currently doing a 12-hour live stream. Text the rest of your questions, and I'll answer when I can. Despite me telling him yesterday that. Anyway, let's go over a couple of things here. OMI, so on the title, it said marathon stream, VeVe underpromising, over-delivering. OMI sustains pump AMA. So OMI was sustaining the pump as of yesterday, or when I made this thing like 10 hours ago. We were in the 0005s, down about 17% to 000449, pretty much 0045. Thoughts on this is that one of two things. One, the clock's back a month. Every time we had that pump over to 0007, came back down. That happened like 4 times, came back down, came back down. And then over the last 7 days, we've gone to the 0005s like 3 or 4 times. They had a couple little spikes there. We went down once to the, I don't even know what that level is, 004412. We had a bit of a dip earlier this morning, down to like 45, 46, went up from there. So does it go back down to that level and bounce right back off and then go back up higher than before like it did last time? Or does it go back down to the 0038 level? I have no idea. We shall see. We are, okay, well, he's gonna text these and I'm going to get back to him later. Short answer is I don't know. Why is it going down right now? A lot of guesses here. You have the last day for tax loss harvesting that you could do that. I was thinking about doing that as well. But then again, I've never sold OMI. I don't know why I would sell. I mean, I would sell it because I have gains in other things and I would really like to offset those gains. But then sell pressure on the token. Again, I feel like people would be a little upset at me. It'd be like, hey, why are you selling down here? Even if I could just go and buy that back. There's no guarantee that you get it at that price again. So I was like, okay, I'll leave it, do whatever. We have outside of tax loss harvesting, it could just be swing traders. Be like, hey, we'll buy down here. Somebody pumps it up, we'll go and sell. Generally, that's what happens. That's what you want, because the more swing traders you have, the more volume that there is. You want market makers. I don't think OMI has one. You want people that do arbitrage, like, okay, it's 0047 over on MEXC, and it's like 51 over on Uniswap. So you want people to go and do that to buy those large orders, but you need a lot more volume. All right, hang on, I need to find this. Oh my God, okay, hold on. This one. Sorry, I'm trying to get some last meal. Sorry, I'm trying to get some last things done here. And I have to, a little stressed over here. I kind of need a drink. So if anyone wants to buy me a drink, they can totally do so. in case that didn't go through. 0016. Okay. Okay. So that's probably what you have. Outside of the tax loss harvesting and outside of the swing traders, I don't think you would have any type of market maker. At least not right. I don't see any evidence towards that. We have about 5. I mean, the last couple of days we had like 7, 8, 9 million in volume. Back down to 5 right now. But before this all happened, we had 400,000 in volume. Most of which obviously going through OKX, and some of which going through MEXC. But OKX has 4 million. No other. What do you call it? One that we have. No other exchange has anywhere close to that. No other exchange even has 500,000. All the other exchanges, like MEXC is the next biggest one, 428,000. And then after that, you have actually Gate.io is 361, so that's close to that. People were talking about. I don't even see BitGet on here. BitGet 250,000, so about 5%. So about 5% of our volume is from BitGet. That's why when people are like, "Oh no, we're losing BitGet," and again, obviously you want the most amount of exchanges with the most amount of volume, but it's not really a thing for me. Bill Gar's his first drink on me. Okay, all right, we're starting this early. Let's go get this bread. So the last 2 times I have started a stream, it was Kelsey Ballerini. It was Okay, I'm gonna take you with me, and we're gonna go get a drink because I forgot it. I don't have any down here. Oh shoot. Okay, there we go. We're gonna get a little tour of the house. You got your stairwell. You got a painting over there. I'm not really sure what that is. Ralphie, no barking. I just let you out. Let's grab 2, shall we? Grab some of those Michelob Ultras. No, Ralphie, stay there, Ralphie. I just let you out, Ralphie. Be good, Ralphie. Okay. Now we're going back. Go back to the beginning. I'm surprised I did not fall just there. I was losing my balance, but we're good. And I will continue to grace y'all with my what? All right, I think the lights are on the fritz a little bit, but that is fine. We will make adjustments. There we go. Oh yeah, that's very dark over here. Let's go in. Oh my God. Yes, it is signed by him. I just gave you the other one. 4-5. So yeah, that's probably it. When does this actually go to the moon? The best that I could see, widening the scope past digital collect or past VeVe, because I mean you could be in VeVe and not really know much about other digital collectible stuff. I would say the one that's doing the most right now, I think, is Panini. I've seen posts about. Panini gives us a little bit of a look at what Dapper Labs is not doing. Panini goes off and they give people I think they have NHL on there. I think they have one of one. So they have like Tom Brady one of ones, and they have some really big prices on there. People paying tens of thousands, I think 6 figures for a couple of these. This is akin to new Pokemon sets coming out. I promise I'll get to that super chat in a second. And when the new Pokemon sets come out, somebody grades like a Beckett BGS Black Label, and like, that's a one of one. There's only one of these. And it's like, yes, there's only one of these, but you legit went down to Beckett. You spent like a couple $1,000s or a couple $100. You go to Beckett on their headquarters. You pay for this, like whatever you pay for it. Not that you pay for the grade, you pay them to grade it. And, the set came out like 2 weeks ago. So if there's like, for example, like there's no, to my knowledge, there's no Black Label BGS 10 of first edition Venusaur. or even if there is, maybe there's like one, and you say like, okay, well, there's only one of these Venusaurs, and that could go for 100,000, several hundred thousand. It's like, okay, well, and there's only one of these new Pokemon cards. There's only one Black Label. It's like, okay, yes, but the first edition Venusaur has been out for like 27 years, 25 years, and this just came out like 2 weeks ago. So clearly, there's going to be more of them, and I get it. It's like, well, Randy, this Tom Brady's a one of one, and this LeBron James is a one of one. That's why, like, there can't be any more of these. Like, okay, you're right, but how much value is derived from that? There's only one of one, and how much speculation is on that? Like, how much trust is that they won't make another one of one? Like, you have for like baseball card, like sports trading cards. You had Fleer, you had Upper Deck, you had Tops, you had all of these different ones. Like, oh yeah, they're one of ones, or they're super rare in this particular set. When you have sextillion different companies making the sets, like the super secret rares or the one of ones don't really matter if there's a bunch of them. So what I'm saying is that yes, I know, like let's say like for Panini or whoever, there's this one of one Tom Brady, but that's one of one of that Tom Brady. There could be another one of one of another Tom Brady that comes out, and the company might think like, hey, we're going to do this so we can, because they think it's going to repeat the last, headline of sale of $100,000 when it's just not, and it's just going to dilute. I've seen this before. Mr. Armstrong, cheers, Randy. Second drink on me. Thank you for your content and energy in 2024. Here's 2025. Cheers, mates, to all of y'all. Mr. Armstrong, let me send something to you. If I know you're crazy busy, and no worries if you can't, but if you're free at any time over the next 12 hours, I don't think I sent that to you yet. If I did, sorry for double sending. Okay, let's see what we got here. All right, cheers, everybody. Meow. I haven't done one of these in a while. These 12-hour streams. Third drink. Okay, all right. We're still. What's up, Ego? I think I see you commenting everywhere. Okay. No worries or rush. Give you the kissy face sent from your phone. Trying to kiss them lips for real. I was talking to Mr. MC1, but also not. I gave him like a red heart, and that reminded me of the Bruno Mars and the Rosé from Blackpink song Apateur, where the first few lines are like kissy face, sent to your ex. I'm trying to kiss them lips. Okay, sorry. Be advised, I'm still just on the first one, so we'll. But yeah, we have 12 hours here, so obviously the first one will take a minute, second one will take a minute, the third one, like, so we'll. We have 12. I'll get to all of the drinks. I'll get to all of the stuff. I love you guys. You guys are Igor. I think I see you on. I think I see you on X commenting on my stuff. So appreciate that. Muchas gracias. Taylor out of LA. So there's a lot of stuff to go over here. But that's what it is. So if you expand the scope outside of VeVe, you don't just automatically go, okay, well, VeVe is just NFTs, and then there's obviously the old school NFTs. You have like, there's something I wrote the other day, and I want to go in and talk about it again. It's in my notes. I was gonna make this an actual video, but I didn't. I just put it on as a live stream. I forget why. I forget what I was doing. Anyway, in the movie Funny People, which came back out in 2009, it was Passing of the Torch movie. Adam Sandler, Seth Rogen, really good movie. It highlighted the Facebook versus MySpace fight for attention. And I know you could have a bunch of different users, like I think like Yahoo Mail or like Yahoo Mail. They didn't have people with like, they didn't have any rights or IP. They just had a list of like hundreds of millions of users, right? So I think they were paid at the time like $400 million for it. And it's not necessarily because of the it's just the network, and you can get those people's attentions, if you send out a mass email. But in one scene of this movie, they had these celebrities say whether or not they liked Facebook or MySpace because they were fighting for attention. And the more celebrities you have coming out for your brand, like the better. And you see this a lot in politics where I remember, I think it was like 2012, like I think Chuck Norris comes out for like Mike Huckabee, and like Kelly Clarkson came out for Ron Paul. I was like, yeah, Ron Paul, yeah, Kelly Clarkson. And then her album went like #1 because all the Ron Paul fans just went out and bought her album. But you don't just you see this in every facet of life. You see this in digital collectibles. You see it in politics. You see it in Web 2, again, the Facebook versus MySpace. So in a market that wasn't even born yet, CryptoPunks, CryptoKitties, etc., back in the day, they pioneered this idea that, okay, blockchain technology came out. And that's a thing. Very few people are paying attention to it. But some are, especially in the tech space. It made its way to Silicon Valley. And these these NFT projects, again, the punks, the kitties, this is before Bored Apes, this is before Mutant Apes, this is before any of those. They pioneered the idea that stated NFTs can be collectibles if there's a finite, limited amount, and if you gave them traits and then rarities on those traits. So not only are there just 10,000 of them in general, but some can be better than others based on the amount of what traits they have and the rarities of those traits. And I'm not saying that they tried to like copy Pokemon or anything, but Pokemon, there's 151 in the OGs, and then maybe 152 if you count Togepi, which I don't know if anyone really does, because you couldn't catch Togepi in the first games, and Togepi didn't become a card until the second generation when Neo Genesis came out. But that's what these companies did. They made a finite amount, and not that you could catch them all because it was 10,000 PFP projects, but they wanted to make it big enough where, like, oh, if you had one, it was special. But within that specialty, you can go on and you can get something even more special if you had something that, again, was super rare. Now, they pretty much had 100% share of these NFT things through 2020. Maybe there was other stuff that came out that others just weren't aware of. These were just the winners. But then NFT NYC came along in the first half of 2021, and everyone and their sister had an NFT project. There was the same fight in NFTs as there were with MySpace and Facebook. You had all of these upstarts claiming that they were the best, they had the best community, they paid for followers, and they were following around me, Crypto Rain, and Dr. Stuff all weekend trying to get us to make top content for their 10,000 PFP NFT project. It offered no IP, offered no recognizable IP. They were just skeleton things, or they were just another version of cats. And it was like, okay, well, you have CryptoKitties already. And I'm not saying that because of CryptoKitties and because of Moon Cats, like whatever it is, like there can't be other cat. Like, sure, there could be another cat. It could be cool. But there was no recognizable IP. Very few of these people were doxxed. There was no utility for them. If there was utility, it was like, well, if you get this, you have the ability to buy this. It wasn't like airdrops. There was no confidence. They lost the fight. Cream rose to the top. That entire year was a fight for attention. Then you had your VeVes, your Recurs, and your Heroes. Because of these companies that I just mentioned, and I'm sure others that maybe I didn't even know about or came and failed, but because of those companies, the titans of IP started to get in. And even though those particular names, like not many people, even nowadays, outside of VeVe, outside of NFTs, nobody has heard of any of these companies, including VeVe, unless they know me and I talk about it nonstop. So even though these particular names of these companies didn't mean much, the IP that they had did. And owners of these companies competed for major IPs, and whoever was the winner was the one that got the most attention from retail investors. So obviously Hero had DC. There's a couple of first appearances that are on Hero. There are, I think, a couple of first appearances now that are on Cryptoys. There might be a couple of first appearances that are on like Disney Pinnacle, maybe. But VeVe didn't only just win the IP side. They won the CEO side as well. It wasn't a situation of where you had to bet on the horse or bet on the jockey, where one company had less IP but a better CEO, but this company, they might not have had as good a CEO, but they had better IP. VeVe did what Hannah Montana did in 06, and they got the best of both worlds. It wasn't just a failure to accrue IP for the other companies, but it was a very imperfect understanding of where value comes from. So, for example, Recur had raised 55 million in 2 funding rounds, in 5 million in March of 21, and then 50 million several months later when NFTs really took off. Now, let me finish reading this because I don't know if I'm gonna any new thoughts that I have. Okay, there's not. I will almost never blame somebody for taking a handout. I'll never blame the person that's receiving something and taking something for nothing. Whether you have, and again, I know that people have, you're down on your luck, you need a little help, that's fine. I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about people that like take advantage of certain systems, where it's like, oh, you can definitely work, you can definitely do this, but you're choosing not to because the government, you're sucking off the teat of the government, right? So that's not necessarily what I'm talking about here, but just follow me for a sec. I'll never blame the companies that are taking tens of millions of dollars at $100 million valuation when there's no point. When anyone that looks at it on the revenues and they look on the audience here, the fundamentals, like there's no way these companies should be worth this much. That $50 million raise that Recur did, again, they raised 5 million in March of 21, and then they rose $50 million several months later when NFTs took off. I don't know how much revenue they had. I'm pretty sure zero, close to zero. But that $50 million raise was at a $333 million valuation. So again, I'll never blame people who ask for something for nothing in return. I'll always put the blame on the people, entities, or governments that give those free handouts. So these VCs were so obtuse that they thought a company with next to no revenue was worth a third of $1 billion. I repeat, these VCs were so obtuse that they thought a company with next to no revenue was worth a third of $1 billion. That's why I made a video when they advertised Hey Arnold and Rugrats NFTs, stating that no amount of money can make people care about NFTs when the CEO doesn't care about the IP. They had Tommy in a different colored shirt. He didn't have his screwdriver. They forgot Ms. in Ms. Rhonda Wellington Lloyd. She had Harold's toy that he had that made him feel better. It was like a safety blanket. I think they had like Harold eating a salad. They had the Rugrats in like the wrong clothes. Like they misspelled Phoebe. They called her Phoebe Hierda, not Phoebe Heyerdahl. It was like one of those scam websites. So it was like, oh, it's not Best Buy, it's Best Buy. And I was like, dude, what are they doing? So again, Recur, Quid, and upstarts like them didn't care about the IP, and that's a big reason why they failed. Now, the other reasons were capital allocation. They clearly blew through $55 million in a year and had nothing to show for it. They just wasted first appearances of characters on Nickelodeon, Paramount, Hello Kitty. So what is better today if you're a company that's just starting versus if you're VeVe? Well, if you're a startup today, you have a clear path of what to do and what not to do. Now, VeVe has set that path. In both cases, you find out, hey, this is what you do. And VeVe has a lot of times, this is what you don't do. Because again, no company's perfect. They've made mistakes. But if I'm the incumbent, if I'm VeVe, I see almost no disadvantages. The advantages of any new startup is immediately writ small by the disadvantages, which is that VeVe is a behemoth of a company now. You had big IPs. Again, Nickelodeon's, Paramount, whatever they were, for Rugrats and Hey Arnold and Cat Dog and Riptar. Those are very big nostalgic IPs that people pay good money for if you take care of them properly. And they failed because they chose the wrong platform. If anyone remembers John Wick? No, it was The Matrix, where what's his name from from I can't talk about this, from Boys in the Hood, the dad, Lawrence Fishburne. He goes and he says, "No one's sneaking up on me again." You know that because of his past, and somebody snuck up on him and shot him in the neck, and he's just like, now nobody sneaks up on me ever. You can guarantee, like, in that same breath, I'll say, you could pretty much have a guarantee from me that all of these companies are never going to make that choice again. They are never going to go and choose the wrong company. They're going to watch my videos, and when I say like my videos, they're not going to watch this. They might watch this, but they're going to watch the interviews that I've done with them. They're going to watch the interview that anyone in the VeVe community has done with them. Like, if you want to get into the door, get a foot in the door at any of these other companies that have not gone to a digital collectible company yet, go and start making videos and get an interview with anyone from the team, because I guarantee you these companies that are worth their salt, or at least the workers that are in charge of writing these reports, are going to go and they're going to have to watch. I mean, that's what you do in investing. How's the CEO handle stress? How do they go in, and how do they what are they like when things are going good, and how are they reacting when things are going bad? And this is why, part of the reason why I have Pikachu as the thumbnail for this. And I know people are just like, Pokemon confirmed. No, there was somebody else that messaged me too, be like, yo, I thought we had Pokemon, based on your profile. I was like, no, like I sent the message before. I won't show who I sent it to. No, that stream 2 years ago, that was 12 hours. Hey, there's Toad. And then a couple of streams, like my 69-hour stream, hey, it's like Nintendo. And then another one, hey, it's Mewtwo holding a Graveler, for my 33-hour stream. So this is just something I do. I just decided to be a little silly. And it's Pikachu in a delivery costume, because he's delivering the new year to us. And again, that's what I'll be here for the next 11 and a half hours. My voice is already hurting. So again, if I'm one of these new companies, I don't have to deal with a VeVe that is just start, like, yeah, they have IP, but there's really no revenue yet. There's a lot of infighting. Now you have to deal with a VeVe where that lawsuit, for better or worse, seems like it's ending or over. And again, for better or worse, whatever happened with that, they're no longer going to be sidelined. They're no longer going to be distracted by that, and it could be full steam ahead. I don't know how much of their time and effort and mental real estate was spent on that lawsuit, but I guarantee you they were nowhere near 100%. Now, maybe they were at 80%, which they might not even have been. And to their credit, David and Dan's, and I guess Ben, right now, Ben Rose, 80% is much better than anyone else's 100%. But now you have to deal with VeVe at 100%. And again, any of these other companies worth their salt that want to get into digital collecting, like, yeah, you could do it on your own. How'd that work out for Game of Thrones? How'd that work out for all of these things on wax? How'd that work? Like, it didn't. And I'm not saying that like VeVe is the end all be all, although it kind of is right now. But again, you could make money doing other stuff. But the example that I just gave you before about people getting a BGS Black Label Pokemon card 2 weeks after the set releases, and somebody pays $8,000 for it or $10,000 for it, I guarantee you in the next several months, there's going to be multiple of those Black Labels, because clearly it's easy to grade. And I've seen that every single new set, I see it every single time. People don't learn. They get into the hype. They get into the FOMO. They get into the pumpamentals. So hype is temporary. Fundamentals are forever. VeVe has those fundamentals. And I'm not saying that others don't. But again, part of the reason why I have Pikachu in that thumbnail is because if I'm Pokemon, there's no other logical thought behind going on anyone else. Like, so Pokemon will never go with anyone else. They'll do it themselves, or they'll go with VeVe. But there's virtually no risk in going with VeVe, because even if by some chance like it failed, which it wouldn't, but let's say it does, that's not Pokemon's fault. Like they've made a bunch of video games that were trash, and don't get me wrong, I've played most, if not all, of their video games, and I mean all. I don't just mean like the main series. I don't just like the popular ones are TCG Pocket, Pokemon Go. Everyone plays those, and I'm not even talking the main series games, even though I have. I'm talking about the other ones that like, what is this that like nobody really thought of, all the way back from like Hey You Pikachu and Pokemon Puzzle League, all the way to the newer stuff that they have. That bubble one that they had. Supposed to do, what is this? I'm gonna have to get some of these. That works. Okay, thank you. Sorry, gotta get Mr. MC1 share my post. Says, great to see you, Randy Chavez. Thanks for the amazing work in 2024. Here's to the best in 2025. Let me type out love you, because I do. Okay. Now, where were we? There's a ton of news to go over as well. I haven't gone over the news in a couple days because I've been busy. Let's try this. The Oscar Fool. I want to go over something that was posted not too long ago, so it shouldn't take me too long to find it. It was about Marvel. Oh, what? Here it is. In 1996, Marvel was bankrupt. Wind the clock's back almost 30 years ago, and Marvel was bankrupt. Their stock crashed 99.9%. There were $700 million in debt. Comic shops were closing everywhere. Then one desperate decision changed everything. Now today, they're worth $150 billion plus. Here's how they pulled off the greatest comeback in entertainment history. Fall was brutal. Comic sales dropped 70%. Stock fell from $35.75 to $2.37. They laid off a third of their employees. They couldn't pay their paper suppliers. They were literally too broke to print the comics. I know a little bit about what that's like. I have my Decat comic that we can do digitally, but the ink, the cost to print is a lot. Anyway, but here's what most people don't know. Marvel had already sold the movie rights to their best characters. They sold X-Men to Fox, Spider-Man to Sony, Fantastic Four to the Constantine films. So they were left with their B-team heroes. Only characters that they had left, again, B-team and below. Iron Man, which was considered to be too boring. Thor, who was too complex for movies, supposedly. Captain America, who was too patriotic for international markets. And Black Widow was unknown to mainstream. Everyone said that these characters were worthless. Then came the crazy gamble. Instead of selling more rights, they decided to bet everything on making their own movies. Now, with what money? They had none. They did something that was really unprecedented. They took out a $500 million loan against the rights of their remaining characters. If the movies failed, they'd lose everything. Wall Street called it financial suicide. But there was one person who believed. His name was Kevin Feige. Their first movie needed to work. They chose Iron Man. There was a couple issues with it. No studio wanted it. Robert Downey Jr., who was famous at this time for breaking into somebody's house, thinking it was his own, and falling asleep on the couch. They thought that he was uninsurable, and the character wasn't that popular. It was like betting your last dollar on the slowest horse. The shocking part? They let Robert Downey Jr. improvise a bunch of his scenes. They didn't even have a full script. Studio executives thought that they were insane, but then magic happened. Iron Man made $500 million worldwide, and then came the real genius. Instead of making random sequels, they planned an entire universe of connected movies. Nobody had ever attempted this in cinema history, and the results were staggering. 32 interconnected movies, $29.5 billion box office, highest grossing film franchise ever. It changed how Hollywood made movies, from bankruptcy to revolutionizing entertainment. In 2009, Disney bought Marvel for $4 billion. Everyone, including me, thought that they overpaid. Today, Marvel generates that much in a single year. The B-team heroes are now worth more than Batman, Superman, Spider-Man combined, because again, Disney swooped in and bought $4 billion. That one, I don't know if that's true, because Spider-Man is probably worth that alone, in my opinion. Anyway, the numbers are mind-blowing. Avengers Endgame grossed $2.8 billion. 29 consecutive profitable films. Average movie profit was $170 million. Disney Plus shows reach 150 plus million viewers, and all from characters that nobody wanted. How did they do it? They trusted their core assets even when others didn't. They took calculated risks. They built long-term plans. They created interconnected value, and they never sold out in a panic. Does that remind you of anything? Now, remember when everyone says your ideas are worthless? Remember Marvel. Turn their worthless B-team heroes into the most valuable IP in entertainment history. Your competitive advantage might be hiding in what others overlook. So again, it's something I wanted to go and throw out there because I thought it was awesome. And I have a message from Mr. Oh, wow. What is this? Okay, nope. Free to do it. Who the heck just... Quoted your post. Yep, thank you, Mr. MC1. Love you. Somebody sent me something. I have no idea what it was. I accidentally clicked out of it. So whoever sent something and they're watching, send it again. Oh, my man, Rashid. Oh. Happy New Year, brother. Great times ahead. I'm doing a 12-hour live stream right now. Want to hop on? And advertise. Let's see if I could do that. Hit paste. Yeah. Love Rashid Al Farooq. He's a cool dude. All right, where was I here? I went over the Sadie Sink news that she's reportedly going to be Jean Grey in Marvel's X-Men movies, which is going to be great. I think what I'll do here is every 30 minutes I'll go in and read a couple of comments, and then I'll go in and do some more. So anywho, what's going on? Wes Stipes, I love. That looks like a Gary Baseman type of artwork. Let me know what type of artwork that is. That's really cool. I'm unconfirmed. No, but I do think that Pokemon, I would give it a 65 to 70. Let's call it 69. Everyone comment nice down below the 69% chance that they do go on VeVe, just because there's no logic in any other move. Like the calculus for trying to do it like on their own, like let's do that thought experiment. It would be that, okay, well, we can, if we do it on our own, we build out our own secondary market, we build out our own this, like we can do that. It's going to cost them a blue bloody fortune to do. Don't know how well it's going to work. And again, nobody outside of VeVe has been successful in doing like their own thing. Now I understand the thing, like, well, if Bored Ape Yacht Club can do it, we can certainly do it. If Pudgy Penguins can do it, we can certainly do it. Like, I understand that notion, but you're taking it's like what these like feminists do, and they say like, oh well, you know, most of the top 500 companies, their CEOs are men, and you know, men hold like most of this wealth. Like, okay, well, they're taking a super small percentage of hyper successful men, and they're using that to represent all of the men that are out there. Where it's much more correct to say, like, yes, these people, they have that, and both men and women kind of suffer in concert with one another. So in that same breath, again, you can't take these one or two hyper successful companies and say, like, oh well, they can do it, we can do it too. Like, that's not appropriate. You're not taking the hundreds of thousands of other companies that have tried to do it and failed. And again, I think that Pokemon would know that. And again, the logical choice would be to go with VeVe, because they take care of it. It's already a built-in system. They have a built-in network. They have, like, a proven system of success. Any way you slice it, whatever they do by themselves, if they do it with Pokemon, like, it hasn't been done yet. VeVe's the only one that has done, and again, they're not doing it with their own. They have done it with their own IP, but they got this way because of others' IP. So we'll see what happens. Mario Stanek says hi. Meow meow meow. Marius, what's going on? Meow meow meow. How's it going? And Chago Soul says, ready for 2025. I'd say I am. There's a lot of, let's see. Oh, Jenny. How's it going, Jenny? Crypto Rain, he looks so good here. He's wrapping up 2024. I think 2025 will be the year that everyone wishes they had bought more crypto in 2024. Did you go heavy or did you go light? And bro, look how awesome he looks. Look how heckin' chill my man looks over there. Looking like a boss. All right, so while I go over this, I gotta get back to some of these questions. What does clause 2.1a mean? Was that to certify? I have to pull up these freaking contracts. Hang on. Mix out of that. 2.1a. Buyer's the effective date. Seller is sole. Yep. Full right, power, and authority to sell the tokens. 1a. Why? What does he have to clarify? What does that mean, anyways? I don't know. All right, I'm gonna get to that later because there's a lot of questions. Slider saying, "Let's go. What's going on, Slider? How's it going, fam? I hope everyone's doing well. I'll get up to where I'm just an hour behind here." Bill Garza, Happy New Year. Happy New Year's, my brothers. I hope everyone is going well. Hope y'all doing your thing. Let me know what type of plans you have for tonight. Connor, how's it going, fam? Excuse me, por favor. Omar saying, Happy New Year's. 1 second. The seller of the token. Who is V1 and 2? I have a call that I cannot ignore because it's Al. Hey, brother, what's going on? Yes. Yes, that is correct. New Year, Al. I love you, man. All right, bye-bye. Yeah. As you see, every time I end a meeting, I say meow. Never gotten questions. Never gotten questions. Yes, come over tomorrow and we can go over everything. Like I said today, I have a 12-hour stream I'm trying to do, my guy. Oh God, no idea. So doing a 12-hour stream. Stop by and say hi. Okay, where was I? Mo Collection says, yo, what up, Mo? What up, Mo? All right, where was I? As far as news here. No, I exited out. I didn't mean to exit out. 10 million. Mudo, shout out to them. Shout out to Ben Rose, then got his BERT. Very happy for him that he got his BERT. In a couple days, USDT will be banned from European EU exchanges. Will OMI pairs be converted to USDC? Most likely, yes. I see maybe a little volatility. I don't really see too many things. Like you already have pairing for USDC over on OKEX or OKX. Yeah, you see two of them there. So you see one at USDT, and then you see another at USDC. So they've already started, and I'm sure others will as well. You'll have MEXC and Gate.io. Although MEXC, that it wouldn't affect that. That's in Europe. That's not really a European thing. Gate is. They'll change that. Aerodrome based is WETH. Bitmart, they change that. They'll change that as well. So again, I'm not really concerned for OMI. There's a couple of people that say like, oh, this is bad for the entire crypto market. It's all going to go down. I don't think it is, but you know, we'll see here. Highlights you can share. No. Clever Trick won that. I'll show the year. So Ben Rose had gone on to the Collectors Hub, or they have a space, I guess, a couple times a month. They did episode 20. He was on it. Basically just said that they are going to focus on OMI. They're going to continue to focus on OMI in 2025. Are open to transfers. They'll do that at some point, or they're looking how to do it. It's just hard to do that. It'll be a great year. What day is this? Oh, we're going way back here. I went back too far. Sorry, guys. Just getting to the news here. Pilot Fantasy had gone over that. Avengers Tower, the Marvel Metallic Red one. Cost like 5 gems for that. You needed the other stuff in order to get it. Like you needed the metallic Red Storm and the metallic Iron Man. You didn't need to burn those. You just needed to have them. And then I think it was just 5 gems. So they made $2,000. I'm not really 100% sure why. I think I know why. Because the other ones, they were cool. They made their money on that. This was essentially just an airdrop. Like if you had the set of the other ones, you could pay $5 and get this. It's one of 400. So I understand that. I think the airdrop would have been cool, but this is just a way for them to get more people on the app, and the more people they have on that's using it, the more people they have on that's not just using it, but checking it. They're buying something, just the better. Dude, the memes are crazy. Luigi and the bullet bills, bro. People are wild. People are absolutely wild. Cargible Ghostlighter says, "Good day, Charlie Cat. Happy Solar New Year's Eve to you. Are you a premium membership on TCG Pocket? I think I pay like $10 a month. I'm not sure what that makes me. So maybe. Because already used the free 2 weeks, but thinking about going in and subscribing again. Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, if you get enjoyment out of it and it's fun, I think it's okay to give yourself a little something every now and then. Give yourself a little treat. That's fine. I don't see any reason why we wouldn't. Oh God, excuse me. But again, at the end of the day, it's up to you. I pay $10 a month, whatever that is. So whatever that is, I don't have it on my phone anymore. I just put it on my tablet. Bill Garn, thank you. Saying the first drink is on me. Cheers, mate. Memes are hysterical. Going over there. Jason Pena is a member. Shout out to him. He had a really good idea the other day. I want to keep on bringing this up. Went over and said, what if each VeVe account was assigned a house, like Harry Potter, like House of David, House of Dan, House of Ben, etc. I think that would be awesome. The only thing that I could else compare it to would maybe not have it 4 houses like Harry Potter, but 3 like they had with Pokemon, where you had your Mystic, your Instinct, and your Valor. I was Valor. Valor was the best. And then you could do something like that. But again, and how often could that change? I mean, I don't think David's going to be CEO in 20 years. He'll likely want to sell at some point. Like same thing with Dan. Then Ben, like I don't think people are going to be here for 20 years. The collectors will. We will be. I don't know. I'm very curious to see what they could do like that. They would have to make it. They wouldn't name it after the people that owned it or worked there. It would have to be. I mean, let's say if they made like a House of Chavez, that would be awesome. But like, I'm not going to be around forever. You know, like so it's going to end at some like. My life is likely going to end before the end of VeVe. I think VeVe's here for decades, maybe a century. Whereas me, we'll see. So they would have to come up with some names. Like they'll have to come up with. Well, there's already an Instinct and a Valor, so those are really good names. Shout out to Pokemon for doing that. They could be House of Red, House of Blue, they could just name it off colors, like House of Ruby, House of White. The amount of memes that could be made of like White House, but then like I'm not going to do the symbol, the gesture there, but they could do some memes there. But if they make it like neutral colors, like where you can't make memes out of them, I think that'd be fine. Again, House of Ruby, House of Lily. I know it's a flower, but I know it's a color as well. House of Forest. We could do something like that. We'll see. We can play around with it. I know some people were saying like, "Hey, we should really have some more tweets from the Ecomi account over on X," and I agree. I would like it if they were a little more active, but be advised, it is the holidays, so you do have people spending time with families. Not everyone is like me that will go on and say like, "Oh, wow, who's going to do a 12-hour stream today?" But yeah, it's the holidays, so I would say give it a couple weeks, and then if there's still no activity from the Ecomi account, we'll go in and follow up that. We have Michael Hobbs over on Facebook saying, I was showing off my VeVe collectibles to a friend of a friend. He seemed impressed and interested until I tried displaying the partner statue in AR, and it froze at 98%. Oh no. Tried showing other collectibles, only with the same results. I was a little embarrassed and blamed it on the low internet speed, which wasn't the case. I hope VeVe fixes this. I had no major issues before the update. So for this, even before the update, I have gotten this before, and that was before the update. So sometimes you just gotta close out the app and go back in. Maybe he needs to update the app because again, there's been several updates since the main one. Maybe need to uninstall, reinstall, whatever it is. It usually fixes that. So yeah, if you ever get that issue, try those things, and I think it'll work. If not, I don't know. Report it. Kaki Gaijin once says Marvel Rivals is the perfect game for VeVe to drop some collectibles that unlock skins in the game as well. I mean, Fortnite would probably be the one that would be better just because it's a little bigger. And they are, Marvel and Disney already have stuff in there. But yeah, Marvel would probably be the best because it's a whole Marvel will let us do like anything. It's like getting one of those girls that'll let you do I can't even say that. Marvel will let us pretty much do anything, and I don't see it as a big ask. And now for this, you probably need to have a couple of months of planning to do it. But when it came out, you weren't necessarily going to be sure if the game was going to be a hit. So if I was VeVe, I'd be like, I'd love to do something like this. But if I was VeVe, I'd also say like, let's make sure this game is a hit before we go in and do it. Because if you don't, And then let's say we have this whole deal set up and then the game flops. Okay, well now we just wasted a whole bunch of time and money. But now obviously that we can see that it's a great game, and that maybe they could do some plans. Maybe they could do some special, I don't know what they would be. Could you incorporate Marvel Mighties in this? Do they have to be statues? Do you have to hold certain sets? How long do you, because like, what if you hold this set, you get the skin and then you sell it? Like, do you lose the skin? Like, how are they going to check? It's complicated. It's hard. I'm glad I'm not in charge of it, because I'd be in a room for 3 days thinking of the best way. It'd be hard. It'd be hard to do. Mr. Grip, or OmiFan01, says, such a smooth experience purchasing a VeVe official collectible on Stacker World, all with my OMI. Joker purchase from screen record to collectibles arriving was about 1 minute and 30 seconds, so about 90 seconds, and the collectible was cheaper. Burn that OMI. Love that man. Love that man. Ralph with the super chat saying, if OMI is not listed on bigger major exchanges in Q1, what do you do? Be careful, I record. Well, so I've made 2 statements in the past. One was, it was like the beginning of last year, or the beginning of this year, or late last year. And I said, if we weren't on any exchanges by the end of Q2, I would sell like 50% of my collectibles. They got on 2. And then like a month ago, I'd said, if we don't get on any other exchanges in Q1, by the end of Q1, I'll sell 90% of my collectibles. Now, there was some misinterpretation here, because I didn't say what I would do with the proceeds of those sales, and I didn't say what I would sell them for. So none of that really matters, because they got on like 6 exchanges like right after I said that. Granted, they were all Renegade listings, but it still counts. The biggest one, so most of the Renegade, they have like a couple thousand in volume. They're like nothing. But BVOX, it's lower today because it's a lower day in general, but they have 43,000 in volume, which again is like nothing, but it's like, okay, that's better than the other ones. So all of them doing a fusion ha together, it's kind of close to replacing BitGet, maybe like halfway to replacing them. So again, what I was going to do wouldn't really matter, because they had gotten on those exchanges. But to finish that thought experiment, it was me thinking that, okay, well, if they don't have them in Q1, they're going to get them in Q2. So I was going to sell 90% of my collectibles for OMI, like directly on Stacker. But again, it doesn't matter, because they had done that, far exceeded those expectations. But if you're talking about a big or major exchanges, I mean, outside of Coinbase, can you give me like a major exchange? Like, give me one that you say like, okay, this is fine. Again, I'm like, if they were to ask me and be like, hey, would you rather have Coinbase or Binance? It'd be Coinbase, America. But then if they were to ask me like separate, hey, we have the opportunity to go on Binance, would you take it? I would say no. Binance has a lot of these predatory practices, and I would not list on them. If there was a button that says, hey, $1 million, and then 50, even if it's not 15%, even if it's 10% of your token supply, and we list on Binance, I would not push that. That is a horrendous idea. Now again, because they're VeVe and OMI, maybe they could get, and because Ben is who he is, maybe for Binance, if they were talking to them or negotiating with them, I don't know if they are or not, maybe they could get a better deal. Maybe it's only 5% of the token supply, which is still an egregious amount. I don't, again, like, why do you need that? You can get it on OKX. And the amount of volume on Binance US, like there's a reason why Binance is not allowed to operate in the US. I'm just throwing that out there. So I don't know what other big or major exchanges you talk about outside of Coinbase, which again, if they're still in that lawsuit with the SEC, I don't know if I would count on that being a listing right away. Maybe when Trump takes over, and maybe when you get a new full sweep in the SEC. Maybe this goes to the CFTC, like whoever our new handlers are, or the new people in the SEC or in the CFTC, whatever, and they decide like, okay, the SEC investigation into Coinbase is now null and void. They're not doing it. Then maybe I could see them talking to Coinbase. Guys, I don't see that right away. Not while that lawsuit is going on. Others, sure, no problem. Would I love to get on Coinbase? Absolutely. But again, you have that question on, do you want to start off with the big guns and then go down and then none of the other exchanges matter? Or do you want to go off on these exchanges and then go on to the bigger one? I'd rather than go on smaller ones first and then go up. So, we'll see. But I mean, if they're not listed on major exchanges by the end of Q1, I'll wait till Q2. Like I would rather us not pump, so that this way my Devi can pump, my Flow can pump, my Alluvium can pump, my Senate can pump, my Definity can pump, and then I'll just stack more OMI. Like it's not really a big deal to me. If they don't come in Q1, they're probably going to come in Q2. So again, that's just my my thing there. Now, where was I? Let's go. I received one for 100 from me. He knows yet, but I'm sure he will. Oh, Lou, my man, listening the vid with VeVe Whales, part of the vid with, I'll do it right now. I'll do it right. Okay, so we're going to go off of a request of a buddy of mine. We're going to skip that. We're going to go to Noldor Alive's list. Now, Noldor Alive is somebody that is just God's gift to VeVe over here. He makes a list that shows the top sellers and the top buyers every couple of weeks now. Now, the top sellers, you have Husk Show, which sold 210 collectibles. You have Omaha Set Hike, which sold 222. This is from the 16th to the 29th, so it's about 2 weeks. And then you have WC3NTE, which sold 352 collectibles. 5, 6, 7. So it's almost 800 collectibles between those three. It's like, well, Chavez, I thought we were supposed to have people that are buying. These are the top 500 that are selling. Those are big numbers. And yeah. Mr. Rolex, however, buying 387 collectibles by himself. He's the number 4 wallet. Then you have Expert buying 771 collectibles. So Expert, 44, bought as much as the top 3 sellers. That's just by himself. So Mr. Rolex's 387 is just a bonus. And it's like, well, you did 3 sellers. Why not 3 buyers? Well, the number 1 buyer for these past few weeks is Dr. Fuse. He is whom this request comes from. He is the number 2 wallet. He has purchased 2,784 collectibles. So if the top 3 sellers sold 784 collectibles, okay, well, Dr. Fuse can take his extras, his 784. He'll see that, and he'll raise you an additional 2,000. Jesus, man. I myself am still barely in the top 500. I'm number 481, 41, Chavi Cat over there. But let's go to the top. Damn. Yeah. Jayco, could you imagine buying 222 collectibles and not being in, and not making it to the top 3? Maxwell's beer money. Cheers to the New Year. Cheers, mate. Jayco bought 222 collectibles and is not even in the top 3 biggest purchasers. But yeah, Dr. Fuse, 2,784 is nuts. That is insane. Like, could you imagine also having 10,000 collectibles and not even being in like the top 15? Like, let's say you didn't know this list existed, and it's like, oh, I bet I'm on the top of this list. I got 10,000. There ain't nobody that got 10,000. And it's like, well, You don't even like the top. You need 15,000. You could have 15,000 even and not be in the top 10. Expert now has 15,071, which is nuts. He had like 14,300 2 weeks ago. Now that he's purchased 771, that is insane. So again, outside of the top 10, what's up, Mr. M? So, a big thank you all to the merch creators: Jay Green, O'Milly, Stan Bukasas, who's VeVe Lamp, Jan Collects, who's VeVe in the Ecomi Lamp, Don Juan Solo, the hoodie, and others. Yeah, gotta love him. I feel like that kid from Dinosaurs. I'm the baby, you gotta love me. Yeah, and these are insane numbers. So 15,000 to be in the top 10, 15,071 at least. And then you have Shane 79, 15,334. DeVivi, 16.8 thousand. Stefano 8, 17.6. Dr. Profit 17.8. Actually, Dr. Profit, he's not even top 5 anymore. He's about to get debunked by Stefano 8. But again, Stefano 8, 222 collectibles. Not in that top one. It's nuts. Atomic Z06. What's going on? Cheers, mate. Let's get it in 2025. There's a lot. First off, everyone, remember in Avengers: Age of Ultron, where the last Ultron is talking with Vision, and talking about humans, and he says like, they're doomed, and Vision says, yes, it's a privilege to be among them. And then Ultron is like, you're unbearably naive. Vision says, well, I was born yesterday. Like, it's a privilege to be among everyone here. I don't know how I don't know how this happened. 355 people here. Shout out to all y'all. And again, we're just 1 hour in. We have 11 hours to go. I don't know how this happened. It just started with a kid in his 20s in a basement, just making Pokemon videos. And it's been a wild ride. I'm so happy to have all you here. I'm so happy to have met most of y'all, some of y'all, half of y'all. And we will do. I can't wait for the meetups. There's going to be at least 4. Well, we had 3 this year. We had San Diego, we had New York, and then we had Vegas. The Vegas one was not an official VeVe event, but kind of became an unofficial one. Might do that again next year. Yegs Y says, ooh, price prediction for Devi. All right. How much Devi is enough for life-changing gains? Staking Devi, how? So listen, they're going to have an announcement in Q1. Could be March, could be January. It's very possible. Like Devi's already done like a 6-7x from the bottom. The bottom was like 12 cents. No, I didn't get the exact bottom. I bought some at 30 cents, and it got cut in half. Went down to 15 cents, and it's like, okay, I still believe it. People are like, oh yeah, this is just like OMI. You're a real winner, Chavez. Like, well, I believe in what these guys are doing. This layer 1 blockchain, 8 million transactions per second. And I got more at 15 cents, pretty much double the bag. And then it takes another haircut, goes down to 12 cents, and people are like, what are you going to do? Like, buy the? I was like, no, like, you don't understand. Like, they have people that are building on them already with fiat. They have a bunch of people that they're talking to. It's like, it's not revenue, Chavez. Like, I know, but they're about to get. They have enough money to operate for a while without it. And part of this is, again, bet on the horse or bet on the jockey. I was 100% betting on the jockey on this one, because the CEO is a genius. As smart as I am, like, I don't want to pat myself on the back here too much. As good as I am at determining what companies or Pokemon cards or whatever are undervalued because of reasons X, Y, and Z, I saw that in this company. I saw that in this person that, like, nobody understands. Like, he needs a translator. That's how smart he is. Tom Anderson from Devio. And I was like, I knew it. I knew it right then and there. Like, okay, we're tried to do an OTC deal, didn't work out. It's fine. Wound up getting it cheaper than what I would have gotten. But depending on what big exchange or whatever is going to use their product, and I guarantee you they're talking to more than just one. I guarantee you they're talking to multiple. This could do like a 10x overnight. Like, well, Chavez, I thought, didn't it do like a 6x from the bottom, 7x from the bottom? Yeah. Yes, 80 something cents right now. Bottom was 12 cents, now it's like 80 something cents. There's a buddy of mine that has like 50,000 Debbie. So at $1, got 50, like, he'll have million, like, my buddy who's got 50,000 Debbie, he'll have $5 million worth of Debbie at some point, because I believe that goes to $100. Chavez, it's not even $1 yet. You're saying it does like 100 something X? I think you could do 1,000X. This is one of those things that, like, Chavez, that could put it in like the top 10 by now. Like, obviously the top 10 is going to move, top 20, top 100 is going to move. This will be a top 100. Like, remember and obviously none of this financial advice, is just my opinion. I'll get to that next super chat in a second, Fernando. Remember in Star Wars Episode 1, Phantom Menace, where Qui-Gon Jinn goes to Anakin and says, "You will become a Jedi. I promise you." I will go to my boy right now and be like, this will go to $100. Promise you. This will be in top 100. This will do something like that. I have as much faith. I have as much faith in these big corporations and these big exchanges and these big people that they're going to want to use Debbie. I have as much faith in that. What's that called? Like point, that line in time, as much as I do in digital collectibles. Now, obviously, VeVe is the winner of digital collectibles, but there is nothing like this. I think Debbie goes to $100 to $300. Now, could they go to like 800? Sure, but yeah, that's my price prediction for Debbie. Obviously, anything can go to zero at any moment. It could go to zero. I don't think it will, but yeah, just for argument's sake here, the Tom Anderson could be kidnapped. Aliens, World War III can happen. You know, the aliens could submit and be like, "Hey, we have something better than blockchain. All blockchain is useless. All this goes to zero." That's all possible as well. But I think the likelihood is that this goes absolutely nuts. Fernando Jimenez. Oh, cheers, mate. I love my man. Then Happy New Year, brother. Thanks for all your love to the community in 2024. Yeah, man. It's let me get to that response. I just have one more thing to go over here. I just want to take a look at Debbie real quick, because I haven't in a spell. At 89 cents on the day. They have like 500,000 in volume. This is, guys, this is gonna be so freaking huge. You have no idea. Add 2 zeros to that volume. Add a zero to that. Like make it $8.90. Like, right, dude, it's gonna be nuts. I can't wait. I can't wait. Can't wait. That dollar, my boy is 50,000. At $8, my boy is 400,000. Yeah, it's gonna be nuts. And I have a little bit as well. I don't have 50,000, but I got a bit as well. Yeah, Fernando, I was going over before how much this is, how much the community just, God, even if you don't have, and I wish. So I'm what's called like ambiverted. You have your introverts that they want to be in the room alone, not talking to anyone. They have their Kindle, they have their hot cocoa, they have their cat, and they have their TV, their Netflix, their food, and they don't want to talk to anyone. They could be, what is it? They could be not see anyone for weeks. Like they thrived in the pandemic. And then you have your extroverts that are just like, get me out of this house. I need to talk to people. I need to see someone. I need to go in and karaoke. Like they need to be around people. And And I love that. So I'm a bit of both. I like my alone time at my TikTok at night. I mean, I work too much for me to get a lot of that, but I like to, and I like to work, like to write for the Decat comic, to set up a bunch of these deals that I'm doing, to set up all of this stuff. Um, so the extroverts obviously come out to the parties. They come out and chill with us in Vegas, San Diego, New York. They come out and we have a good time. And maybe the introverts, some of them are just like, well, I can do it for like an hour, a couple hours, and they need to like, okay, let's be around these like 6 people. They walk into a room with like 100 people. They're like, oh god, So I wish people were more ambiverted, because I know there's a bunch of people here. Like Clever Jerk. Probably I don't know what Clever Jerk does, but I'm pretty sure that man goes weeks without seeing people. Like, I'm pretty sure that man's got like Amazon fresh produce coming to his door. I'm pretty sure that dude works from home. I'm pretty sure that dude just never see like, never been to an event. Or maybe he has incognito. Maybe that was him in that Deadpool outfit with the Cavell sign in New York last year. I don't know. But I wish people were a little more ambiverted. Like, I don't need people to be like super extroverted for them to come out. They just come out for. I remember an interview that Elon Musk was doing with, I forget who it was. Interview that he was doing, and he said that the interview was asking him like, there are American heroes that don't like what you're doing here, talking about SpaceX, and says like, what do you feel about that? And Elon says like, I wish they would come down and see the hard work we're doing here, and I think that would change their mind. And I feel like I wish some of these people that could like, it's one thing, and maybe this is the extroverted part of me. It's one thing to like have stuff on like the internet and be like, yeah, like, you have your own party in your own house, in your own wherever. And that's enough for people, and that's fine. I wish people could experience that type of love, and that type, like, that's, and I get it. Like, for some persons, like, arm in arm with people, like singing karaoke, like, that's like too much. Some people's like, I don't want to be touched. I don't like being touched a lot either, but that's one of those things where it's like, okay, yeah, I feel like people should experience that love, and I just want them to, and they're just, the people that don't come, they're just not. Now I know that some people are just like, they're like, hey, it's going to be like a couple $1,000s for airfare and hotel and food and drink. It's just, and I get it. You want to stay back and buy some crypto. 100% understand. There was somebody that asked me the other day. I was streaming with Tammy, and they're like, you guys could just not travel and just buy more OMI. I was like, yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. We could, probably should. But then also, I feel like that, and again, I don't want to be like this egotistical and feel like, oh, well, if I'm not there, it's going to be like a worse time. Like, you always want, like, Fanny came to New York in 2023. That was the greatest surprise. You had Fanny there, you had Wendy there, you had all these awesome people there. And does that mean we had a worse time in 2024 when they weren't there? It's like, no, we still had a great time, even though they weren't there. But it would have been just a little bit better if Fanny and Wendy came. You know. Anyway, just I love everyone that comes out. I love all y'all in general. Anyway, let's get back to some of these comments that I haven't had some time to go over. West Coast guys is hoping OMI will have a nice 2025. Have a safe and happy New Year. Thank you. Well, thank you. So yeah, no, cheers. I'm pretty sure it will. Lordy. We have, yeah. So I'm pretty sure it will. What month does it go crazy? Does it start in January? Does it start in September? I don't know. I will say this though. I've said it for months now. They've obviously been doing some building for the end of the year, and I think the bulk of the building and the testing and stuff happens in Q1. And but I now think that certain things start to roll out in Q1. VeVeVerse, for better or worse, whatever it is, VeVeVerse, sure. And this is where I get to the hour 20 in, the VeVe under promising and over delivering. The VeVeVerse is one thing like that where they've just shown, and again, this is phase 1, but they've just shown the showroom. And that's it. And they've shown you could have a couple of people in the showroom. That's cool. I think you could have like 30. And probably after like 25, it gets a little buggy. But you could probably have 30 in there with no issues. Like you're not just going to have 50 people in there. I think eventually, if you can get like a TV, like maybe you could stream in there. Like if you're in the VeVeVerse, you could have a TV and stream. Like there's this kid. I'm gonna have to find it. I'll get to Mr. MC1 in a second. His stuff. AR. If I put AR Disney, there's this kid that is. You see him in AR, and he's got like an awesome house. He's got like big window over there, big door frame over there. Got like a virtual puppy. Got like this big bed, and he's got a big screen TV on the wall. And he goes in and he lays down on the bed and he turns on the TV and he puts like Disney Plus on there, right? And then on the outside, you just see like it's a kid in his underwear, like, and he's got a mattress on the floor, and like that's it. There's like stains on the walls, like a rat over there, and I would love to have something like that. Now I know we're like years away from that, but I think VeVeVerse phase 1 is that fake out. That like you pretend to hand to the runner, you pretend to hand to the running back, and then the QB just takes it. I would say that do not judge VeVeVerse by phase 1. There might be some stuff that'll be cool, be stuff that you can do, but I'm putting my chips for VeVeVerse on IP branded worlds. What is that going to look like? What is that going to be? Then you have Ben. You have Ben saying that he wants to 4x the amount of users. I'd consider that. And again, this is, you have to underpromise and overdeliver. For Ben saying he wants to 4x the users, that would happen if Ben was not doing any work. And I'm not saying that he's not. He's clearly doing a bunch of work. But Ben is likely doing one of those things where it's, I'm going to tell him we just want a 4x, but our real goal is to like 20x the amount of users. And I think he can do that. Now, obviously, if you say you want a 20x and you only get a 15x, you're like, oh, well, you fell short. And again, I don't know what his benefits package looks like. Ben, what do you want me to do? I will do whatever it is you want me to do. I'll get a VeVe neck tattoo. No, I won't do that. I'm so curious what that benefits package is. I'm so curious what that looks like. What does he get? Like, what does he have to do to get it? And what does he get for doing it? Like, do we have to have a sustained like 3 weeks where you have 100,000 users, or like a month where you have 100,000 users? Do you have like, what is that Christmas tree drop? That Christmas tree drop that went out to like 28,000 people. Is that one of those tricks that Ben did? Says like, hey, in my benefits package says if I do X, then I get this bonus. And that's what the Christmas drop was, that Christmas tree drop. Maybe it has something to do like that. I don't know. But again, the 4x the amount of users, officially Ben has to say, no, that's our goal. I think we can do it. Of course that's going to happen. When this narrative hits, Jesus, man, 4x is going to look like nothing. Like, I bet, Ben, how's that 4x looking now? You know, when we've done like a 10x. And again, obviously, you have the work that's being done by Ben and VeVe. There's a ton of I cannot wait for there's probably going to be a 3-part docuseries. There's going to be the beginning of VeVe. There's going to be the whole mess that we've had the last like year and a half, and then there's going to be the Ben one, where he's like, well, this is where it gets crazy. I maybe like by 2030 we get the Ben one. I don't know. Yeah. It's going to be a good year. Anyway, Mr. MC1 saying, thanks for a great 2024, Randy Chavez. Thank you for a great 2024. And let's talk soon because we've got a bit to go over. Speaking of Mr. MC1, he goes on and he gives a post. Thank you, VeVe Official, VeVe Comics, Stacker World, and Ecomi for the innovation, hard work, and new IPs that made 2024 fun for collecting digitally. I especially love the innovation with VeVe Comics, and also digital VeVe exclusive comics, partnerships with Addiction HQ, 24/7 Comics, Dynamite Comics, partnership with FigPen Official, level 100 plaque and recognition, a lot of gifts for the VeVe Gold logo holders, more on that later, YG Official Blackpink, and Blackpink Collection wearing Dimobaza, Stanley Gibbons and the Penny Black digitals, the real Stan Lee physical jackets with amazing artwork, million point MCP drops, jukebox from Ron English, the Ecomi logo, the Marvel logo, incredible parties at New York Comic Con and other events, incredible art from artists like Ron English, Tokidoki, Mumba, Jason Naylor, New York City, Peach Momoko, Frank Kozik, RIP. Everyone comment F down below to pay respects to Frank Kozik. Love that man. Jermaine Rogers, D-Roy Sui, Matt Gondek, Brock McBreadcat, Broken Crayons, Elmon X Official, Nick Walker, Nownish, and so many more. Oh, look at that. Oh, girl, look at those. Look at those plaques. Oh, God, hiccups. Those are epic plaques. This is a great list. Heart. 4 hearts. Normally give 3, but 4 because that was a nice list. So he gets 4 hearts. What I'm also going to do now, because it's been like an hour-ish, I'm going to go on and go to my channel, go to my Pikachu thing here, and I'm going to ask everyone to smash that like button. It's a free way to help support the channel. Non-free ways are Patreon, so super thanks button down below, super chats as well. Prior to the balance of the funds hitting, no, he will send OMI after all funds are received. I can never remember how to spell received. Obviously, it's EIVED. Receipt might be EI or IEPT. I don't know. I never remember those things. Found you guys. Can master. Hope to bake up projects. I love everyone, but this is a lot. Roman Z saying hello, have a great 2025 all. Hello. Thank you, Roman Z. We will try. I will try harder. Mr. MC1, thank you so much for the super chat saying cheers. Second drink on me. This is my second drink. This is on you. Thanks for your content and energy in 2024. Here's 2025. Shout out to the 400 people that. So now that I have a lot of people sending me the super chats to drink. So it's going to be a crazy night. We have 10 and a half hours left, and I am ready. Stan says Maserati, right? Oh my God, the Maserati. So I forgot this other news. I'll go over the Maserati in the news. I feel like I've gone over a fraction of it, and it's been an hour something already. Been 90 minutes into this. All right, let's see. Where was I at? Okay, this isn't too bad. Went over the Luigi stuff. There's Saturday. So what I mentioned before about Mr. Grip and talking about how he bought, what did he buy? The Joker purchase. He got about 90 seconds from OMI. Dr. Profit had retweeted and saying, feels like OMI on the VeVe app. And he tags David, Stacker World, Ecomi, and VeVe Official. Thought that was nice. And Ecomi having that, it's an amazing feeling. Gotta love that. 3GP Garage says, what's up, OMI gang? OMI gang. I'm so far behind on comments already. Only about an hour 20, so I'll get back up to an hour. Dog Boy, giving me those dabs. Love you, Dog Boy. Mr. MC1 says, prediction: Pokemon engagement grows in our community, often perhaps on VeVe, and Randy becomes the top expert to cover it. So, Mr. MC1, I don't know if you know this. I got to send you something here. Go Collect actually interviews Pokemon Trade Master, the real Randy Chavez. So let me go and send that to you. I'll be like, and hopefully read that at your leisure. But yeah, there are very few. So I'll say this. I don't want to again try to tout myself up and pat myself on the back. Prior to like 2016, in like, I'll say this. My first negative memory of Pokemon. Well, this is not the first one outside of my immediate people that lived with me when I was younger that made fun of me for it. Absolutely, just like hated it because of the amount of attention I gave it. One, they didn't understand what autism was, and two, they just didn't understand what like a like how awesome it was. In sixth grade, so this is in middle school. This is how much of a nerd I was. I had a Pokemon like it was a Game Boy, like it like a satchel, but it looked like a purse. You had your Game Boy in there. You had compartments for your little Pokemon games or any type of games for Game Boy. And these three dudes showed up out of nowhere to kick my ass for still liking Pokemon. They didn't even have the sense to take my games. They just beat me up in school. Like it wasn't even like so. So of course I swore revenge and I got into boxing and I could now like murder anyone. Look, I don't want to say that. But long story short, like for years it was not cool to be a Pokemon. It wasn't cool to like Pokemon. Even in like maybe high school a little bit, there was a couple people that kind of like found something. It was Diamond and Pearl. It was like the old ones. You had your band geeks, you had your, but even like the people that weren't like nerds, some of them still like Pokemon. But for the most part, it wasn't cool. It wasn't like it wasn't like it was in like 2016 and above. So you had to like I don't want to like compare this to the difficulty it is for like the gay, the trans, the LGBT community for like them like coming out. Obviously, that's insanely more difficult. But when you're a Pokemon person in like 2009, you had to like come out to your friends, be like, guys, I still play Pokemon. I still watch the show. I have Pokemon bed sheets. Like, what do you want from me? I'm still the same person. And most people were like, whatever, it's fine. But then some people were like, bro, what the fudge? So again, like, well, in the military, there was a couple people that like Pokemon, and then it was like okay, kind of, not really, not really. Some of the older guys were just like, what? I still remember Sergeant Miller. He was Senior Airman Miller at the time. Like, what the fudge is this? This is a brand new Air Force. Wouldn't happen in my Air Force back in the day, and because a bunch of us like Pokemon. But then, of course, 2016, that whole thing happened, and that changed while I was in the military, and I couldn't enjoy it because I was in Kuwait, where Pokemon Go was like banned. Ugh, it was horrible. Anyway, I go over all of that to say that there are very few people like me that have had like they're the normal like, yeah, I play Pokemon Go, play Pokemon TCGP on the app, and it's great, it's fun. Where it really got to me in 2016, everyone played supposedly. I don't know because I was in a third world freaking country where nobody played. Anyway, 2018, I start to, and again, like if I was just with my peers or my people that I had like grown up with or whatever, it would have been fine. But now I'm in the finance world in 2018, which people have said like, oh, you're never going to make in finance. And of course, I do really well. But the second issue that I saw when I went into finance, the first one was people not believing that I could do it. The second issue was that when I finally, or I guess the second issue was me giving money to business owners and like these people have like 600 credit, you're not going to make your money back. These are horrible investments. They were wrong. The third issue is that I was buying Pokemon cards. So like, you're finally making money. This is children's cardboard. This is pieces of paper. Buy stocks, buy bonds, and don't get me wrong, I got into stocks eventually, but even in 2018, when I was buying Pokemon cards and I was paying hundreds of dollars, sometimes thousands. 2020, I paid 80,000 for one. It's always been, hey, you're wrong. It's always been, this is not this is not a good idea, and is ostracized for it. So when I say that there's very few people like me that have not only never left, stuck with it throughout all the years, but I've spent probably about 40,000 hours. Like, I don't just like it. It's on my body. I got the tattoo. I love it. I've had the tattoo for 10 years now. I'll get more Pokemon tattoos in the future. I know more about certain aspects of Pokemon than anyone, than the creators, than the people that play. Like, I will know more about certain aspects of Pokemon than anyone else in the world. Now, obviously, Pokemon span, it's a broad spectrum. Let's say like Gen 4, Gen 5, like I'm not that good at them. Like Diamond and Pearl, Platinum, sure, know the games, beat the game, quite well, did everything. But there are a bunch of secrets in that game that I just don't know. Unlike the ones that I do in Gen 1 and Gen 2 with Blue, Red, and Yellow, Gold, Silver, Crystal, and then obviously Pokemon Stadium 2. Like there's a bunch of stuff that I'll just never know in certain things. But again, there are some certain things like in this Pokemon world that I'll know better than anyone. So if we do get Pokemon, yes, there are other people that are going to have like their niche, they're going to have their stuff, but and I'll have them on. But I'm going to be very busy. It's going to be a great time. Igor Ivanov, the third. Well, this is my second drink, so I will get that third one. You can trust me on that. Mr. MC wants as well. Yeah, I guess he didn't know that. VeVe Digital Collectibles giving us some highlights from 2024. So I'm gonna go on, and I haven't watched it yet. I just noticed that they dropped a video. Thought that was awesome. I'm still over an hour behind on comments. Jomi saying, what is the best place to buy graded Pokemon cards besides eBay? Honestly, it's like I've heard people say Mercari. I would not trust Mercari because I don't know what their terms and conditions are. Like for eBay, buyer, like it's a buyer's market on eBay. One, because Pokemon cards have been down, so you have good prices, and two, because for the buyer, like you get like all the protection. I, as a seller, could send you, Jomi, let's say like a first edition Blaine's Charizard PSA 10. Let's say, $3,000 you pay for it, right? I send you the card. You can say like, this isn't the card that I paid for. They refund you, and then like you don't have. You could say like, oh, I sent the card, I sent this, I sent packaging, and meanwhile you didn't. So eBay is like the best place. Mercari, I don't know what their rules are for the buyers. For the outside of that, you'd have to go like just people in the community. Like on Instagram, there's this one guy. I'll show you. You sometimes you have an escrow, sometimes you don't. A lot of this is really done with trust. This guy named Kanto Shark. I've done a bunch of deals with Kanto Shark through him. He connects the buyer and seller. He gets the money. He gets the card. Once he does, then that's it. And then you pay. Sometimes you just advertise with them, and then you pay with PayPal. But yeah, all of this is go on Instagram. Go to like Kanto Shark. Like just he always has stuff because again he has that reach. And if you don't want to buy on eBay, any card that you want, be like, hey, do you know anybody that has this card for sale? This and then go to and he'll hook you up. You have to pay a little bit of premium, but it's again, if you don't want to buy on eBay, where else are you gonna get those cards? Hey, I'm on stream. Meow meow meow. Okay, bye. Meow. That was Tammy Hannah. She'll come on later after 3 100 pics of my outfit. Here's a flexing video for you, which shows me I still don't know how to flex. Okay. Can I show my viewers? On stream. Cordial Ghost Slayers outside of VeVe and Candy, for DC, I like the NHL Breakaway platform. The Players Association is involved, and they have Gordie Howe's grandson involved with the project directly on behalf of the NHL. Oh, very nice, very nice. Also, did you put this on video? I don't have the video yet. I love how Elon Musk has made his name on X, Kekius Maximus. Kek. That's great. Yeah, so let me take a picture of that, because any type of, hold on. Any type of people that want to go on and talk about any other platform that they're spending money on and they enjoy, that's great. I got to take a look into it. My boy calling again. Hey. And again, ending it with the meow because you have to. And any business call, like remember in Happy Gilmore, Billy Madison, where he says, "You not cool unless you pee your pants." You're not a real business person unless you end your business meetings with meow. Is this stream in New York City? What other place to bring in the new year? Well, we're bringing in the new year with I don't know who celebrates the new year next. Okay. So far we've had the Republic of Kirimati, we've had New Zealand, Fiji, most of Australia, or all of Australia, Japan, China, Indonesia, Myanmar, Bangladesh, Nepal, India, and Sri Lanka. So next is going to be Pakistan and like 9 more places. So in 15 minutes, we'll have Pakistan and 9 more places. So they will get the. Okay. Let me text Al real quick. Yes, that big was from. He also sent another, which you'll get at some point. Meow meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Okay, we're good. Mr. M1 is this year. Figpin, Addiction Comics, 24/7 Comics, amazing partnerships. Gotta love them. Gotta love them all. Am I ugly? No, you are not ugly. Found you guys. All right, hold on. Who is this? Run a collaborative token. And you hope to bake out creative ideas. Blah, blah, blah. We do this by running game shows every week, highlighting our sponsors. Okay. The minimum list can return $50. on ticker trending. I have no idea what that meant. Fake creative ideas. Where do you guys run a game show? What platform? Because I am curious. We need cards in our deck. That's fine. 9 doing a live show. Let me know. Bean Tech says Happy New Year. Oh, hello, Bean Tech. Happy New Year to everyone. I hope you're all doing well. Dutch Homie says, hey. There's nothing else I can say. And he says, hey, Randy, is liquidity in ERC20 or base? It's easier to buy on base. So I'll show you right now. So the liquidity on base, oh my God, there's nothing. On base is 361,000 on base with 121,000 in volume. And then we'll look at OMI on Ethereum. Oh, there's only 52,000 on there, 53,000 in volume. So definitely go in and do base. But to be honest, just go to Stacker. Stacker Wallet, they sponsor the gas fee. Well, they sponsor the gas fees if you bridge. But Stacker has it in general. You can swap Ethereum. Yeah, you could swap Ethereum on there. And then you could once you swap it, you could bridge it to hold on one sec. Let me just look at the wallet here. Yeah, so on Ethereum, you could like take your ETH and you could swap it for OMI ETH or USDC, swap it, and then you can go on and you could bridge it, and then you could bridge it to base, and I'm not gonna show what I have on base. But yeah, you could do that. Mo Collections. What up, Mo? What up, Mo? What up? Okay, have you looked into my account said it takes screenshots of all of our wallets. Oh my God. Tangem. Is it Tangem? Are my go-tos. I'm expecting OMI on big exchanges in 2025. Conditions are ripe, surely on the radar. Yeah. I would say again, you want the sooner the better, but like I said, I don't know when that narrative hits. It seems like it's going to be NFTs or AI that's going to be next, but because it could be gaming too, because gaming has the like Off the Grid is a great game, and people are using NFTs without even knowing. So I would say conditions are ripe and surely on the radar. I'm kind of hungry. I don't need any more food. Spending I only have 60. I'll go upstairs eventually and I'll plug this in. Surely on the radar. Yeah, I would say if you go and take a look at Q2, I think that's when we really start to move, because you have stuff in Q1 that's going to roll out, but it's not going to roll out fully. Like VeVeVerse rolling out phase 1, I don't think that really moves the needle. Maybe it does because we have certain things that we could buy for OMI in there, and we have some burns and we have some more utility, and we list as a metaverse token. So maybe it does. And the affiliate marketing program, I expect some of it to roll out in Q1, but I really don't expect it to take full effect until like Q2. And that's when I think we really start to move the needle. So I am bullish on Q1 in the fact that I think we'll go up a little bit, but I really think Q2 is when we go crazy. Or again, that narrative could hit anytime. When I say go crazy, I think that's when all the stuff that they've been working on the last couple months, this quarter and Q1, they'll start to roll out, and people will be like, oh. But again, that narrative could hit at any time. That narrative could hit in Q1. That narrative might not hit until Q4. We have no idea. But the more exchanges we're on, the better when that narrative hits. Ryan says, hey, Randy, been here since the start. Seen you around for years. Spoke to you for a good amount of times. How far down on your investment so far? I put 10K in, and it's 500 now. It's hard to say. I mean, I'll say $500,000. For on paper, I'd say $500,000 if I were to sell now. At least on OMI. On VeVe, I'm actually up because I sold a couple things that I think I only put in like VeVe on VeVe, I'm up, but on OMI, if I were to sell now, it'd probably be like 500,000, give or take. But not after the next couple weeks, get a little more. And that's just on OMI. Obviously, I think Flow, I think I'm down on still. I'll only choose things with like 10K and above. So Flow, I'm still down on. Definity, I'm up on. Not a ton though, because it's like 4 cents. Let's see what Definity's on now. Shoot, I did not mean to do that. Let me see. Well, yeah, Devi, I'm up a good amount on. Yeah, Definity, I'm up. Not a ton though. Does it erase the paper losses on OMI? No. But if OMI goes to 0, it's not really going to matter. I'm not going to say it's just, even if OMI went to 0, I'll still be a millionaire by the end of the year anyway. So again, it's not really going to matter. But again, OMI is one of my favorite things, and again, I'm getting more in the next week or so. Randy, can you please share more about your Pokemon-related interview in Go Collect? Yeah, absolutely. Gotta find it. I gotta take a hold on. I mean, I won't read the whole. I guess I could read it. So it's all on Go Collect. Interviews Pokemon Trade Master Real Randy Chavez by Chris Evers. She did the other day. I know. Hold on. She did the other day. Unfortunately, she might add more though. If she has the other day. Sorry, give me 1 second. Okay. One of the greatest pleasures in my collectible experience, particularly with digital assets that awoke a paused passion and writing for Go Collect, has been sharing so many unique experiences with incredible people across the globe. That was from Chris Evers. So they called me 35 in here. So I just had a wonderful conversation with Ohio's deep Pokemon expert, the real Randy Chavez, podcast, YouTuber, VeVe video influencer, Pokemon expert. They misspelled Dashi. They talk about Al Kahn a bit in the video, who I've been talking with we're pretty much business partners now, with a couple of things, which is phenomenal. Al has, God, 78, and he's still doing so many amazing things. Yep. That'll correct as the new year comes into focus with Trump taking office. That's weird. They both messaged me about MS2. Anyway, it's crazy. At 78, he's still got so many different things that he's doing. So many different things that he's being a part of. Yeah, it's heckin' wild. North America, changing the name to what we all know, appreciate. Oh, so the Pokemon Frenzy is alive and well. Check out this recent live Pokemon hunt in England, was shared recently on socials by VeVe community fan Mr. Falcon. Love him. Bonus for those who prefer watching YouTube versus good old-fashioned YouTube. Here's the link to the full YouTube interview. Oh, that's very nice. Very nice for him to do that. So Chris Evers says, what a pleasure to have this interview with you, Randy. I've been a fan of your YouTube channel for many years, as I just love your grassroots, no BS approach to the world of collecting as you see it. Of course, I picked up on the fact that you're pretty damn knowledgeable when it comes to Pokemon. So let's see if we can't pull out some of that out for our readers. How's your day? Yeah, they put that I'm 35, and I am not 35 yet. I am 34, and I will not be 35 for another year. But that's what it is. They go, and I think they misspelled Dashi too. Yeah, so Dashi is with a Y, not with an I. It's with a Y. Anyway, I won't bore you too much with this. He goes over collecting. The first thing I took deep love in was Pokemon. That's really, what did I answer this? So he says, I'm sure there are things. Oh, so I said, I'm sure there are things I had as a kid that mattered then, but the first real asset I went big on was Pokemon. So every Saturday, watching first thing in the morning. Then my friends at school started crazing. Then I loaded in trading cards. Someone got to catch them all. So this is like a very watered down story. I'll tell you. When you're a kid, you like kid things. You like monster trucks and you like wrestling and but Pokemon was that thing that, again, like, especially for someone that was like adopted, just talking about love and just like, well, you got to treat your Pokemon like your friends. You got to treat them well. And it's like, yeah, you got like, I probably learned more about life from anime than I have from like most other places in the world. Anyway, Ryan says, finally got all my OMI off bit Forex. What a nightmare. Yes, that was a heckin' nightmare for a lot of people. Thought it was gone for sure, but it wasn't. So good on you. Mass Murder says, what's up, everyone? Happy New Year. Cheers, mate. Cheers, Mass Murders. Andrew Detox, Ryan, you bought it 1 cent? Yeah, if you put in 10,000 and it's 500, then did you buy it a penny? Ugh. Oof, big oof. Dutch Homie says, I think 2025 will be great for OMI and VeVe. Lots of work has been done behind the scenes. Agreed. Wait, so Ryan, you never dollar cost averaged? You're down 90, like 95%, and like you haven't dollar cost averaged? Bruh, bruh, bruh. I mean, I'm not telling you to dollar cost averaged. I'm just saying I have, and it's been great. Anyway, where was I? Oh God, where was I? Dutch Homie says, I think 2025 will be great for OMI and VeVe. A lot of work has been done behind the scenes. Agreed. And I can't wait for that to come to fruition. I can't wait for that to come to for everyone. It'll be fun. Shout out to Mudo. Says Mudo Hub integrates with VeChain to elevate transparency and wellness. Shout out to them for sponsoring the channel and their DNA token. Let's see how the DNA token is doing today. Shall we? Let's shall. Where is the DNA? It's up 9% on the day to a $411 million hair market cap. Shout out to them. They actually also, I don't have the video yet. Hang on. Get rid of that. Oh my God, get rid of that. Go to Coinbase wallet. I says, Happy New Year, fam. Happy New Year, hurry. So I do not have the amount of Mudo that I thought I would have. Or do I? No, I do not. The DNA tokens. I will have more at some point, but I do not have any of that now. Anyway, Happy New Year's to you. Yeah, I can't wait for them to show off what they have. When does that go live? I think some of it in Q1. Aaron says, Happy New Year's. Mr. MC1 says, David worked behind the scenes to get BitForex issues resolved. Okay, guess we're going public with that. What he did should be a movie someday. Agreed. I know some parts of what he did was incredible. Yeah. For people that had their OMI stuck on BitForex and they got it back, you have to thank David. Again, Mr. MC1 leaked that, not me, but I'll say, like, you have to thank David. There's been a lot of stuff that there's so much stuff that David and VeVe have done that's would have otherwise been detrimental and no one's aware of it. Like, they have gone on and skirted, in some cases would be disastrous results, and because of the way that he can do business and the way that he negotiates, I don't think anybody nobody understands. And I it's a shame that we have to wait for a movie or documentary to come out, but there's a lot of stuff that he's done that has gotten no thanks. So yeah. Vladimir Columbus says, I agree. Exchanges come in 2025. The results are quite obvious. And what results are those? Whatever he hits, he destroys. Sorry, breaking out the Rocky IV references there. Pokemon, no. I mean, publicly, no. Privately, also Probably no. But that's a no for now. It's not publicly announced, even if we did get it, and I feel like I don't know, man. I mean, they held in Blackpink for 2 years, so maybe they do have it, and they're just not telling us. Like I said, my belief is that's the only logical choice for Pokemon to make. And says, does anyone know if Randy ever got offered a job at VeVe? It's the most dedicated customer by far, an information seeker about the project nonstop. I know others got offered jobs. No, so I applied for, I think it was my collectibles job, and it was a like community manager, but it wasn't a real application. It was on the job description said, "Who are you?" Like what's your name? I legit typed in, "You know who I am." So, and then I made offers like on, I don't even know if VeVe saw it. I made offers on X. And I was like, hey, 2 heads are better than 1. Me and VeVe Fam Bam will split the responsibilities. Like we'll share 1 salary, and then half of our salary will only go to VeVe and OMI. Meaning that they would have gotten us to work for them. They would have gotten 2 people to work for them instead of 1. And it would have been again, half of our salary, which is already split between 2 people, would have gone to only VeVe and OMI stuff. So they would have gotten an incredible discount. I'm sure that they saw it because I mentioned that a couple of times. Why they didn't offer, if I'm VeVe and I say, okay, we hired Old Rhubarb, we've hired My Collectibles, Ecomi's hired Foster Hill. These are some of Foster is like the coin wizard. Like his videos with numbers are incredible. And Mr. MC1 is like the Mr. Rogers of VeVe, where like he's just so publicly he's so chill and he's so nice. Now privately he might be a little different. I don't know. I know we've always had good times. We've always hugged. We've always had nothing but good things to say about each other. I mean, publicly, I don't know, privately. I don't think he's any different. If he is, it's news to me. But they took him, like the Mr. Roger, and like, hey, it's like Frieza going in and blowing up this planet, blowing up planet Vegeta, and then taking Prince Vegeta and then putting it like as his own worker. So would be not to compare VeVe to Frieza, but they said like, hey, no more of your videos on your own channel. We'll incentivize you to work for us and make videos with us. They pay him for it. He kind of just does videos, but under what VeVe wants him to say. So what do Old Rhubarb, Foster Hilt, and My Collectibles have in common? They're very clean. They're nice to look at, but they're very clean. They're not wild cards. And you already have a little bit of people from the community saying, why are you taking all of our content? Like they need to have some content. Now, again, you take me away, you have multiple others. You have, insert your name for people here. But I'm the only one that does this every day consistently, sometimes multiple times a day. And I bring in other, they know that I'm responsible for millions, if not tens of millions of dollars going into the OMI token. And the same thing with VeVe Digital Collectibles. You take me away, and that might stop. So however much value I might be able to bring them in whatever job they might see fit is not as much value as I bring them doing what I do. And what I do for them is essentially for free. And why pay somebody to do something that's going to have a lesser effect? Then you could just keep, again, you have me doing this for free. and millions, if not tens of millions of dollars have gone into the OMI token and the VeVe platform because of me. Why would you want to take that away? You take that away so they could pay me $60,000 a year, and then like the value that I bring them might be worth that or more. That is a lose-lose for kind of everybody. So I understand why they didn't. On the other end, outside of the value that they would lose and I could bring, it's that, to my knowledge, Foster Hilt, who doesn't drink, my collectibles and Old Rhubarb, again, are very clean and they're very above board on everything. Me coming in as a wild card, who won, like, has like retired years ago, doesn't need the money, like, it just would upset that pH balance for the company, and is probably, it just wouldn't be a good fit. I love everyone at VeVe. I love the team. I'm friends with the team, some of them, the ones that I meet. But it's just, it's a nice balance, and there's no reason to kind of upset that. At some point, if they want me as an advisory role on whatever, sure, I'll take that. But I'm doing so much work with so many other people and companies. Like it, my offer to go with them was because they were in such dire straits, where not to mean that they had no money, it's just that they had no, the FUD at the time when I had applied to be like VeVe community manager was at an all-time low. Or no, the FUD was at an all-time high and the company was at an all-time low. And I could say, like, okay, I can help. But now that you have Ben there and he's doing his thing, like they don't, anything that I could do, Ben can likely do and could probably do it better. So that there's really no need for them to hire me at this point. My expertise would be coming from something like that Ben would know, and again can likely do better. So there's really no need for them. If they weren't going to hire me at that, like the reason I would go and work for them at that point was because they would help me. I could help, but as of right now, there's very little that I could do that Ben couldn't. It wouldn't, like, Ben could do pretty much everything that I could do, but just better. I could maybe introduce. I could help move things along in certain ways because of the people I know. But again, I could do that anyway. I'll let you know I am doing that anyway. Stuff that is helping VeVe do things that nobody's even thinking about yet, I'm helping doing. And we do that without me working for them. So again, there's, and also just the wild card, like they have specific brands, and it doesn't matter how much insight I can give or how smart I am or how much influence I can do or whatever. They probably don't want people drinking on stream. They probably don't want people doing Lucy on stream. Like it's just not going to be a thing for them. So anyway, that's my stuff there. Oh, we missed it. We missed the, oh God, where was it? It was New Year's in Pakistan and 9 others. We missed that, but in 20 minutes, it's going to be New Year's in Afghanistan, which I did not get it. Would it be easier to send on Insta or WhatsApp? I don't know if I know anyone in Afghanistan. I might know someone. No, I don't think they're. Yeah, no, nobody's deployed there. So we have Afghanistan New Year at 2:30, Azerbaijan and Abu Dhabi at 3. Oh God, did I miss this message? No, I did not. I'm good. I'm good. Happy New Year to you. Sorry, these messages. The Marvel history is really inspiring. I think so too. I think it's inspiring as well. I'm sorry, I'm like an hour and a half behind on this. I will get some more comments. I'm trying. But there's 467 people here, and there's a lot. Ivers saying, thank you, Randy, for always being so positive. Happy New Year. Hope 2025 will be great. New Year for OMI and the VeVe fam. I think it will. Because 11 hours, any guests coming? Yeah, there'll be a bunch of guests coming on. You'll see them all later. I don't have any specific times, but I've been talking for 2 hours already, so I hope they come on soon. Mr. Rolex says, "Hi. Hello, my bae, Mr. Rolex. I love you. 2025 is gonna be legend. Wait for it. Dairy." Yes, legendary. Mass murders. Give me those star eyes. I love it. Love you, my friendo. Sorry, just trying to get through the comments because I'm like an hour and a half behind on them. Ooh, it's my B. My B. I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling all right, baby, Leo O'Milly saying, "Hey, everyone. Hey, O'Milly. I hope you're doing well. You are my sunshine, my only oh, God, sunshine. You make me happy. Skies are gray." I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that. We're going over here now. Dutch homie says, "Pokemon confirmed." No, it's not. It's not. It's not confirmed at all. I think I'd be very shocked if Pokemon did anything else outside of VeVe. Or maybe they'll probably do something like that eventually, but they'll definitely be on VeVe, in my opinion. What should I as says, agreed, Dutch. DN809 says, "There's going to be a point in time where 50-cent OMI will be considered cheap." Probably. 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 Oh my, Sajay says Powerpuff Girls. I would love that. Love Powerpuff Girls. Yeah, I'll totally get that. There's so many comics that I haven't read yet. Let's go to my collection. Let's see what they are. Just haven't had time. So there is Hawkeye #1, that first appearance of Pizza Dog. I love him. There is the Alligator Loki Holiday Special. The Alligator Loki Holiday Special, I want to read that. There's Vampirella. Want to read the Vampirella. I think I'd like to read that. There's Space Pirate Captain Harlock #1. Definitely want to read that as well. And I've made it like 3 pages into Sanity. I gotta, and I've read the Everminds, so those are fine. But those, so it's the, I guess Sanity, put that on there. But Space Pirate Captain Harlock. Why do I have Spider Woman? I don't even want to read Spider. Why do I have this Spider Woman? Anyway, Vampirella #1, Alligator Loki Holiday Special #1, TVA. I don't know if I want to read, and then Hawkeye #1. So those ones I kind of want. Also, I have to pee, so I'm going to utilize the latrine. Howdy. So I gotta pee. I'll be right back. I'll be right. Okay. What do I do? Okay. Remember in that scene in the Jimmy Neutron movie where Sheen is in the shower and he's just like, "I'm peeing in the shower," and then it comes to some other stuff, and then Sheen says, "I'm still doing it." Well, something about that scene reminds me of what is going on right now, and yeah. So we're gonna continue talking to you while I'm in the bathroom. And also wash my hands. Does the hands have to get washed? All that jazz. You know how you're supposed to do like happy birthday? I kind of never do that. I kind of just eyeball it. I kind of just guesstimate. But I think happy birthday is the recommended amount of time to do that with. And to feel like Yoda. Hold on, I got a video from a friend Lilith. And she says I can show y'all, but she likes to be nude a lot, so I'm not going to show it just yet. I'm going to. Oh, okay. She's not nude. Oh, damn. You jacked AF. Yo, girl. Oh, girl. Oh, that booty, though. Lilith. How long is this freaking video, Lilith? Oh, damn. Look at those muscles. Damn, she jacked his. She yoked. Oh, my God. I wish I was like that. I wish I had. Yes. So let me type in great flexes. Audience loved it. Lived it, loved it. Okay, good. She was not naked. We are fine. We're going to do another ask of you guys, where I'm going to say if y'all can smash that like button, free way to help support the channel, non-free ways, Patreon, smash the super thanks button down below, super chats as well. Thanks, guys. Where are we at here? Yeah, I'll get Powerpuff Girls #1 too, because great show, likely a good comic. Jin Frono says howdy. Remember that scene in Toy Story where the shark takes Woody's hat and says, "Look, I'm Woody. Howdy, 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 howdy." And Woody's like, "Give me that." Oh, that's such a great movie. Casey BMW. Meow, 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 meow. What's up, friendo? How's it going? Let me take a page over here. Sweet. I'll jump on the delay. Oh, no. Oh, God, bless me. Oh, God, bless me again. Oh, geez. Oh, God. Okay. All right, we're good. Let me send to. Oh, God. Why I can't believe I doesn't populate when I just have this. Paste. If you want to come on today, you can. Jason Pena, thank you for being a member, saying I'm here. Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year. Chilling and vibes. What's up, Randy? We chilling and vibing. I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling all right. Maybe I'm gonna have the best second night of my life. Jason Pena saying, like Slytherin and Gryffindor, those are real names of people, right? Well, Salazar Slytherin and Godric Gryffindor. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Rowena Ravenclaw, and then something Hufflepuff. I can never remember Hufflepuff's first name, but Rowena Ravenclaw. I bet she was a bae. I bet she was hot. I don't know what she looked like. She could have. I mean, if you're a great and powerful witch, got to be something to you, right? Like, there's got to be like the people who are super athletic and strong. They usually really kind of hot. Only to NFT. I mean, you realize we've had it for like quite a while, right? Like we've had it for multiple things already. So this bullish was today. Bullish was today. Bearish. What? Yeah. Thank you for being a member, though. Ralph, thank you for the super chat. OMI's not listed on big major exchanges in Q1. What do you do? Be careful. I record. I mean, this whole thing is recorded. Like I said, I answered this before, but I already made that declaration already, saying if we didn't get on any exchanges in Q1, I'll sell 90% of my collectibles. But it wouldn't be to like cash out and to put elsewhere. It'd be to buy more OMI. Because if we don't get it in Q1, we'll get it in Q2. But then we just got 6 Renegade listings, so obviously that's a moot point. But yeah, same thing. Like if they don't get it in Q1, like they'll get it in Q2. Like they'll get exchanges at some point. It's just a matter of when. VeVe Zombie says, yo, what up, Zombie? Hey, hey. Bill Gardner. Oh, my man. Saying yo. What up? What's up, Bill? Luigi. He's like, how long is the stream? Well, the stream has been going for 2 hours and 19 minutes already, and it will go on for another 9 hours and 41 minutes. So, Luigi, we have a long time. We have a long time for us to do it. Feel free to destroy. What were those 3 bullets? I forget what they were, but feel free. The Arcturus, thank you for the super chat. Then I have thoughts about Secret Rare Penny Black being a future Grail. Thoughts? 144 in circulation, high end, historic, licenser, first appearance stamp in real life, now on VeVe. Well, we've had other stamps that are on VeVe that were available in real life, but this is the first like one that we have both the physical and the digital of that we were sent. But let's take a look. Why do I have these hiccups? So I'll type in penny. And the penny black, secret rare. I assume you're talking about, yeah, secret rare. Let's see what they are. Lowest price, $790. 140. Yeah, there's not a lot. There's not a lot. It's now $790. Now let's go and let's search David, because David used secret rare, has like 80 of those. So let's sort this. This is 1,900 doll hairs. Oh my goodness, that's so much. Grail, I don't know, because I would consider something a grail if it's like $10,000 or above. I think that David, you can reach $10,000. The penny black might be hard to reach $10,000 with. Might be. I don't know. Do I think that gets to a couple thousand? Probably. Do I think it gets to 10,000? Probably not. But just because of, again, historic, there's going to be a market for it. There's going to be people that want to get it. So I think it, triples from here. But to get to 10,000, just a lot. But again, obviously, I think that there'll be people that come in. Let's say we get Pokemon. Cool. There'll be people that don't give a hoot about Pokemon. They'll just collect other stuff. They're like, thank God Pokemon's coming in. Now all of these things are going down. I can get these super cheap. They might not even buy for ROI. They might just buy for the fact that, okay, sorry, my toes are cold. I gotta put my blankie on. Some people are not buying for ROI. Like some people are buying because they're flex pieces or the fact that they just enjoy the collectibles. Now, most people will buy for ROI, but not everyone. Not everyone. Anyway, thank you for the for that. Oh God, where was I? Slytherin, yep. Went over the zombie stuff. So the stream will be another 9 hours, 37 minutes, 40 seconds. Ish. Bill Gardner. Give me those dabs. Oh my God, my goodness. Oh, how long were you there for, Mr. Benrose?
Not long, just a few minutes.
Oh, okay. Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Don't be silly. It's fine. But just to let you know, I'm not here for 9.5 hours. Okay.
Okay. How long do we have you here for?
About half an hour.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, I'm hopping over onto Magic's stream in a bit.
Oh yeah, very good. I'll definitely tune into that. We'll bring my 482 people over there as well. I saw your post this morning about Happy New Year from New Zealand. I was going to try to go live at like 5 a.m. and then, to celebrate but then I was that's way too long. I'll die.
No, it's
so when do you sleep?
Listen, we've got 2025 ready for everyone. It's waiting for you.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's totally different here on the other side in the future.
Yeah. So when do you sleep? Because you posted that this morning. I see you post you're on people's stuff a lot. I know you work. Do you have specific areas? Okay, I'm going to sleep on this day between 10 and 3, and then on the next day between 3 and 7, or is it just like whenever you get a couple hours?
I'll sleep when I'm dead, Randy.
Okay, so you likely, if you were to take the Mudo test, the DNA test, they would likely show you that you probably have genes that represent that you're a workaholic. Is that correct?
How dare you? How dare you? No, look, I do get a decent amount of sleep.
Okay.
But anyway, this isn't about
that's good. Again, thank you for being on everyone's stuff. Something I did want to ask about. I didn't get to watch the whole thing, but I watched a decent amount of it. You said on the Unreal podcast that there are 3 core principles that VeVe has. I feel like 3 is like a big number, whether it's like Kurt Angle's like intensity, integrity, intelligence, or like the Air Force's 3 that they have.
Yeah.
So far, it's do the right thing, and I like that that's number 1. It's get the best people, which I think maybe should be first, and then it's do your best. And as David, I know he was on. I think he was on that same stream like a few days ago. But as David seems to have kind of taken a step back, and I know he's had a very busy life, but especially the last 6 weeks, seems like he's taken a step back. Now that have settled into your role, how do you think that you might change that list? Do you add to it? Do you take any away? Do you think like these are perfect, I'm keeping it the same? How do you go and inculcate some of your morals into that?
So I won't change it. I think you got to, when you take over a role like this of a business that 2 people have started from zero, you have to keep the DNA of that company intact. you know, and I think those values we've got values the way we work internally every single day. I can tell you about those, but those three approaches to business, I wouldn't change those at all. You know, I'm here to take something that David and Dan have built and make it even greater. And you don't do that by changing the fabric of it, right? So I think it's the way we execute on those three things is the key thing. It's just, you know, it's about how you do the do. Everyone, it's all very well to have, you know, the thoughts and the ideas and the plans, right? But it's how you execute and how you implement. So that's, yeah, I wouldn't change those at all. I just focus really hard on executing them well.
How you do the do. I like that. It's like a Mountain Dew commercial. When you have so I went over this a little bit before. There was originally you had said for Xing users.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if you were specific on saying, well, the average daily users, the average monthly users. But as I go over those numbers every week, it seems that the daily users have gone up and the amount of new signups you've had has done like over 5x since September. Do you consider those goals met right now? And is there another roadmap that you can lay out after those ones are met?
So no, they're definitely not met. And there's lots of different definitions of user, right? The one that really matters is the daily active user, the one that, you know, that's buying, selling, engaging. So we've grown logged in users since September by just over 5.5 times. So that's awesome. You know, so that shows that, you know, some of the stuff we're doing in the community and the marketing starting to bear fruit and starting to work. But the trick is how you, once someone comes into the site, is how you keep them there, how you engage them, and how you get them buying and selling and doing those things that contribute, you know, financially to the business, to the bottom line. So no, definitely we're nowhere near done. So just in case any of the team are watching this today, we're not done. But yeah, so yeah, I think and the nature of objectives, business objectives, is they should be stretches. They should be ones that, you know, are going to be ambitious, that when you get there, you go, amazing, I can't believe we did it, but it's going to be hard work to get there. So we're nowhere near there yet. And in terms of what happens when you meet the objective, well, you just set an even bigger one, and you just keep on going. So you're never done. You're never done.
I like the little goals. Like, obviously you have the big main goal at the end. Whatever, I don't know how the benefits package is set up, but the little goals, because that end goal seems like an impossible mountain to climb. But if you have a little one here, a little one there, it seems like it's much easier to deal with. I think on the 22nd of December, we had a record number for at least several months. We had 6,500 people log in. A lot of that was because of the airdrop. Now, and I don't want this to be like all like biz, like all like grillings. I want to get to the other stuff too. But for this one, what is the cost benefit of taking something like you did with the Christmas tree? It was themed. You know, could you do that for like Guy Fawkes Day? Could you do it for like April Fools, or like even New Year? Here's a little baby New Year. And then how much would that cost? But then how much of that is a benefit to you guys, saying like, well, we have like several thousand people, we like double our daily users by doing it. How often can you guys do that without it kind of being tiring?
Totally. So yeah. So we made the decision when we were trying to work out how to structure that particular airdrop. You know, we were looking at do it by, you know, by levels, by ranking, whatever, and we decided to do it based on the previous 12 months activity. And the reason we wanted to do that was because we wanted to have the biggest possible group of people benefit from it. We wanted to take it as an opportunity to re-engage people who might have come in a few months ago, 6 months ago, and not come back, give them a reason to come and have a look. And it was awesome. Yeah, look, it really worked. So we did it for a few different reasons. We did it to recognize everybody and say Merry Christmas, but we also did it as a bit of a pilot and a bit of a trial to say, well, what would happen if we did it this way, and how might that create engagement, get people back to the platform, and what are they going to do when they get there? Are they going to hold it, have a look at it? Are they going to sell it? All that kind of stuff. So yeah, the great thing about this platform is the amount of data that you can gather. So yeah, I think we were definitely really pleased with the level of engagement that we got from people who are normally on the platform and people who haven't been back in some time. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a tactic that we use again in the future.
Awesome. Sure. So obviously the people like it because, oh, we got something. This is nice. It's like when you receive a letter nowadays. It's like, oh my God, a letter, as opposed to just an email. So that's really nice. You obviously have movement in the secondary. I guess that would hopefully cover the costs of the, even if it didn't, the amount of views that you got for that day is definitely worth it. So getting back to a little bit more of a personal side, when they had they had the Eagle, they had the Dan, they had the David. You have people that Jayco's like the number 4 wallet, like stacking Eagles. Totally. David's at like $1,900 for his blue secret rare. There's going to be a bunch of people that are going to want to get you eventually. Is that not going to happen? Do you like him?
No. I mean, maybe it will. Probably it will at some point, but that feels weird. I'm really happy for them to have David and Dan and Eagle. Those guys have been in the trenches for years. It's it's good. You got to earn that. You got to earn that kind of thing. Eagle was very embarrassed, by the way, about being made into a collectible.
Really?
Fun. Yeah, it was awesome. Yeah, it was very funny.
That's great. I mean, I'd love to get. I don't know if David would be a little salty. I don't have David yet, so I don't know if he'd be a little salty if I got you without him. Like he was a little. So he didn't know about the. He's salty. I didn't tell him about the Gold Dragon Club. Do you know what that is?
No.
So Turtle Golf and Squid Cat, they have this. Gonna bring it up right now. They have this thing called the Gold Dragon Club, where if you have there's Squid Cat or My Cat 4. Yeah. If you have a gold dragon from the Imperial Lotus Dragon set and you list it for like 88,000 gems, obviously nobody's going to buy that. So it's just there as a flex. They send you like a couple dollars worth of OMI every month. So it's like 2,000 OMI or however much. And Dave was like, why didn't you tell me about this? Like, I thought you knew. I'm sorry.
That's very cool.
Yeah, it's fun. Cool. So out of all the people that you have had interview you so far, like who do you like vibe with the most? Like who do you want to like share an ale with, or who do you want to like? And obviously you don't have to choose me. You could choose anyone.
I've been really, really touched how open and welcoming everyone's been. To be honest with you, I couldn't pick one. I couldn't pick one. Yeah, I couldn't pick one. What's been really cool is how all the different content creators. Everyone's so different, right? Everyone's got their own take, their own style. I've really, really enjoyed just the randomness of some of the conversations, the challenge, the debate, and I'm looking forward to more of that next year. So I couldn't pick one. I think it's been awesome.
Okay, great. On the MTV2 had a awards package like years back, like a contest, and like, are you tired of those things where you have like a meet and greet, and then the meet and greet is just like a quick 30-second talking and a picture, and that's it? Yeah, so they promised you like a meet and greet of like doing that, and then something else as well. What would your something else be? Like outside of the meet and greets, would it be like ping pong? Would it be frisbee? Would it be football game? What would be your other thing that you'd want to hang out with people doing?
I think maybe a bit of Fortnite.
Okay.
Yeah, a bit of Fortnite, I reckon.
Fortnite. Hey, Sleepin'. We have this is not an ambush. I sent this to Sleepin' like a while ago, and he just so
what's up, Sleepin'? How you doing?
Mr. Ben Rose. This is like the big time.
It is.
No, it's not. It's a small time, man. It's a small time. Hey, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. Is it already New Year's there or not yet?
It is. I'm here in the future. It's 2025 over here.
Big plans this year, I bet.
Mate, huge.
Are you gonna make it to any of the get together, do you think?
When he asked a very good question, which was when do you sleep? We were seeing the fireworks seeing the New Year in not many hours ago. So I think I might have to have a little middle-aged nap later on today.
Do you how many hours are you a sleeper? Or are you see, I'm sleeping comics, so I gotta ask about sleeping. Do you sleep a lot? Do you sleep a little? What's your game there?
Oh no, I'm probably a 6-7 hour kind of guy. Yeah. I'm a bit of an early to bed, but very early in the morning. I've always been that, that annoying kid that gets up ridiculously early and starts the day.
What time do you get up?
5:36.
Are you like, do you exercise in the morning? What do? Do you just get up, enjoy the quiet, or what?
God, what do I do? No, I've got kids. I've got 3 kids. So usually in the mornings we're doing all that kind of madness and getting off to school.
Can I ask the ages, or is that not something we're supposed to ask?
Oh, you can ask, of course. No, we've got 2 12-year-olds who are about to become 13, and we've got a 15-year-old. So all girls.
I have 3 kids too. They're
How old are
2 of
they?
them are in college. One of them's a junior, one of them a freshman, and then I have a younger one who's 10 years old.
So
Awesome.
So Ben, you were a player back in the day. The reason I say that is because I noticed a pattern of like a lot of my guy friends that like were popular with the ladies back in the day. They all have girls, and it's like, oh,
No, absolutely not. No, I was not. I was super geeky, super nerdy, and I was very, very lucky to meet my wife here in New Zealand.
oh, you're getting so many brownie points for that.
Super nerdy. So what was when you grew up? What was your thing? What was your nerdy thing, Ben?
I was really into studying languages. I was really geeky.
Oh, nice. How many languages? Do you speak languages?
Yeah, 5. But I count English as one of them, which is cheating.
Yeah.
Well,
what other 4? What other 4?
So Spanish, Portuguese, Russian. Actually, there's one more, isn't there? Spanish, Portuguese, Russian, Hebrew, and French, and English. That's 6, isn't it? 6.
Well,
so did you study them in school? Did you visit there? How did you?
Yeah, bit of each, bit of everything. So in absolutely no chance. In the UK, everyone does French. So you do French, and then I tried Spanish. Had an amazing Spanish teacher. I did Russian at school as well, and then at university, the university I went to, you had to do 2 languages. So I did Spanish, and you had to pick a new one. So I picked Portuguese, and then my wife's Israeli, so I had to learn Hebrew to know what the family was saying about me. And English came with the package. So that was that.
Happy Hanukkah. Are you proficient in Russian?
No, I'm okay. Like you could drop me in the middle of Moscow, and I could just about find my way. I'm pretty rusty. Russian would be the worst of them, and then French, and then Hebrew, and then Portuguese, and then Spanish, and then English. I think in that sort of order. Yeah.
And so you grew up in the UK.
Yeah. Grew up in the UK, but I've been here. God, I've been in New Zealand for over 20 years now. So yeah, long time.
So there's a now that we have Sleep in here, there's been a couple of ones, and I don't know if I doubt you guys have had time to read them. Hawkeye #1 I haven't read yet, but I got it because that's a pizza dog. There's the Alligator Loki holiday special. I don't know if you know, but I have like over 200 common Alligator Lokis because I love them.
I do know that. That's madness.
Vampirella #1, and then Space Pirate Captain Harlock #1. So these are the ones that I want to read. I haven't gotten the chance to read. Have y'all read any of them yet?
I've read that Hawkeye one, but I haven't read the other ones. But I read the Hawkeye one years ago. I have that in physical. I have a couple comics, Ben, in case you didn't know.
I do. I do. So apart from yours, apart from your own, what would your favorite all-time comic be?
Oh, mine or it changes. And you know what? It changes as I have changed, I think. You know, I really liked X-Men growing up, Daredevil. I think my favorite series growing up was the Secret Wars. The original Secret Wars was really good. We have 2 of those comics on the app, as you know. And of course, if you follow Marvel at all, the Secret Wars, Avengers is coming, I think, in 2 or 3 years. They'll probably push it back, but you know. So that was I really remember reading that series. Amazing Spider-Man, of course. I'm a big Silver Surfer fan, which we have Silver Surfer and Silver Surfer's first appearance, Fantastic 448 on the app. So that's another fun one. But yeah, I think most recently in a more modern world, and I've talked about this, but the not the most current, but the last run of Venom. So that was Donny Cates was the writer. I don't know how much you know about comics, but Donny Cates was like Marvel's like golden child writer for many years.
Oh wow!
And he wrote a lot of the big time, series that even now they're kind of adapting into movies a little bit, and I think eventually they will because they're so iconic. Really fun stuff. The biggest one was he was kind of the pseudo villain in the recent Venom movie, was a bad guy named Noel, who people proposed would be a huge bad guy going forward. Danny Cates invented him. Unfortunately, Danny Cates was in a car accident.
Oh no!
Yeah, he was writing Incredible Hulk and Thor, and then in 2000, don't quote me on the dates, but I think like 2022, he was in a car accident and disappeared, and has not written, to my knowledge, since.
Oh my goodness!
He's still alive. And he shows up every now and then. I thought maybe he might be in New York this year. You can follow him on Twitter. He does post every now and then.
Yeah, okay.
And unfortunately hasn't written it all. But yeah, so that Venom run, the Donny Cates Venom run, which I believe started in 2019. We have, what's interesting is we don't have Venom 1 from that run. We have the artist proof of that one. So one of the one of ones is actually the cover from Venom 1. I know the guy who owns it. But that one is a cool one. So that'd be my favorite run. And a lot of it has to do with the relationship between Eddie Brock, who is Venom, and you figure out, sorry, spoiler alert, but it's from 2019, that he has a son. And so a lot of it is the relationship between Eddie Brock and his son. And I find that very interesting because I have a son. So that'd be my favorite.
Are your kids into comics as well?
My son is not, my younger daughter is not, but my oldest daughter, who likes the Marvel movies, she is a little bit. So for example, she is interested, so I have a bunch of comics. So for example, she likes Star Wars. So I have Clone Wars 1, which was the first appearance of Ahsoka. It's a pretty relatively rare comic. So she's like, oh, I'd like, so if I die, she probably wants that one, for example.
Yeah.
And then of course I have the big ones, which I'll probably liquidate before I die because nobody wants to sell the big ones like AF-15, Incredible Hulk #1, X-Men #1. I have physicals of all those, and
you probably find a few willing buyers, right?
Yeah, but nobody wants to go through my wife and kids, and nobody wants to go through the process of selling that stuff. But VeVe, on the other hand, makes things rather easy.
What can I say?
Hey, I just saw that, and maybe you knew this. I didn't know this, but you can add a beneficiary to your VeVe account. I saw
I'm not across that. I think we had that in place. We certainly had that in place, like when someone passes on.
Okay.
I think it's just that.
Okay. Yeah, that's something that I think will, and I know you guys have a long laundry list, but it is important because as the value of our vaults increases, we don't want anything bad to happen to anybody, but we live in the real world and
100%
stuff happens.
Yeah, and people put a lot of time into building up.
And like, for example, my wife doesn't have the same last name as me because she didn't want that. Who'd want to have the same last name as me? But so she'd probably show up and want some of my NFTs.
You mean she's not called Mrs. Comics?
No. She's not a real. I mean, she's not against comics, but she definitely doesn't quite understand the allure that I have. doesn't have the same level of emotion towards that I have. She likes the movies though. We watched Deadpool versus Wolverine the other weekend. She liked that.
That's pretty good, right? I took the kids to that. You got to say hats off to Marvel and Disney for.
Are you a Marvel fan? DC fan?
Say again.
Marvel fan, DC fan, both.
I'm a bit more Marvel than DC. Yeah, a little bit more Marvel than DC. But I just from a business point of view, what they've done and just reinvigorated the whole thing, created a whole load of new entry points for people who weren't exposed to the comics, and I mean, hats off.
Could you imagine that risk of like leveraging the last of your heroes on like $500 million and then just
what a story,
right?
Yeah, what a story. Just the
What
play
that
everyone said
many of the minor characters they've made popular.
Say again.
I missed all that.
Sorry. I said I am impressed by how they've made a lot of minor characters very popular.
Good stories, good writing.
But back when they did it,
example.
remember, it was one of those things that now everybody goes, oh yeah, of course the MCU, and it's obvious, and you know. But back when they did it, the coverage that they got, and people saying this is idiocy, and what are they doing, and it'll never work, and because you know that's what people like to do. But you know, wow, just goes to show, right? Those big bets. When
Well,
you back
even
up against the wall.
as a comic book person, didn't think they'd be able to do it. I didn't think they'd be able to do it. I remember when I saw they were going to do a Guardians of the Galaxy movie, and I was like, okay, this is never going to work.
Yeah.
It's never going to work because, you know, there's a woman who's green in it and there's a raccoon. There's no way these movies are going to work.
Oh, I mean,
have you ever been on the ride at Disneyland? Because obviously they do that whole integration thing well. So good. Yeah,
I went to Disney World a month ago, 2 months ago, and I mean, when I was young, I could ride every ride, but now that I'm old, because I would bet I'm older than you, Ben. I bet you I got you, but I got you by about 5 years at least, maybe more. But anyways, I can't go on these rides because I get so sick, and so. But the one I wanted to go on was Guardians of the Galaxy. Did you go on that one?
The big drop. Yeah, I did. My wife didn't. She sat over the road watching. I went on it. I regretted it for a few days, but the kids loved it. It was pretty cool.
Can you ride rides?
No. When I can avoid it, absolutely not. So I used to love them, but I just sort of, you know, you get to a certain age and something weird happens in your inner ear, and then you pay for it for about 3 days afterwards.
Randy, can you ride rides?
I haven't tried in a while. I used to be able to ride all of them, but now I'm at the point in my life where I don't like to go on anything that could kill me. And based on like the lawyers that I've talked to, saying like, no, these rides are like death traps. Like the amount of cases that we have, it's like I'll ride something that I know I can survive if the worst happens. But that's it. I won't do zip lines. I won't do stuff that goes like up. You know, like I'll ride like the balloons. I'll ride the teacups. You know, I won't do. Nothing like.
You're not a zip line guy.
I would love to do it because that scenery seems beautiful, but just God forbid I fall out of there and then I'm done. I'm done.
Do they have any good zip lining in New Zealand?
So many. Actually, my our family just did a trip yesterday. There's an island off Auckland called Waiheke, where they've got vineyards and adrenaline sports and all sorts. It's very cool. And
they mentioned that in Rocket Power. It was like the Waikiki Kamukau tournament. I don't know if you've ever seen Rocket Power. Yeah, there was a whole.
If you come over to New Zealand, you've got to go there. But the zip lining is next level. They harness you up and you're in the treetops and you're going around and it's amazing. And I can confirm that everybody came back alive, so you could be okay.
I did a zip line park where you like you said you go zip line to zip line to zip line. I mean, literally, you continue to go on zip lines continuously for like an hour. I mean, you don't like that? You like that, or you don't like that?
You got to take yourself out of the comfort zone sometimes. Do that stuff that scares you. Will you please?
Are you a like jump out of planes guy? Are you a?
I have no. That's something I haven't done. I would like to do that actually. I would like to do that.
So let's leave all death-defying stuff for our new CEO until after he's done his job, please. I don't want to.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So how do you like it? Well, this is a loaded question, but nobody watches Randy's channel, so you're just talking to us two, so you don't have to worry about this. So I mean, what is it? How do you like it? I mean, are you've been on the job what 2-3 months now?
I hate it. Help, get me out. No, I like it.
Blink if you need help. Yeah, right.
yeah. No, it's good. It's good. It's full on. It's full on, like because we've got a lot to do, and you want to move as fast as possible. So it's been full on, like energizing. I'm taking a couple of weeks off next week, and I think I need them. But it's good, man. It's what I've been really pleased about is how open David and Dan have been to changes. We've made some really big changes. We're starting to see some really good results. Like if you think about, I was saying to Randy before, we've had almost a 5.5x, actually just over 5.5x increase in logged in users in the last few months, and we're seeing a lot of content creators start to come back in, and so it's great because you see the difference that what you're doing kind of makes. The team have been awesome. Yeah, really, really energized. So yeah, it's good. It's good. But yeah, time for a little break, I think.
How do sorry, Stephen, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say something stupid, but go ahead.
How does your family react of the new position? Do they think that with each new job, like, hey, this is it, then we could like enjoy our life together, and then you move on to something else that's probably busier now than you were at Binance? Now, maybe you're not, but
I am. Yeah,
how do they react to your taking of it? Like, you obviously have your undertaking, you have how you react. How do they react? How you react?
So any new job I take starts off with a discussion with them, because they're the ones who, you know, they're around it. They're the ones who they're working for VeVe just as much as I am, right? So yeah, we spoke through it, because there'll be, you know, there's a bit of travel and there's the hours and the time zones and all that kind of stuff. So they're all good. They're all on board. It's been the first time that I've, you know, had. I think, you know, the kind of, you know, the polar opposites in our community. You get lots of really good feedback and really bad feedback, and that's been quite a kind of new for them to see, you know, dad getting some abuse online. So just, you know, learning about understanding what that means and why it happens, and the difference between dad the person and dad the CEO and all that kind of stuff. But no, they're good. They think it's fun. They're into a lot of the IPs as well. Yeah, so yeah, it's cool. Like with working in crypto, they didn't really get it, and they weren't really into it, and it was just this sort of weird thing that dad does. But with all the fandoms, they get that and they love that. So that's been really cool. They're always asking me when's this one coming on, and when can you do this one, and all that sort of stuff.
I wanted to show this one to you.
That's a build yourself up guy. I forget his name.
Yeah.
Brett Crawford, right? Brett Crawford.
Yeah, this is the artist proof.
That's the
Signed
proof.
by him.
Oh wow, that's cool.
Number 22. This is out of his personal collection.
Wow. How did you get that?
It's a long story.
Well, Randy's got 10 hours to go.
Yeah,
I know. That's why we come on here to try to help him out.
No, it's about 9 hours, 8 minutes.
I don't know how you do these. I don't know how your voice lasts. I did a live stream one time for an hour and a half, and I couldn't speak the next day.
It's just practice. I mean, I do it a lot. There's these ones. I showed this one guy a stream. He took a look at like my thumbnail, and he's like, "Oh, I thought this meant something." I was like, "No, it doesn't mean anything," because I, like, in one like a 12-hour stream, I had Toad. In another 69-hour stream, I had like Super Smash Brothers. 33-hour stream, I had Mewtwo holding a Graveler. So like, but I do this. Not a lot. I do it a couple times a year, so my voice just gets used to it. Even when I'm
Randy, something that's really impressive on your streams is the way that you are just able to fill the space, talk, and there's no. It's a hard thing to do. Like, it looks easy. You make it look easy, but it's a hard thing to do just to fill that, you know, those hours and you know, you're talking about things and you're going from topic to topic. It's a real skill. You know, like, you know, when you watch those shopping channels. And they'll just have an item and they'll just talk about it for 6 hours, and you go, how the hell do those people do that? That is an amazing skill, and you've got it, because it's quite you know, I like following your content because you go off into some random directions and you come back, and it's cool. So it's a great skill to have. A lot of content creators would kill for that. I reckon.
There'll be 2 hours of alien discussion later.
Yeah, I mean, there's these 3 brothers I met at DCon a few years ago, and they have like a drinking game of like all my pop culture references. If they don't get it, they have to take a drink. I was like, that's awesome. But a lot of it is just like what's in my mind right now, that a lot of it's refined because it goes through my mind and I decide what to not talk about. But like Drew Carey being like losing a whole bunch of weight. Did he do it through Ozempic? Did he do it through crack? Did he do it, like, how did he get this skinny? Like the iCarly kids, what happened? Like, there's a bunch of stuff that I don't say that I thankfully don't, but it is, you get a slightly filtered
idea. I think that's a really good idea.
When you figure out how to lose the weight, you got to let me know, Randy, because I want, if you get the, you know, I need.
Well, unless the answer's crack.
Crack. Yeah, I have not tried that yet. I'll get on.
Try.
I mean, it could be Ozempic. It could just be diet and exercise. I don't know. It's older. He could have had a Mudo test and determined what diet is best for him. I don't know.
Don't say diet and exercise. That sounds terrible.
I'm sleeping. Don't you run like
very,
6
very
miles
hard.
a day?
No.
You don't?
3 miles a day.
Okay. All right. You do it.
Well,
So you do a 5K. All right. There's people selling stuff on Stacker. So we have Stacker that's going to roll out in Q1. We'll bring it back to VeVe here. We don't know when. Could be March. Could be sometime in January. We know some of the affiliate marketing, obviously not all of it, just a small portion of it will be in Q1. And then we know the VeVeverse phase 1 will be in Q1. Obviously phase 2 of VeVeverse might not even be in 2025. I'm hoping it will be, but it might not. You have the rest of the affiliate marketing that'll likely be rolled out through the end of the year. Is there anything that has not been announced yet? And if so, like, you don't have to say what it is, obviously, but like, yeah, there's 1 or 2 things that'll happen in Q1 that we haven't announced, whether it be IP, whether it be new functions like evolvables.
No, Q1. I think you've pretty much got it. There are other things through the year for sure. But yeah, that's Q1, and all of those are on track for Q1 as well. So yeah, pleased to say Q1 is the answer for those. There might be slightly different times within Q1. That's why I said Q1, because it gives you a bit of wiggle room. But it will be definitely within Q1 for sure.
Cool. So I just asked you about the Golden Dragon Club that you didn't know about. We have a co-founder here of the the Marvel Logo Club on VeVe. Mr. MC1 and Sleepin. Sleepin, what can you tell us about that?
It's pretty interesting. I think we've so Mr. MC1 and I are trying to put together a Marvel Logo Club. We're kind of just figuring it out. It's you're definitely going to have to own the logo, probably multiple. And then we are going to attempt to talk to some pretty well-known artists, and that you all probably are familiar with the names, and commission some work from them. It would be physical.
Awesome.
And it would be, of course, only made for the group. Now I feel like you, where I can't tell you things that, like, because they're in motion, and yet you're trying to tell. Well, anyways, but unlike you, I'm not the CEO.
Can I suggest that you don't? Can I suggest that you don't? Right? Because if you do, you're going to get.
I get enough hate mail as it is. I'll take the hate mail. No, I mean, it's just for fun. It's really, hey, get a bunch of people who love Marvel together. Right. They're interested in high-end art. They love these artists. They love the art. They want to get unique things. And so if we're a group, we come together as a big fan club. Can we speak to these artists? And obviously there's, you have to pay them, of course, but can we get some really, really unique things that'd be fun? And then they would produce those. Every member would get one of those. We think there's going to be multiple around the year. Is it going to be 100 items? No. If we could even in this first year, I think, get even 2 or 3 really unique things created, and the members would get those. We, physically mail them, of course. That could be pretty cool. So that's kind of, we're working through it. And you don't know my background, but I've built a number of companies. I'm like a turtle. I kind of slowly move, but I'm always moving forward, and I've found that works well. Maybe I'm too old to move fast these days, but yeah, I think we have some goals laid out for the first year and some for the second year, and it's a build, and that's really in all the different organizations and companies that I've built. You'd be surprised what you can do in a couple of years if you're moving forward.
I'm sure that there's a really good quote. Actually, I found it for the next stream I'm just about to hop on, which was Walt Disney, and he said, "The way to get started is to quit talking and begin doing," which is right.
I'm a big double up guy. I talk about that on my channel a lot. Everybody's always like, "Oh, we got to take this times 10," and I'm like, "No, I just, if we got 5 customers, let's just get 10." And once we get 10, we just got to get 20. And once we get 20, and And I've found with the teams that I've been involved with, companies I've been involved with, that seems very manageable. The processes that you have can generally support it. I mean, in thinking of companies that I've had that started with 2 people and whatever, they couldn't have handled the scale. You just mentally, I couldn't have handled the scale. So you kind of got to grow into it a little bit. And so for me, that's what I found successful. And really, this is and that's more on the business side. This is the MC Marvel logo club is just for fun. It's just, this is just a fun thing. If people have questions, they know they can DM. All my DMs are open, so I answer questions about comments all day long. So just ask me anything.
Ben, I know you have to go. We just celebrated New Year's in Azerbaijan, Abu Dhabi, over in Dubai. So happy New Year there. Before you bounce, what is your personal New Year's resolutions outside of work, if you have it?
Outside of work.
Yes.
Outside of work, I want this to be I want this to be the year of family. We've just had family move from overseas. Want to spend more time with them. I want to make sure our girls are kind of starting to get to that age where they're getting a bit too cool for school and don't want to hang out with mum and dad. So I want to make sure that we spend lots of quality time with them. So the holiday I'm about to take actually is with just one of my daughters, the 2 of us going together. So that's the resolution, is to spend proper quality time with each of the family members.
I hope you clip this or someone clips this or you show it to them at the 3-hour, 2-minute mark for your daughters. Like, I hope, this is to Ben's daughters, I hope you know how wanted your dad is and how valuable his time is. And I hope you know how lucky you are. You could just go in the next room and just talk to him. Because there's people that would pay tens of thousands of dollars for that. And you have I hope they know how lucky they are.
Thank you, Randy. They don't, because they're teenagers. But thank you. That's very kind of you. I appreciate it. Hey, lovely to catch up with you guys. Sleep and see you soon. See you soon, Randy.
Yeah.
Catch you guys. Happy New Year. Bye.
So that was fun. Sleeping. Thank you so much for coming on.
I've never actually talked to him before.
I know he said that he probably doesn't. I'm sure he knows who you are in multiple different ways. If anything, I was talking to him and be like, by the way, Sleepin's like older, smarter, and more successful than I'll ever be. So anything that there's a choice you have to make, meet with Chavez or meet with Sleepin, always meet with Sleepin. Because that's the
You've already got me beat here, Andy.
No way, man. Anyway, so you have a what is that artwork you have back there? I see. Is that Selena Kyle?
Yeah. Actually, I should mention this. So let me grab them both. They're in my last video, but I'm gonna grab them both.
All right. Fernando met a Bitcoin millionaire in Vegas last week. So he's got the VeVe, he's got the 25,000 into the app, or Golden Moments. Hasn't bought anything else since. Hope we can get him back soon. We will. Oh, that is epic.
So that's Wolverine, obviously.
Is that Venom in his claw?
Yeah, it's the homage to the, of course, the one with the Hulk.
Yeah.
This is a Clayton Crane one. I got it at New York Comic Con. He signed it, whatever. So
yeah,
this one's pretty cool. And then actually, I just want to mention this one because this is Soza Micah, and she was at the Golden Logo, and she did this remark on it down below. That's pretty. I saw her she did that for me, but she's really sick. So if anybody wants to go to her Instagram and donate to her GoFundMe, that might be valuable or helpful for her. So nice. She's been in the hospital, I know. So yeah, if you have any questions, definitely hit me up in DMs if you want to try to donate towards her GoFundMe. But yeah, it's unfortunate that she's been sick. So but yeah, what else? I decided to jump on. I haven't talked to you for a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. So we have I guess we have in the Marvel news, we have they're going to do something with Kang again. We don't know what. I don't know if they'll restart what they were going to do with Jonathan Majors. They have Chris Evans that'll come back. I know they said he might come back as something that's not, but it's perfectly set up for Old Man Cap. He's old man Cap now. He didn't have to fight anyone. He didn't have to. He still has a super soldier serum though, so I feel like, they could still do it. They could still have something with him in there.
So lots of rumors. There was rumors they were going to do a Disney Plus Nomad show, which I think would be awesome, and I would think they would get Chris Evans for that. Maybe just some of the stuff that we see will lead into that. So that's number one. Number two, of course, is I don't think we quite understand what's going to happen with Robert Downey Jr. yet.
Well, I mean, we know he's
going to be Dr. Doom. Are they going to bring him back as Iron Man? We don't know. Yeah. They always try to, so I still think we don't know. And obviously, interestingly enough, with Superior Iron Man dropping today, there's been, and we don't know, but there's been rumors for, I don't know, 10 years. I don't even know, probably 10 years that Tom Cruise was going to play Superior Iron Man.
That who?
Tom Cruise.
Oh.
Was going to play Superior Iron Man. And they have, those rumors existed and have come back again and again and again. At some point you wonder, is there smoke? Is there fire? Could he have a cameo in Secret Wars? You always wonder, right? And I think Tom Cruise obviously getting older now. I don't know. I wonder, I wonder if they could get him to sign up for it. The rumor was they actually had him signed and he was going to try to do it. And then there were complications with Mission Impossible. So he didn't show up in The Multitude of Madness.
Yeah.
That was the big rumor, that he was going to show up as Superior Iron Man in there. I think they could have a bigger role for him. Depends on what he wants to do too. Obviously he's Tom Cruise, right? So he could have his own show, movies, whole
He's
thing,
really
right?
expensive though. He can ask for pretty much whatever he wants.
Yeah. And I mean, in every movie, he's in every scene, so he's probably not, but he's done cameos.
Yeah.
I mean, you think about like Tropic Thunder or some of the other funny ones. He's willing to do oddball roles.
Yeah.
So I still think that that's an interesting, I think it's an interesting possibility. But moreover, and a lot of people have been asking me about today's comic, is I think it shows that Marvel's interested in the character. So if they don't get Tom Cruise, maybe they can get some other, I mean, it's hard to get anybody as big as Tom Cruise, but some other well-known actor, someone to play Superior Iron Man, and that's how you bring the character back, perhaps.
Yeah.
He's different.
I mean, they would, if they were going to do that, I would hope they would do someone younger. So this way they can play it for 10, 20 years.
Right. And I'm sure I'm sure they're thinking like you. I'm sure they're, I'm sure they're thinking exactly like you.
That's why I like Shuri. That's why I like, what's not Katniss Everdeen, what's her name? New Hawkeye, Kate Bishop. That's why I like these like kind of younger Avengers. They could play them for a while. That's why I didn't necessarily like, people hated She-Hulk. I thoroughly enjoyed She-Hulk. She's beautiful. I love her. And then two, I like the script. I thought it was funny. I thought there was a couple of boring scenes, but for the most part, I enjoyed it. But she's like 30 something, and it's like, okay, well, in 10 years, you might get her like two projects out of that. She's already going to be in her 40s. It's going to be hard. Like, I mean, she looks really great, so she'll probably age gracefully. But I'd rather them get someone that's in their 20s where they could play it for 10 years and be her age now.
I think Marvel, it's all going to undergo, supposedly, after Secret Wars, which if they followed Hickman's Secret Wars, there is a fragmentation of everything and a reset. So I think that's when they'll go for their big shot to try to reset everything. And I do believe they've kind of recognized where they developed these characters and then went away from them. I think they were getting too expensive, but also because they wanted to try some new things, and I don't think it's nearly, and obviously hasn't been as successful as their kind of original run. So we'll see what they, it doesn't bode well for the next couple movies, right? So supposedly Captain America, the new one, has gone through reshoots like 15 times. They've it sounds scary. We've seen some previews. The previews look reasonable, good, fun, but apparently the movies apparently various people that I know have said it's like almost unwatchable. That's scary.
Yeah.
So that's not good. Thunderbolts looks fun. I don't know how that's going to play.
I'm pumped for that. I like villains. Villains are great. I like all the characters. I like Red Guardian, like Yelena, but I like them all. They're Bucky. These are my peeps. I love them.
Yeah. So I think that one could be good. And I get it. You can't just have all the movies the same, right? I think that's the one good thing that Marvel has established. Like, we can't literally make, I mean, it's basically all the same movie again and again. The good guys generally win in the end. But you know what I'm saying? They're trying to change it up in a different, one's more of a comedy, one's more of a, serious. They recognize they can't just do the same thing again and again.
Yeah. I was gonna take a look at VeVe Magic's space here. I thought she was having a space. Apparently she's having another. It's a spot. It's like it's on YouTube or X. That is my bad. I thought she was having a space. That is, whew, my B. Anyway, going back to Marvel here, Civil War I thoroughly enjoyed because, it was fun. I think thinking back on it now, where they didn't have as many characters as they wanted, and they had to do it in the constraints of a movie and not like a 12 episode, 1 hour long series, which I think would have been better. For Secret Wars, I think it would have to be like 3 different movies, because I mean, you have so much content.
Yeah, I actually, when they announced it, thinking of the kind of Infinity War Endgame pairing, which worked great, I have always thought Secret Wars would have to be 2 movies. I would not be surprised if they break it out into 2 movies. No. I think they've changed stuff up a lot, and they're still, I don't think anything's set in stone. I mean, even the whole big Avengers movie, which was supposed to be against Kang, as you had mentioned, is now Doomsday. So they brought in Dr. Doom. I would bet Secret Wars gets pushed back, and I would also bet that Secret Wars, I don't know. I'm scared for it, but I hope it's good. And I'm glad that I think it will be good. I'm optimistic, and I had never thought that we'd get to see Secret Wars on the big screen, so I'm excited for that.
Yes, regardless of what happens, I'm pretty pumped for it. The comics that they have, I mean, I guess they have the Eternals, they have Fantastic Four now. How do you feel about Pedro Pascal as being like a kind of an older version of Reed Richards?
He's such a good actor. We've seen him. He's in a lot of stuff, right? In fact, I just saw Gladiator 2, and he was in Gladiator 2, which I did not like that. And Gladiator is a top 5 movie in my list, but I did not like Gladiator 2, which was sad because they had, Denzel Washington, a lot of big names in there, right?
Yeah.
I think it'll be fun. I think he's great. I mean, and hopefully they figured out something that, and it seems like they have. I maybe know some stuff that I shouldn't about the movie, but I think it should prove to be interesting.
Yeah.
And I think it also opens up the door, it's going to open up the door for Galactus, Silver Surfer, and that kind of whole plot line, which I think is very fun and has been, I mean, even if you're talking about Donny Cates again, even with Silver Surfer Black, you have more stories about Silver Surfer and that whole, and how it plays into Noel. So that's what's so interesting is I do think that I will be watching to see what happens in Fantastic Four, because I think that it's potential to push everything towards the King in Black storyline, which is where literally everybody fights Noel. And I still think that's the biggest crossover that can be done. So that would be obviously all the Avengers, all the X-Men. And then I think they have to do a deal with Sony, and they have to bring in all the Sony characters. So it would be all the Spider-Man, Miles Morales, everybody. I think that would be a massive movie or 2-part movie to fight Noel, which of course is what they do in the comics as well. So I think that would be a fun one. And I think they know. So if they do Secret Wars, that's their kind of big end game of the last 10 years or whatever you want to call it. I think they think they know they want to set up Knoll for the next 10 years potentially. Although the other big one that people suspect is X-Men versus Avengers, which I do think they've set up too and will continue. So that could be a very interesting and good movies too. So that actually might be the next big one, is X-Men versus Avengers.
So they would probably want that before Secret Wars because you had that in the comics. But that's another big like thing. Maybe they could have part of it in like one movie and then another. That'd be such a huge.
I think they do Secret Wars. Then they've said that they're going to do more X-Men and mutant stuff. So they have all kinds of and then they do a bunch of X-Men movies and they can't get along with the Avengers for some stupid reason. And then that's whatever, 5 years from now, 7 years from now, they do an X-Men Avengers movie.
I guess a way that they could do it is they could say like, hey, you didn't take our side in the Civil War comic. You just kind of stayed on your own. And that could be like what's underneath the surface for their stuff.
I do think that they're going to change up. They're not going to redo and show the origins of all the X-Men. They've proven that they don't like doing that again.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to get different X-Men. So we see, interesting new ones, but at some point you got to have Professor X and Magneto, right? You got to have Wolverine. You can't really run X-Men without some of these poor people.
Yeah. Those are the leaders.
But I feel like you kind of have to have Professor X, kind of have to have Magneto, kind of have to have Storm. You know what I mean? So we'll see what they do. I mean, I think they have a plan. They've certainly taken their time, though, which,
Yeah, agreed. So how do you feel about the Superman trailer? Look a little boring? Does it find has heart? This is my Superman. What are you thinking about it?
I will say something blasphemous, and then I'll comment. I'm not as big a Superman person as everybody else.
Okay.
But I liked it. I mean, I'll go see it.
Yeah, I'll go see it too.
It definitely, the interesting thing, there's a couple interesting, one of course is the feel of it. The feel of the new trailer is unlike a lot of the DC that we've seen, obviously, because they have a new guy running the show, right?
Can you elaborate on that? How is the feel different?
Just, of course they always get mad that it was dark and gloomy and et cetera. But yeah, I was not as blown away as other people, but that's not to say I didn't like it. It's interesting to have a bunch of interesting new characters that they're adding to which I think is great. Because I think that what Marvel figured out, and this is the real thing that they figured out, back in Avengers, is that all these characters are way better when they're together. When you have more superheroes working together or against each other, or that's when the movies are a lot more interesting than just watching Superman. So they definitely, there's a lot of characters in there. So I'm excited for it. We'll see where it goes. We'll see where it ends up. I like the last Batman movie though with Robert Pattinson. I really like that. Oh,
really? Interesting.
I like that. Did you see that one or no?
I did, because I did not like it. So partially because I was biased going into it. So maybe I wasn't. Obviously he had gotten made fun of for the Twilight movies, whatever. I'd heard that The Lighthouse and another movie that he did made him like really stand out as like a very fine actor, and he wasn't just this Twilight vampire. I didn't see them. I heard very good things about him. Heard they were really good. So okay.
I liked him in Tenet too. Did you see Tenet? Well, keep going.
Maybe that was the other movie I thought of. Oh. I have not seen it. But then I understand the aspect of, let's say, like, now this didn't happen, but I'm just going to throw this out there. Let's say that you had like 6 or 8 movies of like, you know, the Hal Jordan Green Lantern, and then they decided to go with there's like, okay, now we're gonna do what's his name, the black one from Justice League and Justice League Unlimited. I forget his name. The black Green. He was like the one I grew up with too. I feel really not good remembering his name. Anyway, if they would say like, hey, now we have just this other direction. He's not going to be an Air Force pilot, or the Black Green Lantern was like, I think it was a Marine. We're going to have someone that's like an engineer. We're going to have someone that's like, I understand that. So I understand the aspect of we've had these jacked Batman before, and now I just want to do one that's not. And it's like, if that's his character, and again, I'm trying to be not unbiased behind it, but if that's your job and you're beating up criminals, look the fucking part. Like, respect the character enough to like why aren't you doing it? Because you hate working out? Because you hate being uncomfortable? Like, how dare you like go into this and like give it half-assed? Like, so I hated it going into it, and then I was like, okay, I might as well see it because it's still Batman. And then I look at, and it's like, some of it's okay. I know the Penguin series that it spawned is like, I've heard it was amazing. I haven't seen it. I heard it was really good. I
haven't seen it either. I think it's not HBO or whatever.
But I didn't like it because of that reason. Like it was just too different, and I didn't take him seriously. Like if I ran into him in a back out, I would not be scared. I would laugh at him, and then kick the crap out of him and like take his batarang. I'd take his bat belt. So like for however much you like or dislike or hate Ben Affleck, that was an intimidating Batman. That was like, okay, he doesn't look like he can't, like he looks like he can, you know. Let me just close this door real quick. I'll come back in. So that's my reasons. I'm not just like a hater. Maybe I am. I don't know. How do you take that? Do you say, Rand, you're being a little extreme? This is a little, yeah, you bad take.
I mean, that's what's great about it, right? You can watch the movies and love or hate them or whatever. You know, I mean, that they definitely. I think the movie was a little bit too long.
Yeah.
But for the most part, I liked what they did, and I thought it was interesting, and I enjoyed it. But the other one I was gonna say is Tenet was the Christopher Nolan one, where they was all weird. They were like going backwards in time and all kinds of other craziness. Like I watched that movie and I like literally couldn't understand it. So you have to like watch it again, like with the subtitles on, because you can't the way that it was filmed intentionally is that the soundtrack is so loud you cannot hear what the people are saying. Like they intentionally did that.
Yeah.
So, and you feel like a lot of what they're saying is really important, but you can't understand. And it's a complicated movie because they're going backwards in time and forwards in time and all this other craziness. And so, so yeah, that one was that was a fun one. Did you see the movie Tenet, Rain? It's a Christopher Nolan one. It came out maybe 10 years ago.
Let me.
Yeah, Tenet. Tenet.
ENT?
Denzel Washington's kid was the main lead.
I'm not sure I have.
I don't think that many people saw it. It's kind of it's a cool movie. There's really cool special effects in it.
Okay.
But we were just talking about it.
Yeah, I have not seen it either, but I want to.
You should ask how many people have seen it in the chat. Maybe I should stop talking about it. 99% of people never saw this movie.
Well, I mean, it's the director is great, and we all love him. Christopher Nolan's great, and most things that he does. So it's probably a really good movie.
Oh, it's like he went too far. If you watch the movie, you're like, what? Because you know, obviously he's known for Memento and some of these other crazy ones. What was the one with the magicians? Did you see that one he did?
I know what you're talking about.
Oh God, now I'm gonna look it up. Christopher Nolan.
The magician movie.
Yeah, that movie is really good.
This actually looks really good.
Oh, it's crazy. Like, it will blow your brain. Inception, he did Inception, obviously, which is another one that blows your brain. The Prestige. Did you see that one?
Mm-hmm. Love that one.
Yeah, with Hugh Jackman and Christian Bale, right?
Yeah, that one was crazy.
The ending is absolutely bonkers. Did you see that one, Randy?
I did not. I heard good things, and I like the cast, so I want to. I just haven't. I need to up
One
my
of his
movie
first
game.
movies, right, Rain? I think it's like one of his first movies with like Memento. Do you see Memento at all, right, Randy, or no? So Memento was like his first big one, where it's this dude who loses his memory after what 15 minutes.
Oh,
So he wakes up in this like hotel, and he doesn't know where he is. He doesn't know what he is, but he has these tattoos all over him, and he's got like Post-it notes everywhere on the mirror, because before he loses his memory, he will have things tattooed onto his body, or he'll take notes and put them on the mirror, so that when he wakes up again in 15 minutes. And so basically what he figures out, and I haven't seen it in a long time, is I think someone has killed his wife, and he's trying to figure out who killed his wife. I think I have this right. And then within 15 minutes, he can't remember. So when he finds a good clue, he'll have it tattooed he'll run to the tattoo parlor and tell the guy, you need to tattoo this onto my body. And so he looks down at his leg, and it says, fact number 1, the guy has like blonde, I can't remember, but the guy has like blonde hair. Fact number 2. So as he figures out the thing, he has the different pieces of them tattooed to his body. It's like craziness.
this seems stressful. This seems like my heart rate would be elevated the whole movie.
Oh, it's absolutely bonkers. So you watch it like in these weird 10-minute segments, and then after 10 minutes, he forget. So like he'll be driving in his car. Some guy will be chasing him. Okay. And then he'll lose his memory. So he'll wake up in the car, and he'll be like, where am I? I'm driving. Who is this guy? Is he my friend? And then the guy starts shooting at him. I guess he's my enemy. And then he like, so yeah, it's a crazy movie. It's a fun one.
That's bananas. Rain, how you doing today?
Good. I have seen Tenet. It was a while ago. Yes, very mind-bending. Worth watching.
I have not seen it. So there's a question here. Bring it back to VeVe. Fernando Jimenez, we love this guy. Says he met a Bitcoin millionaire in Vegas last week. Got into VeVe at the beginning, 21, 22. Says, put 25K into the app, bought all golden moments. He hasn't bought anything since. How do we get these members back? How can we reach out? We have the data. Turn is a business turn. Customers we have lost or don't come back. What are your guys' thoughts?
As human behavior is, we chase things that are getting away from us. So the truth is, most leave crypto when it's getting boring. And what boring means is that the prices are really attractive. If you like to buy low so you can sell high, it's an amazing time, but that's when most people leave. So when the prices start to go crazy again, they will just come back. They'll be like, oh yeah, VeVe, I remember VeVe. Oh, I forgot about, oh my gosh, I wish I had bought when it was cheap here. Now prices are up here, but then they throw all kinds of money in again. So it's like VeVe doesn't have to get them back. The market is going to get them back. It's going to happen by nature of VeVe continuing doing the right things, of adding the right IP, making collectibles interesting enough. That's what they have to focus on, because they don't need to go bring all those people back. We have this beautiful 4-year crypto cycle that does the heavy lifting for them, as long as they keep bringing in good IP and making collectibles people want. And like their comic book deals are a big deal. I mean, having so many of the comic artists that people want to read and see from, like, they're making themselves the #1 digital collectibles platform, which is what I want to see as an investor in OMI and also VeVe Collectibles. And I love buying when it's boring, but I've been cycle investing for 25 years. I get buy low so you can sell high. Most people theoretically get that, but they don't take the actions that lead to those results. They buy high hoping it goes higher, and it doesn't always work out well for them. In fact, it usually doesn't.
I think, and I agree, it's a build. The one thing that you like to see is, they don't go out of business. I know that seems ridiculous, but we know and have seen other companies and projects go out of business.
So many.
I mean, I say that tongue in cheek, but I don't, right? And then the other element of it is, which Rain just pointed out, I think, is, can they keep building? And from a comic perspective, being able to, bring on other publishers, I think is a big deal. So they've got a bunch now. Now, are they as large as Marvel? No. I mean, there are not any other ones as large as Marvel. But I mean, you got Dynamite now, 24/7 Comics. I mean, we've seen a number of them come on board. And if they become, as we've stated before, the de facto standard, which they kind of basically are, of comics, digital comics, I think that's going to be a good position for them. And then, of course, there are other, verticals as well. But in comics especially, they seem to have really solid footing. Yeah. My thing that I've said is I think that they've got to, and this isn't on them, I'm sure it's on Marvel and other people, is they've got to drop the prices on the both the NFTs and on the ones that you can read that they're not NFTs, just that they're publicly available, you can read them, but they're still like $4.99 or something like that. I think that they need to make the comics that the modern ones. Once again, if you're going to release AF-15 or Captain America 1, yeah, you can charge $20 a shot for them. That's not a problem. I'm talking about the modern new comics. I don't actually even think they're worth $1 in a digital format. So I think they need to do like, hey, it's $15 a month and you get to pick 10.
Yeah. That's an amazing idea.
And they'd have a bunch of people. And the thing is, it goes back to when I was a kid, which is I'm going to buy these comics and take a shot on it because I don't know who, whoever character is, but the comic was $1.29. So you just take a shot because you found, literally, we would ride our bikes through the alleys and find change and buy comics with it.
I mean, nowadays, aren't comics like $7 now? Like how?
No, they're $4.99 generally. Okay. But then DC has these ones that are nicer and they're like $6.99. But yeah, you can get some. And the digital ones are just too expensive.
Okay. Make them cheap microtransactions. I love your idea there, especially the ones that aren't NFTs where they don't own, like they can just read it, but they can't resell it. Make it $1. In fact, make it cheaper for the NFT portions. One of the ways you really make something go viral is have that initial price almost too cheap. And the reason is because then it benefits the people that pick it up, because where are these comics really going to make money long-term is every time it resells. And so and the value getting much, much higher, because Bored Ape Yacht Club only charged $80 for their NFT. Now it helped that they sold like 10,000 of them, but where they really made their money is they priced it cheap enough and had some value so that there was upside that people came in. There were a lot of celebrities that launched NFTs collections started at $2,000. That left no upside for people to get the gain. So their communities all washed away, and everyone who bought it initially got trounced, and the values never recovered. So starting too cheap is an amazing strategy that creates virality. And part of what went so well for VeVe is when there was lots of demand, they were pricing things at a price that for the demand was too cheap. And so there's plenty of upside, but they've kept that pricing. They have decreased the mint numbers, which is nice. It would be nice if they also decrease the initial pricing to where it's a little bit too attractive to pass up, because I don't buy hardly anything on the app directly right off the app when it launches, because it's too expensive. And I know that the price will then drop from there, and then I'll be able to pick it up for 50% of what it was going for the app. Now, what if they, instead of launching something at $40, they launch it at 10? Well, that means the resale value would probably be much, much higher, like 20 or 25. And so everyone who gets the initial drop benefits, and that will create way more excitement. However, they have to convince not just themselves, but all their licensors to do that. And that's the hard part.
Marvel's got to lead the way, right? I mean, and so they've got to say, because I mean, here I just looked while you were talking. One of these things that came out last week was Hell Hunters #1. U.S. Sergeant Romero is parachuting into Nazi Germany, blah, 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 blah. I'm just saying, even as a comic person, I don't know who that is. I'm not paying, let's see the price, $7.98. So $8 to take a chance on that comic. I'm not. And I know comics. I'm not you know what I mean? So they've got to have, especially these modern news stories where you want to take a chance. That's the best part about comics is they take a chance. You know, like Randy, you really love the Avengers versus the Alien stuff, right?
Heck yeah, so good.
They took a chance, right? And they had someone write it, and they got, you know, but you see what I'm saying? It's a fun one, and obviously those are IPs that people know, but it's at the right price. People take chances, and they might. And I bet you a lot of those stories are probably pretty fun. And so for $15 a month, it's entertainment. And then on the other side of it, it's the whole game of I never knew that this guy who, you know, was bitten by a spider was going to ever be worth anything. I just bought it because I was a kid and I thought it was kind of funny looking, this guy in a Spider-Man costume or whatever. That's how comics are really supposed to be, in my mind, right? That's how they were built. And then for, I think, the greater VeVe, it is the gateway drug. You get people in here for $15. They're reading a bunch of the stories. They're having fun with it, and then they're gonna buy. They might start buying some of your Marvel Mighties, and then they might start buying, you know, and then they're off and running. We know that.
Coming from Marvel's perspective, though, you have to imagine that they're getting some pressure and grief from these local comic book stores, saying like, "Listen, I understand what you're doing. Sell your keys, sell your Grails digital, whatever. It doesn't really affect us. But if you're going to go and sell these digital comics 8 hours earlier before we open on your digital site for the same price, where does that leave us?" Like, so I imagine that they're getting a ton of pressure from them. Obviously, Marvel can see where this is going. I don't know if they'll ever even print these, you know, 10 years from now. They might just all be digital. But they have that balance where they can't do it yet. They can't go on and just suddenly not print any of these yet, because it's still a decent part of their business. Now, would they rather just do it digitally because it's cheaper? They don't have to pay for shipping. They don't have to pay for ink. Yeah, absolutely. But I think they have to be careful about how quickly they onboard people to this new digital age.
I think it's, you know, the market's going to crush it. Like, I mean, I'm embarrassed to say this, or sad. I'm a bad person. People are going to come to my house and burn down, whatever. Is that comics are just not going to last. They probably would be gone already if the MCU movies didn't give them an injection for 10 years.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so they'll always be fun. It's just like it's fun to go buy VHSs from 1985, you know, whatever, you know, it's fun but Marvel has to make new comics, period, because they don't want Spider-Man to die out. They don't want, you know, DC doesn't want Batman to die out. This is an incredibly valuable IP. And the way to keep it going is they got to come up with new stories, new art. But the problem is that people are not buying those. And on top of it, it's expensive. You got to have writers. You got to have inkers. You got to have artists. Then and I know a lot because of my past, you got to print it. You got to warehouse it. You got to ship it. And nobody is buying. I mean, no offense. Nobody's buying Hell Hunters #1. I want to know how many people bought Hell Hunters #1 in the. Now watch, it's a big one, and I didn't realize it. But I mean, last week at the comic shop, I bet you, because I know something about it, I bet you they printed 15,000 of them, and I bet you they're sitting on shelves.
Yeah, most likely.
And a big run because they want to push something of it would be a 50,000 print run. And then you get your Spider-Man and your Batmans that basically just sell because of who they are. And they probably print maybe 100K of those. And those don't all sell out. Most of those, if you go to a comic book store right now and look for, you know, whatever it is, you'll be able to find it at that. Unless it was some weird, crazy deal where, you know, they put Eminem on the cover, like that one that kind of, you know, sold a lot. It's on a you know, and so they make up stuff, you know, 5 times a year to try to get some sales, but for the most part, it's rough.
So, Rain, when we talk about this is for like the everyman, this is like talking between the difference between $10, $15 a month. But for the big whales that Fernando was mentioning, the people that are Bitcoin millionaires or just millionaires in general, doesn't have to be Bitcoin. We had a time where you would pay $400 for a secret rare Black Panther or a secret rare Spider-Man. I don't think we've had anything close to that over the last, like, how do you go incentivize the big whales to come in when things are kind of cheap and they're kind of, do you go in and do you have stuff for $400,000?
You can only educate the already educated on that, because everyone else isn't listening till massive green candles happen. So it's like somebody who's already invested in patterns, they bought cheap before and sold high a couple times. You can share with them what's going on. They can then look at the charts and be like, oh yes, okay, I get this. And they come in. For everyone else, they have to let life hit them in the head with a bat and be like, oh yeah, sounds interesting. I'm too busy right now. Then later they watch everything go crazy and they're like, shit, you told me about it. Crap. Why didn't I take action? Crap. That's life hitting him in the head with a baseball bat and being like, oh man, I missed it. I could have $7 million with a $200,000 investment, but like I was too busy doing what? Oh yeah, playing poker with my friends. So they just have to miss it in order to get it. And they have to miss it sometimes a couple times in their life before they are ready to never miss it again. So even the wealthy, right? It depends on how they got their wealth. If they got their wealth through cycle investing, meaning buying things cheap, waiting until everyone's talking about them and so on, they get it right away. But they're about the only ones.
It is amazing to me how many people do not take investment seriously. In other words, in my age, I'm older than both you guys. So I, a lot of my friends are pretty wealthy. They've done pretty well. They've had good jobs. They've sold companies. They've done well, but they do not take their investing seriously. So they leave it all up to other people. So they'll just, give their money to their financial advisors and they'll invest it, and they're investing it. And they're probably smart. I'm not saying their financial advisors are dumb, but their game is, we're going to try to get you 15% in a good year and 5% in a bad year, and then you're going to average 10% or 9%. We know that game, and those financial advisors, those traditional ones, are really good at that, and they've got numbers and they're smart and whatever. But I'm always surprised that a lot of my people that I know that are relatively smart don't do more of their own personal investing in things. And I always say, I'm not saying go take 99% of your wealth and put it in Bitcoin. What I'm saying is take 2% of your wealth and go just look at some stuff. Just look at some stuff, and they just refuse to do it. They just don't want to do it. They don't, as you said, Rain, they don't have the time. They don't. But then when things go big or they miss out on things, yeah, they're definitely like, why didn't I do that? It's just, I don't know. It's a weird. I don't know what the thought process is behind it, because that's not me.
Well, I coined that term, buying when it's boring, because the price action is boring. And as human beings, we have recency bias when it comes to investment. In fact, we have recency bias in almost everything. And so what has been happening, we assume is going to continue to happen. But if you actually look at the charts, you see every investment vehicle has cycles. And they have when it went really down and everyone was super bearish on it, and then it went way up. And one of the beautiful things about crypto is that cycle is only 4 years long. That is amazingly short. Real estate cycle is 17 to 24 years, somewhere in there, from top to the next top. And crypto is 4. So you have this really short cycle with massive volatility. It is the investment vehicle for massive wealth creation in a shorter amount of time than anything in history. And yet most people are sleeping on it. And when they do wake up to it is when things are already going crazy. And then they throw everything in, and they throw everything in at the top. And then they think, oh, crypto sucks. And it's like, well, you bought really high, hoping it continued higher. And, you were the exit liquidity for everyone who was smart. Why did you do that? Well, yeah, crypto, it was going to go up for forever. It's like nothing goes up for forever. Why do you think this thing will? Well, because everyone was saying that. Well, that's what they said about tech stocks in 1999, 2000, before the crash. That's what they said in real estate in the US and Canada and a few other places in 2004, before the crash. Why did you think this is different? Well, because they don't know this stuff. Like, I know this stuff because I heard this concept that you could get really rich by leveraging other people's time, other people's efforts, other people's money, and even your own money. And I thought, man, that's so amazing if I could make my own money work for me, especially my own money, because then I don't have to manage employees. How do I make my money work for me? And that was fascinating to me since an early age. oh, if I invest in limited and scarce stuff, it can do well. If I invest in technology that changes the world, it can do well. And I can make my money make money for me, so that while I'm sleeping, while I'm doing whatever I want to do, I can be making money instead of just continuing to trade my time for money every day like most people are trained to do. So that was fascinating to me. So I've watched that, and I got, I read books like Robert Kiyosaki's Rich Dad, Poor Dad. And I read a lot more books on how to use your money for you, because it was fascinating to me. So, I'd been investing in real estate, which was one of the greatest ways to create wealth over a longer period of time, because the cycles are so damn long, that when I really found crypto in 2017, and by 2018, I realized that it had this 4-year cycle that was beautiful. I was like, oh my gosh, this is going to change my life for forever. Holy shit. Okay, 2018, 2019, 2020, I put in as much money as I could. I took my personal expenses down to as low as I could to pay the bills, pay the mortgage, pay everything, and like be able to eat food, not nice food, but food. And I put everything else into crypto, and everyone was telling me how crazy, oh, you should be careful that crypto. It's really, really, really dangerous. It's really, really scary. And and people get wrecked. And especially when it was at the bottom and everyone's like, oh no, crypto is too risky for me. Oh, that's dumb. Oh, it's never going to happen. I was like, all right, if you're not interested, cool. And then 2021, just like it had in 2013, 2017 to 2021, it went crazy. And then all those same people were like, wait, what's going on? Oh, I hear Bitcoin's really up. Oh, crypto, it's amazing. Can I put money in? It's like, you're late to the game. It's risky now. The good time was when everyone said it was stupid and sucked, and it was going to go to zero and it's dead. Like you're hearing, like, oh, OMI's dead. Oh, VeVe's dead. Oh, and they think that those ideas are so original and so novel, and they don't realize how old and tired they are. They're like, one of my friends, Big A, he got talked out of Bitcoin when he brought it early by a friend, because like, oh, Bitcoin is so scary and it's so risky. And he ended up selling it, right, and learning his lesson about listening to people. When
fear is a weird thing, isn't it? I think fear. I mean, and I mean, I have fear. Everybody has fear. Everybody's right. But I think that dominates. And I get it, right? I mean, if you have family, if you have people that you're responsible for, you're responsible for yourself, you have employees or whatever it might be, fear drives you, and being conservative, and it's really, really difficult, I think, for people, especially when they don't follow different things. Like it's interesting, like, and I'll just bring back to comics, because I know comics is that once you start following a price of a comic, you get I don't even know what you want to call it, but people do it in stocks and obviously in crypto as well. Like you kind of get a feel for the quote unquote price action. And it's not, I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to, but I mean, so looking at the three of us, I mean, we have probably a pretty good feel for the OMI price action. So we understand when it does something weird. Like it had a big jump the other day. And, so does that mean that it's going to 10 cents now? No, we have a feel for the, it's probably going to go, something will happen and it will pique our interest. And I think we'll even know, when something has changed. Do you know what I mean? And that's because we follow it so closely. And I think for the other people, it's just kind of, it's like the triple whammy. They don't understand the technology. They have fear. And then they don't understand this price action thing that we were talking about. And so when they're seeing it go down, they're like, oh my God, like this is just crashing.
And they have lots of people who are very loud saying it's dead, it's going to zero. And they assume, well, those people must know what they're talking about, because they're already worried themselves. When you're already worried and you hear other people saying that, it washes out so many people. Like a lot of people to think they would have bought Axie Infinity back when I bought Axie Infinity, or they would have bought Cardano back when I bought Cardano. Because now they see what Cardano is today, and they're like, oh yeah, of course that was. Back then, they hadn't launched their test net. They were like 3 years behind. They hadn't launched their main net, and all the major influencers were saying they'll never launch their test net. And so they were like, people were like, oh, these people have YouTube channels. They must know what they're talking about. Cardano is never going to happen. And I was like, no, they're on track. They're just behind. And yeah, they've had things go wrong for them, and they're still working away, and they still have the funds to do it. Makes perfect sense to me. So I was just buying more, and people said I was dumb and an idiot. So when I use that analogy, people say, oh, that analogy doesn't count because of course Cardano was always going to make it. It's like, you weren't there. You weren't there to realize the general sentiment said 97% of people said Cardano's never going to make it back then. Now that you can see it has made it, you're like, of course it was always going to make it. It's a layer 1 blockchain. How can you even use that analogy? Okay, let's go to Axie Infinity. I bought land in Axie Infinity. Do you realize that for 2 years, nobody else that I talked to even knew what Axie Infinity was? And they're like, oh, yeah, so risky. Oh, land in a video game. How's that going to do anything? I was like, I don't know for sure that it will, but I think it will. The idea is brilliant. And if this game catches traction, it'll go, well, the game kind of sucks. You're right. It does kind of suck. But it's the first blockchain game. And first is a big deal. Blockchain gaming really takes on this idea of ownership. It's a really big deal. Oh, yeah, they're so stupid. They're having to pay people to play, which wasn't completely true. They were giving away free Axies for people to then play the game because they couldn't get enough traction. They were literally giving away Axies to people to play it for free to get people to play it. And then it caught on and it grew its own momentum. And Axie, as a company, made like $1 billion in revenue, which dwarfs most video games out there and their revenues that they make. And it became a behemoth. And then everyone's like, oh, of course they were going to make it. It's like, psh. Just like people say that with VeVe. VeVe will become so big, people will be like, oh, yeah, I would have bought OMI at, whatever today's prices are. It's like, no, you wouldn't.
I think another thing that I think, I talk to Randy more than I've talked to you, Reem, but I feel like I've watched you enough. I've watched your channel enough. I feel that I have a feel for your personality. Is that you have to have some self-confidence in it all. And I don't know where you get that. Randy's talked a lot about how when, everybody thought he was an idiot for, following Pokemon. And I've had that a lot in my life where people question my choices on companies that I've done or investments that I've made. And I haven't been always right, by the way. I've been wrong a lot too. But I have gained enough confidence to trust myself. And I feel like when I watch or hear other people talking about things, especially when they're uneducated and you can just feel their lack of self-confidence. And so they just follow what the next guy is saying. And so I always encourage people, I don't know how you build that self-confidence, man, but you got to do some stuff so that you can stand on your own 2 feet. You know what I mean?
That's a really interesting observation. I had never thought about it in that perspective. You're right. It does come down to self-confidence. Self-confidence comes from getting some things right over time. And when you're new, like people say, oh, you got to be confident, but true confidence comes from competence. So you have to become competent. So how do you become competent? Well, that's what I geared my channel on, is helping people become competent investors, because that solves the confidence problem. Because as you become more competent, you'll get more things right, and then your confidence will grow and grow and grow. There's a lot of people who are very confident in the crypto space, and they're doing all the wrong thing. And they're confident because they're doing what everyone else is saying to do. So they're confident because they think the crowd in crypto gets it right, and they don't. I mean, the simple facts are over 89% of people do almost no gains to massive losses in crypto. And so if you're listening to the masses in crypto and that's making you confident, it's a false confidence. It's going to go poorly for you. You almost want to straight up counter trade that. It's almost like listening to that guy who gives the stock picks all the time. And he sells Bitcoin at the bottom, and, oh yeah, Bitcoin's great at 65,000, but then at like 14,000, he's like, it's a sell. If you're holding it, get out. Kramer.
Well, I remember, so I tried to, and I think you guys know the story, but I tried, this was years ago, maybe I'll make it up, 10 years ago, something like that. So probably longer actually now. I tried to learn how to day trade. So I was like, I'm going to learn how to do this. I'm a smart guy. So I read all these books. I watched all these YouTube channels. I wrote my own program. I paid money for an API so I could get real-time streaming from an exchange. And I had $100,000 and I was like, all right, I'll lose it all, but I'm going to learn how to do this. And after like, I think it was like, Randy knows the story. I think after like 60 days, I was like, I have no fucking clue what I'm doing, so I'm out. And I think I lost like $30,000 or something like that. And then I ran to this guy who he's actually made a lot of money in the stock market, and I was telling him about what I was doing, and he was laughing at me, you know. And then he said, you know, there's the 390s rule. And I'm like, what's that? I've never heard that. He's like, oh yeah, like a lot of the people say it. It's 90% of the people lose 90% of their money in 90 days. And I was like, oh God, well, at least I didn't do that. And he's like, that's my point. At least you didn't do that. You're better than, you know, 90% of the people. But I feel like that has happened in crypto. Like people watch a lot of the stuff, they do this or that, and 90% of the people have lost 90% of their money, and maybe it took them a little bit longer than 90 days. But you see my point.
Yeah, well, people like to be part of what is winning, and they want to get social approval from everyone else that they're doing the right thing. So they come into crypto, they don't know what they're doing. And so like there's major crypto channels. I remember Solana was going crazy when meme coins were going crazy, and there was a DEX on Solana. And this person has like 1 million+ subscribers. And he's like, yeah, I just bought more of the DEX coin. I don't remember what the DEX on Solana that everyone was talking about at the time was. And oh yeah, I'm dollar cost averaging in. Everyone else like, me too, me too, me too. And Solana is at highs, leading the rest of the market, right? And it's this, yes, we're part of the winning team, and and that's not how you do crypto. That's how that is fun. That is the fun, short-term fun way to do crypto, because it feels like you're winning until guess what happened over the next 3 months? Massively reversed on that, massively. And guess what? All those people are probably doing selling. This is how people lose in crypto all the time. And they're like, oh yeah, oh, the project just didn't do this and didn't do that, and it's their fault, and it's not my fault. And no, it's the investor's fault, because they bought high hoping it would continue higher for forever, and it doesn't. That's not how the patterns play out, but they're just new and they're wanting to get social acceptance. They want to be part of the winning team, and they're doing it all wrong. The truth is, being a savage investor is hard. You got to be willing to buy when most people are like, you're stupid. And not just buy anything. You're using research on the team behind it, the underlying business. How is that going? And then you're taking strategic positions that may not work out for you. There was like twice the Axie Infinity almost failed, and yet it didn't. And I just held in there. And guess what? All the people who bought when I did, most of them didn't make any money. They all lost money. Why? Because they sold out at the bottom. And it was frustrating to me to watch. It's like, look, it's already so low. Just hold it to zero or let it ride. Like, are you kidding me? And they're like, it could fail here. I'm like, you're right. It could. I mean, they're running out of money. Unless they get an outside investor, they're probably not going to make it. Just hold on. And they're like, no, you know. And so like the people who got the gains, there were very few like me that just held on to it, and then it went massive. Had I held all the way to the top, 3,000x gains. 3,000x. Crazy numbers. OMI did that, right? Part of the reason OMI's retraced so much is because it did like 3,000x gains. What goes up does go down. Like the pendulum swung too far to the upside, and so it swung too far to the downside. And most people see that as a bad thing. Oh my gosh, OMI's so terrible. It's gotten so cheap. And it's like, yeah, it has gotten like too cheap. That's amazing. No, it's bad. The team needs to do something about that. It's like, it's not the team's job to make the token swing around at this point in the cycle. Their job is to keep building an app that everybody in the world wants to use. And they're doing that. And so the OMI token is too cheap. Am I going to complain about it? No, I'm just going to keep buying more while it continues to be too cheap. And I'm going to be grateful for that, because if they keep doing what they're doing and getting an app that people want to use, it will swing the other way. And all these people that want to argue with us or whatever, or, oh, you're dumb. Cool. They'll find out how it really works, and they'll be wrong again. Will that be like a bat to their head? No, because they won't take ownership. They'll say, oh, it was just luck or whatever. They won't say, gosh, I couldn't see things like that, but I'm going to change my frame of reference now. I wish everyone could do this, but they're not focusing on the right thing. The right thing is focusing on financial competence, investment competence. And most people who come to crypto aren't focusing on that. They're just playing it like a slot machine, like a gambling casino. and they think luck has far more to do with things than it does, which luck does have some things to do with it. Luck as far as timing, certain things working out, but like it's amazing how lucky you are if you're launching at relatively the right time in the cycle. Like when did VeVe have its app ready? Well, like what was it, November or October 2020? When was the massive bull run? In March. What did their token do for the next while? Nothing. Even after it launched. Oh, I'm sure I wasn't in like the Discord back then or the Telegram. Like I'm sure there's all kinds of people, VeVe needs to do this and they need to spend all this money on marketing. They didn't end up spending all this money on marketing. All that had to happen was their timing ended up being fortuitous. Good leadership, good people, end up launching at a good time. They had used their money during the bear market really, really well so that they had an app. And boy, it caught traction when crypto took off, and it caught massive traction. Caught my attention in March of like, I didn't even know they had launched their app, even though I had invested in their pre-sale back in.
You know, it's funny. Did you feel like when you got in, like you were too early, you were too late?
Well, for their token, I was, because their token had gone to 1/4 cent. And from its low, so it already gone like 800x, and I just don't buy something that's already gone 800x.
I remember when I got into Bitcoin when it was $500. It was around between $200 and $500. That's when I got into Bitcoin, and I always felt I was lamenting it because I was like, I'm in way too late. I'm just in way too late. I shouldn't even be buying this crap at $200 to $500 the Bitcoin. But you know, and I think for me, whenever I do because you know, you want to double check your work, right? Am I the only guy here? Am I an idiot? And so what I always try to do is all right, let's just take a step back and go to the 10,000 foot view. And the 10,000 foot view is this. There are some technologies now, and I don't even care. I don't care who you are. There are 2 technologies right now that are going to change the world. I mean, there's more than 2, but let's just. And the big ones are going to be AI, because if you do not think AI is not going to change the world, then I don't know what to do with you. You know what I'm saying? And then the other one is blockchain technology. It just is that crazy. And so that when you come at it from that angle, okay, if I was going to invest, you know, I would say I'd probably want to invest in those 2 technologies. So let's just break it down. I don't know anything about AI. Okay, that's one of my things I want to do in 2025 is learn way more. You know, code a bunch of crap, learn a bunch of stuff. But I do know about blockchain because I did a bunch of stuff. I coded a bunch of stuff to learn it, and kind of some fun. This is way back in 2015. So more recent stuff, I don't. You know, like Solidarity, I did some coding in it, stuff like that, just for fun, because I want to learn the stuff, right? And so, and I know comics. I mean, I'm not like the biggest expert in comics, but I know Silver Surfer is. So, I mean, putting those and combining them with the blockchain seemed to make sense for me. And so the greater and grander 10,000 foot view is you are grabbing onto a tree, and that tree is growing pretty damn fast. And so, you know, as Randy says sometimes on his channel, you know, and there's nothing against this, right? Like there's a lot of assets you could buy, but some of them, I think, have had their day, you know, and it's not that they might not go up at 5% per year. They probably will, but why not go after a couple of the ones that are going to go up exponentially? And I'm not saying that VeVe is going to make it. Maybe they go out of business. Maybe they're not the guy, but the market, this area, blockchain, digital collecting, it's going to make it. We just don't know what it's going to happen.
Yeah, like digital collectible, like there's a lot of reasons why Bitcoin is a store of value. A digital store of value is superior to a physical store of value. For some of those same reasons, digital collectibles will catch traction too. In some ways, digital collectibles are superior to physical collectibles. There's one major advantage to physical collectibles is that you can hold them, touch them, put them on the shelf, and see them, the tangible version of them. In every other way, digital collectibles are superior because you have access, instantaneous access to a verified marketplace where when people are buying it, they know they're getting the legitimate items. So the trust level is way higher. You can sell it from where you're at with no shipping. It can sell to somebody on the other side of the world instantaneously with low transaction fees. They know that they're getting the right product. Like, there's so many good things about it. You don't have to ship it off to get it graded somewhere. They already know that they're getting that item. So in every other way, it's superior. And especially as our worlds become even more digital with metaverses, or the ability to reflect our collection on social media to everyone, so we can show them what we're passionate about, what we own that is a social flex. So the world is going to digital collecting. Is VeVe going to make it? I'd say the probabilities are really, really good. They're in the leadership position in a field that's going huge. Might there be somebody that outperforms them? There probably will be. But the risk in those companies is they also have a strong propensity towards failure because they don't have traction yet. So VeVe, for me, is a fairly safe bet in that the chance that they're going to fail from here, at least from now until the coming like massive altcoin takeoff, is very, very low, in my opinion, that they'll fail. Number two, what will they do? Well, people will wake up to digital collectibles, as everyone is talking about digital everything with crypto, and money will pour into digital collectibles. And a lot of those people, those whales that have left, they'll come right back and they'll pour even more money in this time around. And so then that's when I'll be taking profits and selling. When everyone agrees that digital collectibles are here to stay for forever, that's when I'll be selling. And then I'll be buying again when everyone's like, oh, maybe digital collectibles aren't going to make it after all, because it's a bear market and they think prices have gone down so much. VeVe needs to do this and this and this. And then probably I'll be buying more VeVe collectibles once again, maybe the same ones I sold for much higher. I think perhaps OMI gets cheap enough that I'll buy it. Perhaps OMI doesn't. If it goes up really well this cycle, it might only retrace like 85%. I like to see solid retracements. Like, people are complaining, oh my gosh, VeVe's gone down 97% from the top. And I'm like, damn, most altcoins have gone down 99.5. I wish they had gone down 99.5, but you don't realize what a big deal is. They've only gone down 97%. That actually is like a much better track record than almost every other one out there. And they went up so much last time. That's actually a big milestone that they've only gone down 97% if they're right on that number. I know it's cheap enough, that their market cap is cheap enough that I'm like, oh my gosh, for what they're doing, their market cap is way underpriced. And I think it goes up incredible from here.
I think it's, and there's so many new things here. So, OMI and the collectibles, in a weird way, because they're so tied to VeVe, you're kind of in a weird way buying stock in their company. Yeah. Which is an innovative and weird thing, because that's not what you think of. When I go to Walmart and I'm buying stuff at Walmart, I actually never go to Walmart, but whatever. You know what I'm saying? When I go I'm not like, I'm investing in Walmart now, I'm buying more toilet paper. You know what I mean? It's not, so this is an innovative and weird thing, that we've never, I know you've talked about that in your channel too, is how when you're buying some of these currencies, especially, very early, it's kind of like investing in these companies, because you're hoping that they're successful, and if they're successful, their coins are going to do well. It's completely different than, and I, like I said, because I watch a bunch of your videos where like I know not a lot about investing, but I do know, because one of my companies is venture capitalist backed, so I understand the whole VC thing. I understand the whole friends and family. I understand the angel investment aspects of it. And as you've said on your channel, you have to meet certain requirements depending on your state to invest in these types of, early entry companies. If you don't have a net worth of, a minimum, probably $1 million or something. It depends on your state. You have no ability to participate in any of these kind of pre-revenue, public investments. And so most people can't, whereas in some of these other companies, in the crypto world, it's completely different. Plus, you can invest in companies all over the world. I mean, VeVe's obviously based out of New Zealand. I'm not invested in any other company that's based out of New Zealand. In fact, I don't even know how to invest in a company in New Zealand. Like, I don't even think I would qualify to invest in a company in New Zealand.
Imagine if when you got invested, or when you started using Facebook, by uploading your pictures and participating in that, especially if you use the app to buy something, if somehow you got some return on that, but there's no real return on that. So it is fun that you can be part of these communities, like by collecting some stuff in VeVe, that if it does well and VeVe does become the #1 digital collectibles app, that probably those values will go up. So you can own something that you're really passionate about and possibly down the road sell some of them to buy your new car, like your brand new car. It's incredible to be part of that. And so you do get this buy-in effect. Like what's funny is the crypto asset itself, like it's a really weird thing because you're not buying ownership in the company. You're buying actually a risky thing, because what is the tangibility of the cryptocurrency that a lot of companies use to fund their startup? Well, the tangibility is very, very low. Like, oh my gosh, because the truth is any company can walk away from their token. Would they take a lot of backlash for doing it? Yeah, they could, but the promises they made were like, #1, regulators don't hold them to it. Sometimes regulators even make them renege on the promises that they made and rescind them. And because then otherwise it's a security. So the tangibility is very low. It should be, if you're awake to how scary it is, it's quite scary. And yet, because crypto goes crazy every 4 years, I'm not scared, because the pattern is fairly predictable. What's crazy is, for a long time, not enough money comes into these assets because everyone's like, it's so terrible, it's so scary, and it's so risky. Then every 4 years, way too much money comes into them because they don't even realize how risky and scary they are. And everyone's like, crypto's going to go up for forever. And they throw money, not even understanding that the token could have zero utility, or the utility very minimal, and way too much money comes in. And it makes it so huge. And the fact that this is played out every 4 years is why I'm so heavy in this. Like, I've put everything back in during the bear market, everything. I still drive an inexpensive car. Why? Because I look at the opportunity cost. Like, would I like to have like a $150,000 Ford Raptor that has like all the upgrades and it looks like too crazy? Yeah, and I will. But like, if I put $150,000 into that, say I could put that money into OMI, and say OMI doesn't do what I expect, and
You could put that money into comics.
Yeah, and it only goes 10x from here. Okay.
No,
so
I don't know. I don't think the comics are going 10x from here, but maybe.
That truck would go, that would cost me really 1.5 million in opportunity cost, and that's way too damn much for a truck. And so now, when the stuff that I put in investments, and comics are one of my favorite things on the VeVe app, but not just any random comic. Right. Then when I sell and take profits and they realize that potential, then I can come back and I can buy that truck. And guess what it's going to cost me? $150,000. But I can take that money, I put other things. I can then keep a lot of that money in crypto to reinvest during the bear market again, and still easily be able to buy all those nice things I want to buy.
I got to run, Randy. It's great talking to you, Rain. You're going to be on, right? Maybe I'll stop back later.
Yeah, I'll be on for another 8 hours, 7 hours, 45 minutes. So yeah, come back whenever.
I'm glad to see you on, Sleeping.
We didn't get to talk about aliens, man. What's going on? There's a fog that's going down.
That is a nighttime conversation, Sleep. So come back in a few hours.
Fog is caused by the aliens. They're like, turning us into like vegetables or something like that.
This is a nighttime conversation. Come back in a few hours, and then
I got to go do some research.
My man.
We'll see you, Sleeping.
I love you, Sleeping. So to get to your point before, I love him. He's great. He's a good dude. To your point before about people and confidence, and this is just a big undertaking. So you have let's say like a surgeon, they did X amount of years of medical school and then residency and all that. They're a titan, like they're surgeon, they're jocks. They go in and they know, working a few years, they know how to do certain things extraordinarily well, better than anyone else in the world. You have investors that's like the same thing. Our school is a little different. Some people actually go to school for it. Some people, they just kind of learn by doing. But even though that surgeon's a titan in their field, to try to get into finance is just a big undertaking. You'll have the few people that think that just, a little bit of knowledge is very dangerous. And that's what Sleepin's talking about, that Pareto distribution of 20% of the people that invest get 80% of those profits. But you have somebody that knows that daunting process of trying to go into a whole new world. It's like saying like, hey, you have to be proficient in the next Doctor Who games. It's like Doctor Who trivia. You have like 60 years of content you have to catch up on. Now, do we have to go in and do new people have to figure out what people did in the year 2000 BC with bits of gold and silver? No, they don't have to do any of that. But they should be cognizant of certain trends that have happened over the past century. Obviously, with finance and, like you said, real estate, it's a lot longer. Crypto, it's obviously a lot shorter. But it's just really hard for people to try and get this, down, because you don't really know. Like, people, like, they might have gotten a good investment, but because they don't know how long to hold it for, it's like working out and getting in shape. Okay, eat a lot of vegetables, eat some fruits, eat some like grilled chicken, lean meats, and work out. Burn more calories than you're putting in. Everyone knows how to do that, but a lot of people, they'll go to the gym for a couple weeks, they'll diet, they don't see the results they want to see, they decide it's not working, they just give up. So a lot of people, they might have bought some really good companies or really good tokens in the last couple of years, but because their valuation only goes down, like, well, how good is this company if their valuation only goes down?
And they get washed out.
Yeah, they just don't understand.
No, they're like, oh yeah, crypto sucks. This company's the worst. Look at these other things that have gone up in that time frame, and this company's mismanaged, and they don't know what they're doing. And they don't realize that when you're buying in a bear market, it's unusual that something goes up, but there will be some things that go up because just certain things come together, right? They go up and then they usually come right back down. You can look at blockchain gaming back in October of last year. Went absolutely crazy. I credit mostly Alex Becker for saying blockchain gaming is going to be the biggest thing ever. It got a little bit of pump. Then every YouTube channel started covering blockchain gaming because it was the only thing going up. And it went up, and some companies went up 10 or 15x. Their token did. And then over time, it's like, oh, yeah, it's still a bear market, and it came back down. By the time, people that were holding things that didn't go up during that time were like, oh, my gosh, this sucks. And they sell what is cheap to buy in something that just went 10x, only to then get corrected on. And then they're like, oh, crypto sucks, I'm out. The truth is, like, if you understand what crypto really is, it's Web 3.0, and you're delving into the investment space. And if you don't know the investment space, there's going to be a learning curve. And so what I tell people is you got to commit to 4 to 8 years to become good at this, because it's not something you're instantaneously going to be good at. But what if there was something you could do part-time on top of what you're working? And that part-time is learning how to think about this, learning what the patterns are, learning how to research a company so that you can identify when it's massively undervalued and when it's massively overvalued. What if there was something you could do part-time on top of your job that in the next 8 years could massively retire you, like massively retire you compared to every other thing that you could do? Now, you could start the next Microsoft, but that's 1 in a billion that you have the skills to be able to do that, and you have the right timing and the funding to do that. This is something anyone who wants it can do. But here's the thing. You have to want it so bad that you're going to stick around when everyone else is leaving. This is why I use the alliteration of the Navy SEALs of crypto investing. Because you know how they weed people out in Navy SEALs training? It's not the smartest. It's not the best swimmers that make it. It's the people that want it so bad, they don't care about the pain because they want the results so bad, they're going to stick it out. And you know what? There are those people. And those are the ones who get all the gains. And the rest don't. They wash out. They give up halfway through the bear market, sometimes 80% through the bear market, sometimes 98% through the bear market. They give up right before the end because they don't know exactly when the end is. And that's one of the things they use in Navy SEAL training. They don't let them know when the end of this torture that they're going through is going to be. They make it seem like it's going to be for forever because they're trying to wash out 90% of the people, because they only want the 10%. They're so tenacious that will not give up on their vision of what they want to be and will hold on to it despite all the pain. And I wish it was easier for people to make it in the crypto space. It just isn't. It isn't easy in life to get what most people want, yet most people don't have. If you think it's easy, you have it all wrong. Now, it doesn't have to be really hard. It's a combination of learning to think the right way and then doing the right things. Once you understand that, it's actually quite easy. It's almost laughable how easy it is once you understand that. But coming to that understanding, you have to be willing to do things that other people aren't willing to do and getting there. And it's that getting there that's hard because you don't have like a full understanding at first. You just have faith that if you go down this road, it will lead to the right results, hoping that that's true. And that's where most people wash out. Once you've done it once or twice, you're like, you no longer have faith. You have knowledge of how it works. And it becomes so easy for you. It's almost like too easy. And you see things like OMI going to the values that it has. You see things like, you know, Cardano, when it got down to like 20 cents, 21 cents during the bear market, it's like, this is too easy. Cardano's not going to fail here. Going into the bull run, like this is way too cheap. It shouldn't swing this much. Now, how much will Cardano survive in the bull run? That wasn't very foreseeable. Now, they made some decisions that have probably ensured that they stay around for forever since then, but it was foreseeable that that was way too cheap, that the patterns swing too far to the upside and then swing too far to the downside. And it becomes easy. And when people argue with you on it, you're almost confused. Like, how do they not get this? But the truth is, they haven't gone through that process, that refinement process of paying the price for that knowledge.
I'm saying Randy needs a kid. Some girl, VeVe girl needs to win his heart. It's hysterical.
I missed it. Wait, just for a sec. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Surely. Shout out to OMI veteran saying Happy New Year. Drink on us. I forgot to get another beer, so I have a third, and yours will be the fourth drink that I have to get. I forgot it while I was upstairs. There's no more Grey Goose, and there's no more. There was no Bailey's. That I put it a while ago. Mr. MC1 saying, my special memory of 2024 is making a pioneering first of its kind investment in the Real Randy Chavez channel at a 6-figure plus valuation. Think I got a deal. Thanks, Randy. Keep believing. So based on the metrics that we had when we did our deal like 6 months ago, the channel has like doubled its valuation based on the amounts of revenues. So it's probably worth 200-ish now, maybe a little bit more. Because like we have a lot of these sponsors. I have 6 months ago, 861 people were not watching. Probably had a couple hundred. But now you have a bit more people watching. You have everyone is coming at it. It's very similar to 2021, where everyone's like, can you promote this project? Can you do that? And it's like, dude, so obviously I think it's at my discretion. I don't think I have to tell Mr. MC1 about every offer I get. But a lot of these offers where the people aren't doxxed and there's no like at least like Crappy Bird has a game, and at least like Moon Credits has a they have a whole story. They have 30% that's going to be burned. Brain, how do you go and filter out people that want to like sponsor the channel and be like, we'll give you like $1,000, just mention us? I assume you get those all the time. How do you go and filter those people out?
Generally, I just say no to all of them, unless it's a company I already know is already on my radar. They almost always just get a no. A lot of times I don't even like, I'll do like 10 seconds of research and no. So, but like you, I'm super picky on what I'll cover, because for me, my audience doing well is my number one value. Like, what a company can pay me is relevant. If they offered me $1 billion, but it wouldn't benefit my audience, that would go against what the purpose of my audience is, because I want to create a track record in my audience, that my audience become the most successful crypto investors of anyone with a YouTube audience per capita, right? So that's my measure of success. I make the money that I have through my own investing. So YouTube, what it pays me is like irrelevant. And strategic partners, what they offer me is only relevant if I already really like them as a company and I like them for my audience. Otherwise, I just tell them no. So yeah, I get a ton of offers, and just the default answer is no.
Yeah.
No. Oh, I know you. So maybe. What are you looking for? Yeah.
Preach. Here's I asked says, Mr. MC1 saying like he did a pioneering investment, first of its kind, buying into my channel at a $100,000 valuation. I think now, because that was before a lot of these sponsorships, and now more people watch. Obviously, we're getting into that bull market, and now obviously you have a bunch of people paying the channel, so it's like doubled. And I was just saying, like, I don't tell them about every offer I get. I kind of tell them like, hey, I accepted this offer, and here's why, and then I pay them. But yeah, I mean, we'd be on the phone all day if I was like, hey, I got an offer from this person.
Yeah. No, it was fun combination, right? He's been really successful as an investor, and for creating increasing the valuation of companies that he's worked for. And so for him, the investment was like chump change. So it was just a fun way to participate. And I think it'll be a great investment for him, right? It was just a fun thing that came together that, like, for him, that amount isn't really a big amount. And secondly, it's just a way to have more fun with something he's already having fun with, while I think he'll get a good return on it.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think he's gotten like half the investment back already.
Right? Which for regular terms, that's really, really good. Like, like what? In 6 months, you got half your investment back? That's crazy. In company investments, it almost never works out that fast.
Yeah. He's had a good run so far. So there's this, and I guess we're going to get a little real over here. We're going to get a little into the heart. Obviously, you have the toys that people buy, like a gold-plated Dunny, or I have Dashie. Maybe I'll get Dashie a friend. You have supercars. Mario Nawfal had reported a man shoved onto a New York City subway tracks in broad daylight on New Year's Eve. 45-year-old man was pushed on the tracks at 18th Street Station. I'm not going to show the video, obviously, but it was hit by an oncoming train. How do we, as people of I guess a little bit of influence, and obviously you're going to have a little bit of money, how do we make the world a better place without wasting it? How do we make sure it's sustained? How do we make sure because you could throw money at any problem and it's fixed, or maybe put a Band-Aid on, and then that's it. It's fixed for like a couple months, and then that ugliness reappears a few months later. How do we go and make the world a better place while also maintaining some of the wealth?
Well, you start by making your own life a better place, because the biggest impact you can have on others is by becoming more impactful, and you become more impactful by working on yourself. Now, what's cool is working on yourself has other positive benefits, in that as you grow yourself, you become more patient, you become more kind, you become more caring. As you do those things, it impacts other people for the better, and then they have impacts on other people. So that is the number one way to make the world a better place. Unfortunately, when you throw money at problems, they found that like it doesn't solve a lot. Like a lot of Christian charities used to throw money at Africa, and like it was leading to, oh yeah, they have a well, but then people weren't upkeeping the well, and so then the well wouldn't function, and it only benefited people for like 6 months. You found sending money and people who care made a big difference. And there's the part of like the caring and the love, because love is contagious. When you show people goodness and kindness, it reminds them like a secondary thing in life. Because the truth is, like, nature is quite brutal. It's quite violent. And our natural selves can also be quite violent. And so the layer on top of it that we're able to get to as humans is sharing like another way of thinking and living, which is loving, is caring about people, wanting the best for them, and believing in people that show merit. And so like just throwing money at problems doesn't solve much, unless also you create an organization that then accompanies that with service and love and other things.
Agreed. Preach. Someone was talking before about having a kid. Now you've got some offspring there. How do you go, and because I imagine you've seen it as well, some people that were kind of brought up with money and they're like kind of spoiled, they're kind of a certain way, but every now and then you have these people like, wow, you're like this awesome, complete person. You would never guess that you grew up with this type of wealth, or your parents had this. How do you go and like inculcate some of that, the business mind, maybe not even that, but like obviously you have a lot in this in crypto, but how do you go on and make sure your kids are like complete people?
Well, every kid is going to have their unique strengths and their unique challenges. So you do have to, like, there's not a general way. It's recognizing the strengths and weaknesses of each kid and helping them with that. So it does take love and care, and it takes personal growth and development. Like, your kids, certain point, might stop listening to you if they don't believe you're somebody worth listening to. And so if you're really financially successful, but your personal growth as a father is lacking, they'll tune you out. And you see a lot of that, right? You see some people that are amazing CEOs and their kids want nothing to do with them. Their kids get started on cocaine and then meth in high school, and and they have all this money thrown at them, and they get the nicest rehabs paid for and stuff, and they don't functionally solve their problem, because the problem that they have is, did my dad ever really love me? He just threw money at me, but he never shared like experiences with me. He didn't care for me. And so that balance is hard, because it's hard as a man or a woman, but as a man, I've only experienced life as a man, becoming super well-rounded, right? Men are asked to do a lot of things. In some cases, you're asked to go out and defend your home, which might include having to take someone's life. And then you might be asked to hold a baby an hour later. And the skill sets are completely opposite, like how to be caring and nurturing to a baby. And so it's hard to be good in everything. You can't be. So like, some people are amazing earners in life and they build big companies that create lots of value for people, and they're a shitty ass dad. And guess what? Like, maybe that's the best that they could do. Maybe it isn't. Maybe they just didn't apply any effort there. But juggling all of it, it's a unique task to every man to become good at that. So like, am I an amazing father? In some ways, and in some ways, like, no. Certain things I'm good at, like I'm very analytical, right? So compassion, like I have some compassion on a scale of 1 to 10. I'd give it like a 3, maybe a 4. There's certain things that like I need my wife to balance out, because I'm not good at those things, but yet my kids need it. And so, thank goodness I, found an amazing woman who I invited onto this journey of life with me. And she's like, absolutely. And it's been a great ride.
I've definitely noticed, maybe I'll try. I've noticed a big difference between, let's say, like girls that were just kind of like either had a full family or really close to their mom, versus girls that were like raised by like just their dad or grandpa, and they're just like bros. They're just like dudes. They don't like, they're like not super like cuddly, don't want to be touched, and it's like they get hurt and then just like shake it off. And I was like, damn, you're like a dude. I've definitely seen that. I wish part of my, I guess it would be my discipline. Like if my kid just says like, Dad, can we get like milkshakes and pizza? I was like, hell, that's a great idea. Let's do it. And like, they could do that to me multiple times a week. And I would, in my mind, I'd be like, we can't keep doing this, as I like order another pizza. So it would not be a healthy household. I just don't think I'd be good at it. And then also, like, it's unfortunate that this guy's not Luigi, but he is for the sake of the video. Like, somebody died. I get it. That's horrible. But like, certain things are funny, and just certain things that I don't know. That'd be like, hey, that's inappropriate. You shouldn't do that. I feel like I might just laugh. I might just, I don't know. That's kind of my fear. Anyway, we have just celebrated what I want to do, and I feel like you would be up to doing, maybe Raxel as well, is that there's I forget what it is, but you go on this like big mega bus plane, and you start in like New Zealand, and then you fly west, and you get to celebrate New Year in like every part of the world. So right now it was just, I guess there's nothing for 4:30. 3:30 was Iran, 2:30 is Afghanistan, 1:30 is like Sri Lanka and Dubai. But I thought it was 4:30 my time, so I thought there was something. There's nothing. 4 o'clock was Moscow. But do you want to do that one year?
I'm concerned if it stops in Iran. I don't know that Iran is a place I'm ready to be for a
So
while.
that it wouldn't stop there. It would go. That's just. I'm on this website called Time and Date, and
Yeah.
that's just the thing that it gave us for like 3:30. I don't think it would stop in Iran.
Cool.
Agreed. I would
Yeah.
not want to-
Iran, North Korea, I don't have any plans to spend any time in North Korea. Iran is one of those other places that's like, the Iranian people that I've met are freaking amazing. I love them. Iran is a country, I don't trust its government at all. So, like, would I want to stop there? No. But I might be open to that. Like, New Year's celebration, I think, are really cool. I'm not a big New Year's resolution person. I'm a make goals as like you're pondering your life and then work on them throughout the year. And so it's like when we do New Year's resolutions, what I see, and we're going to run into this, right? I just got back from the gym and it was super crowded today. Why? Well, because like everyone's like getting a little bit advanced on their New Year's resolution that I'm going to work out, I'm going to change my fitness, and they focus on that for 2 months. And the gyms get really uncomfortable for 2 months, maybe 3 months, and then it gets nice and uncrowded again. And I'm like, so when I make goals, I actually make small little milestone goals. So say when I wanted to start getting fit, which was 3 years ago, guess what? I was pretty out of shape. If you look back at my videos 3 years ago, you'll see. And I was like, okay, I'm going to make it a goal to go to the gym at least once a week. Everything over that is bonus. So I didn't like 7 days a week. I'm going to work out and change my life. You will burn out. So I set this small little goal. I'm going to work out at least once a week. And then I'm going to have fun seeing how far past it I can get. And my little reward was Domino's Pizza, their stuffed bacon cheesy bread, jalapeno bacon cheesy bread. Like if I did at least once a week, then I could buy myself that. Now I ended up usually going 3 times a week, and that was fun because I was overshooting my goal. But even on my bad weeks, I made sure I went at least once. And then as I got into the habit of going so much, then I upped it to twice a week. And presently it's only at 3 times a week. And I go at a minimum of 3 times a week. But sometimes I went for a period that I was going like 8 times a week, like sometimes twice in a day. And but I didn't have to. I was exceeding my goal. So I use that little trick in everything so that I don't burn out like all these people with New Year's resolutions. It's like, I'm going to change my life and I'm going to eat a 1,500 calorie diet. I'm going to go to the gym 7 days a week. That's unsustainable. When you make that as your goal, you're trying to make the change too big, too soon. And we overestimate what we can do in the short term, but underestimate what we can do on the long term. So scale those goals back and make sure you hit that and have fun exceeding it, and then keep doing it, and then it'll become a habit, and that will change your life.
Agreed. VeVe Digital Collectibles goes on, says like another marathon. Thank you, VeVe. What should some of VeVe's New Year's resolutions be? And obviously you don't want to have, even like working out, you don't want to just start off, unless you're crazy like us, and start off with 7 days a week. How should they go and do it? How should, whether it's VeVeverse phase 1 and 2, exchanges, you all obviously don't want that in just 1 month. You want that spread out, but how should they do it?
Well, so David has this vision of, I think, making VeVe the #1 digital collectibles app. And he continues to go out there and get top intellectual property, which is a big part of becoming that. And that's what I hope happens. Now, another major milestone is when a company becomes successful enough that they can really fill in the depth on the team. So they went in and they hired Ben Rose, and they hired like My Collectibles, and they hired Foster to be community managers and filled in the depth of the team so that the company stabilizes tremendously as far as like better customer service, better communications, and other things. And so I feel like they're making all the right steps. Like, what should they be working on? Well, continuing to do what they're doing. Of like Ben Rose has taken a lot of things off the plate. So David Yu can go focus on what he's good at. So Dan could go focus on what he's good at. And Ben can focus on what he's good at. And he's doing quite well in this co-CEO role. Really pleased with that. And so I wish I had insight to all the IP that they already have lined up. Because if I knew that, I could say, man, it'd be really nice if you went after this one too. But they already have like 2 years of like IP lined up, and I have no idea who's in that pipeline. So I wouldn't know who to tell them to go after, because I don't even know what they already have, and they're just waiting to roll out. So I can just say I'm pleased with the progress I'm seeing. What additional goals? Like, I would love to see them list on Coinbase, so a lot of my audience in the US, so that they could easily buy it. Now, you can somewhat easily buy it with a Coinbase wallet, decentralized wallet, but I would love for people to just be able to buy it on Coinbase, especially new people in crypto. Just come in, they don't hardly know anything, and like, oh, all you got to do is get Coinbase account, and then you can buy it, connect up your bank account or your card and buy it straight on there. That would be amazing.
Agreed. So I've told people before that I think Ben is setting the bar low of under promising and over delivering, where he said he wanted to 4x the amount of users. My people are probably tired of hearing me say it because I hear the same things. Regardless of what they do, as far as marketing, whether it's affiliates, the people that they have now, maybe they do TV spot, like whatever they do with marketing, whatever they do themselves. What do you think happens to the active daily users when the narrative hits?
It goes massive. Like
is 4x a little something that's too like? I know
it'll go way more than 4x, because you'll see celebrities talking about it, and you'll see big channels like Andre Jick talking about it, and you'll see a flood of new people coming in, like crazy flood of new people. And so the daily active users will go crazy.
Yeah. I would say too. I don't know. I mean, I think they've already had 5.5x of signups in September, which has been great. They've had a couple of things like the Christmas tree drop. By the way, which one did you get? Are you a master?
No. I'm not anymore when they changed the metric. So I'm just below the threshold, but like I was just shy of getting the ultra rare by like barely any. And I was like, so I got the rare tree and I was like, damn it. But a lot of what I put in is like, the truth is, when I look from the investment side, are VeVe Collectibles massively undervalued, or is OMI more massively undervalued? And presently it's OMI. So I poured most of the additional capital as I freed it up into OMI over collectibles. I bought some more collectibles, but I'm not a master collector. Now, when tons of users come in, because it's based on, where are you in proportion to everyone else? Yeah, I'll be a master collector again. Or if something else goes crazy and I feel like the VeVe collectibles are way too undervalued, then I'll come in, because yes, the prices have reversed on VeVe collectibles by a lot from the hype, but not as much as OMI's come down. And so proportionally, OMI is a better deal. But if you remember back when I was covering VeVe and when nobody had heard of it back in March of 2021, I was saying OMI's just already gone like 800x at the time to 1000x from the bottom. Don't buy OMI. The collectibles are massively undervalued. You can buy Todd McFarlane Batman on the store for 80 gems, which is $80. That's where the value is. It's too undervalued, and the token's already realized a lot of its gains. Like, it looks like the charts, it wants to go higher, and I don't know to where, but like, it's no longer massively undervalued. But I think this Todd McFarlane Batman and some of these other ones are, and it played out that way. So the Todd McFarlane Batman went 20x from there to the following January, or it went 200x, went to like 16,000 at the peak. From 80 gems to like 16,000 gems. But yeah, and OMI went up a little bit. It went 5x from that point, but then it came back down. And so proportionally, the collectibles have not crashed as far as almost the rest of the crypto market has. It's crashed much less far. Why? Because it's done a good job at creating quite a avid community that is still collecting during the bear market. So prices are down. They're just down like 85%, whereas a lot of crypto stuff is down. The tokens are down 97% and 99% and 99.5%. So most of my allocation, because I am a collector at heart, but I also like increase in value, and I have certain goals for this bull market that I want to hit. So a lot of the additional money has gone into the investment side and not as much into the VeVe collectibles. And but there are certain things that I will get at certain points because I just want to hold them for forever, but not now, because even some of the stuff I would buy, it's like, oh, if I bought that, I couldn't sell it. So I want to use investment money to buy something that I would never be able to part with. I've made a few of those decisions to buy it anyway, but most of them I'm holding off on.
There's a bunch of people that have been buying a lot. Dr. Fuse bought like 2,700 collectibles the last 2 weeks, which is bananas. So clearly he's going. I don't know the amount of stuff and what he's buying, but I know there's others. Let's say like Cosmo. He's not. I don't think he's buying that much, or even in the hundreds per week. But the stuff that he's buying, multiple partner statues, multiple. I think not first appearance Spider-Man. I think Spider-Man #1. Just a lot of these, again, diversifying a bit. Great to do. I feel like a lot of those are going to be pretty wild. Todd's back to under 500s, 475. I probably should buy. There's so much stuff that I want to do. I just think the OMI's a bit more undervalued at this point, even though it's gone up and down the past couple of. Back down to 00044 though. You had, I think it was Paul on before Christmas or after Christmas. I know it wasn't the normal because you normally have them on Wednesdays, but it was Christmas. Yeah. What did he have to say about OMI and DEVE?
He said it's a buy on both OMI and DEVE. He's like, OMI is a cautious buy because he likes to see the trend has for sure reversed, and the trend hasn't for sure reversed. But he says it's showing signs that it really is probably ready to reverse. And so he'll sometimes take a small dabble at those points. And then he has his exit points. He mostly invests when the trend has clearly turned around. And so he'll get much lower gains. But then if you're investing somewhere near the bottom, he rarely catches anywhere near the bottom because he's waiting for a clear reversal. And, you know, where is it clearly reversed? Well, it's clearly reversed above 0.13 cents.
Okay.
Well, geez, that's like from here. That's
like a tripling from here.
3x from here. Yeah. But he hasn't tried to catch the bottom. That's what he uses, right? So what's funny is Sleeping Comics was talking about he wanted to become a day trader. Day trading is a terrible way to make money. Number one, super stressful. Number two, like 1% make money day trading like that. And so it's just a really, really hard way. You have to be completely disconnected from your emotions to do it. So if you're a psychopath, it might be good for you because your emotions aren't going to get in your way because you don't have any. But what I like is what's called swing investing in the overall patterns of tops to bottoms. So when things bottom out or generally at somewhere near the bottom, buying, and then you're holding till generally at somewhere near the top, because that takes months and years to play out. And so you're not thrown off by these little swings that happen all the time because your timeline's totally different. Like people are like, are you selling your OMI? It's like, well, is OMI up 50x yet? And they're like, no. Well, then, no. When's it going to be up 50x from the bottom? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. It's at least probably a couple months away. It might be a year away. You're going to wait all the way till then? If proportionally it goes up versus everything else and it goes up 20x and everything else is dirt cheap, I'll probably sell a bunch of them, roll that into other things. But until that happens, like I'll notice when that happens. So you don't know when you're selling. I'm like, I generally have a plan, but I don't have a specific plan because timing, it depends on when that narrative runs versus everything else. Because if that narrative runs really, really late, then probably some of my other narratives will run up earlier and I can buy more OMI cheap. And so I'm not even done packing my bags on OMI if it stays down cheap for a while. If it runs up versus everything else, I'll sell some early because if I can harvest 20x gains, roll it into something that hasn't run yet, and then that something else runs up and goes 50x, well, that's an overall 1,000x return on that. So I don't know how exactly I'm going to play out, but you know, wake me up when it 50x's from here, and then we'll talk.
There's the contingency plans for everything are nuts because we don't. It's like kind of like similar to being in a draft at baseball. It's like, well, I want these guys, but you know that they're going to go in like the first round, and it's like you have to have contingency plans for everything, and it's wild. So the fact that we don't know, we have to keep our fingers on the pulse for all of this. First off, She-Hulk, I know most people didn't like it. I thoroughly enjoyed it. He has a crush on VeVe. We all have a crush on VeVe Magic. I love her. Yeah, she's having a stream over there. I thought she was just having a Twitter space like she normally does. I did not know she was having. So I said I would be on, and I don't know. Atomic Z06, saying let's make it rain in 2025. You have a lot of people that are saying thank you for the heads up on Devi, because it's done quite well. And it's really, if you bought it like when it launched, I forget what it launched at, when it was like $1.50, $1.80, but it went down to like 12 cents. I got in at 30, it got cut in half. I bought more at 15, went down a little bit more. But then we know like our boy Reagan that got a bunch at like 14 cents and is up like 6-7x.
So it helped that I was over at like his place talking to him, and he's like, "Oh, I got $10,000 coming liquid. What should I buy?" I was like, "I can't tell you what to buy. Don't ask me that question." Now, if I were in your shoes and I had 10K coming in, what would I buy? But this was my risk profile. I'd be like, Devi is way too cheap. I can't guarantee you that it's all going to work out, but like it's way too cheap. It shouldn't be this cheap. It is ridiculously cheap. And he's like, okay. But I hadn't heard what decisions he had actually made, because I don't tell people what to do. I definitely don't help them log in and like buy anything. And so, yeah, I'm glad to find out. I think he went like 50% into Devi or something. He ended up buying a bunch of Devi. It's ridiculously cheap prices. And it's only realized a fraction of, I think, the value that's there. It's a layer 1 blockchain that can do 8 million transactions per second. It has a big announcement coming out. I expect January, maybe February, with one of the largest exchanges in the world that is thinking of using Devi's exchange model for their exchange model, if I'm understanding it correctly. And their market cap is like under 100 million as a layer 1 blockchain that can do 8 million transactions per second. It's only because most people are completely unaware of them. As the awareness of them grows, which this partnership will probably lead to greater awareness across the crypto space. Because go anywhere else and say Devi, nobody knows what you're talking about. Oh, what are you talking about? They can do 8 million transactions per second. Their answer is going to be bullshit. I would have heard of them. It's like, well, they can, and you haven't. So that's why it's undervalued right now. So because there's unequal information out there, there's a lot of great projects nobody's heard of yet. Like that's why I made so much on Axie Infinity. Nobody had heard of them. And so it was super cheap. And then as everybody had heard of them, and then this whole blockchain gaming idea took on, like everyone's like, oh, I get it. Then it went massively up. So as more people have heard about Devi and this partnership and the things, probably it will realize a lot more value. But it is up from the bottom at 12 cents. It's been bouncing between 80 cents and $1. So that's like 8x up if you bought at the bottom. And, you know, when you go up to like $1, you're up 8x already, and their valuation is still too cheap. In the short term, it could come down some from there. I think it wants to break up from here, but we'll see. I think it wants to break further to the upside. But where is Devi going to be in the next month or two? I don't know. I would expect after the announcement, maybe it does well. Sometimes when announcements come out, they then retrace because the announcement's already priced in, which could happen. But I'm holding my Devi till the bull run goes crazy, or till I look through and scroll the major YouTube channels and I see them all talking about Devi. Then I'll be like, okay, maybe it's time to take a bunch of profits, because they're all talking about Devi now. And so that will not be the time to buy. That's a terrible time to buy. That is probably a good time to be selling.
There is and here's where like this opportunity comes in. He hasn't sold anything. He's got like 50-something thousand Devi. At 96 cents, like if he would have sold just to take a little bit of profit, just take a little off the table. Literally 5 days later, he could have bought it for almost like 30-something% off at 64 cents. And it's just the things that you could do with crypto. So like, can it go back down to there? Sure. Again, if it trades between there, that you could trade, you swing trade and just be monstrous. I'll never do that because I have no idea when it's going to moon. With my luck, I'll sell, take some profit, and it keeps on going. So I don't want to try that.
That does happen too. That happened to me on, can't remember the name of it. I bought it at like 7 cents, was selling at 14. I'd sell half when it hit 14 cents. It went back down to 7 cents. Bought some more, went to 14 cents, sold half. Then it went to 21 cents. And I was like, oh, I think it'll come back down. So I sold the rest of it. I sold all of it at 21 cents. I had no more left. It went to $21. I was like, well, crap. Oh, well.
Yeah. So that would hurt me more than anything else. Like that's why I would like, I have no problem dollar cost averaging, because if I buy it and it goes down, okay, I'll just buy more. But if I sell it and it goes up, like that would hurt me more than anything. Shout out Mr. MC1, Jess Tomsy 06. Conditions seem to be looking very bright for VeVe and OMI. Agree. There's a bunch of other ones over here that I don't think you saw before. Is Fernando. What was asked before, price prediction for DEVI. So we don't know exactly who they're talking to, and even if the one exchange or one person entity that they're talking to says yes, or even if they say no, there's likely a couple of other places that they're talking to that one of those things will hit. I told Ray, like, you could very well have several $1 million in debt, like just from your DEVI, and he's got 50-something million OMI. He's got, a bunch of Definity. I know I blow off top. Let's say it's not a super cycle, but let's say blow off top, Trump coming in, everything goes good. People hear about DEVI, and I know it might be a little bit rocky in between. Where could it go? Where's something that's within the realm of possibility?
So my price prediction is somewhere between $40 to $800. Could go higher. And it depends on how the dominoes play out. Timing is everything. Their position, their timing on what they've been working on is really, really good. So they're in the enterprise blockchain space. And if you haven't seen, I recently did an interview with Austin, which is the spokesperson for DEVI. Great. Like, he does a great job. He's got a great crypto background. He speaks the language that you're used to hearing in crypto. It's amazing. You can listen to my interviews with Tom Anderson, who created the DEVI blockchain and Devio as a company. And you'll get the picture. You're like, holy cow, this is huge. Why doesn't everyone know about this? Well, because there's an awareness gap. And that awareness gap can be very, very lucrative for people that do the research early. If you wait to jump on the bandwagon until everyone's jumping on the bandwagon, which is what most people do, it doesn't work out very well for you. But if you're using research, you're like, wow, they shouldn't be that cheap. They can do that many transactions per second, and their market cap's under 100 million. What the hell? That shouldn't be the case. Let me research behind it. Let me look at interviews with the team and the company, find out what this is all about. And then you come to the conclusion, it's like, wow, okay, well, sometimes there is this awareness gap. They can do these things that most people aren't paying attention to. Their awareness is really low. As their awareness goes high, the price then catches up to everything. And it's not time to buy then. The time is to buy while it's still cheap, and you take advantage of that awareness gap. And then you are selling into that as everyone becomes aware of it, and everyone's saying it'll never stop going up. So yes, there's an awareness gap of DEVI and what they can do. And the price has been incredible. I think this price is still cheap. It's just not as cheap as it was, but it's plenty of upside from here, because I expect $40 to $800 where I like to see it go. Now, imagine like their announcement comes out and it's with a really, really big exchange, like say Robinhood or something. And they're like, because they said it's not just a crypto exchange. In fact, it's a regular exchange. So just, I don't know, picture Robinhood. And it's probably not Robinhood, but let's just picture Robinhood. And they're like, so using their blockchain and the speeds of the blockchain, this new model they've come out, they can come out with, there's this float that has to happen with exchanges. So when you buy on Robinhood, you're not actually getting, say you buy 1,000 shares of Tesla, you're not actually getting 1,000 shares of Tesla to your account right away, even though it's credited to your account. It then takes like 2 days to actually settle it so that you actually have 1,000 shares of Tesla in your account. And they call that like T1 or T2 settlement time. T0 settlement is that instantly it goes to your account. So the way they make it up so that, you don't think you're buying 1,000, then you never really get 1,000. They call that a float, and they use middlemen to carry that float. And that float has massive costs over time for big exchanges, into the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. Because what if the price of Tesla stock goes way up in that time, but you bought 1,000 shares and you were told this price? They can't come back to you and be like, oh, that order didn't, sorry, you're going to have to pay 20% more because the price went up. No, they end up eating that. And so that's what's called the float. Well, DEVE has found a way to have a T0 settlement time. So instantaneously, when you buy 1,000 shares, you get 1,000 shares, and there's no float. And so that takes hundreds of millions of dollars of risk away. Plus instantaneous settlement, like they're super excited about this. Like traditional exchanges are like, what the hell? And we'll be able to do this with stocks. We'll be able to do this with crypto. We'll be able to do this with real world assets. Their mind was blown. So if this announcement comes out and it's as big as Robinhood or bigger, that could be a big deal. That then you see a lot of crypto YouTubers be like, oh, what's this DEVE thing? Oh my gosh. And then they start covering it. And then the awareness gets out to everyone. And then the price goes up tremendously from there, because people are like, oh my gosh, 8 million transactions per second. This is the future of everything. And then they bid it all the way up to $40 or $100. And then from there, maybe just as the market goes up, it could go from $100 to $800 or something. Or maybe it doesn't get that massive awareness, and the bull run just hits and they get some awareness and they only end up going to $40. I know that's a range of where I guess that it would go. Really depends on how big that announcement comes out, how much awareness and coverage they get. Coverage does make a difference. These really big YouTube channels, their coverage makes a huge difference. Like Seedify is a launch pad that's massively overpriced. But the reason why it sells at that massively overpriced thing versus other launch pads is because major YouTube channels, they have partnership with them and are advisor for them and cover it all the time. And so, people just buy what these major influencers are talking about. And so they think, oh, well, I want this, so I'm going to buy Seedify because they say that's a good one. And so these channels tend to cover what's pumping and what's in the news that everyone else is pumping, because that is how you grow your YouTube channel tremendously, is if you cover what everybody is searching for. So it's like as things get traction, they get even more coverage, which gives them more traction. And that's why that's sell time, not buy time. This is what most people do wrong. They think as every YouTube channel is covering it, it's time to buy. No, you missed it. It's late. You're late in the game. You're buying at a risky point. It's a good time to probably be taking profits, potentially selling out entirely, depending on the situation, but it's not buy time when that happens.
Reach. I get that exposure, I think, could blow up. I didn't know that it wasn't a crypto exchange. I thought it was going to be something else. I wonder if this could create a perfect storm for them, because USDT is now being banned in certain European, I think all of the European Union. And I think they would have gotten the float for any of those settlement times beforehand. I wonder if they could do it, like you said, if it's on another, I don't know what type of exchange it would be. I mean, we could guess the big ones, but the big ones almost seem like too wonderful. I don't know. I mean, the
exchange is probably bigger than what you're thinking. It is a really big deal. It's the kind of thing that could get covered on Fox News and MSNBC and stuff. But we'll see. Could get covered on those and will get covered on those. I don't know. It really depends, but it is a really big deal. Okay. And what's funny is there's this credibility gap. So it's almost like people are like, oh, I don't know if Solana is going to end up being the future. Oh, Samsung's building something on Solana, so therefore maybe it will be. So DEVE can do these amazing things, these transaction times that are incredible. It also is not a permissionless blockchain, and you have to listen to the way Austin or Tom Anderson explains why most companies do not want a permissionless blockchain. They don't want a blockchain that you can see every transaction that anyone's ever done on it, because then there's zero privacy, and that's not right for a lot of things. So we're really excited about what blockchain can do, but realize most of these blockchains are not right for business purposes. So you want selective privacy, and a permission blockchain can much easier give you selective privacy. As well as companies, they have less problems with hackers, a permission blockchain. And so DEVE's in the permission blockchain, which is like an enterprise blockchain. So a lot of these blockchains, layer ones, are like Cardano and Solana. Anyone can write to, and there's a lot of value in that. There's also some value in permission blockchains, and that really hasn't caught on yet. So the only enterprise blockchains I can think of are Hedera Hashgraph, which can do 10,000 transactions per second, has an amazing advisory board with the who's who of the Fortune 50. And then DEVE. Now Hedera Hashgraph's I think their market cap is about 100x of where DEVE is right now. So DEVE could do 100x and catch up to them, and Hedera Hashgraph could go 20x from here. And DEVE's just caught up to them, and yet is just caught up to where they are now, and it has experienced like 100x gains. So that's exciting. But like they're the competitors in there, and DEVE can vastly outperform in transaction per second what Hedera can do. Now Hedera has connections that DEVE could only hope for. But if this partnership is big enough, that will open all kinds of doors, because then all of a sudden all these companies say, wait, you did a partnership with them? Let's look deeper in what you can do. And then they look deeper in what they can do. And I could see how that could spin out of control, like Axie Infinity spun out of control. As people started playing it and they were making money playing it, they would tell their friends, and all their friends started to play it. And a lot of people playing the game didn't like the game, but the fact that they could earn money out of it spun out of control and went absolutely crazy, and the gains went absolutely crazy. Will that happen to DEVE? I hope so. I have a massive stake in DEVE. Like I have the number of tokens starts with a different number than what most people are talking about. It may or may not start with M in the number of tokens I have. For DEVE, I'm a big believer in it. So I'm excited to see where I'll go. And I do invest what I'm passionate about. And people are like, oh, you always talk about tokens that you're in, you're trying to pump them. I was like, well, first of all, my channel's not really big enough to have that kind of impact, which is a good and bad thing. Secondly, it's like, well, I'm an investor like all of you. So of course I'm going to share with you what I'm passionate about, why I'm passionate about. You should be more concerned if I don't own it and I'm talking about it than if I own it and I'm talking about it.
Yeah,
it's amazing to me that VeVe can attract people like Sanjay to it. I love that. I love that about the VeVe community. Sanjay is a legend, and to be able to have amazing people like him in the community is more testament to me of why VeVe is going to become a really, really big deal.
Yeah, it's this almost doesn't seem real. I don't want to get like too deep on it, all right, but it almost doesn't seem real, because in what world, like if we were to wake up and we're like in a dream, and you tell people this was the wildest dream. We had people from nuclear physics, and we had people that bought and sold these crazy amounts of Pokemon cards. We have people that went to Harvard. We have all these Ivy Leaguers, and people were like, you couldn't tell that was a dream, where all these people uniting under one digital collectibles banner. Like, it doesn't seem real. This is I think this is very special. Out of anything else that I have done, this, I don't even want to say ragtag, because that's not true at all. It's just wild. And this is just the beginning. When you have, I don't know what that's going to do. When you have people like yourself that you could have like 9 figures with DEVE eventually, and that's not including your other stuff if you roll it into things. But you have people that have been here for a long time. Me, you, Mr. MC1, and Dr. Savio, Cosmo. You have just a bunch of our friends as well. I wonder if we become like insignificant in the space because you have 1 million people in, and then suddenly celebrities are in, and then it's like, I wonder what happens with that change. What happens if we get
you'll see a flood of new people creating YouTube channels, and it happened in 2021, and then most wash out during the bear market because it's hard to get views and followings and grow during a bear market. So a lot of people start in 2025 YouTube channels because they'll be passionate and excited about it. And so there will be more competition, but there will be a whole lot more eyeballs on it. And so, like, I don't know, my YouTube channel was always an experiment of, okay, I see these patterns emerging. I wonder if I can teach people how to recognize these patterns. If I can pour all the knowledge I've got from 25 years cycle investing into people, and that they could massively benefit if they could wrap their minds around it. Because for me, it's become so easy to see. And even when I was new at crypto, I made way more mistakes back then than I do now. And I still made incredible gains because of that background in pattern and cycle investing. So I thought if I could create a YouTube channel and I could attract people who already kind of think this way and teach them to see what I see and to share with them some insights on how to research companies, if I could create the highest like gains per viewer of any channel out there, I think I can. And so it's a different model. A lot of people create YouTube channels. Their goal is to grow the biggest channels because then they get the biggest ad revenues. And their goal of being rich is to do it through their YouTube income. To me, the YouTube income is irrelevant because that's not my goal. My goal is my viewers learning to think this way. Can they make millions of dollars? Because if they can, then my YouTube channel was absolutely successful. The second part of it that I really wanted out of the YouTube channel was I realized that as an investor, I couldn't often access the teams directly to ask them the questions I needed to ask in order to make better investment decisions. Through having the YouTube channel, it gives me insights into talking to the teams. Like I've had Tom Anderson from DEVE on. Like you want to know about DEVE, don't listen to me talk about it. Listen to Tom Anderson talk about it. Listen to their spokesperson, Austin, talk about it. And listen to them answering questions about it, because I'm not going to be able to take DEVE to a massive company. That's not my goal. My goal is to identify whether I think it will and invest in it and share with you the reasons why I believe in it so that you can make an informed decision as you learn to think about like an investor and see if it makes sense for you. And then you possibly buy into it if you like it for yourself. And so my goal was to, through a YouTube channel, if I get enough people that thought like this and we get a big enough audience, then we would have access to be able to have interviews from these teams, and then we can all make smarter investment decisions. Maybe an interview goes poorly and we're like, oh my gosh, let's not do anything with that project. And some have gone that way. So like, it just helps us make more informed decisions. So it's like if 1 million people create YouTube channels, that's fine. Will yours grow? The truth is you have a knack for actually picking good investments. You did it with Pokemon when everyone was saying Pokemon was too overvalued and you were crazy making that really big trade. Then it went 4x or something and you sold it and made crazy ton of money for a Pokemon investment. It was crazy. And then you rolled that into Tesla when everyone's like, oh, Tesla's overvalued. It'll never run up from here. Then it went 7x. Now, some people are giving you shit because they're like, OMI has done nothing since you bought it. And that's one of the problems with buying things when they're cheap, is sometimes they get cheaper on you. So they're deciding in their mind that the finish line is here. It's not here. It's only here if you sell. The finish line is actually farther out. When the NFT collectibles or the digital collectibles narrative hits, and it hits really hard, that's when the finish line is. And I think you're going to do tremendous on your investment there. A lot of people try to draw the finish line here. It's like, oh, Randy's down on his investment by like 2/3. What a dumb investor. It's like, dummy, he hasn't sold yet. So why are you artificially putting the timeline here? It was never meant to be here. It was meant to be when the bull run happens. And so like, it hasn't happened yet. How do you know? Well, because everything's still so cheap. Not everything, but almost everything in the crypto space is so cheap. And the altcoin rally has not hit yet. That blow off top, or as Raoul Pal says, the banana zone, it's not here yet. Raoul Pal says the banana zone is coming for alts very soon.
Can't wait. Everyone wants me to get him on the podcast. Like I would if I could, guys. I don't know how to reach out to him. But yeah, the YouTube has been. I was talking about Tom Anderson before, how like he like needs like a translator. That dude is so smart, and like to keep up with him and what he does, like it's hard. I feel like we need a. Oh, he said something before. It's like, oh yeah, thanks. Nope, wasn't that. He basically said before, thanks for the crypto and Dodger stuff, for the clutch recommendations at the right time early in 2024. You need to make a shirt that says like, do what Crypto Rain does, and then just just sell it. I'd buy it. I'd do it. There's so much. So I gave the link to the Definity Peeps. That's one of the other ones that hasn't traded between like 2.5 cents and 6.5 cents for quite a while now. If you wanted to swing trade, you obviously would have made tons of gains. We had Chris on. Did Manu come on for that? I don't think he did.
The most recent one, it was just Chris. Manu wasn't able to make it.
Obviously, we're thinking that because of the stuff that Devi and VeVe has to announce, Devi and OMI will likely go up first. I'll still start. Like, at what point do you have like too much of something? I mean, I feel like you can never have enough Definity. None of this is financial advice, but at what point are you just like, dude, I have enough of this. I don't need any more. If other stuff moons and Definity stays the same, I'm gonna get more.
Yeah. So I hold a lot of Definity. I'm a big believer in that. I've appreciated having insights from having a YouTube channel and being able to have like Manu on. Like, Manu is so smart. You listen to that guy and you're like, not only is he very smart, but he's very socially skilled too. And so talking to him, it's like he absolutely understands what he's doing, and his vision is really clear, and he's well into the way of rolling that out in their what they're offering to these institutions is going really, really well. Their profits are going really, really well. Their token hasn't taken off yet, but it's kind of like that time period when VeVe launched their app and they were selling a bunch of their Batmans, right? And their Todd McFarlane Batmans, they were selling it, and it was like going pretty well. And it's like, oh, but their token hadn't run yet. And then all of a sudden, like, people took note, and it was months before that happened. So sometimes there's this lag time between everything, gosh, on paper is going extremely well. Yeah, the token hasn't run yet. And that's just the awareness gap, right? So as crypto goes crazy, everyone goes into super researcher mode, and they're like, well, it hasn't run yet. And then they just pile tons of money onto those things, and it drives up the prices like crazy. And then it's not buy time anymore. You missed it. When Definity's gone 50x from here, is it time to buy more? It's a risky time to buy more. You might do well. If it ends up going 200x from here, then you'll do well if you sell. But a lot of times when something goes 50x, even if it goes a total of 200x, they buy at the 50x and they're waiting for their own 50x from there. And that is never going to happen. So it goes up 4x from where they bought, and then it reverses massively on them. And then before they know it, they're way below what they bought at. And they're like, you said Definity was a good company. What were you talking about? And it's like, did you see that my video was released 8 months ago? And the price I was talking about was like, I loved it at 3 cents, 4 cents, 5 cents, even 6 and 7 cents, not at like $7, So I'm price sensitive. It's not that it can't make money when it's already like $7. It's just you're buying at a very risky point. Would I be taking that bet? No.
Agreed. That was where I was, hey guys, thanks for the great stream to close out 2024. Yeah, what are you and Raxel doing at the last night of the year? You going out dancing?
We are. We're going out dancing. We love to go out dancing. We have a good time and just hanging out. Found a good life partner in life. And first thing is like, I got married before and it ended in flames. I look back, there was a lot of things I needed to learn about being a man in a relationship that my parents didn't know to teach me, and society didn't know how to teach me. And I spent a lot of time learning that. So I could say I definitely show up better in this relationship than I did my first one. But secondly, I picked way better the second time around, and that helped too.
That is it. So I don't know if you've seen those memes. Like, if you start this movie at this time, you'll start the new year with somebody saying like this awesome line or this curse word.
That's fun.
Yeah, dude, I love those. Feel like if you start this video at like 11:57, you'll ring in the new year with this line. What is a song that you want to be dancing to with in the new year when the clock strikes midnight?
I have no idea, but one of the songs I like, we made an OMI version of it, Doctor of Stuff and I, is like I Want to Be a Billionaire by Travis McCoy and Bruno Mars. And that was back before everyone knew who Bruno Mars was. That was one of the songs that made him famous. When I first heard that, I was like, what a fun song, because I want to be a billionaire. Like, at the time I was like, I don't know if I can do it, but yes, because money creates options. Money does not create happiness. And sometimes as people get rich, it shakes them out of the fundamentals that made them like stronger, and they actually become more miserable. But if you find ways to be really happy with where you're at and fill your life with gratitude, if you then add a lot of money into that, your life does get really, really good. So I heard that song and I was like, I love that song. Like, cool. I found a vehicle. I was using real estate as a vehicle, which is a great investment avenue. I found crypto. I was like, this is much better. It's much shorter timelines. Perhaps through crypto in the next cycle, this cycle or next. Yeah. Then maybe I have a B in, in my wealth category. Cool. But I like that song because you do get to create your life. You get to create your life through the habits and that you incorporate into your life and the way that you think. And what I like about life is you really get what you most want in life, what you most want. Now, a lot of what most people want is they want to come home and watch TV 8 hours a day, and they get what they're looking for. They build their life around it. They go to work and maybe they hate their job, but then they want to come and watch TV for 8 hours. Cool. So I want some other things in life, which, financial options. And even though I drive an inexpensive car still, I do want the expensive cars. I'm just not willing to pay that price. Like I explained why buying the Ford Raptor that I want with all the upgrades I want wouldn't actually cost me $150,000. It would cost me over $1.5 million. Why that's too expensive for that now. But later that will become a choice, and many other things that I want, many other toys.
Yeah. There's I was talking before about extroverts and introverts, and I love staying in and playing some Pokemon and having some hot cocoa and maybe some liqueur in the cocoa, and that's a good time, but I can't do that like all the time. Like I like to go out and do stuff. As far as goals, I don't know. I'd like to catch up on certain comics that I haven't read yet and certain video games I haven't played. I'm too busy now to be able to do them. I'd like a little more time to do that. But I think it's bull run, baby. You gotta, like Ben said before, sleep when you're dead, and you gotta get this bread. And I think after this bull run, before the next, like in 2026, I might take like a year and just do whatever and just travel. But then in that second half of the bear, we got to be looking at these companies. We got to be like in a room like 16 hours a day, just reading through all these things. And
it won't even be that complex. But yes, there will be lots and lots of research then, right? So super research mode. So 2026 will be a year to do whatever. And this is what I like about learning how to make your money work for you. Because at the end of the day, like I read a book that ruined me in all the right ways. It's called A 4-Hour Work Week. And he talks about, why do we work 40 hours a week? Why is it not 4 hours? Well, we kind of structure our lives around a 40-hour work week because that's what we're supposed to. But what if you become so good with your skills that in 4 hours you can earn enough or provide enough value out there that you can earn enough to live the lifestyle you want? And I thought, well, I hadn't thought about that, but that's amazing. What if I could become so good at certain skills that make me valuable enough that I could build the life I want entirely? And what is that? Well, if you learn how to make your money work for you extremely effectively, then that frees you up so that you can do a lot of the really important things. It doesn't mean you don't have to work. It just means that you get to work towards furthering that skill, and then you get to enjoy the benefits of that. So when I found crypto in 2017, like I was new to it, and it's like drinking from a fire hose. And there's so much crap out there. And most YouTube channels, I found out, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. They're not good at crypto trading. Some are really good about talking about crypto, and they've grown large audiences because they know how the algorithms work and they know when to say what they're saying to grow a large audience. But they aren't good to listen to what projects they're talking about when they're talking about them. They're terrible that way. But I had to go through that myself to kind of see and experience it and learn. So it's like drinking from a fire hose. And I was working my day job, and I was coming home and spending 7 to 8 hours a day researching crypto. But after a while, you kind of figure things out. So the amount of time it takes to research projects is streamlined. It doesn't take very long. You can vet out most of them right away, like 90% of them. And then the remaining of that remaining 10%, another 90% of that 10%, you can, okay, as you look deeper, you're like, no, down to the 1% that you're like, okay, I want to fly out. I want to meet this team. I want to have them on the YouTube channel and stuff, because possibly this is, what I want to buy during that bear market. So Yeah, 2027 is going to be like research time. 2026 is going to be like whatever the hell we want time. 2025, well, that's the year that crypto goes absolutely crazy. That'll be fun.
Yeah, I can't wait for that. And I have like, so I know some people just like need to vent. I'll get these like texts or these like calls from people, and there's like random, like at what point do like things go down where you're just like, I was wrong. I was like, well, one, that's like the wrong, and I don't even have to say it anymore, because obviously that's the wrong question. The wrong question is like, what fundamentals have to stop for you to realize, to rethink your allocation in that position. Yeah. So to ask like what prices have to go down to you rethink, that's the wrong question. But they go and they'll have to rant for like several minutes, and then afterwards they kind of just like, oh, you know, like, what do you think? And then they get all of like that anxiety out, and then there's like, well, I still like them for these reasons, X, Y, and Z. And like, you're right, and like that's it. They just need to vent for a few minutes. I just need to like reassure them, walk them off the edge, and that's fine. I will, maybe I'll miss those when they're gone, those calls, but I'll be thankful at first that like, okay, I don't have to answer this phone multiple times a day and be like, okay, this is what's happening. That'll be fun. And that the one thing that I am gonna be concerned about is like letting, like you often say, rather turn you down than let you down. I know there's going to be some people that are going to be salty, be like, well, I saw you help out all these people, you consulted with these, you talk about it all the time. Now that I want to get in, you don't want to talk about it. And it's like, not that I don't want to talk, always love talking crypto, but how do you tell them like you missed it? And how do you tell them that most likely it'll come back again? You have that, you know, maybe we don't have an 80% dip in Bitcoin, but maybe we have like a 60, and maybe we don't have a 99% dip in altcoins. We have like an 80. How do you tell them, be like, you just got to sit on your hands and twiddle your thumbs for a couple of years?
Yeah. You tell them just that you missed it. Where were you in 2024? Where were you in 2023? Well, this, and I was busy and I was doing this. Look, we all have 24 hours in a day. You were too busy for it. That was buying low. Now you're at a point that you get it. Why? Because prices have gone up massively. So here's your options. Buy high, praying it goes higher. Hopefully, if you go that route, you take profits right away, because that won't run for forever. Like everyone is saying, run for forever. That's not true. And so, cool. If you want to make that strategy, I'm not. I am selling now. I'm not buying. So you missed it. Now, the time for us to talk is 2027. So like, oh, what would you buy now if you were buying? I wouldn't be buying now. No, you missed it. 2023, 2024. I just told you I'm selling now. So chances are you're buying what I'm selling. I'm not going to tell you to buy when I'm selling, and I'm not going to tell you to buy now. It's risky. If you go ahead and take on that decision, you're taking a massive risk, and I can't endorse that. So sit on the sidelines is my recommendation, and wait till 2027.
Great. Sad everyone's in news drinks on us. Mr. MC1 says, you're a legend, Turtle Golf. Thanks for the amazing gift. I didn't know he was sending out gifts.
I'm going to step away one more second, grab myself another drink, and then I'll be right back.
Surely. Hey, man says, VeVe survived the bear market. That is their biggest achievement. A lot of others didn't. You are absolutely correct over there. There's a bunch of news that I still haven't gone over yet that I guess I'll do now. Let's see what we got here. Elon Musk the other day had said, with every launch, your Starlink internet gets a little bit better. Arcturus had said, can we get Starlink satellites and SpaceX rockets and Tesla collectibles on VeVe? I want to buy them with the OMI token. DM David Yu or Mr. Ben Rose. So it got, I mean, I took a picture when it had not a lot of views, but it got some traction. I don't know. That's the thing. Like, I really don't do meme coins, but if you have this one community that is just relentless and they're just spamming everything and they're always talking about it, like, okay, I'll talk about it. I might as well. Like I did that with Squid Grow. They kept coming on my channel, be like, yo, check out Squid Grow, grow Joe. And I was like, all right, I'll take, and I took a look, and I think that's what people need to do. These certain communities are relentless and they're tireless in their efforts to try to get noticed. And some people might say like, oh, I don't like them because they're annoying. It's like, well, they're trying for their bags. They are clearly working tirelessly to go on and get their project noticed. I think Elon Musk would have that same mindset of just like, yeah, been hearing about this for a while. Should probably check it out. Rain, what do you think of that? That strategy where it's worked on me, where people would come in and talking about like Squid Grow. I was like, yo, check out Squid Grow. And it's like, okay, like fine, I'll do it. Elon Musk said the other day, with every launch, Starlink internet gets a little bit better. Arcturus, and then a bunch of us had commented about VeVe and OMI and getting your stuff on there, buying your stuff with OMI. A bunch of comments on there. It's probably much more blown up now. Do you think that might be a good strategy to get people to notice us, or be like, hey, we don't want to like annoy people with our stuff?
It will work, right? So like Elon Musk is a freak of nature, like a great freak of nature. Incredible. Yeah. You know, he's the #1 Diablo player in the world. On top
which
of
is bananas.
Nobody else could create. He also is the #1 player of a video game, a certain video game too, which is craziness. The man is like a total legend. He will go down in history for the next 2,000 years. He's a smart guy. So is his focus on digital collectibles? Not yet, but at some point it would be. And if it catches his attention, he does read his Twitter, like somehow on top of running all these companies, but he is very efficient. Like he puts good people in there and he fires bad ones fast so that he doesn't have to micromanage all the time. He's just efficient with his time. And then he tweets like 80 times an hour too. So he is on Twitter. So that is the way to reach him. And so that he becomes aware of VeVe. I think if he looked into VeVe, he'd be like, oh, cool. Yeah, let's do a Tesla truck. Oh, let's do like a Starlink satellite. Let's do a rocket. Let's do a boring machine, you know. Why wouldn't he? It's just extra revenue. The cost to him are minimal. And why not make collectibles so that he could tie in this? It would make sense from both standpoints. Oh, okay. Yeah. There's already Lamborghini doing this and some other ones. Yeah, let's run with it. Let's do it on steroids. Why not? Like he has the time. He shouldn't have the time, but he's so effective at managing things that, yeah, he's got more time than most CEOs can because he uses time more efficiently than most people in the world do.
Great. So there's a rumor that Fantastic Four will be delayed till 2026. That movie, even if it's not and it comes out sometime in 2025, we already have the first appearances. We have a bunch of Fantastic Four stuff over on VeVe. How do we go in and continuously get people's attention on stuff that's already dropped their first appearances? Now, obviously, you could have some things interact with one another, but how do we do that? This is like Marvel's first family. It's one of the greats out there. How do we keep people interested in multiple drops?
I don't know how you do that, but you know who's an expert at that? Like Marvel and DC and stuff. I don't know the psychology behind how do you keep getting people excited about non-first appearance things. That's actually most of what gets my attention is first appearances because I like things that grow tremendously in value. For me, that's fun. First appearances tend to outperform in general versus everything else. So that's what has my attention is first appearances, or maybe it's not a first appearance, but there's something super cool about it that's different. Right? Like in the future, I think probably the animation sequences might be way cooler than they are now. And if some way cooler animation sequence comes out for, say, a Wolverine or something, maybe that would catch my attention. But that's most of what gets my attention.
Doctor,
what's up?
God, how are you? I miss you, my bae. Sorry, I'm sorry I didn't greet Rain that way. Rain kind of got in, and Sleeping was just like, "What do you think about the movie Tenet?" And I was like, "Oh man, all right, I'll save that greeting for later."
I haven't seen Tenet actually, so I'll have to watch that. I've been watching. I just watched the first episode. Actually, the first 2 episodes of the Squid Game season 2.
How is that?
It's pretty good, man. It's pretty good. Like. I loved season 1. I had to rewatch the final because I was like, I remembered quite a bit of it, but so yeah, rewatched the final episode of season 1 and then watched. I mean, like I'm so tired. Like I just stayed up because I watched the first episode. I'm like, dude, I gotta watch the next episode. But then after that, I was like, I can't go anymore. So, anyways.
That like 100 million people watched that. That took over like the world for a little while. Do you guys? I know, granted, it was a pandemic, everyone was inside, but do you guys remember a time when anything like took over like that?
So there's this crazy thing that you can reach audiences far beyond what they ever could reach in history in shorter amounts of time, right? So see, we're in this exponential age where technology has gone exponential, because it took forever for the world generally to adopt telephones. But then it took 10 years for like cell phones to go from fairly new to half the world has them. And then internet. So you, in this exponential age, things can go more viral, more crazy, more fast than anything could before. So like Squid Games was like something that all of a sudden everybody in pop culture was talking about within a matter of like a month.
It's wild too, because it's in Korean, right? You only get subtitles, and like, which is kind of a pain, but like it was that good that like people were willing to just be like, listen, I'll read the freaking subtitles. Like that's when you know you've got a winner, when just like the script itself is so intriguing that people are willing to read it while listening to, you know, people talk and act in a different language. And it's funny because like you'll see what they're saying in English, and I'm trying to like listen to it in Korean. I'm like, bro, how do people even understand what's being said there? It's wild, you know. The doctor, what's up, Bill Gardner? Good to see you.
I can't wait for those glasses that come out that automatically translates for you. I think I just saw a thing that they have it. It's like first generation. I think it was like from Apple. I don't know what it's going to be called or how much it's going to be worth, but yeah, that you wouldn't need. Well, I guess it'd be the same thing, the subtitles, unless they hear. Like I guess I guess blind people could use it too, because then they could just
earpieces, right? Like they have something like, I thought the glasses had the earpiece or something where there is an earpiece where basically they just speak in their language and it translates and you can hear it. And if they're wearing the earpiece as well, like you just speak in your language and you literally are communicating with each other.
Yeah. That is wild. I don't know. I know Cosmo talks about this a while, and I think Rain has. Doc, have you played Off the Grid?
No, but I've had a lot of stuff on my plate. I have not been able to.
Yeah.
Not been able to. Yeah.
Yeah. Rain, tell us a bit about Off the Grid.
So the first iteration of blockchain gaming was fairly boring, right? And CryptoKitties was kind of the first, like you could breed these cats, and it wasn't like a truly complete game. That was 2017. 2021 was like they had Axie Infinity, which was one of the only blockchain games really ready in early 2021 that people were playing, and it went massively exponential, even though the gameplay, for what I like, was fairly boring and overly simplistic. Now you have blockchain gaming, 4 years later, and 3 years later in late 2024, along the lines of what mainstream games are like. So Off the Grid killed it with their game. It's fun. I really, really enjoy it. And I played a little bit of Warzone during the bear market so I could figure out where gaming was, so I could figure out where blockchain gaming would likely go. And Off the Grid is amazing. There's some, they need some streamlining. They need some other things to make it cool. I love the fact that those playing the games are the ones that get the rewards. So even if you pay like $11 or $12 a month, so you have essentially a battle pass, you have to get to certain levels to unlock NFTs in there during that month or whenever that battle pass is live, and you get these really cool skins and other things. So you actually, the value is extracted by those playing the game. And when you go and you get hexes, which is kind of like an NFT crate, that you have to extract them in the game while other people are trying to kill you, and you extract them. And then if you extract them successfully, you get them in your account, and then you can open them to see which NFT you actually got. So some are weapons, some are skins, some are limited items that will be like, potentially not released more in the future. So there'll be a limited quantity. And so it's really cool. I'm enjoying it. A lot of limited release things that they have with the Battle Pass too. They released a Trump and Kamala skin that has like audio clips done in a voice similar to their voice that are really funny. And the Trump skins have gone up already 10x, right? So it's all priced in the guns tokens, which isn't the actual guns token. It's just on the app. So you don't know what the monetary value is, but you used to be able to get them on the Xbox One for like 200 guns. And now they're going for 2,000, 2,500 guns. And I think some of these limited items are going to be worth a lot in the future, as I think Off the Grid and other blockchain games take the world by storm as people get to experience ownership. This idea of ownership and catching the upside value of things that do well will make the game go too exponential. It will overboom just like Axie Infinity did. Like people will go crazy for it for a 2 or 3 month period. And the prices will get absolutely absurd as people assume it will go up for forever, and then it won't. So right now is a great time to be playing and earning things. And I'm accumulating as many of the limited and rare skins and other things as possible, just having fun playing game, and I'll be selling them later. So it's fun to me that I can play a video game that is really enjoyable now, that has value down the road, or I think will have value down the road, and possibly massive value down the road.
Yeah, that's the key thing, make it enjoyable, because the other stuff was kind of hard to play, but now you have something that's genuinely fun. Mr. MC1 says, real talk, in 2025, U.S. government buys Bitcoin, SEC chair is pro-crypto, Bitcoin mining in the U.S. is going to grow, Coinbase is going to go parabolic, NFTs ride the rails of the crypto boom, AR and VR grows cheaper with headsets, VeVe grows, OMI grows. Doc, what do you think about that? Is he a little too bullish, or is he right on the money, or is he not bullish enough?
I mean, listen, I don't know if the U.S. government buys Bitcoin. Like, here's the concern with that, right? Because Trump has said we're gonna have this Bitcoin reserve, and then we'll pay off the debt, right? And it's like, okay, but that means you're probably going to accumulate a lot of Bitcoin, and then you're going to sell it at some point. If you have a lot, like that could take the price and make it very difficult, right? Like, so like, I don't know. I don't like, I go back and forth as to, I mean, listen, if they say they're going to do that, right? Awesome for all of us crypto holders right now. In the future, maybe not so much, but like there's talks about states actually have talked about having a little Bitcoin reserve, right? And I think regardless, I've had so many people reach out to me, so many that are like, hey, like what do you recommend for Bitcoin ETFs? Like, tell me about Bitcoin. Can I take you to lunch and you can tell me about crypto in the last month, right? Which is kind of crazy because I'm like, I feel like this is one of the top signals, but I don't feel like we're there yet because Trump hasn't even come into presidency yet, and we haven't seen kind of hopefully the peeling back of some of these crazy actions that the SEC has done, and once actors or businesses in the space know how they can act, I think we're going to see a lot there. So is he bullish enough? Like, I definitely think he's I think he's right on the money, right? Like, he's saying these things that are going to happen, and I really do think that man, 2025 is going to be a pretty wild year. And I have my buddy Crypto Cosmo, right? He is my FOMO friend, is what I'm calling that. Where basically I'm like, I'm gonna call him, and he's already done this for me once when one of my tokens went bonkers, and I was like, dude, I need to sell, but like I can't get myself to sell because what if it goes more, and he like walked me through. He's like, you got to sell some of it, bro. Right. Like, and so I think it's going to be 2025. There is going to be some crazy euphoria where we're going to get people saying the same things. Like, this is a super cycle. It's never going to end. It's up only, because, and everyone's going to be a crypto genius, right? Like, they're going to buy a token and it's going to go up. Right. Yeah. But the crazy thing is all of us who've stayed during this bear market and bought at these lows, I think it's gonna be a really good year. So I'll just say this: I completely agree with what Mr. MC1 has said, and I have put my funds in accordingly.
Agreed. I don't know. So this would be great if we can go in. I don't know, Doc. Do you have any bumper?
I do have bumper, yeah.
I wonder if the U.S. government could take because I mean, bumper I know only has a couple of things that they can bumper, but what if the U.S. government, like if it goes crazy high, Charles Hoskin says $250,000 to $500,000, let's say it goes to 350. Could the U.S. government like bumper their Bitcoin tokens? Like I know they're allowed to buy. Can they do something like that?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Like I don't know if they have the system set up right now, but is it something that they could do? Yeah, like absolutely, right? Like I mean, it's like could the U.S. government? I mean, it's just basically a tool. Like it's a hedging tool, is what that is. So could they do that? Absolutely. Now, I think that there's a lot to them. Like they have to pass some pretty big bills or laws, right, to kind of make this really feasible to do, which they kind of haven't done yet. Like I guess I don't know if Trump can just do like an executive order and be like, we're holding Bitcoin. But there was this crazy idea that I actually agreed with. There was this bill put forward where basically, I don't know if you know this, but the U.S. government holds a ton of gold on their balance sheet, like a lot of gold, right? But they haven't updated its value since like 1970 or 1960. Oh. So like it's worth way more than what they're showing on their balance sheet. And the bill basically said, listen, we would like to do an accounting action where basically we put the fair market value of gold on the balance sheet, right? So then all of a sudden our balance sheet is billions and billions of dollars more. We use whatever that shift is in the value of the gold and we buy Bitcoin with that. So we're not actually like spending money that like we don't have. Like it's there. We've just never like it's an unrealized gain basically that they've just never even shown on their balance sheet, right? And so they're just saying, hey, here's what the actual value of this is. Why don't we just then take that value that's there and then buy Bitcoin with it? I would not be opposed to that. And I think that what that would do is to show how legitimate people are starting to think of Bitcoin as a store of value, right? So yeah, I don't know, man. It's some crazy stuff. Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think of that?
I want to, if let's say he only has, let's say, I know he can executive order whatever he wants, but let's say if he only has a couple of them before the other side is like, that's too much. We can't do it anymore. We stood by this, and this. The degen side of me is like, use that executive order for this. But thinking farther down than that, there's likely going to be one or two other things that are that would be a more appropriate use for, that he could use, and maybe it does it to save some lives, maybe it does it to help something with Ukraine and Russia, and I would rather him use it towards that. But if there's an unlimited amount of uses for that, and like, I mean, he's got the House, especially the first 2 years, got the House, got the Senate.
Well,
so use it all he wants.
He can't necessarily go in and like Congress is supposed to write like allocation of funds, but he can go in there and take the allocation of funds and he can redistribute it to other things. Like he can go into some money that was like issued for COVID relief that hadn't gotten paid out and be like, well, frick, Bitcoin is COVID relief, and then buy Bitcoin with it. So there's some shenanigans he can play, and people are like, he shouldn't do that. It's like, look, that's exactly what the current administration is doing. That's what he did to get the border wall funded when he was president before. And that's what every administration has done for the past, I don't know, since Carter. So like, yes, can he do that? Well, every administration has. There's no reason why he can't. And so how much Bitcoin could he accumulate doing that? I don't know. It depends on where there's unused funds that he can siphon from and put it to a better cause. Would the opposition go crazy with that? They always do. They always do. So they're going to be screaming at every action he takes anyway. So do what you need to do for what you feel is the best path for the country. And if it ends up being the best path for the country, then the voters will recognize that. And if it isn't, then the voters will recognize that too. That is a fair point.
Mr. MC1 saying, shooting up some, maybe poor choice of words there, shooting up some meds for my cough, and we'll be on in person with Randy later this evening. I look forward to having him on at some point.
Taking NyQuil, direct IV.
What kind of meds are those? What kind of meds are those? When you're shooting them up,
injecting NyQuil directly into the bloodstream.
for my birthday, I was on I had Sudafed, I had NyQuil, I had Benadryl. It was a wild 4 hours because I wanted to do this for my birthday, like a nice 12-hour stream, but I just couldn't do it. And I tried, and I was like, guys, I'm straight up not having a good time. I don't feel well. The meds I took a little too much, and yeah, it was a bad time.
Yeah, the LSD on top of it was the kicker.
I've never taken it while sick. I don't know how that would affect me. I don't know. I'd be scared. I'd be scared to do that. But we have a couple of people that have messaged me today saying, like, based on your thumbnail, I thought we had Pokemon. I thought there was this announcement. But I do this every time I do a long stream. I'll have Toad, Super Smash Brothers, I'll have Pokemon. So it's not that. But I have I do have this belief that the only logical choice for Pokemon is to go on VeVe. If you're Pokemon, and again, just to get a perspective other than mine, what are some reasons why maybe you wouldn't go on VeVe and you would just build something yourself and try to do something yourself? Why would you want to take that calculated risk if you're Pokemon?
Well, what's funny is, what are the downsides to them releasing something with VeVe? Almost none. Because they could still build something themselves too, and while they're building it, they could release some things on VeVe, make a whole bunch of money. So there are very limited downsides for them releasing something on VeVe. They don't have to sign an exclusive thing with VeVe. It's like for VeVe to then carry them. So it's like, do a deal with VeVe. Why wouldn't you? And then if you're going to release something yourself, work on that in the meantime. Cool. Oh, yeah, but VeVe has the first appearance. Great. And you make money every time that changes hands. So, again, what is the downside of that?
No.
How much money did you have to put into producing it? Oh, we're really careful with our brand. Cool. Be careful with your brand. No. What, you think Marvel's not careful with their brand? You think Disney's not careful with their brand? What's the deal? Like, what's the downside here?
That's a fair point. What about you, Doc?
I think the downside, right, is just the money that they could make, but there's also a bigger risk there, right? If they go it on their own, if they muck it up somehow, right, and they put all of this money into it, because and a lot of companies do this, right? They kind of do this assessment or analysis, the cost benefit analysis, right? Where if we go out on our own with these NFTs and stuff, like, what's the platform that we have to have it on? Are we going to go full Web3? Are we going to do like a walled garden type thing too? Right. And then as they're talking about that, they're just like, well, there's this company that already has all these other major brands. It's got the attention. Like, what's that going to cost compared to this? Right. And like, I don't know. I'm not a shareholder of, I guess, what is it? Who owns Pokemon?
Well, Pokemon owns a third, Nintendo owns a third, and Game Freak owns a third.
Of the IP?
Yes. Well, of the Pokemon company.
Yeah. So like I don't know, right? Like there's a lot of decisions there, and I think that's one of the reasons why it can be so hard to get that type of IP is because you have so many different decision makers, and they all have their own reasons for wanting to or not wanting to do something. But at the end of the day, like Rain said, it's like, if you be careful with your IP, like you can go that route and then see how it does and test the waters, and then be like, okay, we saw that this worked, and then build out your thing if you want, right? But what we're seeing so far, at least with Disney and Marvel, is that they're very content with this. Like, they're not building out their own marketplace or their own NFTs. They're not going out on their own. They are partnering with other companies with, different, with that Disney pins, right? And with Cryptoys and some of those things. But I think it just makes way more sense, instead of building out an entire platform that they've got to operate on and getting that up and running, to have someone who's already doing it and has done well in this space, right? Who has lived through a bear market, when sentiment was down, and still has a pretty large and active community. I don't see why they wouldn't do that, except for to say they did some analysis and they're like, we will make way more money. The risk reward, like the rewards that we could get from doing this, are so much higher that we just want to go on our own. That might be it, but like, you'd have to see the numbers, right?
Agreed.
So what's funny is, just because they release something on VeVe doesn't mean they can't do what's on their own too. In fact, they can use the revenues that they make from releasing on VeVe to fund it so that their risk is really low. Their risk going on VeVe is very, very low. And like, imagine if Hello Kitty had done that, right? Hello Kitty's like, no, we really appreciate it, VeVe, but we're going to go off and do this other thing because I don't know. I don't know how they decide to go do this other thing. And then that totally fails. And Hello Kitty's like, hey, we're still alive or around as a brand. Can we come back to the VeVe platform? It's like, sure, yeah, we'll put you on the queue for 2 years from now. I don't know how that discussion actually went, but like, or if that discussion happened, but it probably went something like that. I can imagine it would have. And it's like, oh, okay, shoot. So yeah, the time to launch one was before, and we had all these users and we had this thing, and you wanted to try a route where you felt you would make more money and it failed. Okay, cool. That happens in business all the time. But, now we have a user base. We have an idea how launches do and everything. We have this. We're less risky. So like Pokemon launching something on there would be good while Pokemon does something they want. I think there's a huge appetite for digital cards, and VeVe isn't really nailing that. I wish they would. But like digital Pokemon cards, like really cool digital Pokemon cards that are NFTs would be a huge thing. Why? People love Pokemon cards and they love having the actual card. So their game is done well, but like there's a difference between like having it, but not really having it because you don't own it because you can't really sell it, and having it where you can sell it and realize the value of it. Part of the reason the Pokemon cards do so well is that you own it, you have it, you can resell it, because true ownership is the right to resell something. And so I think Pokemon as an NFT card would be amazing. Now, whether that gets launched on VeVe's platform or somewhere else, I think that's something the world wants badly. I hope at a minimum they do some kind of really cool digital collectibles on VeVe. I would love it if they did digital packs and digital cards on VeVe. Would love it. I would love to see VeVe have digital cards enables. So that way in your showroom, you could put up digital cards on your wall of some of your like totally amazing cards you got out of packs. That would be incredible. I hope Ben probably gets this. He's probably pushing for it. David's probably pushing for it too.
I'm sure it would too. I would be so petty. Like again, what happened with Hello Kitty, they're on Recur and they come back. I'd make them like pay. I'd be like, okay, you can come on. Here's our fee for listing. Here's like the same with like Binance charges like a ridiculous listing fee. I'd be like, all right, you want to come on? Yeah, 100,000 up front, and then you can be on here for 5 years, and then I don't know, and then you have to renew. So speaking of other stuff that VeVe's doing, they had a sneak peek of the VeVeverse the other day. They had Cold chilling with the Lambo Flex going in there, which I thought was cool. Sergio Rodriguez says this preview exceeded his expectations. He was often ostracized for being critical back in the day. This first time I got to see the VeVeverse in a new way makes me feel like we're inside a metaverse, just like looking at buildings and its surroundings. Definitely not just an expanded showroom. Says it's truly immersive. I don't want to be like a bear here, but I feel like it is. You have your showroom, you have whatever, you have stuff that you could buy, but I don't know when does this really get people excited? Because right now, like, you could have multiple people in there. You could have, I think, up to 30. You could do certain things, but when does it really get? And that's fun, but I feel like there's only so much stuff you could do with that. But for me, it's like phase 2, the IP branded worlds. But what about you guys? Is this enough?
I think it's enough to start. Like, you got to start somewhere, right? Like, I don't think that anyone should have this expectation that they just drop this big banger that everyone in the world is going to just join into. You have to have it built organically. And I think that this is the first step, and it's a great step to have 30 people in the room, because we've already seen some of the community jumping into AR, VR spaces, right? But like, now to be able to do that with the IP in the rooms that they've created and to talk about that and to walk through with someone and someone's like, oh, check out how I did this. Check out how I did this. I think that that's the start, right? And then, like I said, when, not if, but when VeVe gets NFT movies, and if you have the opportunity to freaking watch a movie together in your VeVeverse room and hang out and comment and stuff, like that's that's when it starts to get crazy. Like right when you can actually have like those type of experiences, or be playing a game together or something like that in the IP branded worlds, be driving in the car like in a raceway or something like, and this is way down the line, right? But that's the type of stuff that like that's when it's mainstream type thing. But like they have to start somewhere, and the collectibles look phenomenal in the VeVe-verse, and I'm excited. I'm excited to actually be able to look at some of this stuff and be like, yo, like I own these. That's crazy, right? To sit there and be like, oh, this is mint number 100 or mint 123 or some of your special mints on certain things, right? That's so cool. So that's when I think that it'll be like this is enough. And well, you can never say it's enough, right? You have to constantly be evolving and growing. But like that's when I would be like, I don't see how that wouldn't be mainstream at that point.
Yeah. There's reminds me of a clip. I forget how long ago this was. Gary Vaynerchuk's talking about basketball cards. Maybe he's talking about like Kevin Durant, maybe whatever one he was talking about, like their like first appearance or first edition card. And he was talking about the numbers of just like, yeah, there's like 80,000 of these cards that are like graded at PSA 10. And is that, if he becomes popular, is that going to be enough? I don't know. Probably not. And that's if he becomes a star. He might not become a star where 80,000 is enough, but if he does, it might not be. And he's talking about stuff that's like 80 of this. And again, I forget which basketball player it was. He was obviously relatively new because they weren't sure if he was going to be big yet. But 80,000 of something, and we have like Walt and Mickey, and there's 3,300 of that is just bananas to me. That there's so few of them compared to how many fans there are. But yeah, the VeVe-verse if you could watch movies there, I don't know if anyone's ever seen on Nickelodeon. I think it was like 20 years ago. It was after the Jimmy Neutron movie came out, like the first one. They played like the first movie after it had been out for a few years, and they had like Jimmy, Sheen, and Carl and Goddard like watching with everybody, and they would like comment on stuff, and like in the musicals they would like kind of dance, like. Oh, that's so freaking cool. I would love to do that with people.
It'll be interesting to see if the metaverse does end up being able to go that way in a way that people actually use. Like, will people actually use that? I don't know. I don't know what that experience is like. But if it's easy, like the glasses aren't uncomfortable on your head, and you could watch the movie and you could look around and you can interact with your friends almost as if they're there, probably it will get used. And if it does, that'll be big, because I don't know. Well, I know you love movies, doctor stuff. You probably love movies. I love movies. My family growing up, we love to go see movies together. It was the weirdest thing that like we'd go see a movie, we wouldn't hardly talk, and yet somehow after the movie, even though we hardly even interacted, we would be closer together. It was like our thing that we did. It was cool. So if they were able to incorporate that and it worked well, that would be fun, because I love watching movies with people that I enjoy. Even if we don't even end up talking during the movie, I feel like we somehow grow closer together, even though I can't make logical sense of it. It just felt that way.
Yeah, like I think watching movies together, like there's just a bonding thing, right? Like especially when it's something that you both enjoy or you're experiencing for the first time. I think that's just this human connection, and it's weird that we can create that. Like obviously, I love the in-person stuff way more, right? But then the next best thing really is to have some sort of AR or VR where you're still communicating in real time with one another, right? And you're seeing their avatar or whatever. Like that's the next best thing that you can get. And like you can still like that's the thing, right? Is like I've interacted with so many people online now that when I meet them in person, it's like I've known them for a long time. And I don't get to watch movies with them or to do that, right? And so I think that next step, that will keep people there, right? You got Decentraland, you got Sandbox. No one's in there. No one's doing anything, right? But like in the VeVe-verse, you'll be able to build your home, like, build that space. So I already, like I said before in previous podcasts, like there's going to be like a Minecraft element for some people, right? Where they're just in there and they're just building epic rooms. We saw that with the Vaultaholics, right? Just like, but it's going to be even better in the VeVe-verse, right? And the people will want to buy. They'll be like, listen, I need this for my space or whatever. I want to show this in there. But then being able to have that human connection to where people are going to want to stay, right? Because they're like, hey, like I'm going to stay longer because I'm here with friends and we're all doing this. And like, there's just this emotion attached to it because of the nostalgia coming from the IP that you just don't have in these other metaverses.
Yeah.
Agreed. Moving on to the other news. I'm on like Sunday's news here. I haven't. It's been a while.
And shout out to Atomic. You're the man. Atomic's been on all these different YouTubes, freaking donating or doing super chats and stuff. Freaking rock star.
We love him. Well, all this community is just so special. I was going over before. I wish people. I know there's extroverts and introverts, and there's ambiverts, but I wish people were a little more extroverted. My bae, how's it going? Because I wish people could feel the love. I know people are.
Hold on a second. My volume's not working here.
Well, we can hear you pretty well.
We're getting some feedback.
There we go. Can you hear me?
I'm gonna be right back.
No, I can't hear you guys though.
Huh.
Let me work on a few things.
Okie dokie.
Just a sec. Let me hop off and hop back in.
Surely. My dog is there being a little howler. Maybe he's hungry. Anyway, yeah, I wish people were a little more extroverted because I know people like to sit at home and they do their things, and that's great. I love that, but there's so much like love in that VeVe, in those parties, and like people that are genuinely happy to see you. Like, good to see you. Like, oh my God, you too.
Mhm.
I feel like people need more of that in their life, and kind of only like it's you get it on here a little bit, but I don't know, in person is just so much better. Yeah. On top of that, we have something I want to get a little angry about. TSA says that peanut butter is a liquid, and even though I've never wanted to take like a jar, I've never had the need to take a jar of peanut butter on an aircraft. And now that they say I can't, I like want to, and I'm pissed that they won't let me. So that's my complaint of the day.
You know how to show your like to protest against them is take peanut butter M&Ms on with you, so you're flaunting the system. You're like, they're like, yeah, it's a liquid. Nope, here I can show you it's a solid. It's an M&M.
It is very
peanut butter in it.
I think they actually, it's only in a jar is it liquid, and if it's on like a sandwich or whatever, it's not. It's considered like that is so insane.
So you know how to make things less safe in your life? Put the government in charge of it. So you can say, I remember when all the politicians were like, we need the TSA to make our lives safer. And I was like, this is a bad idea.
Yeah.
The politicians like it because then they can create a whole new government agency that they can control, that then vote for the big government type people. So like, that's why they want it. I get why they wanted it. The way to make, airport security better is let contractors bid for it and, give them a rating on how they're doing on making people's lives smooth and easy. The way you make it inefficient and ineffective is put the government in charge of it, which is how the US and many other countries went. But Israel has a very effective security that is not overwhelming, even though they have some of the biggest threats in the world, always trying to blow them up. And, but they're much more efficient than like the US's TSA is.
Yeah. I got a text from my friend Lilith. This is like years ago. I still remember it. She had said, I wanted to bring she was coming in from Austria to America. So I wanted to bring some of the snacks that they gave us on plane in my pocket for like a snack. And now TSA has my passport. I was like, oh, or like customs has my passport. I was like, no. Yeah, it's so strange. Yeah. They can't bring like the peanuts I got on plane. Anyway, VeVe Viral goes off and says, if a collector really wanted Superman Edition number 100 and it was listed for $4,000 worth of OMI, that collector would have no choice but to buy and use $4,000 worth of OMI to acquire this non-fungible collectible. And while the seller would bypass the 10% gem cash out fee. That's the power of OMI to NFT. Well, not to mention that this one transaction would permanently reduce the circulating supply by 263,000 OMI. I feel like we've gotten a decent amount of OMI to NFT. Obviously, not all of the brands that we want yet, but I feel like not a ton of people are using it. How do we get them to use it? How do we incentivize them to use what we already have?
the bull run's going to take care of that all on its own. So as the bull run goes crazy, like OMI will go crazy, and then people will be holding it and using it more. So it's like VeVe doesn't need to take care of that. And like the truth is the foundations need to be laid correctly so that when people go crazy for it, they can do those kind of things. So that's all you need to do. And then you let the bull market take care of like it. People get super creative in a bull market as things are going crazy, as OMI's value goes crazy. And then like people chase green candles. So you'll have tons of new people coming in for VeVe collectibles and for OMI. And so keep building the foundation so that you can do things, and the demand will be taken care of by the bull market.
There's something that I've debated about doing. A couple of my things sold recently. They weren't on Stacker, they were just on VeVe. So I got like 1,000 gems, and it's like, well, I want to be able to sell this stuff on Stacker. Right? And there's no OMI to gem liquidity pool or anything, which I would do. But like, I wonder if there's, I don't know. I don't want to like cash out and lose that 10%. So I might just buy some things and then eventually list on Stacker. The issue is I don't know how much of these things are going to go up, and then also how much are, like, if I buy a Spider-Man now, am I going to be able to sell in Spider-Man by June when the bull market hits, or are they going to make us wait till like another year? I don't know. What are your guys' thoughts on it? Cosmo, you have you bought a lot recently. Are you going to sell those all for OMI eventually, if you can?
Yeah, I mean, that's my plan, just because of the nature of the cash out fee being different, right? It'll just depend on the arbitrage opportunities. Let's just say, like right now, for instance, you can buy certain collectibles for quite a bit cheaper on certain occasions for OMI, right? So like if people aren't willing to buy an OMI for a certain price, and it's going to be, you're going to get a better deal if you sell it in gems or whatever, and it's going to overcome that, what is it, 6% difference in cash out. You know, I'd sell whatever's the best deal, but my kind of, the way I kind of see things is that it's going to be a lot heavier in terms of the market for selling and buying collectibles with OMI. So in the future.
What about you, Doc? Are you buying things just to sell eventually on VeVe when you do sell them for OMI? Because I mean, if OMI goes up and like 10x from here, and these collectibles go up like 3x, then do you really want to sell for OMI at that point?
No, yeah, I wouldn't sell. Like I need to actually try to sell more stuff right now for OMI if I can. Like I just things have been crazy, but I'm still buying OMI, but like I am trying to sell collectibles. But yeah, I think there's going to be arbitrage opportunities, right? Like, and there are some pieces that I freaking really want, man. I still don't have the Rizzo, right? Like that's a big deal for me. I want that freaking first Batman Black and White set, and I just don't have the Rizzo. It was sold out when I got into the app. It was already sold out, right? And it was selling for like thousands at the time, like even back then. And so it's always been this goal of mine. And there's been multiple times where I could have bought it, but then I bought like, multiple gold and silver logos from VeVe, which like I love that too. But if OMI goes crazy, there will probably, and especially if there's an arbitrage opportunity, I think there's a few things that I'm just going to keep, right? What up, Crazy Dan? But like, yeah, I would sell off most stuff, but I think that like the very first Todd I ever bought, I'll probably just keep. And it's just this sentiment thing, man. And if I get that freaking reason, I'll probably just keep that first full set of the Batman Black and White, just because it has so much meaning to me in that connection, right? So there will be a few things that I will buy, but for the most part, guys, like I'm gonna be selling if things are going crazy, because I will be able to buy back. Like there's these cycles, and Cosmo and I have talked about that. It's just like, we'll probably, like, at least I will probably sell a lot of my stuff, but with the plans to buy back if it dips significantly again, down the line to keep. So
no, there's there's that point where if I just checked, the resale's like 1,200 now, so I couldn't even, I put another couple $100 and get it, but it's like, damn, it was like 700 not too long ago. It's like, oh man, it was getting wild. I've seen Cosmo buy a bunch of stuff. I haven't bought too much. I've been buying just actually things I want. Some of the comics I haven't had time to read yet. Outside of this, when do you guys go in and have like a purchase for yourself? And I don't mean like something like ROI, and it doesn't have to be VeVe, it doesn't have to be crypto. It could just be like, you know what, I've needed a new mattress and I'm going to treat myself to like the best one, or I want a gold-plated toilet and I'm just, damn it, I deserve it. At what point do you guys are like, okay, I'll get something for myself?
So Cosmo and Doctor, we're in a group text because we've been friends for forever. And they were sending out, you know, when crypto goes crazy and I make crazy money, I won't necessarily tell you, but there will be signs. And that group chat has been funny, right? I forget. One of them was like this massive, like couch that, what was it, an ape or something? Anyway, super funny. But like, yeah. So what is going to be your first splurge purchases when you're taking profits out of crypto and you're buying lifestyle items? What are those going to be?
So I'll just say for me, like, and I think I've said this once before, but I've just wanted to get a Tesla Plaid for a while now, just like the supercharged Tesla. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, I want it. I never knew I wanted something so bad. Sorry, Tesla Plaid. Yep, love it. Okay.
Yeah, Tesla Plaid, you know, supercharged, get it wrapped. So that's been something on my radar for a little while. And honestly, I've just like could have gotten a little while ago, and I was like, you know what, I'm going to put some of those funds into crypto, and we'll see how those multiply. And so I put that on hold for a little while, and that will be one of those things.
My man, very happy for you. I can't wait. So Ben, I should have asked him while he was on before. Ben posted a few days ago a tease for a drop. It's looks like Deadpool's tiny hand, obviously baby's tiny hand, on grabbing the ring finger of, I guess, the mother. Looks like a mother's. Although I don't know why your ring finger, because this is clearly AI because it's on their right hand, and I feel like people have their ring finger on like their left hand.
Not in Spain.
Oh. Okay.
In
So
Spain,
they have
the wedding ring is on the right hand.
Okay. So that stock photo is, I guess, from Europe. What do you guys think that means? People are thinking Sonic. People are thinking Lord of the Rings. People are thinking like baby Deadpool or Kidpool. How do you guys interpret that? What is he teasing?
I honestly have no idea. I mean, I'm terrible at these things. So I jokingly made a comment that he's trying to throw us off with the hands, and I said it's actually Littlefoot from Land Before Time.
Oh, yeah.
But I have no idea, honestly.
When I saw that, I thought Lord of the Rings with that gold ring, right? Because isn't everything black and white except for the ring is gold?
It looks like
Or am I wrong on that?
It looks like it's still pretty black and white.
Oh, interesting. Okay, for some reason I thought that the ring was highlighted in gold. So maybe I'm off on that, right? Because then I was gonna say, I'm like, remember my comments about movie NFTs on VeVe? I'm like, that's freaking Lord of the Rings, because they had a Lord of the Rings NFT, right? Like I bought that, and it's probably worth zero. I haven't even checked that account in forever, but yeah. So I was like, maybe Warner Brothers is already transitioning. They're announcing that, but if that's not gold, like I don't know. I got nothing.
Same. What about you, Rain?
I have no idea on those. I'm not really sure, but I didn't answer the question yet as far as lifestyle items.
Yeah,
it's going to be that truck, right? So it'll probably be like a Ford Raptor, and it will be like audacious, right? Because they don't cost 150,000; they cost 80 to 120,000, and then that would leave like 30,000 for like ridiculous upgrades to it. So that when I drive that, that'll just be for me. Like the supercars, that won't be for me. That'll be so people open up their minds to listen to what I have to say. But that truck will be for me, you know, when I drive up, people will be like, oh my gosh, he's compensating for something. And they're right. I'm compensating for what I call delayed gratification, right? That I've wanted like these nice things for forever. And it's not like I don't want them. I just don't want to take a majority of my income and spend it on that. I want to buy those things when they're just a fraction of my overall net worth. And so that's what I'll be compensating for, is all that delayed gratification that I've waited. So yeah, I'll go a little bit ridiculous. Why? Because I can. And that'll be fun for me. When I look at it and people are like, that's ridiculous, I'll be like, you know, you're right. And I effing love it.
There was talk the other day. We got a couple people to soft confirm, but like late 2025, depending on what OMI does, a bunch of us would just go to Japan. Would you guys like to go to the Tokyo or anywhere there and just see some stuff? I mean, ideally, I'd like to go in like a holiday, like Golden Week or White Day, but I don't think there's really any of that in Japan. And
dude, I know from my side, like Japan is definitely on the list of places I want to visit. I have not gone to anywhere in that side of the world. I've only been to like South America, Central America, the Caribbean, and all that. So definitely Japan is on the list. I would love to visit.
There's yeah. Do you guys? Now, granted, that trips for people could be more personal. Be like, well, I want to go there by myself first, and then like, all right, but see, Cosmo, I don't know. How do y'all want to do it?
Well, we have a good friend that lives there, Randy. That's there with Nissan for the next year or two. So it's like, I love this person too. Like, he's amazing. His wife I've known for forever. They're both amazing. So I totally want to see them. And so I'll be going to see them, and Japan will be the amazing byproduct of seeing them. So, you know, I'll go see some really good friends and get the opportunity to see Japan at the same time.
Oh, sushi from Japan.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Stan, you miss Ben? He was on about 4-ish hours ago. Maybe he'll be back on. Probably not. He's very busy, but maybe another time. But yeah, that's what I would want to do. I want to go and travel and see the world with everyone. There is so you have the people that are super rooting for everyone. You know, the people are like, I hope it goes amazing for y'all. And then you have the haters. Fanny Carbonell posted the other day, for your information, I don't really need to be more famous. I make a living as an actress each month. My career goal is simple, just to keep doing my job. Implying I'm not an actress doesn't bother me, because if you aren't aware of my work, you can check it here. Then she posts her thing. I wish you all a beautiful end of the year. And then she posts this fantabulous photo. So I thought that was a nice, like a thing to like, wasn't hateful, wasn't just like an FU, no middle fingers. It was just like just happy living my life. How do you guys go and deal with haters?
So, you know, I was talking to a brother of mine, actually, and he gave me some good advice, because like I was getting worked up, man, with some of these haters like commenting and things. And like I was like, you go back and forth, right? And then you just like say it, and you're like, oh, you get so worked up. And like honestly, like I'd be in the middle of something probably important. And it was like I could not stop waiting for the response, right? Like I was just like, this is not healthy, right? Like this is not good. And so like my brother was like, yo, why don't you just, if it's important enough to you to talk about, just talk about it on your channel, right? Then you get the final say. and you can go more into detail about your thoughts behind it. And I was like, that is so brilliant. And so like I've done that a few times, right? Where I'm like, listen, I had to get this off my chest. People are talking about this, and like, here's my thoughts on it, and just going at it. You know what I mean? Like I don't interact with OG Vault anymore. And I was doing that video with Cavell, and he came on, he was like commenting in the comments section. And like, I just let him have it, man. Right. I'm just like, cause Cavell was like, hey, why doesn't VeVe, why, you know, and there's some fair criticism in the past that VeVe's really missed out on tying into their you know, influencers, if you will, right? Like they've got all of these people who literally dedicate their channel to mostly VeVe stuff, and they never really tapped into that, right? You guys early on, the early OGs and that got like a VeVe box, and that was it, right? So Cavell was talking about it. He's like, yeah, like what about me, OG Vault? And I was like, bro, like no company should be touching OG Vault with a 10-foot pole, right? Like, and here's why, right? I laid out the reasons, and then I was like, I kicked him off my stream. It felt fantastic, right? And he probably posted some crap on things, but I don't care, because he's blocked, and I don't see that, right? And I don't need to see it. Like he's got nothing like a value of, you know, substance for me to learn from, right? But like that's the way I've kind of done it. I block people now, because and the other thing that my brother said that was great is he was like, these people who are saying crap to you online, right? Like and you don't block them, he's like, if they were saying that same stuff to you in real life, like, would you just stand there and take that? And I'm like, no. And he's like, yeah. So like, you would walk away, right? You just be like, what? Like I don't need this, right? Like, I'm out of here. And he's like, that's what blocking is basically walking away, right? And just cutting that person off, and you just don't need to see their crap. Now, if they're going to post that or whatever, it's going to be out there, but like, you don't have to see that. And that's what I've just learned is it's just like, those people don't have any value add to me. Like, why am I letting them in my circle, right? Of experience. And so I just block them. And then if there's something that sometimes I get tagged on a post where like I block the person, then they'll tag me, you know, and if it's important enough, then I talk about it on stream and I have the final say. Man, it feels great. It feels great.
If you don't have any haters, you aren't doing something remarkable. And there's this weird thing in the human condition called envy, where if you do something remarkable, there's this weird, some people take it a weird way, and that they think that success is a scarce resource, so that if you're successful, there's less success to go around for them. It's actually the opposite, but they don't realize that. So when you accomplish something great, they get mad and they get vitriolic. It's the weirdest thing to me, because I've always looked at successful people and I'm like, damn it, how'd you do that? Tell me. Like, I want to know, like, everything. I want to be your best friend. And they almost go like a weird way. So I've just realized that at first haters kind of were perplexing to me. Like, why, you know, why do they spend so much time in this? I think it comes from envy. I can't explain it because I haven't experienced it, but I think that the base root of it is envy. And so, like, the truth is, I found the more successful you are, the more haters that end up being out there, that end up being super vocal. And it's like, okay, well, almost take it as a compliment. If you don't have any haters, you haven't made it yet. And the more haters you have, the more you probably made it.
Very true. Yeah, I love it. You know, I'll actually make a comment. This doesn't apply to me so much, but it's something that I think about from time to time. I have a friend that's got Instagram following of like 150,000 plus. And one of the things he said to me one time, after I was reading some of the comments on a post that he did, there was just all these like haters like on there for no reason, right? And I was just asking him about it. I was like, have you like, do you read some of these comments? And he's like, no, man, never read the comment section under posts. And I suppose like once you get a big enough following, like I can definitely see how that applies, right? Because you just have these haters that just come out of nowhere, that just say things that are totally meaningless, that you would never be able to dispute them on the idea because they are just spewing out hate. And so that's something I've kind of kept in mind on that. But then two, I guess one of the things I usually will do with people that sincerely are just like vehemently upset about something on a project and they just are over it or so, I'll just say the simple phrase like, agree to disagree, man. Like, you do your thing, I'll do mine, agree to disagree, and then just end it. So that's sometimes a useful tactics, because you're never going to come to some way where they're going to believe what you believe and you're going to bring them over to your side. You just agree to disagree, and that's all right.
That's fair. I would like to pick a fight with DoorDash right now, or maybe it's just this Taco Bell. DoorDash and Taco Bell, and these drivers, God bless their souls, they've been waiting at this Taco Bell for like 20 minutes, and it still hasn't been completed. They have other stuff to do. Sorry. Going back to the haters and stuff, you have, it's really nice and cathartic to be like, oh, glad to get this person out of my life, glad I don't have to see their post anymore. But I feel like part of why we love the people that we love is because you have like the bad people compare it to. It's like, okay, you have your everyday people, like, yeah, they're cool, they're not this person. Do you think we might appreciate our loved ones less if we get out all the negativity and all the hate, or do the memories of those bad times, do they suffice, and are they enough to keep the love for our loved ones going?
Great question. I've never thought about that.
Well, I took some medicine, so we're getting into we're in the end game now.
Who knows, right? So is it realistic in this world that all the hate goes away? No, but contrast is part of what makes things so special, right? So could you really experience the good as fully if you never had the bad? In the Rainmakers chat, one of the members going through a rough time, looks like a separation, possibly a divorce and stuff. And he's talking about how rough it's been. And the truth is, I went through those same shoes. years back, like 2010, and it was one of the hardest times of my life. And gosh, there was so much compounding all going bad at the same time, and I didn't know how I'd make it through it, and it was so rough. And of course you make it through it, and then I learned so much and grew so much from that time. I wanted to grow myself so I'd never run into some of those situations again. And so it's one of the hardest times of my life, but then caused some of the growth. And so now, would life be as full if I hadn't experienced so much of the bad? I don't know. Probably not.
Hard. Like, I totally appreciate when Taco Bell is on time and they have good employees, because now I'm getting all really hungry, and I ordered some Cinnabon coffee and I really want it. Anyway, moving on from that, we have a oh, here's one of those things I was telling Rain about. If you play Higher by Creed at 11:58 p.m. and 46 seconds on New Year's Eve, you'll hear the best chorus ever, written, sung by God himself at exactly midnight. Start your 2025 right. So
I've been seeing different videos like that pop up. Like, that's something I haven't seen until this year, but just like, if you watch this like episode of Simpsons or something starting at this time or whatever at midnight, it's gonna say this or whatever. And I was like, oh, okay, interesting. Now I'm seeing more and more of that.
yeah, I forget what that's called, where you have no idea what something is, you learn about it, and then you see it everywhere. It's like, yeah. There's so bringing it back to the VeVe and OMI stuff, we've been listed on X Exchange, we've been listed on TRIV, Aerodrome, and it doesn't really seem to have much impact. But we just got listed on BVOX. They have almost 1.6 billion in volume a day. They had like, so it's not a ton amount. Like, we don't have hundreds of thousands. We have like 50,000 in volume from them over the last 24 hours. But it just seems better than the other ones. And I feel like the quality of exchanges, even though they're still small, are for the Renegade listings, are at least growing in size. What do y'all think about that? Do you think like, well, they're small exchanges, doesn't really matter, or like, no, as many as you can get, the more the better?
Yeah, I love it. We'll take all that we can get. You know, even if it's small, it's like, I don't expect that to do a whole lot for the token or anything like that. But any way that users out there in whatever part of the world are using to access the token, if we continue to expand it, I think it's great.
Yeah, we'll see if they end up having, sometimes small exchanges become big exchanges. Binance in 2017 was quite small. And then in 2021, it became the predominant exchange. So we'll just see where it goes. Like, am I super excited about any of those? No. Could it turn into something bigger? Yes. And it's a good sign that they're getting listed on all these smaller exchanges. That's a sign that is catching traction. What will be a bigger sign is when all these other exchanges will be coming to OMI and the VeVe team and Ecomi's team and begging Ecomi to list their token, or just doing a Renegade listing and just being like, well, it's got enough traction, we want to list it anyway, so we're going to make it happen.
Awesome. Collectible Goes There is my favorite piece on VeVe. Isn't even a major IP. It's Boo the freaking Cat. I think that has like 666 mints, or maybe 600-ish after VeVe takes its share. That's the other thing. I feel like VeVe has this incredible amount of untapped revenue from their sub 40s. And I know that people saying like, well, you never want them to sell. I'd want them to sell like number 35, like 30 through 35. Sell some of them, raise hundreds of thousands. Like, I don't know, and maybe use some of that to maybe burn some, buy back and burn some. I know we can't do that right now. Although, Cosmo, what are your thoughts about with the new SEC coming in? Is stuff like that, is that back on the table? I feel like it should be.
Like bringing in the sub 40 mints to the market?
No, like the burns, like buybacks and burns.
Do I think that those are going to come into play at some point?
Could they come back on the table with the new SEC and the new presidency?
Buybacks, I don't know, man. I don't know a ton. Like, I don't know near as much as, especially Dr. Stuff on this stuff. I don't know exactly what's going to be allowable or not. It seems like the burns, they've already figured out a mechanism to make that work in terms of being able to buy and sell collectibles with OMI on Stacker. So I feel like they've already kind of got that. But But in terms of bringing it to VeVe, I feel like if they've already figured it out with Stacker, it's probably not going to come back on the table. But I don't know.
But since you're here, Doc, is it possible that we get buybacks and burns back on the table with a new SEC and a new presidency, or is that like it's too far gone?
No, like I think that enters way too close into the realm of a security, like as defined even before like the SEC overreach, you know, because like that based on the efforts of others, you know, like so I think we will get those burns, like Cosmo was saying, right? Like we are getting that in that mechanism, but for them to buy it back and then burn it, that really does enter into like a clear-cut security, right? Where the team is acting, their actions are taking that stock, pulling it out of circulation, and then burning it, which then, you know, with supply and demand, it should increase the price. Like, not like there's multiple prongs, right? Like that's not the only, if that's the only thing that they're doing, it wouldn't meet that, but I just don't think it's worth it. So like, sorry to, you know, douse water on, you know, any fire that you're hoping to go, but I don't think that that's happening, man. Just like even with the new SEC, unless Congress passes laws that change the definition of a security, I just don't see them being able to do that.
Gotcha. Makes sense. So I was talking with, I think, Tammy the other day. She mentioned going outside the scope of VeVe a little bit here. She had something by Bricktopians, the law degree collection. I went and looked them up, and they sold out. I think they had 10,000 PFP project. I think the floor was like $100 converted to ETH. What do you guys see outside of VeVe that you have? Cosmo, on your reaction, you might have some Bricktopians?
No, that's the first time I've ever heard of that. How do you say it again?
Bricktopians.
Bricktopians? No, I don't know anything about those.
You can burn some to like, if you had a couple, you could like morph them or burn them to make like this animated one. It seemed really cool, but they were like $100 for the floor. But I just wanted to ask what you guys are seeing outside of VeVe, whether it's like on Panini or whether it's like on NHL Breakaway, any things that we should be paying attention to.
Well, I'll bring one up actually, and I don't know if it's necessarily like worth hopping into at the moment, but I had my eyes on Goblin Town, right? NFTs, like total degen NFT project that hit a couple of years ago and went absolutely wild. Do you remember that one?
That's the one. Did they change the PFP to give you like the finger?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, tell us a story about that.
Yeah, that was the one, right? That was the one. It was this crazy like message they sent to OpenSea for taking away the royalties to the artists, right? Because OpenSea was following suit with what Blur was doing, where there was no artist royalties given to the NFTs that were sold on there. So they were really unhappy with that. A lot of projects, NFT project creators were unhappy about that. So they changed back the image to the original Goblins. And what I liked about it, I mean, it is one of those projects that created a name for itself in the crypto space. Like so many people around Web3 like knew the name because they were these, quite honestly, NFTs that people were like, oh, the art on this is like really ugly or really bad at first. And the price of them were free to mint, and they started going up in price very rapidly, and they got all of the way up to $20,000 floor within just a couple of weeks. Like it was just crazy rise. And I bought a couple of them like pretty early on in there, and I sold out, made some profit. And I was like, you know what? With how meteoric the rise on those NFTs were, it's like, I bet you they're going to tank during the bear market, and I'm going to snatch up some of them because their name is going to stick around and people are going to remember, and they're going to scoop them up. So I picked up like 8 of them for a few $100 a piece, and they went to a $3,000 floor just like last week. And I think they're going to go actually quite a bit higher this next year. So that's just one example of a project that I thought, man, it's out there.
What project is that, Cosmo?
But it's on one.
Goblin Town.
Goblin. Yeah.
Yeah, that was fun, right? They were very, very like controversial, which is part of what made it fun, right? Like if you read their white paper, it was so funny. I forget what it was, but
It is ridiculous, honestly.
yeah, and like all these F-bombs dropped in it, if I'm remembering right. And I was like, this is funny, like cool. And it's just kind of making fun of the space. So like they did a good job, but I don't generally invest in like NFT projects and stuff unless they have a use case in a video game that I can understand, because the predictability just isn't high enough for me. I like higher predictability. And so like one of the reasons I didn't buy Bored Ape when Dr. Stuff talked about it was like, look, this might do well, but there's like 10,000 different projects fighting for this space. And I can't predict which ones are going to make it. Now, Dr. Stuff was doing a lot more research, and he had narrowed down to a few he thought would do really well. And one of them was Bored Apes, and Bored Apes went crazy from there. You know, he sent me one that was selling for 1 ETH, and it's the best Bored Ape I've ever seen. And it was going on the market for 1 ETH, and it took a week to sell at the time. But it had like laser eyes, and it was like a RoboCop type one, or a cyborg Bored Ape. It literally is the coolest one. It later sold like 6 months later for like $2 million or something crazy. But the predictability wasn't high enough for me. So I couldn't go back and say, I wish I'd made that decision. Generally, I wasn't buying any NFT projects except for Meebits, which came from the same people who did CryptoPunk. So the predictability was somewhat higher. And I made like 4X on those, which was cool, 4X and 7X. But like nothing compared to what Bored Apes did. But I like predictability. So I just generally don't do NFTs. I have been doing NFL All Day and UFC Strike because like VeVe, it's got major IP. And so it gives me a better glimpse of what the predictability on things are.
There's I talked before about the movie Funny People. Have you guys ever seen it? With Adam Sandler and Seth Rogen. The movie's not necessarily important, but there's a scene in there where I think Seth Rogen and Adam Sandler, they're both hired by like MySpace, because the movie came out in like 2009. So they were hired to just say like F Facebook. And the reason why I bring it up is because that fight for attention, so like we still have that to this day. It's like whoever has the attention wins. But in the same breath that there's like kind of no such thing as bad publicity, we're about to have something called like a cold snatch, some mega cold front come into like the Midwest. It's supposed to be like -20 in the next couple weeks. Is it good? Like it would be cool and it'll get a lot of eyes, but is it worth it to like VeVe and OMI to have like the real Randy Chavez sit outside shirtless for an hour to raise awareness for VeVe? No, probably not. It's probably not the move, but it'll get people talking. I don't know. Like, where do you draw the line with that? With like, how much do you do for attention?
I'm gonna pump that one to you guys. I don't even know.
Ask the Haktua girl how monetizable attention is, right?
Yeah, I feel bad for her. I don't think she knew what she was doing. I think she just got taken advantage of. I think that that whole thing.
She got taken advantage of, right? So some scam project approached her and be like, hey, we'll partner with you on this and we'll use your name. And then they rug pulled, and she just didn't know what she was doing and said no or yes to the wrong people, just like Logan Paul. Didn't he make the same mistake back in like 2021?
Oh, he made it. Well, he made his first mistake in like 10 years ago in a forest in Japan. But yeah, he did that with his Crypto Zoo and his other stuff. Yeah.
Yep.
Great.
But she came out because of attention, something silly, a video that went massively viral, and all of a sudden she had all these things that were massively monetizable. So, you know, Randy Chavez shirtless, that would go well. Randy Chavez, if you were a girl and you were shirtless to bring awareness, it would go even better.
I just want to know where that line is. I'll be like, I'll do it if it's for the greater good of VeVe and OMI. I'll do it. I'll put some protective gear on, walk through fire. I'll do whatever. But again, you have that line of just, okay, this is not the type of attention we want.
Yeah, I guess I'll say this: as long as it's not hazardous to your health or to general morality, I would say that's maybe where the line sits. That's my take on it, at least.
General morality is also a kind of a funny line as well. I mean, if it's like PG-13 then is like, okay, well, can kids watch it? Oh, you know, it depends. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's hard. We'll see. On the other front, you have people really enjoying the Bambi collectibles. Heather from Kuroga has a lot of awesome pictures with Thumper and Owl Friend and Bambi and whatever the Waylon. I forget Bambi's girlfriend's name. But I don't know. Have you guys played with any of the stuff in AR recently? Like, dude, this is so cool. I know if you have 1,000 collectibles, you're not going to play with everything in AR. But which ones are more fun?
Punisher and Sabretooth are dope. I will say VeVe has really stepped up their game on these, and even the Wolverine. Like, I love the snick, you know, like that comes out. So like I played with those in AR, and even just like the Sabretooth with like kind of like his fur in the back kind of just like shifting in the wind. It's like, bro, that looks awesome. And again, I'm super partial to, you know, Wolverine and so anything to do with Wolverine. So Sabretooth, hated Sabretooth. That guy is like a grade A dick, bro. Like, not as bad as OG Vault, but he's up there, you know, like, man, slide that in there. No, but like, yeah, that collectible is freaking awesome, man. Like, and I really do think that the quality that they're coming out with now on these things are awesome. I like the Iron Man too. Like my son and daughter, I am recording. They constantly ask me to record them getting shot by the Iron Man and then falling down dead. You know, like, and it's fun. It's super fun. So those are the ones that. Hey, I appreciate the comments, Chase and Pink Panther. And sorry to look, Pink Panther likes OG Vault, so I'll stop talking about him. But yeah, anyways, I appreciate the positive comments. Yo, Miss Rain, how you doing?
What's
Hi, Raxel.
It says Doc is very knowledgeable.
I paid him to say that. So.
Yeah, Doc's getting a whole bunch of flowers here. Everyone
love it.
Yeah.
Oh, and class individual. Gosh, you must be like paying all sorts of money because
yeah, like I sold all my crypto so I could pay these guys to
right.
compliment the comments.
That's something like, and again, this is about like just being petty. If there's any of my haters that had like a YouTube channel or whatever, I might just like pay a bunch of people to go on there and not spread any negativity. Be like, you know what, Randy Chavez is awesome, and they like, I'll pay them to like super chat or whatever, and they have to like bring it up.
I'll do it. I'll set up like 100 different accounts with like all sorts of different pictures. It'll be fine. Yeah.
Okay, so Raxel, you answer this. I feel like you see us playing on the sidelines with our collectibles here. This past week, the Minnesota Vikings have they did a celebratory touchdown that was the choreography of High School Musical, and they did all in this to get that one. And I feel like for VeVe, they don't have anything that can really dance. Like they have stuff that's animated and it's cool. What type of stuff could get you guys to do like a video where you're dancing with your collectibles? Does it have to be something that everyone knows, like Cotton Eye Joe?
You guys like, because I have some collectibles.
Oh yeah. What would you want to dance or like to?
I don't know. I could be bribed, probably.
But what kind of collectible would be so fun that you would have to like film it and do a video of you dancing with your collectible?
What kind of collectible?
A High School Musical collectible.
High School Musical, but like Utah Utes.
Get the. I mean, we could do it with whichever state. I mean, it could be. Like I said, the Minnesota Viking. Oh yeah, I'd be down.
I also like. Apparently, I don't like them that much because I can't even think of them. It's the football team. Oh gosh.
Dallas Cowboys.
No.
That's God's team.
Yeah, no, the Chiefs, because like, anyway, I used to like Alex Smith when he was on their team, and like he's not there anymore, but I still like the Chiefs. And Taylor.
I feel like the Chiefs. So I can't prove this. Well, no, I can. There's a bunch of like videos showing the Chiefs, like blatant penalties are happening like in front of the ref's eyes. And they don't call it. They're like blind to it.
Loves them. See?
So they have blinders on. Yeah, I don't know.
How did?
They're hoping for extra favors getting tickets to Taylor Swift concerts if they like don't call the penalties on the Chiefs.
So what we
also, I don't know what happened with my Taco Bell order. This poor guy, they had to switch drivers like 3 different times to try to. I have to like cancel the order and then like redo it because Been waiting like an hour for this Taco Bell.
My wife brought me Panda Express, so I ate it. I turned my camera off so you all didn't have to see me eating, but it was amazing. Thank you.
So super jelly from that.
Said Randy, you could do your if the Chiefs won, you could do a dance like a mimic of Taylor Swift dancing, and you could have like football players dressed up and the girl dressed up like Taylor and make it funny. Yeah,
could do that. I have somewhere there's a photo of me in a blonde wig.
Yeah.
I forget when that was. I think that was 2018.
I bet all of you would look good with the blonde wig.
Yeah, it's my specialty.
Yeah, I'll try to find one.
With my eyes.
You could get it sewn in like I do, extensions, just sew in some blonde hair.
Oh, I guess I could do that too. I mean, that might not look natural with the black roots.
Really? Yeah, you
never know until you try.
Yeah,
It's true.
It's true.
I'm looking for it. It's not showing up for me in my. Oh wait, hang on. I'm going to try to find one without a. Well, you're just going to have to see it with a girl. So there's a wig that she gave me, and it's you could tell it was 2018 because I didn't have my Donkey Kong yet. But I have one with me with a hammer because I was trying to cosplay as Thor, but I can't. It's not here. I can't find it.
Maybe by then they'll be broken up, and then she'll have a song out, and then you can dance to that song when you win.
Yeah, all of her dating experiences have like an expiration date, so I don't know exactly when it's going to be, but Taylor Swift never goes more than a year or two.
But they've already been a year. Like this is the longest one.
Wow, new records.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 7-ish, about 5-ish hours to go. So that comment was made like an hour ago. So about 5 hours 10 minutes left.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I know Rain and Raxel are going to go dancing, but what about you, Cosmo and Doc? What are you? How are y'all gonna ring in the new year?
Go ahead, Doc.
Gonna be meeting up with some fam, and bought some little party favors and stuff like that, and just spending it with people that I truly care about. Be good.
Oh, I love that. What about you, Cosmo?
I love it. Yeah, got my wife and kiddos. We're gonna be just hanging out as late as the kids will stay up, and we rented a pinball machine actually.
Oh,
so it's such an interesting business this guy around us runs. He owns a ton of pinball machines, and you can rent them by the month. And so we've been doing that for the last few years for Christmas, like the month of December. And so the kids have been loving that. They're totally destroying me on it. And anyways, we'll be playing games and chilling until they're ready to go to bed. So that's our plan.
Oh, that's awesome. Super happy for y'all. Do you guys have you guys gonna set off fireworks, do you?
I love fireworks. The neighborhood I live in, they're restricted. So we have to like travel out to go light them. And it's probably not going to happen this year. But yeah, in general, I love fireworks.
Not the kind of fireworks you're thinking of.
The illegal ones you can only get from certain states. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No.
I think you were referring to
there will be some fireworks going off tonight.
My man. So so I got Rain's hopefully this guy's picking up my freaking Taco Bell. Sorry. So I got Rain's answer. Raxel, what song do you want to ring in? Like, I know you guys are going dancing. What song do you want to be playing when the new year hits?
She wants I Want to Be an OMI Billionaire to be playing.
No. No. There's a song I like to dance to. It's kind of like a sexy dance song. It's like a West Coast swing. Do I go down smooth? It's kind of got a fun beat. It's fun, huh?
Do I go down? Yeah. Do I go down?
I'd like to bring it in the new year with that. Get a little sneak into a New Year's kiss. All the things. That'd be fun.
I love that. Would it? I've only had 2 New Year's kisses. So in the times where I was in the military, it was with a bunch of dudes. So I was always working. Didn't want to kiss a dude.
I was like, wait.
There was other times beforehand, like obviously when you're like 1 to 12 years old, there's no you're kind of with family, you don't want to do any of that there.
Yeah.
Once when I was a teenager, and then once recently, like a few years ago. But outside of that, I've only had two of those.
Oh.
Doc, I know you got to bounce. So before you bounce, what is the most memorable New Year moment?
I think so. I have this best friend from junior high, and his birthday is on the 31st of December. And so most years, not this year, unfortunately, but most years, we've gone up to his place, or he's come down to my place, and we bring in the new year together, and we sing that da, 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 da. Like, I can't remember the words right now. I have to look it up on my phone when we're singing it and stuff. But just like, I don't know, man, like that friendship, and then just like with his family, and like and my kids, and just like experiencing that, just passing the time with him, like I've just loved that. Like I don't know, that connection. Just really excited to, like, I don't know, I look forward to that. Like, to have someone who's just like, listen, on my birthday, there's nothing I'd rather do than like celebrate it with you and your family, and bring in the new year together, man. Like, just again, they're just someone that I've been friends with since junior high. Just to have that, that's always meant like a ton to me. So sorry, no fireworks or anything, crazy like that. But yeah, that's been mine. But with that, everyone, I've got to go. I wish you all a happy new year. Mrs. Rain, Crypto Rain, good to see you guys. Cosmo, you rock, and Real Randy Chavez, I heart y'all, and all the community. And again, hey, look, Pink Panther, I'm sorry, man, to throw all that out there. I know you like to drop shows, so I stop with that. But anyways, appreciate y'all, and happy new year. We'll see you in 2025.
We'll see you.
Happy New Year, Doc.
We got to run too. We got to get ready for all the fun activities tonight.
All right. I will catch you later. Been good to see you.
Yeah.
So long.
Good to see you, Cosmo.
Happy New Year.
There was so we've had over the last several hours.
Another 5 minutes, so just so you know.
Okay, cool beans. What is it? So in 5 minutes, London, Dublin, United Kingdom, and 24 other people are going to be celebrating the new year. And then I think Dog Boy and Rita Baby are coming on in a bit. So you'll leave me in good hands with them.
Yeah. So I'm all
So
down.
I'll ask you a more forward. Doc's more about the past. I'll ask you more of a forward one. New Year's Eve 2025. Bull market's had its thing. We are riding off into the sunset, and we're looking at it was a great 2025. What does that look like for you? Where are you? Who's with you? What are we all doing?
Oh man. Honestly, I am so bullish about New Year's 2025 and where things are at. Not just for the crypto scene, but just things that we've accomplished in my family, and some things just going on in personal life. Like, so excited for 2025. So for me, the end of 2025, honestly, will be right with my family, hanging out, probably just like here at home, doing our thing, enjoying each other's company. Nothing special, nothing big, but celebrating what we think will be just a fantastic year. I'm just looking forward to it, man. I'm so bullish on everything for this next year, just with my family in general. So loving it.
I love the simplicity of that. It's like nothing crazy, nothing wild. If I had a family, I'd probably do that too. Maybe with like a new Nintendo or something. But yeah, I'd probably do something similar.
Wait, where will you be? What about you?
Well, it's so normal Chavez and non-family Chavez. All right. I want to do one of those things. I get like this. Not they do. You don't have to get one yourself, but there's this like mega Airbus where that takes a couple hundred people, and you fly. You start in Republic of like Zinamatar or something, basically New Zealand, and you start there and you celebrate New Year's every part of the world, every time zone. So that sounds really fun, but definitely something that if you're stuck on this Airbus for like 24 hours could get a little old. Might be feel a little trapped. That would be
cool
fun.
Experience and something like that, though. I mean, like even if you just did it one time, right? Just for the experience itself, that'd be pretty sweet.
Yeah, and then I don't know. I'd take like a parachute and just be like, okay, drop me off in Germany, and then let's go there.
Yeah. You know,
like that.
there are experiences like that that are wild, that can be like kind of excessive or so like that. Like, I'll give you a perfect example. In college, I drove to Alaska and back. Like, I worked there for the summer basically, and it was a 55-hour drive all the way to Alaska where I was at. And it was out of control long. I mean, I split it up, had it all planned out. I was going to drive 11 hours a day.
Oh my God.
And it was something that I would never, ever do again, like at least plan on doing again. And yet it was such an extraordinary experience. I loved it, especially on the way back at the end of the summer. The leaves changing color in British Columbia, like, it was out of control, amazing. Definitely long, definitely wouldn't do it again, but just an unforgettable experience that I enjoyed while I was doing it.
Yeah, you had to do that twice. That is there and back. Wow.
Yeah.
I would never think to drive. That's nuts. There's a buddy of mine that drove from like Colorado to the U.S. or like the East Coast once, in like 40 something hours. Like, how'd you do that? And she's like, I took a bunch of Adderall and I went and I was like, oh, okay. But I hate driving. I couldn't do it.
Yeah. I mean, it was definitely a long drive, but yeah, there was plenty of things to see and do. And I hadn't been to Canada before, so I got to kind of make some stops along the way and just enjoy some things. It was fun.
I would love, there's a buddy of mine, he worked for some Alaskan cruise line, and he apparently those are wicked fun. You go into these places that, like, that's what they do. Like, all they do is they host these big people that come in. So they're not really a touristy spot. They're like a fill-up spot, but they like know how to party, and they show people, like, I don't know, just like the local lore and the local history of their certain places. And that's just awesome. You're never going to get that in like the big, I don't know, like, let's say like everyone goes to Vegas. A lot of people go to Reno, but I bet very few people stop at that clown motel that's in between. But very few people go in and, sorry,
Right.
I got a bigger. I would love to go in that clown motel.
I don't even know what that is. Well, like, I'll say, like, in Alaska, like, I did one of those day cruises while I was working there for the summer at Prince Henry Sound. It was awesome. They took us to the glaciers. I just saw the wildlife out there. It was fun. It was a great time.
Yeah, I bet.
But with that, I got to bounce. Appreciate you having me on. Happy New Year to you. Well done on this stream. You're a beast. Good luck on the rest of it. I'll catch parts here. But enjoy. We'll see you next year, brother.
Peace, man. Bye. Meow, meow. So everyone, it's been a couple of hours. Now we are back here together, forever and ever. Let's make this last forever. Let's get back to some of the comments here now that I'm only an hour 20 behind. Not bad. Disney is the epitome of careful with your brand. Pokemon is up there as well, but they should feel right at home in David Yu's hands. Agreed. And I feel like there's a lot of people that think, you know what, I'm super into VeVe, and I think like VeVe Fan Bam is a good example of this. She has her VeVe friends, and then she has her normal friends, because not everyone's super into it all the time. I hope that people realize, people that they're like so far into VeVe, that it's very daunting for someone to come in and be like, bro, you guys are like, you go out, meet a couple times a year. Is this like a cult? What is this? Why is everyone wearing all these hats and these shirts? So like it looks a little, might look a little strange, but then you just, they're just awesome people, and they just love to be around. They just go hang out. They just buy these collectibles. It's like a crypto conference, whatever. But I hope that the people that are like me, that are like really so far in, they can't expect, it's like I mentioned before, someone saying like, hey, I want to get into Doctor Who. I've heard really good things. Okay, you have 60 years of content you have to catch up on now. No, it's like for everyone, they have to like kind of find the doctor that works for them. Some like David Tennant, some like others. Couldn't even tell you which other ones there are. Not everyone has to come in and like everything. They might not even like the VeVe lettering looks ugly. I don't like that. I like my Cartoon Network stuff that I get. I like my comics that I get, and that's fine. I just hope that people aren't like, not too pushy with their friends. Like, oh, just whatever you like, and then they'll just hang out and have drinks later. Chase Bunch said, prepare yourself with the Cats comment. Dude, I can't wait. That's something I didn't ask Ben. Is like, hey, what do we have like a timeline on when some of this might come out? Because we've got the first one's almost already done here. Oh, my Taco Bell. Oh, it finally got okay. So now that nobody's here, okay, I'm gonna go get my Taco Bell. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give my.
Just really wanted to highlight everyone. And I mean, this was coming from like a place of like pure love and like spreading that positivity and like really wanting to unite us. And this idea came from Magic's heart and soul and passion for this community and this family that we have. And I just really admire you, Magic. Like, I love you. A lot of people know that you and I are very close and you're my best friend. But besides that, like, I see you and I see how hard you work. And I see like the pure, like, just passion that you have. And I just really wanted to thank you too for considering Max and I know that sounds kind of silly because we're close, but just considering us, like trusting us with something as special as.
Sorry, I hope VeVe Magic was able to entertain y'all while I got my Taco Bell. I had no idea that was going to be a thing. Anyway, let me go to get. I'm gonna have to feed the doggo. Oh, hey, what's going on?
Hey,
there I am.
Meow meow meow. Oh, Mike. All right, so introduce us. Who is this baby?
This is Castiel. His name is Cass. We named him after the character Castiel on Supernatural because it's one of our favorite shows. Oh, he can. Let's see. There he is. Say hi. It's your Randy debut. Say hi, Dashy.
Oh, Dashy's in the basement right now. With a
well, if you eat, put backstage and put Magic back on until you're done if you want.
No, you're good. I mean, I don't need to like eat right now. I gotta feed the doggo. But I think he just ran out of food as well, so I have to make something up for him in the. I think, what are you guys doing for New Year's? Tell us your New Year. Tell us what you have normally done for New Year's and how this New Year's will be different. I go fix this guy's food.
Well, we're old, so yeah. So we just hang out at home. Usually, me and my stepson will play some drums and guitar and jam out a little bit.
Yeah.
I got some pork in the slow roaster ready to go for later. No mushrooms. No mushrooms though. So we're just gonna enjoy ourselves here in the family tonight and watch some of your stream and participate a little bit, give you a little break.
Okay, so tell me about Cass's food. What type of food you got Cass on? And is it more play? Do you do any training the first couple days, or you just like to cuddle?
A little bit of everything. So we have when you stayed here, our back little room where like the drum set is. That's kind of where he's set up because he got way too used to the rest of the house, and that was a problem. So to potty train him, we have bells set up, and he has to ring the bell to let us know he needs to go outside, which he's getting better with. And then for every time he does his business outside, he gets a treat, but he has to sit first. So we're teaching him how to sit.
Nice.
It's been going well. The name of the food I never remember, but
Froms.
Okay. But yeah, he's almost 7 months, and we've had him. Tomorrow will be 3 weeks, I believe. But he's been doing really well.
He's a holy terror, and then he'll just stop, and then he's just like the most lovable little dog in the world. So
yeah, let's just say I played 40 minutes before we came on here just to get him calmed down because he just wants to play, and yeah, he's crazy.
I bet. We have a so you making your mushrooms again tonight?
I'm not. No,
that's because you're not coming over.
Yeah, no, I made some cold cannon. We had actually Indiana pork tenderloin sandwiches because I had all that pork, which were really good. And What else we got? We got to make my hot and spicy, sweet and spicy kibasi rings, and I get some pretzels, soft pretzels. So
Very nice.
we'll be eating good here later. Drinking some champagne. You better start drinking, bro. You're like 7 hours in, 8 hours in.
Yeah, I had a few, and then I started not feeling so hot. And then I was like, I ordered Taco Bell, maybe because I'm doing all this on like an empty stomach. So I ordered Taco Bell like 2 hours ago. It just got here. Surprisingly, it's still warm, I guess. So, but yeah, I was like, man, this is rough. But hopefully, after I get some calories in me, start to feel a little bit better. But yeah, I had a couple of beers already. I haven't had, even though I owe people like. First one's on me, second one's on me, third drinks. I've had like a bunch of these so far. We'll get to them.
All right.
Anyway,
we just got home and we just started cracking them, so I'm sure we'll be in good shape here in an hour or so.
Same. So what was tell me the rest of Thanksgiving. What has been going on in your weeks? Obviously, you get the puppy. But yeah, what else been going on?
I had to run out of town, and I work out of town a lot. And there's Mr. Trent. Remember Crusher? Crusher 12. He wanted to join in too.
What up, bro? How are you liking Pokemon TCG? The new stuff.
I like the new packs. I wish they would have had more than just the one drop though. Like how they had the 3 before, but. Yeah, it's been fun.
We still talk about you two nerding out, man. That was like, I was just like in La La Land. I'm like, what are these guys talking about?
Yeah, put two nerds, like, I don't know, we speak each other's language. There's not too much of that in Web3. Like, I mean, maybe a little bit with Rain and Cosmo and like gaming and stuff, but like that's it. Like, I'll talk about some type of Pokemon or like Yu-Gi-Oh, whatever reference. And Rain's just like, what the fudge? I was like, sorry.
Yes. Trent wanted to come on in case you wanted to nerd out a little bit. I know you had anything for him.
I mean, always. So I just played. So I'm always playing Pokemon. I just replayed Pokemon Red.
Oh, nice.
I did a Charizard and Beedrill run. Because you obviously a starter was Charmander, and then I got Weedle first out. And then you honestly didn't even need Charizard. A surprising amount of Pokemon are weak to bug. So all you need is Twin Needle can only get you so far. You need like Swords Dance. You can get Swords Dance in I forget where it was. I think in Rocket Tower in Saffron City. And then from then on you have Swords Dance, and then you just pwn through everyone.
It does help a lot. And plus Charizard's my favorite Pokemon, so yeah. But it is funny because the first few gyms, it's just not ideal.
Like horrible, yeah. So I guess in Pokemon like Gen 4, where they had like Fire Red, Leaf Green, Charmander learns like Metal Claw.
Oh yeah, it does help a lot more.
So I'm talking to like my friend about this, and his sister chimes in and is like, what do you mean? Brock is easy. I was like, with Charmander? Like, and she's like, yeah, just wait until you learn Metal Claw. And I was like, all right, girl, like back in the day, you showed my age there. It was a lot harder.
I'm gonna do the same thing I did at the house. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what games are you playing nowadays?
I've been changing it up. I mean, I got a lot of mobile games I've been doing on my channel. I haven't really done a lot, but
which mobile games?
Well, as you know, the Pokemon TCG, but I have the Star Wars Galaxy Heroes and like Dokkan Battle and Dragon Ball and just a bunch of random stuff.
Are you playing Marvel Rivals?
No, but I know a lot of people that are. I know it's pretty big. I'm thinking about getting it. I do like Spider-Man a lot, so it would be cool. So,
apparently, Jeff the Land Shark is like causing waves, no pun intended, because he's like a healer and he's like super fast. So if like one of your team's like dying, he can like dive underneath the ground and like swim to your guy and cast this like healing thing. Again, I don't know how it works. I haven't played. But he's like disrupting everything. I was like, oh damn.
Yeah, that's cool. Well, what did you get at Taco Bell?
So other mobile games I've been getting, so I don't know how like they know, but I downloaded just like a chess app just to play chess, and now like all of my suggested feeds or suggested things on Facebook are all just like from this app. It's like move of the day, and I was like, what? Like I don't know how it knew. So all these groups are suggesting that I like, oh, and they're cool. They're like, why was this a brilliant move? I was like, oh, okay, let me look at it. And I spend much more time a day, probably a good 30 minutes a day, looking at these moves and thinking why it was brilliant. Do you play chess?
Not so much now, but I think probably like 6-7 years ago on the iPhone, you had like this little game mode thing that had chess on it, and I'd play like with some friends, and it is fun. There's a lot of strategy that goes into it.
Makes my head hurt. I don't know why I downloaded this.
I don't really even understand half of it sometimes, but it is fun.
Yeah. On the so what'd you think of the Superman trailer?
It's looking good. Kind of reminds me of the old Superman movies. I did like Man of Steel, and Batman v Superman was just but I did like trying to get out his name, Henry Cavill. I did like his Superman a lot. Plus, he was built for the role. But I do have a good feeling that this one could be a good one.
Yeah. Superman has always had like that issue of he's too OP. How do you make him?
Well, that's definitely a big thing. Yeah. It's hard to set a good story because it's just even whenever he dies, he comes back anyways.
Oh, I hated about Batman v Superman. Like,
yeah,
you killed this guy in 2 freaking movies. Oh my god, I was super salty.
Yeah,
no idea.
Took advantage of that. They killed him off.
I'm a Christopher Reeves Superman era person, so
it gave me kind of similar vibes, at least in the trailer.
I like that they're getting Crypto Superdog in there real quick. Yeah, I think that's cool.
Yeah, I do agree. It's a nice reference because none of the movies had him.
So Trent and I were talking the other day. What do you think of this idea? So how much do you think it costs VeVe to mint an NFT? Just the minting process?
Nothing? Probably next to nothing. Well, the minting process or like the process like, hey, we have to design it. We have to pay our animators. Or is it just the minting?
Just the minting.
Probably next to nothing.
You know, we were thinking like it would be neat rather than having, just a title, like, what your handle is actually creating an NFT avatar for VeVe. And they can kind of utilize AI and use like API to gain all of your like first collectible, what you collect the most of, how long you've held it, and then generate like different avatars. And then you can pick one of them and you can do like cosmetic upgrades or whatever that you wanted to, and then mint it. And then that will warehouse like all of your information, just like your title does.
Okay.
And then the legacy people and the level 100 people would have like maybe like you wear that Ohio State chain that has 100 on it or something.
Yeah.
But they could do a lot of neat things with those avatars, even allow for purchases for things for it. And then that can segue into the VeVe-verse and be your avatar in the VeVe-verse.
So there's a ton of my brain's firing on all cylinders now on what you could do with that. But how do you have, I feel like there's a lot of people that play video games that say like, I spent the first 2 hours just making my character and like that was it. Like, can it be customizable to a point of fault? And after you do the final customization, and like they had this issue years ago on like Pokemon Go when Pokemon Sleep came out.
Yeah.
So Pokemon Go, everyone had their avatars of like of very nice looking avatars. They were all thin. They were all to a point. And then when it connected to your Pokemon Sleep app and they got your real height and weight, it grew the avatars by like that amount. So people are waking up, be like, what the fudge happened to this avatar? Why do I look like this? Like, well, your height and weight's in there because of the sleep.
Well, it wouldn't really be like a likeness of you per se. It would just, if you got like AI, like an AI driven program to take into consideration all of your like purchases, holds, things that you first purchase, and then just generate some like goofy character or whatever, and give you like 5 options, and then you could do minor adjustments with
your personal butler.
Yeah, and then that would be your avatar. Kind of like the Bad Cows did. You know, you kind of was potluck, but you know, they had just have different, you know, characteristics.
So I have this. What's going through my mind is probably trash, but you guys ever been? I'm sure you guys have been to Hershey Park.
Oh yeah. Well, Rita and I went.
So on the Hershey Park ride, they show you how they make the chocolates, and you get like a free Hershey's Kiss or whatever after the ride. So I have this idea of like, what if it was like anyone that signed on that just made a new account for VeVe, they got taken through this like 90-second thing. I was like, and maybe it's somebody, I don't know, we'll name him Charles. Charles is the one that like, here's how we mint the NFTs. Here's how we do them. Here's your free NFT. And everyone gets a free NFT when they go on board. Just for that experience, because again, the minting costs next to nothing. And even it's like, oh, I really like this guy Charles, whoever VeVe has. Like, well, you could have like your own if you choose to purchase him. He can go in the VeVe-verse. I feel like this is either going to be a really awesome idea or a really stupid idea. But at 7 hours 20 minutes, that's where we have had this idea.
Well, I mean, it would encourage onboarders because, like you said, you know, even if somebody just wants to come in and create an avatar, they got an NFT. You know, they got their own NFT. You know, so just trying to get like engagement and kind of take away, you know, having to go into the VeVe-verse and create an avatar anyhow. You already have one, and then everything's linked to your avatar rather than just your name.
That's a good idea. I would do it.
You know, give animation to like level 100s or something, and you know, something to work into like for, you know, lower levels. I mean,
and then I guess you could add to them the more levels, like the higher you get. Like if you're level 0 through 5, you get something, and then level 10, you get something. Okay.
Right. I just think they could parlay that into a rewards program as well. So yeah.
This comment for like an hour ago. It's just like
it's the peanut butter comment. I heard that.
Oh
actually.
Yeah. Yeah, that was bullshit. Yeah, tell me what I can't do with my peanut butter. Anyway, on the outside of that, we have some other news that we haven't gone over yet. So this was from like I think it's like 2015. Ted Cruz put out a ad saying all donors are automatically entered in a drawing for a chance to win a trip to Houston, Texas, and they have the opportunity to Netflix and chill with Senator Cruz. I don't think they knew what that meant at the time.
Probably not.
Because they're definitely too slow. Like Netflix and chill, like they know that mean that they're gonna want to clap Senator Cruz's booty cheeks. I love how slow government is at recognizing some of these things sometimes. But that is not from the other news I wanted to go over. I forget where it is. What have you guys been excited about? What news has sparked your guys' interest the last couple of days?
UFOs.
Oh yeah.
Fog.
Do you guys see any over there?
I see fog. I haven't noticed any like the particles that like I'm seeing on like X and stuff, but I was.
So what is this fog? Is the fog that we know of just like, hey, it's just precipitation and like normal fog, or is it?
Well, that's where the debate lies. I think that, you know, I know when we have fog here, obviously there's droplets of rain and stuff in it. You know, it's a cloud basically coming down to earth. So, you know, I think that some of that maybe is taken a little out of context, but a lot of those folks are, you know, looking for something to kind of correlate with the UFO, you know, the drones and all that.
Yeah. But I haven't seen any in Ohio. They're not this far inland.
Yeah.
They might be.
Yeah, us either. I know they did divert a plane here today. It got struck by lightning to Pittsburgh.
There's been a lot. So the crashes that I've seen the past few days have not been due to lightning. I think it's just been to other stuff. But have you guys seen those? Like 2 of them were in like South Korea. Some were in like, yeah.
Yeah, I think one of the Vanderbilt team almost got hit by another plane that was crossing over the runway when they were trying to take off or land.
Oof. I don't know if you could make me a pilot in these days. I don't think I could do it.
You never flew in the Air Force?
I mean, I was never the one to fly the aircraft. I'd fly all around, like while other people are piloting them. But I don't want to be. I distinctly remember one time. There's this. They radio into ATOG like we could clear land, and like because it was like sandstorming out, and they're like, "Are you, do you have visibility?" And they're like, "Yeah, we have visibility." No like you could not see like 5 feet out in front of the aircraft, and they're like, "Yeah, as long as you have visibility, you're clear to land." And I'm thinking like, "Oh my God, we're gonna die," because like you couldn't see anything. And then sandstorm or not, they just knew the path, they landed it, and it was fine. But I never want to. Nope.
I will tell you this: when I was in New Jersey for work, well, I was actually in Bethlehem, PA, right next to New Jersey border. I was working on a site, and I seen probably 20,000 geese like take off, and they were all like out of formation and going the wrong direction. So
how do you know they were going like the wrong direction? If they were all going one direction, shouldn't they be?
Oh, shouldn't they be going south for the winter?
Okay, fair. Okay, so they were going.
They were going east.
Okay.
Yeah, they were running right into the sun. So I'm going to send that video to you because it's like really cool. I think you'll be pretty like shocked by it. I thought they were drones at first. I was all excited, but then I started hearing quack, 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 quack. And I'm like, oh, those are geese. I'm going to send it to you.
Yeah, there's a couple of those things that I've gotten recently to come on and say like, oh, it was just like it was for Sully. The bunch of the birds, they destroyed an engine. Like, oh, damn.
Yeah, geese usually don't fly out of formation like that. I mean, it was weird. Where is it?
I wonder if, that's a big buy. Hold on. Just came across the desk here.
There it is.
Someone just purchased a nice amount, $5,000 worth of Definity. So shout out to them. Happy New Year.
I got a nice bag of that.
Oh, nice. Very nice. Someone just purchased $5K worth. Didn't move the price much. Price is still 4.3 cents, but good for them for doing that. Yeah, for the whenever I see these different things with nature, it reminds me of Pokemon the movie 2000, where Professor Oak's talking to like Delia Ketchum. Is like, when something goes wrong, they can sense it, and I fear something somewhere has gone terribly wrong. And I was like, I don't know.
It's definitely a similar vibe to that.
Video.
What has disturbed the harmony to make all of these things start to go like? Now you have drones. Now you have birds flying the wrong direction. You is that over X? You
No,
said
I texted it.
Okay. There's my Uber. There's my. Okay, got it. The I don't know. I feel like 2016 was a very crazy year, but I feel like this year is pretty close. Like 2016, you had Harambe, then you had the clowns. Did the clowns get here also, or is that only just on the coast?
With clowns.
Okay, so in 2016, there was these like massive clown sightings on like the coast. A lot of it was in the East Coast. I assume but they're just like these creepy ass clowns. Like just Google 2016 clowns and you'll see it.
I remember it in 2016. I haven't heard too much this year though about it.
I mean, I don't know if the clowns are going to be there but just the sheer. I don't know. There's just been a lot of stuff going on in 2024. It just reminds me of 2016. Dubbo, what was the craziest year on record for you?
Craziest year?
Yeah.
I got like 54 to choose from. Come on now.
Which was the craziest, like for the world? Like obviously in
the world, all right.
Yeah, I mean you yourself have lived a very colorful life, but yeah, for the world.
It was probably 2001.
Okay, yeah, that's a big one. Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, that was well, between that and 1989.
What was 89?
That's when I went to college and the Gulf War started, I think.
Oh, okay. All right, yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of messed up. It was a messed up year. But
I served with some peeps that served in the first in the first Gulf War, and they were they're a little different. They were a little hardened, and they yeah this is different era. There's a I don't know how some of these guys, I guess they were reserved now, so it didn't matter. Not that it didn't matter, but there's an old regulation that said that you could only drink like one beer like when you're at lunch, and then obviously that became an old regulation because they said, okay, now people were abusing that. Now you can't have any beers. But there was people that still like kind of followed that regulation. And I was like, damn, that's all right, going nuts.
Let's see what we got to put up with.
Baby.
Gas.
Oh,
Yeah, sorry, I'm down here on doggy duty, so.
it's all good. Seems to be having a nice time.
Yeah, so yeah, he can be a holy terror bit. Boy, is he loving when he gets himself going.
I feel you on that. All right, so there's been a fight. Okay, here's the video that I haven't seen yet.
It's like a minute long, but you ain't gonna believe it. It's like nonstop, and I stopped it, and they weren't even done going through there.
Wow, that is a big ass migration of birds. Where was this?
It was in Nazareth, PA.
This doesn't even seem real. Like if you're to just,
So you could see where I thought it was drones because they're like shiny.
yeah, like just all right. Let me. That like it doesn't look real, and I was like, oh yeah, maybe it is drones, but it's. You said they're. Yeah, this is wild. There's. And we're sure it's not drones. Like we're sure.
They're quacking. If there's a quacky drone, I don't know.
That is a large. I mean, I imagine for like a full-on nature Jack Hanna, Steve Irwin type. Like this is probably just like normal. But yeah, I don't know. And you said they're going.
They were going east.
They're going east. I wonder why.
South. Well, it was like northeast or no southeast.
Okay.
They may have made a beeline at the coast and went down, but they were going more east than south.
So on the what do we have it on the next couple of weeks? I think it's supposed to get like -20. What is that called? It's like it's not even just a cold front. It's like a cold snatch or something.
What do you call that? No. What's it called? I can't remember what it's called now.
Whatever it is, it's supposed to be
meteorology. I took meteorology in college just for like a fun class. That was that called?
Like a cold front?
No.
My friend Steven did that. He loves big storms, and he's like, it's exciting. I was like, all right, take it. It's cool.
Oh yeah, and our meteorologist friend that was supposed to come to the VeVe parties with us. I guess his mother is a travel agent, so if anyone wants to go on a cruise to New Orleans for Mardi Gras in 2026, he's got like 40 spots booked on the celebrity cruise.
Oh damn!
Yeah, so
what other celebrities are on there?
I don't know. He's like he's a big he's a meteorologist in New York City. He's like a big shot.
So it's like all of the people in New York City.
I don't know. He's like really cool. I don't know. It's just like you. I mean, everyone just kind of takes to us. We must got those faces like, yeah, they're cool to hang out with. That's how we met after VeVe fam.
Good times. Especially Vegas. God, that was great.
I was biting my lip when you were talking to Tammy yesterday.
Oh, for summer Vegas. Yeah, dude, I think we're gonna have to send Ben on his way. Be like, Ben, you can't hang out with us. You gotta go with everyone else because we go a little too hard.
That's no place for a CEO.
Yeah. We had to put him out. That's why he came on the first couple hours before the debauchery came on, and then now it's all.
Yeah, I'd get in before the West Coast people came on, like Tammy and Fam Bam and all them.
That's true. Oh yeah, it's only 4:30 over there. I guess they can come on whenever they want. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know when they're.
It'll get rotten then.
I don't know when they're coming on. Fam Bam, when are you coming on? Japan. Fam always wants me to like book shit like 6 months in advance, and I don't want to. I want to book things the last minute.
You got to keep us involved in all this because, you know, I got some connections in Orlando, and actually I might be down there for a seminar around that time. If you guys are going down to that MegaCon or whatever.
I don't when. All right, so when to see that is. That's going to be February 6th. I think it's too. We might. I mean, it's.
Wasn't it in July?
But no, MegaCon is February 6th.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, there's. I think San Diego is in July. But that's San Diego, so it's kind of I mean, that's. I don't know if VeVe's even going to that. I mean, the last time like they kind of made it hint last time like, oh, this might be the last time we're at San Diego. Or if they do it, they'll just be like, I guess they even this time themselves, they weren't attached to Marvel. They were their own thing.
Are they doing DCon again in Vegas, or did they announce it yet?
They didn't do it this year in Vegas. Like that was just us.
No, just not VeVe. I mean, just DCon. So
I don't know. Let me see. Let me go and search.
We literally didn't even go to that. We just like went to party and hang out.
DCon 2025. All right, so let's. Oh, this is Florida? No, that's not what we're looking at here. Okay, hold on. Designer Con 2025. It is not out yet. They only have 2024 stuff still. I don't know why you purchase stuff for 2024. So I guess we'll let you know.
Well, I think Supernatural's having a con in Philly in October. Everyone's going to be there.
Oh, that's awesome. I got a picture with Crowley from Dragon Con 2022. He's a cool dude. I haven't met anyone else from that show. How are they?
I haven't met him either.
Yeah.
No, we only named the dog Cass so I could use my Dean voice when he was bad. Say Cass.
Cass. Yeah, I haven't. I want to meet all of them. I hope. I mean, they seem really chill.
And it would be like leading into like New York Comic Con, and I can just take a train out there and check that out, and then head up to New York.
Yeah. What day in October is it going to be? What, like the? I assume it's not going to be the same week as Comic Con because that would be like suicide.
I think it was the 21st. I can't remember.
Yeah. It might be a little too far. Yeah. If it was like the next weekend or even the weekend before, I was like, oh, maybe I might be able to go. I'll stay like in Philly or I'll stay in New York City. But if it's like too far away, it's like,
yeah, because I got a lot of friends in Philly, and the train up there is like perfect.
Oh, how far away is the train from you guys to get to Philly from you guys?
Straight downtown. Like we took the train to New York this year.
But like how long of a trip on the train ride is it from you guys to Philly?
It's like 10 hours. Or to Philly is like 7 hours.
Oh, all right. Yeah.
But the train's different than I don't know if anybody on your shows have ever rode a train. It's way different than a plane. Bring all the food you want, bring all the drinks you want. Got these giants like first class. You'll have some, goofballs on there a bit. Like we had a great experience on the train.
Yeah, everyone on the train is super chill. Y'all drink, it's super, super relaxed.
Yeah, it was like the best 10-hour trip I've ever took, and got up literally at Union Station, walked 2 blocks to our hotel, and that was it.
Yeah, I did that in Europe where it was like one of those things you can like sleep on board. Like you have that was so cool. Just slept right on board. It was great. 8 hours from I think Switzerland to Germany or Austria, wherever it was. Oh, that was great. I yearn for that type of sleep again.
Yeah, my best friend works for Amtrak, and when he worked out of Pittsburgh, we took the train to New York probably 6 times just to do it because it was free for him, and he'd get me on for free, and he'd get us a sleeper car. We'd just go up there and sleep, and it was pretty cool.
Oh, that's pretty dope. I have to oh, it's still over there. I have to go and take a look at the train system in Japan, because a lot of us want to, if we're going to do that like next year. I know there's a deep, intricate train system there. And I don't know if I want to sleep. Maybe I'll just take a bunch of Adderall and then I'll just stay awake for all of it.
The bullet train.
Oh yeah, it's true. They go super fast. You won't need to sleep.
They got some fancy trains.
Probably that. What have you guys been outside? I mean, I guess bringing it back to VeVe. What are some things that you've been like, you know what? I'm glad they have this. Are you going to get Powerpuff Girls #1 on Wednesday? Because I am.
I actually got Buttercup from the first release, like the collectibles, but I might go for it.
Nice. Do an OMI NFT. What would happen to Stacker? VeVe? Oh, I mean, we'll have OMI. That's what Stacker is. It'll be the OMI NFT. There's so many things that I have on here that I haven't read yet. As far as the comics, so the Hawkeye #1 with the pizza dog. I guess that's an older comic as well. Sleeping made me aware of that. Alligator Loki Holiday Special #1. I haven't read that, but I want to. It looks awesome. I don't know. You guys read anything that's cool on VeVe that you just like, dude? This.
I'm a big Spider-Man fan. I'm excited for the next comic. They're introducing the Prowler, which not one of my favorite characters, but it's definitely a cool one, I think, to get because it's the first appearance of the Prowler.
I've had the Aliens vs Avengers have been like my favorite, like recent modern ones.
Those two.
But it's like I have to wait till February for like the 3rd edition. I was like, oh, can't. So salty about it.
Yeah.
So I was laughing because on your last stream when I was asking you about the Ultimate Spider-Man one, you were like, "Oh, this thing's only $1." I'm like, "No, you're looking at the wrong one, bro."
Yeah, and then I corrected it later. I was like, "Okay, it's this one that he meant."
Yeah, no, I love that comic. It's probably my favorite one, like modern, and yeah, I was just very fortunate because I don't know, for whatever reason they were dumping them early. I just bought a bunch of 2-digit mints. I was like, okay. I said, I don't know, maybe I'm making a mistake and don't look like I did now.
Great. Yeah, no, I hopefully, especially with the burns, there's however much we have now, there's not going to be that many in a couple of years as people doing burn for whatever reasons, for MCP, for whatever. So I'll be excited. And hopefully, when I release the cat comic on VeVe, it's a success and we get a nice drop out of it and all that. More beer money. Cheers, Maxwell. Maxwell, I am where I am. You don't need beer. I am. I'm way out in space right now.
I'll probably piss off like some of your viewers, but I chose this over watching the Penn State game. So.
There's a couple of things that I've seen over the years. Like, Randy, my wife's getting mad because like our kids are doing like we're at like my kids' recital. I was like, bro, like go see your kids' recital. There was let's go over some of the rest of the news, shall we? I think VeVe Magic's still going on. Her stuff, she's been going for 4.5 hours. Shout out to her. One of my favorite memes was made where Crocodile Dundee, but like with Randy Chavez as a face because of my Lokis.
That's an old picture.
Yeah, it's going way back. Thought that was nice. Floor Speed went over the stuff with Fanny.
That's probably because you said you'd never go to Australia because you get eaten by a lizard or something.
Dude, the bigger doesn't necessarily mean like for me. It's like the small stuff. It's like the tiny jellyfish that stings you and you like lose your leg, or like the tiny spider. Like the big spiders, obviously you don't like them, but you can see to stay away. It's like the tiny ones that'll like suddenly you can't even chop off your arm because it's already in your. You have 7 seconds. Goodbye. I don't know. I can't imagine that. Like if something just bites you, you can't chop off your arm and then like be fine. I can't imagine that, but apparently
that's like Madagascar. That's like Darwin area down there.
Yeah. I can't do it. I'm very scared.
We could do the Lord of the Rings Walk to Mordor or whatever the hell in New Zealand if you want.
Oh, New Zealand I could do. Yeah, Australia is just be hard. But New Zealand, well, I guess it's probably most of the same stuff, right? Islands, probably just a bunch of different.
Do you ever watch Flight of the Conchords?
I don't believe so.
You have to. Put that on your view list.
When did it come out?
It's a show. It's on HBO. But
Okay.
There's this battle between people from New Zealand and Australia. It's hysterical.
Oh, okay. So it's funny. It's not like
they're like a singing group. It's like a struggling singing group. It's hysterical. It's probably one of the best shows ever.
All right. I will be excited. The things that I've been watching recently, so you know how some people watch like Lord of the Rings and they'll skip like the Frodo parts. I just rewatched Schitt's Creek, and
oh, nice.
Yeah, so I love that show, but I only did like the Stevie scenes, like because Alexis pisses me off because like she's so ungrateful throughout like most of that series, and I get it, you know, character arc, whatever, but I don't know, I couldn't do it, so I was like, all right, I'm only gonna watch the scenes with Stevie Budd because I love her.
Well, Rita, my one of the colleagues at work's getting married, and his new fiance's name is Alexis. So Rita's like, would it be bad if we went to the reception and I started doing a little bit, Alexis? La 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 la. She does it for me.
That's oh god, that whole show was hysterical.
Well, I was thinking of making a shirt for Ben with the Rosebud Motel, and then having like all the like the management team in front of like the Rosebud Motel, like all the characters, and putting their faces on it, like I did with the
oh yeah
U2 one.
So I guess now, I mean, you'd have to have it amendable. So, but let's say you just have the big four. You have David, Dan. Let's say you have Al. You have Ben now. I guess the people like around it. I guess you'd have like Foster or Reese, and then I guess if Eagle Eyes is a whole big thing from Epico, might have Eagle Eyes on there as well. Oh, what you got?
Well, the old shirt.
Oh yeah. Everyone comment F down below to pay respects of the fallen, and so on the, that's great. You guys had to just line around.
Signed by everybody too.
Did I sign that?
No, I mean by everybody.
Okay, so that's the there's. Okay, so that just had like the Reese, the Alex, the David, and the Dan. Okay, gotcha. I know there's shirts out there with like everybody signed it. Like anyone who's ever been on like YouTube, they like signed it. And I don't know where those are. I assume some collector's house, but
yeah, I'm gonna. It was funny because I think I wore that at the VeVe party at New York Comic Con, and I had it under my shirt and I showed it to Dave, and he's like, I remember that. I was like, yeah, you still got it. I never see you wear it. He's like, yeah, I still got it. And Dan said the same thing. His wife's so cool.
Abe?
Dan's wife.
Oh, Dan. Oh yeah, Fendi. Oh, she's awesome. I love her.
Yeah.
She's great. She's really fun. Abe, 7.5 hours later, says, no names. I'm the first one here. Too easy. Yeah, 7.5 hours later.
You do got a great following, though. I'll tell you that. People that watch your videos are like top notch.
I don't know how it happened. It's almost like I know like you can see it through the years. Okay, a little bit here, a little bit there, but I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's.
You're authentic. I think that means a lot. And hey, there's Rita's back.
Hi.
Hey Rita, what's going on? I got the text you sent with the wow
shirt
You
now.
want you.
Yeah.
Can't really, but anyways.
Yeah, I keep happening to wear that on like all my flights. I don't like mean to wear it, but I do, and it's like, oh, okay, well, this is.
Yeah, I wonder who got the rest of them because I gave Dan like a dozen of them. I gave him like to all the people that I wanted to, and then I had to keep one for Rolex, and then I gave the rest to Dave, and then they all disappeared. So I wonder who all got them.
Yeah, I don't know. Whoever got, like, they'll appear years later. Speaking of which, years later, Mr. MC1, like 3 hours ago, was like, I'm injecting all these cold meds, Randy, and I'm going to get on your show. Like, if he can't, and he's got, again, it's only like 4:48 for them over there, or I guess in Texas 5:58 or 5:48. But just it seems like it's midnight here. Just I hate winter so much for that reason. Like you get so little sun, and like little sun you get, it's cold. You don't want to go out. And I know, right?
Feed that boy.
Yeah, that's the doggo. Actually, might be good to go back downstairs again. So let's.
Yeah, this is the good Castillo right here.
Yeah, Cass. Oh. So I'm going to let's head downstairs and.
Oh, you taking everything?
Yeah, I got to take everything with me. Got to take this. Got to take. Got water down there. All right, let's go. Let's do a travel. Before we do the travel, out of the kitchen. This is the kitchen living room area. And then, yeah. My back hurts so badly.
Well, between the weather and doggy duty, I'll let him with you.
Yeah. Oh my God. All right, we're going down these stairs. We're getting there. It's a little scary down here when all the lights are off, but now it's fine now.
So,
Anyway.
what kind of pup is it?
What kind of what?
Pup that you're watching.
Oh, he's a black pug. It's like he's like 15 years old. So something I've noticed in my time as a veterinarian assistant is that like they all age, and some like you could have pugs that don't make it past like 8 or 9, and I've seen very few that have lasted this long, and he's still spry. But I think he's got a good diet, but also because he's in this oxygen chamber. So you guys met Ernie, right? In the Vegas trip. Okay, so he's got this thing called like a hyperbaric oxygen chamber. And if you're like a professional athlete or anyone, you don't have to anyone can use it. But they're only available at like either these college campuses or at these doctor's office, and they charge like several $100s, maybe like $300 like per session for like a 90-minute session. And he has one, so he goes in it every day, and then like the dog goes in it with him every day. So I can't imagine that it's not having some type of benefit for him. I was like, oh yeah, this. But this is like the only case in which I've seen somebody like I don't. No person has a hyperbaric chamber, and they're definitely not taking like their dog. They have like the small one where they're not taking their dog in. So he's got like you can fit 3 people and a dog in there. I don't know. I feel like I'm witnessing this study of reverse aging in dogs, and like does it for dogs, maybe it does it for people. I don't know.
Ernie looks good for his age, so maybe you gotta jump in there a few times. So
I need to. If you guys had the opportunity, and saying like push a button, they upload your consciousness into essentially a robot, but you kind of control it. Do you guys do it and you essentially live forever?
Is Elon Musk involved?
It doesn't have to be. Most likely he would be.
Some fruity doctor like Fauci.
Most likely he would be involved because I don't know if I trust this technology to other people. But we'll see.
You need to read a book called Infinity Born by Douglas Richards. It actually is all about that. Okay. Because I think that's part of what makes life special is that it ends. And then it's like, oh, it's not. But I people always say that. It does.
But I was like, yeah.
It does it.
I know. I want to know what happens like in the MCU in the next 20 years. Like I want to know, what crazy politics are going to happen in 100 years. Is there like a war on Dorito flavors? Like I don't know. I'd like to just find out what happens. So if it means my eternal goodbye is no longer eternal goodbye, and I just get uploaded into consciousness, that's fine.
Do you read books?
Huh?
Do you read books?
Yeah.
Infinity Born. Read that.
Okay.
Literally, I read it, and then Bree and I listened to it on an audiobook back from Florida. And it's exactly what you're talking about.
Who's it by? Is it by
Douglas?
Okay, all right, copy. All right,
It's actually kind of scary because the book came out like years ago, but it's everything that's happening right now. And the book is what? Fictional?
Yeah.
Yeah. So makes it even like
not that. It was like 2012, I think, but
yeah, but still, I mean, who was thinking about this then, right? At least I was.
You guys ever read Fahrenheit 451?
I think I watched it. Wasn't there a show on it?
I think there was a movie, and now that I'm remembering this, it might not be the same thing at all. It might be something that's completely different, because I'm remembering like books being burned and stuff like, and that's definitely not what Fahrenheit 451 was about. It was like this future, and in this future, it was essentially describing like video chats, and this book came out like I don't know how many years ago. But the video chats like weren't with people, like they weren't real, like they weren't with real people. It was just like the video chats that you see like on the TV or whatever. They were just like with a made up like a video game. I was like, oh, that's a little strange, but I guess nowadays you don't. I don't know how would you know, especially the AI is getting really good. How'd you tell if people like if you never meet them, like people are so introverted. Like I'm convinced that Clever Jerk is like not a real dude, because like that dude. He's like he collects all these 501st mints. He collects all these incredible things, and no one's ever seen him. He's never come like.
And he sells a ton of stuff. Every time I look at the floor, it's like Clever Jerk, Clever Jerk, Clever Jerk.
Yeah, like is he an AI agent? Like is he real? I don't know. I don't know. Like I can message him and he messages back, but so can an AI.
Maybe it's Elon.
Bro, could you imagine? This would be the type of thing that he would do.
Yep.
Collect all the 501st for Star Wars. Nobody else can collect them. Yeah, that'd be wild.
You bought anything on VeVe or no?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So those comics that I mentioned before, the Loki #1, the Vampirella, I haven't read them. So the one that I have read recently, the Thundercats, I had to get it because like, okay, it's a new like relaunch of it. And it's like, okay. And then the last few pages, I was like, oh, this is what I got it for. This is why and this is why I'm going to buy the next one and the next one. Cause it's like, it gets you. And there's kind of the same with, Aliens vs. Avengers, like the second edition. It's like, it's still good. And then like the last couple, okay, here's why I'm getting it. Here's why I'll continue to read it. But nothing that I've gotten on that's been like super crazy since then. I guess have you guys read Evermind?
Yeah.
Yeah. Heckin' wild. Read it, baby, if you haven't read it. It's oh my god, it's bananas. No pun intended. It's these it's like Elon Musk type of thing where he has these like I think it's called Neuralink, like actually in the story. But some wires get crossed. Again, no pun intended. And this lady that is meant to be, so it's like you have this like 30-something-year-old, maybe 40-something-year-old that is meant to be like an adult entertainer. So she's, they have like the, what's that called? The whatever robotic body, but then she's like the face and she's still controlling everything. Mm-hmm. They have that, but it gets crossed with a little girl that wants to be like princess for a day. So you get this like 40-year-old in like this tiara and this dress. Like, what is going on here? And what you don't realize, should I even say it? Should I even say that? I don't want to spoil it. So I'll leave that for people to go and read Evermind. Yep. It is insane. Other stuff is happening. It's really bad, but it makes you question.
Yeah, they got some really good artists on that.
Yeah, that's the other thing that I feel like I don't I don't appreciate enough a lot is the art, because I want to get through the story, and then I realize kind of forgot what happened in this one.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed in myself. I used to literally have my collectibles and comics dead even, like 350, 350, 400, 400. Now my collectibles are way higher than my comics. So I got to go on a little shopping spree with comics, I think.
Yeah.
Nothing's really excited me much. And most of the stuff that comes out on Wednesday, I forget, or I'm traveling and then I miss, and then
We're sleeping.
I'm not sleeping. So I don't get it, and then I'm like, well, I don't want to overpay for it, so I'm just like sitting on it, and I'm like, wow.
Yeah. Oh, so VeVe, okay, they just ended. I was about to give her like a super chat, and it wouldn't let me, because I fudged up so bad. Magic had said days ago, like, hey, I want to create this like super stream, like with a bunch of us for a few hours, and so she just hosted for like 4.5 hours. And because I know her as just like mostly like from, well, I know her in general, but if you think of VeVe Magic and what she's doing, it's probably going to be like on a Spaces. She gets David to come on sometimes. She's just like her and Metaverse Life. They go on, and she's like, hey, I have this idea. I want to get a whole bunch of people for like 3 hours on New Year's. And I was like, yeah, let's do it. And my thought was like, hey, I'll have this thing, and then I'll go on for like a half hour while I'm doing it, here with everyone. But then it turned out like, oh, this isn't just a Spaces. This is like an actual live stream with actual. And then I was like, oh man. So I have to like call her when this is over and like apologize, be like, I didn't mean to like do this at the same time. I thought you were doing something completely different. So I've been trying to like super chat her, like
Ben was on yours first, so
yeah. Ben showed up on Magic's after yours. He did a half an hour on yours and then popped on hers. But it's always so nice to hear from the team. So regardless of where they are, we love you. We love Magic. We love all you guys. So.
Yeah. I didn't mean to like rain on her parade. It's like, oh
and
man.
We tried to tap into both, but we were kind of busy this afternoon. So, but thanks for the invite, and that was nice.
Of course. We had so I wanted to do this for my birthday, but then I was just so sick. I was like on all this NyQuil and all this everything, and I was like, it's not good.
Just so your audience knows, we're not like VeVe, like YouTube influencers. We're just like fanboys and girls and love this fam and love everybody, and get an opportunity every once in a while to like have intimate moments with our folks, and we're always happy to come on streams and talk and whatever, and give you a different perspective, I guess.
So when did we first? Was it DCon 22?
So we met in Anaheim, and I was actually going to tap on that because when Dog Boy or George and I were going to Anaheim, we were under the assumption that like we were like the outcasts. We're going to come in and we know no one. We didn't understand that like kind of not everybody, but most people were doing that for the first time. So it was like special to us. We felt very welcomed. I mean, you literally sat down right next to Dog Boy and just started talking to him like you knew him forever. And then like after that, every event, and I have to say like New York was super special this year. We got to interact with different people and people we already met. And then Vegas for me, and I can only speak for myself, was just like super special, like to get to know, like, I don't want to say like other people, but just to just interact with people that I normally wouldn't interact with. Me personally, I'm a very to myself kind of person. I'm very protective of who I let into my inner circle, and I've loved everybody, and the VeVe fam that I've met and come to know, it's wonderful.
There's like a maybe it's not even a meme. There's like these series of videos that I saw, and a bunch of them have the theme of like, oh, it's the my one sister's boyfriend of like 6 months, and he's like standing at like almost like parade rest talking to his mom in the kitchen. And then it's like my other sister's boyfriend of like 6 years, and his like hands are in his pants, passed out on the couch. And I feel like when you guys got to Vegas this time and you're seeing like Tammy pass out on the couch, that is like, okay, you're family now. That's fine.
And I got to dance with Tabs.
Yes, of course. Tabs doesn't make appearances that often.
Same dance while I sang.
But no, it was so great. It was so awesome. I don't even know how to explain it on my end.
I think it was like a pivotal point for us was at the gold and silver logo party this year at New York Comic Con. You know, we were kind of invited by Dave and, you know, all that.
MC.
You know what all happened. But at any rate, so we got in there and we knew, you know, a good portion of the folks up there. And, you know, I ran into Broken Crayons. You know, but I won't say his name, but I just kind of looked at him. He looked at me because we met in Anaheim. And he looked at me. I was like, do you remember me? He's like, I'm really upset that you don't think that I remember you. He goes, where's Rita? I was like, what? He remembered our names and everything. He's like, look, he goes, you guys have, you know, he's kind of zen. He's like, you know, you guys got a vibe. And he's got, I don't know if you got that picture over there. No, is that the one he gave us? No, that's from Sabet. But no, the big one. Yeah, that one. I pulled some stuff down just so that. But
oh yeah,
he gave us this in Anaheim, and he told us he's like you guys have like this vibe about you that is like loving and everything else. He goes, I'll never forget you guys. He goes, as a matter of fact, he goes, I got something for you. He said, come up to my table later. So I went up and I was talking to him, and he's showing me these spray cans he made. And he's like, you have a number that you like. And Rita, obviously 88. Her dad's race car number was 8. And I said, we'd love number 8. So we went up a little bit later, and I said, hey, you know, he's like, oh, I got your spray can. I said, oh shoot. He said, I gave away the 8. I was like, oh, I said, that's all right. I said, just, you know, you don't have to worry about it. He's like, you know what? He goes, take this one. And he gave us this one. Which is pretty.
And yeah, which number is that? Or on the bottom? Oh, number 2. That's like artist proof. That's like.
Oh, he told me, he said, he goes, I'm giving you this one. He goes, just so you know, Dan got 001. So even Dave didn't get 002, we did. And then he kind of felt bad, and he was like, I got something else for you. And he like put it down on the table, and Dave was standing next to us, and he kind of looked at it. He's like, hold on. He's like, Dave, he goes, you like this one better than the one I was going to give you? He's like, he goes, kind of, is that okay? And I was like, yeah, it's fine. He goes, all right, I'll give you the one that I was going to give Dave. So he gave us this, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's so dope.
So, you know, that's what I mean. Like, you know, we weren't, you know, we're not influencers. We're not YouTube folks, you know, although, you know, maybe potentially later on we may dabble in it. But, you know, we just are normal people that like to hang out with the fam, and you guys embraced us, and it's been awesome, man. Especially you. I mean, like Rita said, it was like we had no idea we were getting into. Who was we? Was it Janine?
It was
Tina. Tina was one who was organizing everything, and she told us in Anaheim. She's like, well, "Where are you going to be?" And I said, well, "You know, we're outside the park in this little bar."
Yeah.
It's like, Randy's coming. I was like, all right, cool. I want to meet him. And then literally you sat down right next to me, and I was just like, all right.
Yeah. Okay. So I remember that now. Yeah. That was, that was at that wasn't at the kickoff party. That was the day before.
Whatever they call it's not Disney Springs. What do they call it?
It's like the outside of Disney. Like they had like an outside portion where they had like bars and restaurants.
Yeah. Was that the one where we snuck Rebflow's kid into like the bars?
I don't know. We took like this massive picture.
No, but it was somebody's birthday and like.
Oh, it was Dino. Okay, I remember. Yeah, it's 2021. Well, I think it was late 2021. No, 2022.
Yeah.
Yeah, because because this was post the post Danielle breakup. And then that was okay, so I remember that.
Yeah, literally everyone was there. So we got to meet everybody on that first day.
Yeah.
So it was just like snowballing. Even like my collectibles, we were just come out of the Anaheim and just sat there and just talked to him for an hour. I was like, all right. So it was nice to, see people that we watch, on YouTube and, they're pushing the product. They were just like, put their arms around you and said, hey, you're part of us. And we just, we try to get to as many events as we can, but, my job's a little bit hectic and, even though Rita works from home, her job can get a little hectic. So we try to accommodate when we can.
And then the alien invasion that's about to happen. Like,
right. It's coming.
Who knows?
See those damn birds.
Dude, part like I hope that they. So if there was a button that says like, hey, if they come down and they're all good, it's all positive mostly, and they have this thing that's greater than blockchain, and it'll save it'll save millions of lives, but then all of blockchain is obsolete, and suddenly all my bags are done. I guess you still got to press it. Like you have to save those, but then it's like these aliens come down, they have something that's greater than blockchain. Then it's like, okay, all my. I don't know if they could disrupt that. That might cause now more harm than good. If it was, everyone had to sacrifice like their bags, it'd be mass suicides. It'd be mass. Yeah, I can picture that.
Or it's Elon Musk calling us all to go to Mars. I don't know. Who knows, right?
I was so there's these things happen every now and this is from like a legit place. So I know it's real. It's not one of those random accounts. So this is how big Texas is for like Europe. And so this is just, again, it's bigger than like all of Switzerland. It's bigger than like most of like France or whatever. But
Is that probably a nuke?
could you imagine going to a whole nother planet like Mars and be like, okay, we have no, like you can, maybe the air is breathable, it's probably not, but you can dig and maybe there's some like sediment over here, but it could be a pocket of gas. You have no idea because the machinery is not there yet. And you could explode us all. I will pay to never be the first to do those type of things.
Well, that's what's concerning. It's like, you were talking about Bitcoin and crypto before, and the gold standard and everything else. What if they go up to Mars and they find out that it's like made half out of gold? What's that going to do to the gold market? Or Elon finds a asteroid that is made out of gold. So it's a resource just like oil. That's why Bitcoin, I think, is probably the safer play.
Yeah. Especially like now, I think Dr. Stuff was going over before that he didn't like the last, like it wasn't even audit, but the last time like they had updated the finance, like because gold is on the United States, just their balance sheet, but it hasn't been updated in like 50 years. And so like clearly there's like a lot more money. There's like $1 trillion worth or trillions of dollars worth there because we have so much of it. Granted, a lot of it is in Fort Knox. Do you guys remember in like, I think it was like 2014, we obviously hold a bunch of the world's gold in Fort Knox, but Germany had said they wanted a certain amount of their gold back for whatever reason, or it was Ukraine, whatever it was. And they like melted down the gold first and then they shipped it. I was like, oh, something's a little sketch here because they clearly had that in those bars, marked, and now you kind of can't tell. I don't know. I'm not 100% confident in gold in general.
You threw a little copper in it.
Yeah. Like when you're like a teenager, it's like, well, Dad has where the whiskey's marked, but we can just fill it with water and
a little Coke and water. Yep, you're good.
Yeah. He knows.
Looks the same. Because if you've been on movie sets, that's what they use, Coke and water. That's how they
what they're supposed to use. On the the Poughkeepsie tapes or whatever one we were doing, I forget what it was even called. We were in Poughkeepsie when we shot it. There was all real. Alcohol was real.
Really?
Yeah, it was great. The hard part was trying to like make it look like we were talking and having fun without actually talking to people, and because they add in the music and all that later. But no, it was all real. We had our drinks, we had our everything. We were lit. It was a great night.
You watch Abduction yet?
No, where's that on?
Oh, that's that movie I was in. I'm actually with Doc Ock, Alfred Molina in it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, where
yeah,
is that on it's on Netflix or like I'll just what's it called? Abducted?
Abduction.
Abduction. Hold on. You're giving me a lot tonight. Give me a second. Let me go Google this. Get rid of Infinity Born here. Abduction.
Giving them a lot of homework.
All right, movie. All right, from 2011, right?
Yeah, it's the guy, the werewolf guy or whatever.
Oh yeah. I remember when they were filming this in Pittsburgh because he was at like a Pirates game.
Yep.
Yeah, and I remember I was like, "What's Taylor Lautner doing there?" And then like months later, I see like a trailer where he's like going through. I was like, "Oh, they're filming," and they legit filmed it there while a whole ass ball game was happening.
Yeah, he was actually really cool. We catch football together. It's on Peacock if you got it.
But yeah, I was like, "Oh, that's cool." So is it? He's a cool guy. He's a normal everyday dude.
Yeah, he's really cool. Really athletic. I threw a pass to him. I was like, he ain't catching this. That dude jumped. He could slam a basketball. I guarantee it. I never see anything like it. He jumped up there, caught one hand. I'm like, whoop, I'm an ass.
You probably made him look good. Be like, oh yeah, thanks for the stretch. Thanks for the workout. Oh, that's cool. I entered in a Jake lookalike contest when I was younger. Because I had the shorter hair. And I had to it was good. It was fun. I missed the Twilight days. I feel like I missed the I don't know. I missed the 2000s and 2010s. I feel like life was a little simpler. I feel like life was just a little. It kind of sucked more for me. But
Fernando on your stream, I know him and his wife were like enamored with like my movie resume. I wonder if they watched any of the movies I'm in.
Oh, I'm sure. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of people. I'm just trying to get some of those comments there. Yeah, I would love I don't know, what time period would you guys want to go back to? I feel like the 80s is probably like everyone's thing, but mid 2000s for me, like being seen, being a little emo. Mid 2000s for me. What about you guys?
Would I want to revert back to?
Yeah.
80s were fun. They were fun. It was like unharnessed like debauchery. 90s were good. I don't know. It seems like every decade things kind of get like more restrictive and less fun. Like in the 80s, things were just wide open. I mean, they were just wide.
I've seen some photos and just like, okay, well, these like, let's say like Carrie Fisher and like Snoop Dogg and whoever else. And I was like, well, they're not talking about like Star Wars together. They're doing something together and they're riding that white horse. That's the only reason these three people are in the same photo.
Yeah. It just seems like as the years go by, society just gets a little more condensed, I guess. I don't know. When in the 80s, it was like the whole world was out there. In the 90s, it was kind of a little more restrictive. In the 2000s, a little bit more. And now it's just like, Trent's girlfriend lives in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
Like in the 80s, if you dated a girl in the school next to you, you were like a renegade. So I guess it's all relative, but it just seemed like in the 80s, it was just like a free for all. It was just, man.
I mean,
you would smoke.
I think
you could smoke in the theater. You could smoke in the restaurant.
On an airplane.
You could smoke on an airplane. It was crazy.
You could meet people on like nowadays you can't get past security, but you could meet people at the gate back in the day.
Oh yeah.
Now there's an insane amount of security. So I think you're right in a lot of ways. Things have become a bit more restrictive. I think stuff that maybe we should not put up with. But then I take a look at this Airbnb owner, super salty now because Lily Phillips used his flat to boink 101 men in like one day. And like, if I'm that Airbnb owner, it's like, bro, like, what am I supposed? I can't rent this out anymore after 100 dudes have just like fucking splooged all of these walls. Like, nobody's gonna want that like area. So like, so at the same time, like, I get the 80s were like less, but clearly we have our own, we have our own issues. We have our own things that make it wild.
Splooge is such a great word. I don't think I've ever heard that.
I mean, I don't know what else to call it.
Larry,
You
now,
just
so
added a
you
new word to
know.
my vocabulary.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Christy. I appreciate that.
I can make a ditty with splooge now.
I hope your kid doesn't. All right. Anyway,
That's-
but yeah. So like nowadays, like, what are your issues? Our issues nowadays, I feel like are, and this is like I don't know her, but I've heard her talked about a lot. Lily Phillips like used the flat to boink 101 dudes in one day.
I don't know what flat she gonna do to do the 1,000 people now. She wants.
There's no way. Wait, is she actually gonna? There's no way that's possible, right?
Okay, even trenches. Look,
So
I read Twitter.
No, let me think about
She's
this.
going through 1,000 men in 24 hours.
All right.
That's what she says.
All right.
So
So
what Airbnb is going to do that?
so how many minutes are in a day?
Well, there's 1,440 minutes in a day,
Mhm.
so you'd have to have a guy figuring 15 seconds to like go in and out. Be like, hey, 15-second transition here, tap in.
Yeah,
Go
somebody
for 30 seconds, 15 seconds.
somebody better be prepping these guys.
Do you have your parental warning shirt?
They need so apparently I didn't know this, because I come from the veterinary world where it's, you know, it's common every now and then if in a veterinary hospital you have a dog groomer, and in the dog grooming world, which again I've worked in, you have the groomer and then you have somebody that does the bath, nails, and ears, and they're called a bather or a fluffer, and I guess fluffer is used in a term in porn to keep the guy from becoming flaccid. And so I'm like, I don't know why I brought this up. I don't know.
Let's take a bad turn.
Oh yeah. So how do you prep the guys for this? Like, because you have to be, I don't even know, like, I don't know a fraction of that amount of men that's willing to like be somebody's like sloppy second, much less sloppy 800th. Could you imagine?
Yeah.
Be like, yeah, someone's sloppy 800. And now obviously you're gonna wear condoms throughout all this. I freaking hope. But god damn.
Just don't shine a blue light in there.
Oh no, they had that on Twitter too. Even Elon Musk chimed in. He was like, "Oh my gosh, it's the blue light." Yeah, look at Elon Musk. He went all over that.
Splooge.
He didn't use that word, but
So
this
is why we gotta. Ben came on in the early hours because he cannot come on in these late night discussions.
from rated like R to what are we now? PG.
Yeah, you get Tammy on, it's over.
God, yeah, it's I still forget that it's only 5:20 over there, even though it's 8:22 over here. I've been streaming for 8.5 hours. Yeah, I keep forgetting. Ooh, some people bought. There's some more Definity buys. Good for them.
Yeah, we want to come on early with like all the crypto talk and things that were like kind of, necessary, but
the debauchery followed quickly as soon as you guys came.
We figured would be the fluffer for you for later.
Yeah, this is
Yeah, but we became the fluffer.
Yeah, I don't know what. I guess these are our issues in the mid 2020s. What are these? What's this going to look like? And is this going to be similar to our? I don't know what's not aged well since the 90s. Like, I guess smoking in front of your children, like smoking while on an airplane, like that's kind of not aged well because like, okay, that's horrible for them. like nowadays, like I think I read this, at least in America. So it's mostly Gen Z that does this. The women that are doing this, they're like 90% are like 18 to like 24. So it's like mostly Gen Zs that do this. And out of if you take a look at of all of the younger women that are in the US, it's like 12% of like, so American statistics, like, and that's like, if you know 10 girls, one of them, like if you know 10 college age girls, one of them is doing that OnlyFans. And it's like, oh, I don't know what this means for generations later on. Like, is that even gonna be an insult anymore? I bet your mom did OnlyFans. Like, so did your mom. Like, okay, like everyone's mom did. Like, I don't know how that.
Well, I think that's the other issue is, you know, in the 80s, you had to go like find somebody 18 to go buy you a Playboy to, you know, enjoy yourself. Now it's like you got OnlyFans, you got porn sites and everything else. And I think that's part of the reason why, you know, Elon keeps stressing about like fertility rates, you know, people not marrying and stuff, because it's like, you know, why bother? I could have the girl of my dreams on an OnlyFans page or whatever, you know. But what they're missing is when you have a good partner like I do, and like Crypto Rain does, is they elevate you to a better man. So hopefully the younger generation understands that. I think Trent does. He's got a really, really awesome girlfriend in the Netherlands of all places, but you know,
doing it for getting those.
She elevates us. We love her, you know, so
passport bro.
Yeah, and I think that, he got his passport. He actually, like, we have never traveled overseas before, but Trent has, so how about that? But I guess, like, the one thing I want to chime in on that is I feel bad for, I guess, this generation, because I know how hard it was to raise my two. You know, Trent is going to be, how old are you going to be?
25.
20?
26.
He's going to be 26. Our daughter's 21. You know, I worked really hard to raise them right. But like this generation, and like we were talking before about all the changes of like how we would like, hey, the 80s, like, sure, it was like free will. It was nice, but you know, there were still restrictions. Parents cared, you know, like if you weren't home by midnight, oh my. But no, like could you imagine being the mother or father of these people that are on OnlyFans right now, and how you feel? Like I would be mortified if like I found out that my daughter or my son was doing something like that. And then how embarrassing, and just how bullying and things like that have come about. Like I don't know. I'm all over here, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I get that. So before people ask, there were 2 videos of me out there. One of them is deleted because this is how like crazy it gets. There was this girl that I was with. We made content, and the window in which a couple of like maybe like 20 seconds of which like you saw another building, and then one of her like subscriber persons like, oh, I know where this is. Like, I'll, you know, next time you're in town, like, let me know. Like, and he's like, you know, I'll buy you lunch. And she's like, I don't think this dude meant any type of way about it. I don't think he was being creepy. He was just saying like, hey, I know where this is. If you're in town, let me buy you lunch. But she just got so freaked out that it's like, oh my God, this person like might know who I am or where I am in the world. This is, so anyway, one of my videos is so that's gone. There's another one that's still floating out there. I haven't heard from this gal in a while. She is may or may not have seen her on the podcast. But yeah, so it's one of those things. One of mine still might be out there.
And look, people do things. Can I say I'm perfect? No, I'm not perfect. You know, we all do things. I guess my whole point of this is pretty much everything's on the internet now. If it can be put on the internet, it's going to be out there. Yeah, and actually, one of the podcasts you did, I had Dog Boy put it out there, but one of my famous lines is, negative people need drama like it's oxygen. Be positive and take their breath away, because that's what it's about. Don't worry about that stuff. If you're a positive person, a positive being, that's all going to be fine. And you can't worry about what people are going to think or feel. It's about you right here, what you put out there. And to me, that's what's important. I've always lived my life that way. Oh boy, what are we doing? Oh,
Sorry, I was getting to some of these comments. So there's I don't know how. This is why like people say like, oh, you need just a Mrs. Randy Chavez, and you need like kid. Like, I don't know how I would parent, and like I couldn't do it.
No, and I heard you earlier, but you know what? It all comes together. So Trent and his sister were to somebody else, and we had differences, but I made it work where I could, and then had to disconnect where I had to. And then Dog Boy came into our life, I think, when pretty much both of them needed them the most. Like, they were entering teenage years. Oh gosh, if you even knew our daughter Marissa at that time, it was, yeah.
She was crazy putting you through the.
Oh yeah, the emo, the whole.
Oh yeah, I love that. Yeah.
Look, everything works out. That's just life. Life happens. Life does its thing. And where you're thinking something right now, look, Trent is half my age right now. He's 25 years old. I had him at 25. And I'll never forget crying my eyes out. Oh my gosh, how am I going to do this? I'm going to be a terrible mom. I don't know what to do. And then
it seems fine. Yeah, it's just like normal, dude.
So you got this.
So I guess it's, I mean, even in like our parents' generations, it was like one thing came along, and it was just like that was it. Okay, from radio, TV, now it's color TV. Now you have more TV, more stations, whatever. But then the internet, and it's just, I don't know, it just changed everything. And like you didn't know how to parent. Like I feel like we're slowly getting that now. But I don't know. In 10 years, let's say if I have a kid, let's say I already have a kid. They're already 8 years old. I don't know. This could be happening already. I don't know, what technology do I have to stay on top of in like 10 years?
Right,
like,
Randy, you don't understand what happened in my household.
I don't. Tell me.
My mom and dad were like 25 years apart, right? Okay, I was born in okay, never mind. I'm not going to say when I was born.
Well, we kind of know based on.
Okay. Anyways, let's just say that I woke up numerous times as a young child to the speaker coming down from the ceiling, watching people partying, doing a little this, little that. And I was like, oh, okay. And I'm listening to conversations through like the air vents, down below. And I don't think I turned out too bad. Anyways, I don't think I turned out too bad. But yeah, that's
a good point. I guess that's why they needed you mentioned before, the 1030, do you know where your children are? Like that wasn't a thing in like the 60s or 70s. When your generation, you got all rowdy and stuff, they had to legit remind people's parents, like, hey, find out where your kids are.
No, they just called every neighbor. Is Rita there? Is Rita there? Is Rita there?
So like I saw this meme the other day. It's about the guy just has like a 3D glasses on, he's eating a bunch of popcorn, and the caption is like, 10-year-old me watching a beheading that just came online because I have unfiltered internet access. And that's what it was in 6th grade. And I remember this one dude, Mr. Campo, he's my history teacher, says like, guys, I've been in the Army. I've been like, I regret that I watched it. I know some of y'all probably might have sibling internet connection, whatever. Don't watch it. And I wish I would have listened to him, because of course I was going to freaking watch it. And we did. And I was like,
yeah.
So yeah, that was wild.
In the 80s, they had a super controversial video called Faces of Death.
Oh.
And Faces of Death was like, you watched that, you were like, and
no,
it is not even remotely close to what I can see on X every day.
Yeah.
Not even remotely close. And, so I think children are becoming more like sensitized to, you know, crap like that. You know, when we were kids, that was taboo. You know, now it's like go on X, go on wherever you want.
Yeah, that was like the mushroom bomb, and
yeah, it was like a nuclear bomb, monkey dying or something goofy. It was like
crazy.
Weird,
and they showed it in school.
But I seen like on X, you see people getting their heads chopped off, and you know, crazy.
Even it's weird the stuff that's like, do you guys subscribe or follow Nature is Metal on Instagram?
No.
It's it's what it sounds like. It's people submit their videos of nature being metal, and some of it's pretty tame. It's like was it like a praying mantis like destroying like a caterpillar? Now it's obviously not fun for the caterpillar, but it's relatively tame as far as that goes. But there's some of it where it's just like, dude, these guys aren't even stopping to like kill their prey first. They're just going on eating them. Dude's still alive, and it's metal, and it's like, whew, very glad I'm a human. Very glad I'm a human in 2024 here.
Not in Australia.
Not in Australia, and not even. Love when I grew up. It was great, fun times, but I don't know. Like a lot of times we were bored at night, and when we were bored, like watch the same old movies, watch the same old TV, play the same old video games, and that's what helped make us, I guess, and that's why people like me, because I have those random pop culture references. That's why when people say like I got to limit their screen time to, you know, and I think that's probably the right thing to do. You probably don't want your kids watching 6 hours of TV a day, but I don't know, like that's and that's part of what helped make me successful is people like to hear my Timmy Turner references from 2001, and I don't know.
Take everything into perspective. You know, when I was a kid, you know, if you wore a crash helmet, like riding your bike, you were literally getting the shit beat out of you the next day.
Yeah.
Right? You know, and things evolve. You know, everything's relevant. You know, relative.
It was such a harsher time in the 80s and 90s.
Oh, it was. I mean, literally, you'd get the living shit beat out of you if you wore like a helmet. Oh yeah, and you know, as things developed and people understood like safety is important and we care about our kids, and parents started donning helmets and showing their kids, you know, so everything's kind of relative now. So all the things you're talking about, you know, when I was a kid, it was like, I had to walk 15 miles to go to school. It's like, all right, well, I take a bus, you know, but now I followed a bus. It's like, it stopped and literally stopped at the next house. I'm like, you guys don't have a bus stop? You know,
yeah, what the heck?
The whole neighborhood had to go to one area and had this little tin roof bus stop, and you all huddled in there, rain, shine, or whatever. And then, you know, bus would pick you up and you'd go on.
Man, door-to-door service now. What I guess that's what our taxes are paying for. I guess safety. I don't know.
So, you know, I guess everything's relative, you know, walking 15 miles to walking 5 miles to walking to a bus stop to getting picked up in front of your house.
Yeah. Oh, that seems so like then like the bullies know where you live. Then it's like, oh man, it can't even like, there's no escape from them at that point. Are there still bullies anymore, or they just do cyberbullying?
Oh gosh.
Probably a little bit of both. I mean, it's probably a little bit of everything, you know.
Yeah, with my two, I watched it on both ends. I had when my daughter Marissa was in kindergarten, like they had like kindergarten. They're like what, 6 years old?
Yeah. Well, when was she born? What year?
2003.
Oh wow, she's young. Yeah, okay, young AF. All right. So it was 09, I guess, when she was in kindergarten. 08, 09.
Yeah, and she'd come home and she'd be like, "Mommy, like this girl bullies this one girl, and I'm really good friends with her. I don't know what to do, and this and that, and it's crazy."
Kindergarten.
And wait, and here's my beef. So they learned in school about bullying, and in my mind, they taught bullies how to bully, right? Okay, but I'm going to rewind for a second because as we're talking about growing up and stuff, I'll never forget, Trent was born in 1999 when I wanted to party like Prince and I couldn't because, yeah. But anyways, when he first came home and he's like, I want to play video games. And I was like, okay. And I did my research. I was like, well, what gaming system is going to give him his best, he's just starting out. So we started with GameCube, but that's because I did my research. I wanted them to be kid friendly. What's that?
Yeah, GameCube was fun stuff.
You got GameCube first.
No, let's see for GameCube.
No, it was GameCube. I remember.
They're arguing about it.
Anyways, but no, it was GameCube. And then we rotated up and he had to learn that shooting grandmas, you just do that in a game. It's not for real. You're not going to go out
Grand Theft Auto, yeah.
Grandma. But no, just being silly there. But on the serious note of just how things have changed, it's, to me, parents are a little less active. Not all parents. I'm just speaking from different things I've experienced. Really have to be a part of your child's life. Things are very, very different today. And I would be super scared if either of my two had grandkids today for me. I'm only allowed to be 80 years old and I'll never get there because I'm going backwards. But no, the world's just so weird today.
It's too scary.
It is.
Yeah.
Well, here's a good reflection. So, when I was a kid, it was literally like Christmas Day if we went to McDonald's. Happened maybe 3 times a year.
Yeah.
That was it. And now, kids are just like, oh, I want McDonald's. So just rather than deal with it, they go and get McDonald's, or they, like you, just get it delivered.
Yeah.
And just placate their kids, and they don't have no boundaries.
Yeah.
So it just seems like, and I'm not saying it's wrong, because look, Generation X, which I'm part of, was considered like the worst generation,
Degeneration. Yeah.
We were the rebels. Oh yeah, you don't understand values, you don't understand this, but we're kind of the ones at this point are running everything.
Yeah.
We're the ones with wealth, we're the ones kind of taking care of everything. So hopefully,
I also feel like that's all generations. They kind of shit on the next generation that comes after them. And I do, but it's I hate to be in that. I hate to feel like the old guy in the room, but it's I feel like that happens where it's this new generation. And it's now that we're saying that, it feels not as fun.
Feel about 3 more generation gaps and you'll know how I feel.
No, that's the thing. Every generation, something shifts, and it's about adaptation. And then that takes me back to crypto. And when you were talking to Rain and Dr. Stuff, it took my mind a whole bunch for this man right here to turn my mind into how do I accept having something I can't touch, I can't feel it, I can't put it on a shelf and accept it, and just like they were saying earlier, it's, adapting and realizing how the world is changing.
Yeah. I kind of feel, sorry, go ahead.
I put on your stream, and convincing her was one thing, but, I had mentioned it to people at work. They were like, you're losing all your money. You're an idiot. You're an asshole. I'm like, all right. I said, well, I'm not investing my whole life savings, but I'd like to put some money into it. And I explained to them why, and I could see kind of,
oh my gosh, love you
miss
guys.
You guys. Yes.
Hope you and the babies are having fun. Woo.
Yeah. Missed the wife at the New York.
We did.
But anyhow,
so cute.
So we are a fine couple. So what was I saying? I lost my train of thought.
No, probably about Dan. About how people were saying, "Oh, you're going to lose."
Oh yeah,
you're going to lose all your money. And then when Bitcoin hit 100,000, we had our Christmas party. Everyone's like, "Tell me about crypto." And I'm like, "All right, I'll tell you again. and they were like patting me on the back saying, "You're gonna be a millionaire." I said, "Well, no, but you know,
well, one day, yeah.
I'd like to hear it again. I'll explain to you why I believe in it, and you know what my thoughts are on it." I said, "But not a financial advisor. I'll tell you what I think." And they listened this time. So that's why I had put that comment on your one stream. And I think Rain had said, yeah, read that comment from Dogboy because, you know, that makes a lot of sense. And even Rita's boss, who's a very wealthy business owner, he actually owned the company I worked for before this, called her and asked about NFTs of all things. So, you know, we tried to talk to him a little bit about it, but he's kind of flighty.
Yeah, I have him right here. He's been very busy. So he did get back to me. He said he'll answer me when he's ready. So, and he's very sporadic. So you just might get a call.
We'll leverage the little leverage to you, Randy, because you know how to talk to these folks.
Yeah.
I'll say, like, I just took a picture. I was like, you mean he doesn't want to talk to be in front of 1,300 people real quick? And no, he wants to be a little more private.
Okay. Right now.
Oh, really?
I don't know what the photos. Hang on, let me bring up. Yeah, 1,350.
Cheers.
Cheers, mates.
Oh, y'all.
We're getting more views than your big guys. Huh?
So yeah. I mean, it's between X and YouTube. And I think most of these are on X. I think on YouTube there's like 50 people. There's only so many people that are willing to watch me for 8.5, 9 hours. On X is a little more deranged, and they have that many. But I don't know. It's getting very. I would not like to feel old now. Like I just spent I was able to spend a day or so with some older people, and they're like, well, you know, like. You can't take Bitcoin and like go into like a Starbucks and like use it. I was like, well, I think in some you can, but I understood what he was saying, where it's like you can't just go in and spend it. And so obviously because we're in this realm and we're keeping up with at least this part of the way technology is going, that's fine. But I get very scared of technology like leaving me by, and I get very scared of like becoming that person of not understanding. How do you guys keep up? How do you guys going?
Look, I blew it through the .com era.
Yeah.
Blew it through like Amazon and everything else. And you know, I was basically living paycheck to paycheck, you know, just kind of meandering through life. And I vowed never to miss another opportunity again. And, you know, our stage in life, you know, we were able to invest a decent amount of money into crypto and to VeVe and to different projects, diversified through stocks, gold, silver, you know, it made sense to me. I wasn't going to miss another opportunity. This, you know, if I would have went with my gut and I had the money at the time, we wouldn't be talking right now. I'd be on an island in freaking Fuji right now. Okay. But as it turns out, I'm here. I'm not missing another opportunity. I talked this poor woman into like following me with our Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, all that fun stuff. And we got in just at the right time, sat on it, and here we are right now. So
I feel like we need like the next generation of your kids or Lori Brenner, you know, her kid, he's like 17, 18 now. We need like them to kind of keep us in what's in the cool. Like we can keep up with tech, but we might not know like what's cool. Like I don't know, like out of the top, I know Sabrina Carpenter and Taylor Swift obviously, but who are like the people that, I don't know, young people are into? What are they doing? What are they?
I'm probably going to divert this to Trent. So I'm going to move it over here and you can talk to Trent because he's.
Honestly, I don't even know how to answer that though. Because I feel like I'm kind of on the older side now, at least.
Yeah.
Come on.
How everyone is nowadays, it's a lot different than how it was like for my mom and stepdad, since it's not so much like you go out and meet people, like everyone's on their phones and social media is such a big thing. But I don't know. I think everyone has their own interests and can find people through those interests as well.
Well, I think it's how people see different things. Can
Yeah.
I, not to whatever,
Kind of feel
but
awkward.
no. So when I was growing up, my mom, I called her Mama Mac because this was when Apple was first coming out, and she was all over it. So remember, you probably won't remember Commodore 64. Like
I never had it, but I knew. Yeah.
Okay. Well, she was so against that. She was all about Apple.
Okay.
And just think about that. Like, I'm going back years and years here, but look how far that's come. And I think it's just, and again, it took me a bit to wrap my brain around things. Again, all right, let me back up. So when I was growing up, my dad had a superette store. He was a little local grocery store for all the local people. And I would buy these booklets to buy packs of baseball cards and stickers to put them in there. Never really considered myself a collector. Okay. And then Trent comes along and he's like, oh, I want these Pokemon cards. So, every whatever day we'd go to Target or Walmart, we'd buy them and whatever other cards he wanted.
Yeah, I had so many.
I was never really a collector, but now it's like I see the value in it. And I think it's kind of like awesome that, just like Ben said earlier, you can do it all right here. I don't have to put everything out. But at the same time, it is nice. There's certain collectibles we've gotten that we want the actual, not digital, but we want the actual physical, because now it gives us that new passion.
It's a good point. I don't have I guess, I got part of my worry also, I guess, moving forward is like, if everything's going to be so digital, so like all the time, like, how is VeVe going to stand out? But I feel like I'm getting way too ahead of myself because that's like 20 years.
But you know what? So, okay, I'm going to take a step back again. I look at Trent. It was really weird because I had a really hard time that Trent was more comfortable being behind the scenes than in front of the scenes, meaning he could game with somebody like behind the scenes. He didn't have to be in person, where in my time, you went like
go to an arcade
and hey, like, do you want to play a game? Do you want to swing? Do you want to swim?
It's so much different now because then you can just. I got a friend that lives in Texas, and I'm just like, hey, you want to play a game? And we're just like, okay.
And that's his best friend from here in kindergarten. So,
there's I noticed that in the military as well. When I first got in, and again, this is going back. So when I first got in, all about parties, like that's what you do every weekend, is go, whose house are we drinking at? And then in 2016, as I was getting out, like none of that was happening anymore. It was just like everyone was kind of, and I love to stay in and play video games, but it that just big transition. I was like, oh, okay, we're all gamers now.
Who were you on with earlier? I think Rain was on, and it was somebody else, but you guys were talking about.
There's Crypto Cosmo. Ben is on.
Watching a movie. If we're all in the VeVe verse and we're watching a movie and nobody has a talk, but you're together.
Yeah.
Like, how awesome is that? You're still together. You don't have to be physically together, but you are, because you kind of know one another.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I guess that'll definitely help a lot of the lonely people as well. But like, oh, just and also especially like if you're injured or you're sick, like that's what used to suck about being sick. You're like, oh, I have to miss all these things.
So much more options. There's definitely pros and negatives to it, but it definitely helps a lot.
Yeah, I guess now you could still be there and still be hacking away, and nobody's going to give you the side eye because you're not going to get them sick because you're 6,000 miles away.
Well, yeah, that's definitely the nice thing about FaceTiming or just calling in general. It definitely helps a lot.
Yeah, I think it's all about adapting now. Things have, come a whole full circle, and like we were saying, and not going to say in my day, going backwards. But anyways, no, like it's very nice to be social with people. Like that's something I absolutely loved about seeing everybody in New York this year and Vegas. And yet, like just being with you now, you know, I still feel that energy. You know, I know you. So it's like, I know what you're about. I know what you're bringing out, that kind of thing. You know,
we did have a lot of energy in Vegas. I can't wait for that again. That was so much fun. We'll do that at another point. So I guess Omar's saying like I totally forgot about this. Don't forget to be on Robinhood at 8:30 because they were doing some giveaway. If anyone was on it, you need a Robinhood crypto account to be on it. I don't know what they did, if they did anything. I just messaged Omar, be like, hey, did they do anything for this? So I'll keep everyone posted with that. We might have missed an awesome giveaway though. We'll see. The cat saving blockchain from aliens could be a good story. I think I don't know if I told you guys I had like a dream where like AI was taking over, but like spirits, like they couldn't take over like the spirits. So like you had these like demons and ghosts that the AI like couldn't like get into, and I was like, oh, this is awesome. And then I woke up, I was like, oh, where is this going?
That'd be a good show or movie. Like
yeah, it was like such a cool like concept. I was like,
comic book. Come on.
Yeah. So I think we might have that in the cat comic, maybe.
Yeah.
Awesome.
But yeah, that was a fun. I would love to have that as like that'd be a cool twist. I feel like I guess there's some twists, but I feel like the spoilers are out so soon now. Have you guys had that recent twist in any like movie or TV show where it's like, oh?
There's a lot of things that I see that gets leaked so fast. I mean, I know the newer Star Wars movies aren't like that popular with the sequel, but I do remember I got the leak for the last movie like the summer before the movie came out. So it came out in the winter time. I was like, I don't know if this leak's going to be real, but I'm kind of curious. I looked at it and then I watched the movie. And I was like, that leak was right. But I don't know. Recently, there hasn't been too much, I could say, like that got spoiled. But the internet is crazy, though. They're so fast with everything.
I don't remember like the last good major. I guess nowadays people they're talking about what's the Chinese one and the South Korean, the Squid Games. Squid Games 2 just came out.
That's a big show.
Oh,
yeah, I haven't gotten to watch that.
On this train and somebody gets left behind. Maybe I shouldn't. Okay.
Have you guys seen the telepathy tapes?
I haven't. No.
Do you guys know what that is?
I feel like I've heard of it, but
all right. So it's these. I swear they've done this like before, but now it's just becoming big. I think it's because it's becoming big with like nonverbal autistics. They take this like the mom, put her in a room. They just tell her like 3 numbers, like 24, 7, 8, and then their kid in like another room will like 95% of the time guess the numbers that were being told to the mom, and it's like,
wow,
how are they? and it's like, and again, they're not even talking. I don't know how they do it, how they do the test. Maybe they write it down or they input it or whatever. But they're guessing the exact numbers like 95% of the time, and it's getting very eerie. Like
maybe science should do more research in that. They could probably come up with new ways for people to like express themselves.
Yeah, it's like so. It's called telepathy tapes. I haven't seen it yet. I think Joe Rogan talked about it. It's very. I've heard a lot of people on TikTok talk about it the last couple of days, but obviously the last 12 hours I've been here and haven't. So there's going to be a whole new. Once I'm done here, there's going to be a whole new thing. It's a whole new world of TikTok that I've just missed.
Sorry.
I don't know. I love that. If that's the type of stuff that like humans can do, now granted they're nonverbal autists that seem to be able to do that. I don't know what stuff could aliens do. What could they, obviously telepathy like is like the norm for them. I wonder if you have to learn how to do it. If it's just something that's like, oh, it's like breathing, it just comes naturally, or if it's something that you have to learn how.
Not to mention their technology. You have no idea what they might already have.
Call me filthy. Says like Twilight Zone, where the bank robbers went to the chamber to sleep until the future time where they wake again, and the last guy who survives dying finds out gold is worthless. Oh no. Has anything scared you guys recently? Like anything that's local lore? Because I feel like Twilight Zone, thinking about it now, is like, okay, they're a little weird. They're not really scary though.
No, nothing local. I want to say what scared me most is don't want to get into political stuff, but happy to be through that. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, copy. I don't know. I just remember do you remember when the Slender Man games came out?
I remember them well.
Yeah. So that was something, and I tried it, and I was like, bro, this is way too scary. I can't.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
Yeah. It was funny because I was like scared at first, but then it was like something that I kept trying to like get back into, and then I kept like getting into it. But then you're also like, well, what if something like that would happen? Like, you're just in the woods, just minding your own business. You see some random dude.
Well, in like I think it was 2014, there was these two girls that like lured another girl into like the forest, and they legit like unalived her. And I think like one of them got out recently. So like one of them, they went to jail for like 10 years or 8 years, whatever. They got out, and now they're just like posting on TikTok.
Oh,
I was like, yeah, I was the girl that did it.
But I did hear about that story back then. Yeah, that's crazy.
No, that was back when you were in high school, right?
Well, yeah. It was like probably 13 years.
Okay.
Yeah, it was wild times back in the day. Like 10, yeah. People actually killing people out here. This is nuts. But yeah, I have a buddy of mine that's in Poughkeepsie right now. I was like, oh, do you guys remember when the Poughkeepsie tapes came out?
What
it was
year?
like when I was in high, so it was like mid 2000s. It was these.
I love it, but I didn't experience it probably like how you would have.
It was like these series of videos that came out. It was like this dude, and he had like people like in his basement, and like he filmed it. And I was like, oh my god! And they started coming out, and then I don't know whatever happened to the dude or whoever like got him. But if you just go like Poughkeepsie tapes, it's in the mid 2000s they came out. I was like, oh shit.
I remember in the 70s they always used to say, "Don't pick your nose in Poughkeepsie."
Because because why, George?
I don't know. It was in the movie.
Oh, okay. I did not know that.
Don't pick your nose in Poughkeepsie.
Robinhood, might as well buy ETFs. Yeah, Omar hasn't gotten back to me if there was anything on Robinhood that we could have got. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's past now, so disregard. Fun under the sun. Yeah, says there's some great people. Gave you some flowers over there.
Love those guys.
Yeah. Call me filthy. Says the 80s used to be able to spend nights at the beach, having big bonfires, smoking, just having a good time. Pits were even provided.
It was a wild time, bro. You missed it.
Yeah, I mean, in the 90s, it was all like you had to like. If you had like in the 90s, nobody had phones, but in like the mid 2000s, like everyone kind of did, and you're expected to tell your parents like, oh, where you were, and it's like, but you could still be like, I'm over at this person's house and drink in a field. Like it wasn't to the point where you could track your location in the mid 2000s. I don't think they had
parties.
They had the what?
Mad Dog parties.
Is that what they call them?
You don't know what Mad Dog is?
No, it was Mad Dog Party.
Mad Dog 2020.
No, what? No, what? Am I hearing it? Mad Dog parties?
Mad Dog 2020.
Well, no, what are they?
It was this cheap ass wine drink. Did you buy in a fifth? It was like $2.
Okay.
And you just to drink it up. It tastes like grape juice, but they F you up bad.
I've never. Well, I don't like wine, so that makes it easy for me. There's a lot of people that get super into it though. I never had it. Our parties back in there they were pretty mild. It's just like whoever's like, I get jealous of your guys' parties back in the day because no cell phones or anything. Parents were nowhere to be found. Ours are just like kind of like we're in a field and we'll drink to this airplane, and like people had like ringtones so that you could have like some music, but it was at that weird stage where nobody had like nobody had like those big stereos that you walked around with anymore. They just kind of had like, yeah, they just had like ringtones. And like the quality of music that you could play, it just wasn't. I mean, maybe when you got into like high school and stuff, and then okay, you could like multi-car party and stuff. That's cool, but I don't know, when you're in like 14 or 13 and middle of this field, there's nobody's bumping good music. It's all just like whoever has like the crappiest ringtone and it's like the biggest. That's what it was there. The struggle was real, kids. Mark Quinn, in the 90s, Pokemon first came out. It was a great time. They have their 28th anniversary this year. Come out in 96, so they'll be bad. Their Pokemon's gonna be 29. Wild. Y'all didn't wear helmets. Oh yeah, he just mentioned Faces of Death. We were just talking about that before.
Yeah. See? Another old timer. See?
He remembers.
Yeah, just be home by dark.
It was mild compared to what you see on X right now.
Yeah.
But it was shocking in the 80s.
Bones Brigade. It's like, son, what did I tell you about selling crack to anyone under 5?
That was the 90s. Come on.
Oh, what did I tell you about stealing garbage only for the expensive stuff? Luigi's, everyone sold Playboys to 14-year-old. I guess that was the time to be alive back in the day because we could not get it depended like I remember this one guy, Muhammad. His dad was also named, I thought like all of his family was named Muhammad. And like he had like, obviously I don't know if any of them had like their working papers or whatever, but like you could kind of still at this time go in and buy certain things. Like if you bought other stuff with it, he's not just going to sell you a Playboy, but if there was other stuff with it, like he would let me gamble. He would let me buy scratch offs. And as long as I didn't cash it in where he was, and I cashed it in like somewhere else, he was fine with it. But yeah, those are, I remember those. We gotta get that off, Luigi. Yeah, that's not good. We're not gonna get Ben to come back with that type of stuff on the screen. Although I think he's done now anyway.
Yeah.
There's the Bergie one.
Oh yeah, I have that upstairs as well.
I know you haven't worn it in a while. What's up? Used to wear it every other stream, bro.
I think it got like a hole in it, and it's just yeah, or the hole got too. Like I knew it had holes in it, and I think one of them just got too big.
I'll get you another one.
I mean, I like mine though, but yeah, I guess I could always do some more. A lot of restrained thought here. So, looking at American Gothic painting. Oh my god! Okay, so Luigi's going really crazy over here, going off the rails.
I need a pitchfork. Is that us, the old folks? Yeah. All right. Cool.
What? Put it over here.
So to get married when I mean, I'd like to get. I don't know if I could do it. Even just marriage.
We did. We got married late.
That's true. Yeah. How old were you guys when you got married?
Smart. How old was I? Is it 8 years? When we just celebrate our 8th year, 7th?
All right, it's in 40s, right?
I was in my 40s, yeah.
Okay.
I was 35 in dog years, but I'm going backwards, so.
She was 45.
Cheers to, all right, who did we just say Happy New Year's to? Okay, so it is now 9 p.m. So we, part of Portugal and Cabo Verde in Pereira. Oh no, I'm sorry. That was 8. 9 is most of Greenland. So obviously all of Portugal now, most of Greenland. They are Happy New Year to everyone over there. And then I am almost all right. 3 hours left.
Come on, Randy, you got this.
We're gonna hang out until you get some other people in here. So
all right, thanks. I don't know if anyone's I guess it's still like 6 p.m. where Tammy and Fam Bam are and stuff like that.
I told Fun Under the Sun to get his wife and get on here. So
we missed
it.
They gave out free Doge on the for the exchange for Robinhood. They gave out free Doge. We missed it. Oh well, life goes on. Oh hey, there it is. Okay, so we're finally caught up with messages now. I've been legit an hour behind like all day, but we're good. I feel a sense of accomplishment. Let's take a look at some of the news that I was yet to go over before. OMI, have you guys used the Stacker wallet for OMI stuff?
Have not.
Is there anything that
don't use it yet?
Ooh.
Is there something that's stopping you right now? Is like I want to. I like all my stuff. I don't want to sell it.
Tap said don't use it yet. He wasn't confident yet.
That is fair. That has got to do. Hey, what's up, Tammy?
Well, I got a text from somebody that I needed to come on stream.
Woo! There she is.
Yeah,
I made her do it.
she did.
We're in the end game now.
I know.
We got 3 hours left.
Yes, but you know, you do realize that it won't be when you're done. It won't be midnight where I'm at yet.
Do I have to go for 6 hours?
No, you're good. I'm just giving you crap.
But I mean, I'll do it as long as the people are still here. We'll try.
How many people are on right now?
1360.
Oh wow, nice.
Yeah. What is the? So where are you?
Okay, so this is okay. See this back here? Okay, so I just moved today. It's my fifth. So I just moved into a 55 and older community, and this is okay. You want to say hi to all my friends? Okay, look, I'm walking back over there. This is the pre-party to our New Year's Eve party. Yeah, wait.
So the New Year's Eve party is in a 55 and older?
Yeah, look right here. Okay, see, can you see them? Oh, there they are.
I bet the drugs you guys have are awesome. Everyone's got prescriptions for everything. Be like, yo, I got a prescription for that, and they, you guys.
Yeah, so we go to like there's a I don't know some banquet room thing, and I don't know. They got good food and alcohol. We're good.
That sounds great.
Yeah.
Let's see what type of stuff you can score there. Be like, yeah, this person's got like hip replacement, so they got the good prescription juju.
So what are you guys up to?
Oh.
Rita,
hi.
What are you doing?
We're talking all kinds of stuff here. It's been awesome.
All right.
See, I knew by texting you I could get you here. I know what I'm doing.
That's funny. Well, yeah, because I told him I'd come on, but I just didn't know. It's just been really busy today. So,
yep, we get it.
Technology is going too fast, Tammy. How do we make it stop?
I'm telling you, I just getting tired, you know. Yesterday I flew in and then we started moving yesterday and then got the rest of the stuff moved today. And so, yeah.
Technology is moving too fast. We're going to have to. So as you are, I have to go let the dog out real quick because I feel like it's been a couple hours. Oh, my back. There's Tammy, we have a couple more people that are excited about Japan.
Oh, really?
Did I talk to you guys about that before?
You talked to me.
Yeah, but did I talk, Rita, did I talk about you about Japan before?
No, but we did see it on your stream.
Okay, so Rain and Rain's wife, we'll call Raxel, and Dr. Stuff, and
they're coming too?
Crypto, they're interested. They're like that. They have got to see what they're doing, but we're slowly but surely. I feel like bringing up this. I know, puppy, you want to go outside. I feel like we're slowly getting a bunch of people on board.
This puppy wants to see the other puppy go out.
Okay.
Go see.
Oh, that's cute.
Oh my goodness. Oh no.
Sarah, I can see you. Okay.
You know what's really nice?
What?
It is nice that it's warm enough where I can wear flip flops out at 7 o'clock at night.
We're very jealous.
Oh, it's so so glad to be back here.
Because it is not that.
It's getting real cold here. It's going to go into like 10s tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, that's too cold.
Yeah,
it's too cold.
About that. We were talking about that before with the I forget what that's called. Did we ever figure out the name of that cold spell?
No. What is that?
It's like a cold. It's going to be like -20 here, Tammy.
What?
In like 2 weeks. Yeah, I don't know what it's called. Hold on.
I'll find it.
My
That's
friend
too cold.
Amanda posted about this. So if I go to Amanda's page and I see she posts so freaking much. Oh my god. New Year's Eve, there's video game stuff, COVID stuff. Maybe she didn't. Maybe I'm tripping. Is that is that freaking? I don't know what she's supposed to mean about Andrew Tate and DiGiorno. What does that even say? All the taste of delivery without alerting the authorities your location. Okay, all right.
Sounds like
What the Andrew Tate DiGiorno means.
Is Magic still streaming too?
No, she was smart and she ended it before her voice got destroyed. And I am not a smart person, so this is. It doesn't say what it is. It's just an early snowstorm and extreme cold event. I swear this was something though.
I saw Sleeping On earlier with Ben.
Yeah, Sleeping was getting hit again. He came on early. He might come on later too.
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't he promise?
Yeah, I got his hat ready when he comes on.
I guess he did promise. We have to hold him to it then. Now he was with a much more sober Randy, and now you're dealing with Randy in the after hours. Dealing with a 9-hour stream, Randy, and it's a whole different world. And the world in which I don't know what this cold front is, but we'll figure it out. I'll get it tattooed on me.
Oh no.
I feel
No.
What was that one movie? I think Sleeping was talking about it before with this guy. He forgot like every 15 minutes he like woke up. So every time he had like a new clue about like his wife's murder, he got it tattooed on him. I don't know what it was called, but it sounded really stressful. Like the whole movie. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, it sounded really good.
It does sound really good, but it sounds real like I don't know if I'd have a good time watching that. That would be I'd be stressed the whole time.
Your toy.
So Tammy, in this 55 and older community, is it like a law that can you have like younger people? Like can we all go? Can we visit?
I'm not. Come on now. I'm not 55. Give me a break. Not that.
I know. I didn't know what the rules were. Apparently, they're willing to bend them.
Yes.
Okay.
You can come hang out. Come on.
I don't know if there's the old people police and they're like, yeah, you're not old enough.
No. No. It's not that bad. But it's nice. I mean, it's nice here. They got pools, saunas. They got a bar, happy hour bar every day.
Oh, happy hour. Okay.
Yeah.
I can picture that. Old people needing
Right.
to.
It's like living. It's like you're in a city in a city.
Randy, I need a little bit of thanks here. I literally text Tammy and she was like, boom, here she is.
That's true.
She did.
Girl.
She did. Well, not everybody has my number, but Rita does.
I don't.
Oh, you do? I think you do.
Nope.
Rita likes
sorry.
to go and get everybody's numbers. That's fine.
She does.
I got Randy that says like, dude, I'm the luckiest guy alive. And she's like, I got it too. I'm like, what the hell?
Oh, that's funny.
So I don't know so where were you guys in 2015 where all donors are automatically, maybe I did go over this with Dogboy and
it's called a polar vortex.
No.
9 years ago?
Yeah. So Ted Cruz had come out with saying like, because he was running for president in 2016. So in 2015, it's like everyone that donates is automatically entered in a drawing for a chance to win a trip to Houston, Texas, to Netflix and chill with Senator Cruz. And like, I don't know if they definitely didn't know like what that meant, because it means like clapping cheeks. And like, I live for moments like that in time where government's so far behind, they don't know what certain things mean, and they try to be cool. And they wind up doing stuff like that.
Randy, I figured it out. It's
called
polar vortex.
Yes, that's what it was.
Oh my gosh. What'd you do? Google it?
I actually used chat for that because I couldn't find it on Google. So.
Yeah, glad somebody did something. I would have, especially in my state now. Like, how am I going to? really cold for I don't know, but I'm glad somebody Googled it.
Oh, that's funny.
Because so I hope you feel bad for us, Tammy. It's about to be absolute brick outside, my guy.
I don't feel bad at you for you at all because there's a reason why I moved. Yeah. Okay. Well, it's not like you weren't talking about moving down here.
Tammy,
Fair point.
I'm sorry. He just said you're number one twice. That's all.
Oh, okay. I like that.
Yeah.
She calls me number one all the time.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So number one twice. Oh, I see. Number one. Gotcha.
Wrong finger.
Oh, that's funny.
What do you think they meant, Tammy?
It just took me a second. And I'm sober. That's the sad thing.
Where's Tammy at? Where are you at?
I'm in Arizona. Damn. Mesa.
Oh, you were there.
So obviously
cool though, huh?
There'll be a bunch of us that are going down there to visit over the next couple of months.
Yep.
One of the time, hopefully you're there one of the times because you travel so much, Tammy.
Are you talking about the end of May? That one?
I don't know.
Yeah, I got to make arrangements because I'll be in Vegas, I think, working. But I can try to make arrangements to have that weekend off so I can go.
Call Sober Randy tomorrow, and this is an issue for Sober Randy. Oh,
okay,
hi, baby. Hi, Cass. Yeah,
Sober Randy.
Sober Randy.
Cass.
And then, pets. You guys allow pets there? What do you say?
Yes, but not at our house.
Okay. I was just wondering. Like, I'm not.
There's different areas that allow pets and certain areas that don't. Where we are, yes, you can have a pet, but we won't have one because we're never home. It's not one. I'm allergic to animals, so not good for me. And two, we travel so much. It's not good for the animal. It's not fair.
Then Arizona, do people have like pet iguanas and are they walking their lizards down there?
No.
No.
Oh my God, Randy, you need another drink.
I don't know what type of local
dogs,
stuff
cats.
Is it like okay, all right.
Just like everybody else.
In conjunction, I don't know what they do there in Arizona. Hi, Ralph. All right, I'm gonna close this door here.
Has Fam Bam come on yet?
What?
I don't have her number, so I couldn't text you like I did you. So
okay.
Fam Bam has not come on yet.
No.
So I also messed up. So one is that I was telling them before, when Magic had like the whole content creators thing, I thought it was just going to be like a Twitter space that she was doing.
I heard you say that, yeah.
Oh yeah, so I'm trying to like super chat her like she's done. Oh yeah, I feel really bad about that.
Yeah, you did not do well for that.
I did not. I owe her something. I don't know what does she like to?
Because I was flipping back and forth, listening to you, and then when I was driving, I would listen to you for a little bit and then flip over to her.
Yeah, I need to get her like a Disney gift certificate, something. I don't know. Yeah. Anywho. Sorry, I'm just trying to keep the attention of the doggo without him screaming because that's what he likes to do.
All right, so I think they're all getting ready to go to the party. So I'm going to get off here, but I might come back on later.
All right, we'll be here.
All right.
Well,
okay, bye-bye, hon.
Love you, Tammy.
Love you too. Bye-bye.
So yeah, I mean, I planned to just go until midnight Eastern, but if people are on, like, there's 1,300 something people here, so might as well keep going, right?
Come
on. Might as well, right? Okay. Well.
Yep.
I'm gonna need more. Gonna need more alcohol. Gonna need more stuff. Let's get back to the Netflix and chill. Have you guys been doing the stuff with Rockman Blockchain and his fiches?
Oh, we didn't do it this year.
She's like mad at me.
Yeah.
Like I got a new computer and I had to throw Chrome on just for this. And I don't know. We didn't. No. I'm a little disappointed because I love Brock.
Yeah, it's amazing. I love him too. Yeah, the Fishma stuff that he does, and I guess some of them they're like super rare and they're like super, portal flicker open. So I mean, he just had something else over the last couple of days where it's just like another thing that's happening with him. He's just, I wish everyone would like have that type of, and I know like if you're Disney, you can't do that because you have so much red tape you have to go through, but
no, he's a maniac. I'm kind of looking forward to going to my MetaMask and see what he gave us, because he always gives I got probably 500 things from him.
Well, how many fish do you have?
Like 6.
Oh, okay, I would say I only have 3. So yeah, the amount of what I get, you get like doubled because you have 6. I only have 3.
It's just amazing how much he gives out, and it's like, I mean, you can trade them and sell them and stuff like that, but it's just amazing how much stuff he gives out.
There's this one dude, I forget his name. I interviewed him. He's Tammy would know him. He's a poker player. He was like super. He had this thing called Deck of Degeneracy where you could like buy into his like stuff. Jonathan Little, cool dude. And like I talked to him about fish, and Brock is like, if he whatever he mints now, like whatever, like I'll double it. And so the dude went crazy and he minted like 30 fish, and Brock's like, oh shit. So he had to give him like the other fish on top of that, but it was cool. So I imagine his airdrops are probably bananas in the tens of thousands.
Yeah, I messed up. I tried. It's just this whole holiday season's been like really crazy for us. So
I feel you.
I'll get back on his stuff, and it looks like Broken Crayons is like really ramping it up too. I see stuff from him too.
That's what I like to see. So Mario Nawfal had reported crypto scammers are coming with a wave of job ads. Hackers are faking job offers from big name crypto firms, dangling $200,000 to $300,000 salaries. Their move: convince you to fix a mic or cam issue, but it's a trap. There's malware that's installed. And once you're in, they've got backdoor access to your device. Crypto wallets gone. Systems compromised. They're lurking on LinkedIn, Discord, and Telegram. Stay paranoid, stay safe. Yeah, can't trust anyone nowadays. Don't click no links. Don't click even if it's like you get something like from me, like God forbid I get hacked, like just call me first. But hey, is this you? I'm like, no, it's not. Or I'll just be drunk and it's just like a farting video that I message. I don't know. And then it could be nothing. The amount of so obviously the amount of digital stuff, I don't want to say trumps, but you have more digital stuff than you do physical now. But you have people like Colonel Stats saying like, I blame VeVe because there's a good wall of his. It's all filled with VeVe stuff. Now, granted, you have the level 100 in there, but all the stuff that's on VeVe, he just had to get the physical counterpart as well. What's the one that's made you do that the most? Has it been like Broken Crayons? See the one that's on VeVe that's giving you you had to get the most physical art?
No, I showed you a couple of paintings we got from Create, but my favorite. Hold on, I'll grab it.
We're holding on. So there's while he's gone, Stacker had posted the other day just a little more patience. And what I didn't write, but I screenshot it. I was like, "I'll be patient, Daddy," and it's like I don't know. I feel like you can't even like have. If I were to say that, like it just would have been a little too. I don't know. I don't know how. Maybe I should have just posted it. Next time, Ben. No, I can't do that to Ben. If he posts something and I'm just like, I'll be patient, Dad. There's no way. I can't do that to him. So, movies. Mufasa, Sonic 3. Which one, if you had to go see one right now, which one would you go see?
So, as funny as this sounds, we were on what air flight?
The flight to Vegas.
Yeah, the flight to Vegas. We decided to watch Deadpool and Wolverine.
Yeah.
So when whoever it was Rain and whoever, and you can't watch a movie.
Yeah, we actually went.
Yeah, so we had to do it separately, but we watched it together. Oh my, love that movie. Absolutely loved it. Ryan Reynolds always brings it. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys weren't in San Diego? Yeah, you weren't in San Diego with us, right?
Not in San Diego, no.
Yeah, we went at midnight.
Vegas. Mm-hmm.
In San Diego. So we went at midnight to see like the movie, and we're all just blitzed. We were all just drunk as shit. And then when like the NSYNC came on, like, and we're like, yeah, like,
gosh, yes,
dude, it was nuts. That was a fun time. That was a great. And then just
No, the whole movie was awesome. Like, you love the humor, you love the storyline behind it. That was one of the things I was never about. My son, Trent Crusher, 12, put me into, because I was not ever into like that kind of stuff, and don't ever ask me to tell you anything about Star Wars movies because I can't do it. But I don't know. What are you doing?
Trying to get.
Sorry,
It's
dog
down.
boys.
Oh, it's all. Yeah. What do you,
All right, here it is.
oh, that's awesome.
So my Jermaine Rogers
Oh, that's dope.
artist proof.
Ooh.
Do you dare tell him how you got that?
I cheated.
This is an awesome story.
Yeah, we were up at his booth in
It was Anaheim.
Anaheim. And they're like, well, you know, whatever it costs. I don't remember, it was $100 or whatever. But like, Reed is a huge fan of Nine Inch Nails, and he did a lot of their concert
Hence
artwork.
why Trent. Anyways.
Yeah, Trent Reznor.
Sorry.
But anyhow, so I'm looking through it, and there was an artist proof at the bottom. I said, I can have any of these for like, I think it was $50. He's like, yeah. So I grabbed the bottom one. I said, can I have this one? He's like, oh shoot. The artist proof. He goes, you probably can't have that. And then Jermaine came up, and he's like, what's the problem? He's like, well, we put this in by accident. What do you want me to do? He's like, give it to him. I was like, all right, cool. So I got for like $50. So I was like, awesome. Thanks, buddy. And then he signed it. So
that's dope. That's tight. There's
I do like Jermaine Rogers, and
yeah, he's a cool dude.
Obviously, you know, he's all the events, and he's just like a tremendous guy, you know, to hang out with and talk to.
Yeah, I hope he knows, like, and like he sees it at the events, everyone trying to go up to him and like get a picture with him. But I hope he like knows, like, it's not just the people at those events, and I guess he knows he's a famous artist in general. That just like the whole community loves him, and it's not. I feel like he kind of sees the same people all the time. Or, you know the New York, wherever, because a lot of us go to the same events. But I hope he knows that it's not just the same people that he sees, and we represent like thousands of others that enjoy his work.
The only time I met him was in New York, and I was just talking to him. I like didn't occur to me who he was. We talked for like 5 minutes, and then I found out who he was, and then we were just like chit-chatting. And I think that means a lot to those guys, just like, you know, knowing we're just like kind of normal folk, you know. Really, really incredible guy. Just personable. Sat there like the whole time. He didn't even know who the hell I was from Adam. Not that I'm like anybody popular, but, you know, didn't know like my background or what, you know, I was looking to get. It was just just a great guy.
So I'm trying to, I don't know if Tammy knows what she's doing here. She gave me this photo, and she's like, this is just like, I could show, there's nothing like that. It's like, but she's like, this is like half the room, and I can't like, I guess I can screenshot it and zoom in. And then like, so it's a big place. They're at this big hall, they're at this big, but there's, I know it's 55 and old. There's a lot of old people.
I'm an old person. Come on.
No, you're not. No, you're like this. Like this is okay. I can zoom it. Like you would. Obviously, these people have great stories, and we would love to. We would love to just. What was it like in the, I don't know, 50s, 60s? Like what teenager in the 60s, and they're probably like, bro, you don't want. I'll get canceled if I tell these stories.
Are you partying with a lot of guys?
Yeah.
Me and Rita, the old folks, we can kick it, right?
You guys go pretty hard, yeah. I will have no issue kicking with you guys wherever we are. It could be London, Paris, Tokyo. It could be. What I really like about you guys is that it doesn't have to be anywhere fancy. It could be a dive bar in wherever, and like we'll have like that same time, because not everyone can do that. Some people are like, no names are up, but there's some people that you know that like are okay. They're fun in this crowd, but they can't like throw on like a leather. They can't like kick it with like us poories. They're just I don't know. I feel like we're like greasers. I guess. I don't know. Is that offensive?
We like the pinks. Yeah.
So what I'm saying is a compliment. Like, I would love to party with you anywhere, and I feel like there's certain people that are like could probably only party in like the slightly upscaler events. But like wherever we are, it wouldn't matter. It could be in like a hole in the wall.
Don't diss those old folks, dude.
No, but that's
They can be
where I
fun
come
too.
from.
Yeah, you guys are old school rockers, and
But we're so
You heard me play the drums too.
yeah, like legit rocker. Like, so yeah, I guess nobody here knows this, but you got like legit like rock and roll. Like you can actually like headbang, like actually play.
I played a 12-minute Metallica song for him.
Yeah, and it was wild. And I think he did it sober, I guess. I don't know. Like, I was like, damn, he did this all crazy. But yeah, like I like that type of stuff, and I'll always love VeVe. I'll always love like these, a bunch of these parties. But I like I don't know, I like the old feeling of just like this is like a grungy, like nobody. I don't know. I just like that feel, and I just feel like this old person's home.
Everybody
great.
happy, like just down to earth. Like, isn't that what it's about? That's what I miss today. Like, everybody's so judgy. I read, like, I don't interact with a lot of I'm not just gonna say VeVe stuff, but a lot of stuff on Twitter. Only because like I see the negativity and it bothers me. It's like and then I see how bothered some people get by it, and it's like, let it go. Just let it go.
Yeah,
To me, happiness is like knowing this, and like we said earlier about like hanging out or being closer, watching a movie and VeVe-verse. That's what it's about. Like, we're a family. Like, that is something VeVe, I don't know if David, Dan, or even Ben knows. Like, they have all brought so many people together that would never think they'd ever be together.
Yeah. I think I was telling Rain about this before. Like, it doesn't. If you're to wake up and this is all a dream, like, be like, of course that's a dream. That would never happen in real life. Like that, but somehow it has. Like, I still don't really believe it. Like, I still feel like this is just a simulation, and we're just.
And same with us. Like, look, our home is our home. Would we have ever invited somebody into our home that we only knew over the internet or whatever? No. But we did. Why? Because we love them, we know them, we've come to know everything, whatever. Okay.
Well, you just got people from like all walks of life, like you said, all over the globe.
Yeah.
People with different education, different, life experiences, and it's pretty
so
awesome
crazy.
to hang out with all these folks. And like Fernando's like one of my favorite people of all time.
Oh, he's so chill. He's so cool. Yeah.
Me and him just had a blast. He was enamored with like my movie career, and I'm like, it's just extra shit. Just hanging out, singing Neil Diamond with him. It was like crazy.
Yeah, that whole setup.
And you were supposed to be there like an hour before you were. We got there first. We didn't even know who the dude was. And he welcomed us right in. His wife was like super accommodating, chit-chatted, and then everybody showed up. I was like, all right, well, we're good now. Yeah,
so I think you guys and FamBam and Heather got there before anyone, because we planned to go there like hours prior. And then we all just stopped at a roulette table, and then like including Fernando, and then they're like, okay, but Tammy was on this run up like $1,800. It's like, okay, she can't. I don't want to leave her here by herself. She can't leave. So there was a couple of us that stayed, and then obviously Fernando and everyone like met everyone at the place. But FamBam was just like, listen, we just drove like 6 hours. We've been in the area. We haven't settled anywhere yet. Like. We're about to like leave, and I was like, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I know. I just go here. It's got Fernando's place. I promise, it's all good. It's all chill." And then, I guess it was chill. But.
Yeah, it sucks for anybody who missed that party. That was really fun.
Yeah, that was. I have a lot more like it. I guess it's round one.
It was nice because it was intimate because there was only like 7 or 8 of us there, or 9.
I think there was like 12. Because so us 3, then Tammy's 4, Fam Bam and Heather 6. Then you have obviously, I know his wife's 8. Then you have Taps is 9, Sparky's 10, Rain and his wife's 12, and then you had is there other people? Who are we forgetting? We're definitely forgetting people.
I don't know. It was so intimate and so awesome. We felt so special. To me,
yeah, you guys got to meet. Yeah, Taps doesn't come around very often. You guys came at the perfect time.
Awesome.
That was the best surprise ever.
Yeah.
Seeing that.
I think Ernie left that night. I think right after the fight.
Yeah.
And then I think he left before Sparky got there.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Cardinal, my man, getting tanked at Applebee's like I said I would. Enjoying the stream since early afternoon.
Good for you,
my man.
Didn't take
Couple
that
hours
home.
to
go. Let's get this bread.
I'm out of my redemption rye. I gotta find something else to drink.
Rye. I had this idea, something with rye. I don't know. Let's get to some more of this news here that we have forgotten. So that was Tammy's photo. I need to go. It's only half the room. All right, let me find the Ted Cruz one because I know I didn't go too far past that. All right, the scam artist thing. So there was. Did you guys or any of your kids play? Not Fortnite. Oh my God, I'm blank. Minecraft.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Turn the camera on here a little bit.
Yeah,
The Crusher.
Play it.
Do you remember when they made Pokemon Red in like Minecraft?
Oh yeah, that was really cool.
So there's this one dude on TikTok that he took it like 8 steps further. He didn't just make like a Pokemon Red, which is like an 8-bit game.
Okay.
Legit made a working computer in Minecraft. In Minecraft.
Really cool.
Okay.
And it is, dude, it is so wild. And then, so what the comment that that really stood out to me, like, could you imagine an AI system that hid itself in a Minecraft computer in a computer code? We would never think of that. We would never think to go like, clearly somebody did, but yeah.
I mean, with how technology's advancing, it's definitely something that I could see happening for sure.
So that's just stuff I want to like bring to the. This is like stuff. I get like this imposter syndrome, where I'll be like around, like I'll have like whale meetings, and they'll be like, okay, this dude, like big political dude from here, and this is a big oil and gas, like people, and then I'm just like, and they're like, there's Randy, our crypto guy, and I was like, oh. All of y'all like are doing stuff, and I'm just like a YouTuber here. I make videos. To try to get this in front of somebody that can like, one, I can't find people to talk about it with because most people will be like, who cares?
Yeah, it's definitely like a weird place to be, especially where you're at
Pressure
now.
12.
I feel like you've made such a name in the crypto that it's like there's so many other topics that you might want to talk about, but it's hard, especially like different people viewing it.
So the fate of the world might be at stake. Okay. Other news: Crypto Cosmo added a few more of the Amazing Spider-Man #1s. I talked to him about that. Do you guys have any Devi?
Do you have any Devi?
No, we
No.
don't.
You get some.
Right.
Before
I heard you guys talking about that, and one of the things that Rain was talking about was like privacy.
Yeah.
Do have a lot of money in ICP.
Insane Clown Posse?
Yeah. Internet computer protocol.
Yeah, yeah.
Do a little bit of research. It's down to like $9. I bought it at like 4 something. I bought a lot of it because I think that just read up on it. again, I don't want to
Yeah, no, that's fine.
your audience or anything, but you know, I'm kind of the belief that the Crypt Brain is like, I need to believe in something.
Yeah.
And I know that thing kind of pumped real hard when it was launched and then dropped down, but that was all, you know, bullshit.
Not that it wasn't like bullshit. It's like the people that had bought in like the pre-sale, like their token contracts like vested like right away. So they bought at whatever it is that they bought at, maybe like 6 cents or whatever. Suddenly it's at like $1.80. Of course you're gonna sell.
No,
and that lasted.
It was like $300.
It lasted until like, wait, I'm talking about Devi. Are you talking about ICP?
ICP, yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. So I don't know the history on ICP.
Yeah, that dude from FTX pumped it up.
Oh yeah,
and
yeah. I see now. Whipped up way past like 400, almost 500. Jeez.
Yeah, right when it launched and it dropped. But I just feel like that's a really, really solid.
Yeah, I mean it's number 35 in the. So I mean it's clearly a top project, number 35. It's
and it's got great tokenomics. I mean, great. That thing
it's a $5 billion market. So I mean that, you know, you could add a zero to that. It could be 50 billion, no problem.
Yeah, so I haven't looked at Devi, but I will. Like I said, you know, I looked into Definity and I liked it. The tokenomics on that are incredible. So you know, I put some money into that, but I haven't looked in Devi.
Yeah, so I don't want to like, I don't say like you don't need to like just trust me, bro. Like obviously, of course, always. That's a horrible example. Of course, always do your own research. But yeah, if there's anything like just like $1,000 or so, like just before like next month, because whatever they're going to announce is going to be freaking huge. I don't know what it is. I'm packed. My bags are packed. 30,000 Devi. My boys' bags are packed like 50,000 Devi, and it's like 90 cents right now, and that's gonna go crazy.
Yeah, I'll look at it for sure. I heard you guys talking about it, and I was Brain is like no nonsense. So, you know, the folks that listen to his channel, he's not out just to pump anything. You know, I talked to him personally for hours at that party, and I understand that.
Good.
But, you know, like I said, I don't want to get anybody FOMOing into anything. But like I said, I think the one thing that I looked at was ICP. I kind of leaned towards them and just went with it.
I mean, they're safe, number 35 in the world right now, and they're you know, as far as cryptos, the top 100. So they're
I mean, under $10, it's a freaking steal. Like I said, I got it under 5, and it's
nice.
So
let it ride, baby. Okay, so that was the Devi stuff that I had. Hold on, let me get rid of this. Go on to stuff I can't talk about. Dude, North Korean hackers stole a record of 1.34 billion from cryptocurrency platforms in 2024. It accounts for 61% of all crypto thefts this year. Dude, like what do we have to do as a people to, like, I mean, like North Korea, they're already, like, if you live in North Korea, your life already sucks. Like what more can we do to them? Like, I don't know. MicroStrategy has they've acquired another 2,138 Bitcoin for $209 million at $97,837 per Bitcoin. Wild. Root cause mobile. Oh, okay. Do you guys have the Root app? I think it's called Root. It's like I had it for it's like for like car insurance, and it like determines like how good of safe a driver you are, but it wasn't on my they said like, okay, we'll come back to you again. This is like 5 years ago, and I guess like on now, like they're launching in like all these places, and now the stock's been like pumping, and it's like, well, it was never in New York for years. Yeah, it was wild. Thank you for all the I don't know where all of these. Do you guys vote on those Christmas things that VeVe does, saying like, "Hey, here's all of these people, like all of these scenes in the showroom, and vote for your favorite ones." Do you guys vote on those?
I have. I can't remember for whom, but
Yeah, same.
just something like.
I'm glad they do that.
I stay engaged. That's all.
I'm glad they go on and they showcase like, hey.
So you got Cass all fired up now.
Hi, Cass. You waking up for New Year's, Cass?
Yep. It's his bed. Well, he's been going to bed around 10. So, Cass.
Very good.
I think
In the
Dashy.
Oh, I know. I gotta. I gotta get a playmate for Dashy. I mean, we could have that when.
You're gonna have so much fun with this one. He's
Oh,
a trip.
love Doggos.
Oh my
I'm
goodness.
trying to pay more attention to Ralphie over there, but he's napping now. He's an old dog. He likes to nap.
Yeah, we're in his little booth, so I can go back a few years.
Yeah, it's a wild. It gets the ear pressure in your ears. I forget what that's called. But it has like almost like a popping thing, like you're in an airport. But that's like the only thing that I wouldn't even call it like nitpicking. It's just that's the only thing that kind of happens is in when it decompresses, it gets that. But that's the positives seem to outweigh the positive. Like that's why they charge a couple $100 to do it per thing. So that Ernie's got in his house is pretty nice. I should take more advantage of it. I don't. How do y'all feel about Jason Momoa being cast as Lobo in the Supergirl series?
Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh, you love the Jason.
Come on.
I didn't hear about it either.
Can I turn the camera?
I do
Ted
like,
has some input.
I do like Jason Momoa, but I also don't know about that. What do you feel about it?
Oh, I mean, it's say adios to the Zack Snyder DCEU that we had with him and Aquaman, which was cool.
Sure.
I think it's fine. I'm so worried. Like if this new whole Justice League universe doesn't work out, like how many times can you like try to reboot something?
Yeah, it is kind of feeling like that. And I mean, you only hope it's good, but it's definitely hard to say, honestly.
Yeah. So I'm just hoping it's good, and then just please be good.
Let me fix this.
Sorry. Terrible towel time.
What you got over there? What's that say?
Terrible towel.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I just hope it's good. Cardinal Goat says, I think all the meme boys are waiting to make Doge explode. Yeah, probably.
I'm surprised that they haven't done it yet.
They're
probably waiting for an opportunity.
You have Maserati that they just announced. It seems pretty cool. I don't even know of the 1.2 million followers. I don't know of the drop details. I'm sure I have it. I think their big thing now is to make things like not secret rare, but like a special edition common.
Why isn't there a secret rare of that?
Yeah, the what?
Why isn't there a secret rare of that?
I think what they want to do now, and I'm just kind of talking out my butt here, but if everything had a secret rare, like back in the day, secret rare like meant something. And then they kind of like everything had a secret rare now to it. So what I think they're trying to do is like, oh, we'll make these have like the special edition commons so that this way, if they do roll out a secret rare, it might mean something. Again, that's just my idea that I'm just, again, talking out my butt here. But that's kind of the only reason why I would think. Unless they have a better card. This is just the first one they're gracing us with.
Fix that.
The MC12, the Stradale? I don't know how to pronounce it. Maybe this is like the first one. They're like, well, we got to save our secret rare for like, the next car that's above that. I don't know. Can't see this. For unknown reasons. VeVe beta test. Have you guys gone on VeVe beta testing?
No.
Been chosen.
We were
I
not
don't
chosen.
think any of us were chosen. It does look pretty cool, though. I saw the Instagram post, and I mean, I'm sure that they're still in a super beta mode, but it looks pretty cool, though. I think.
Yeah, I don't know what. So obviously it'll be in Q1. I don't know what month it's going to be all the NDAs and whatever. So I hopefully in January, but maybe March. But either way, just to see what people can do, it'll be fun and exciting.
Yeah, for sure.
Put on here. So there's a buddy of mine that opened the app for the first time since May, and he says it works pretty well. Works smooth. There's no complaints. Search is working properly. All the info is easy to find. He's pretty happy, and he's a big boy investor. So it's good to keep those peeps happy.
I like the new app. I know a lot of people are fudding on it, but man, I guess the only thing that I had mentioned is I don't like if you're looking at your collectible and say that hasn't sold out, you can't go directly to the market. And that was something that I kind of submitted to them to maybe try to fix.
Yeah.
So when you're looking at a collectible, I know it wants to steer you to the market, but the problem is I need to know what the value is before I do that.
Yeah.
So that's the only thing that kind of slightly irritates me, but it was the same in the old app. The new app's awesome. I think people just haven't taken enough time to explore all the things that are in there. And it's gotten faster, which is good.
There, when I first came out, I was one of those ones dude, what? There's no way. I can't use this app, and I knew that the new updates were to be coming, but I didn't think the updates would come out this quickly, because back in the day, it's okay, we're gonna wait 2 weeks for this update, then another 2 weeks. But they have 6 or 7 updates now since it first dropped, a few weeks ago. I was okay, really liking it, and now I think it's mostly better. Maybe I'm just getting used to it. I don't know, but again, my big boy that has no complaints, so I was okay, cool.
People don't like change, but I think that the improvements they made are right on point. Like I said, the only thing that I put in, and hopefully in the next one it will be, is it just irritates me when I go to one of my collectibles and I go in there and I can't see the market from there.
Yeah.
And I sent that up, and a few other people kind of commented on it that they had the same griefs. So hopefully it's that. You can still go and buy it, but I think most people that have it want to either sell it or kind of see what the market price is.
Yeah, they're pretty quick. Hopefully they do that soon. If anything, if it's still an issue in 2 weeks, let me know. I'm sure they're aware of it, but just say hey, maybe we can prioritize this a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure they have other stuff to do, but that's one of the nice things about just having them over on the X. We can all just be hey guys, how about this? Legacy news.
Yeah. So this avatar thing, though, I think that would get a lot of users. I think it would consolidate a lot of the regular people that are on there being able to create their own avatar, mint it.
Yeah. It's a do your I would love
harness the AI and the technology that's available right now. You don't have to even design it. Have AI design 5 copies, have them choose one, mint it, you're done. Attach everything to it. Then you can prioritize legacy people or people over certain levels, offer them animation for $10 and they can animate theirs. And then again, that's kind of a flex for everybody.
So I hope I feel like I said this before, like 2.5 hours ago, hey, we have to quote this time, 7 hours, 20 minutes or whatever it was. That's 9 hours, 56 minutes. These are all, obviously they're all saved here but hey, there's this really good idea. What time was this? And then again, they're all saved, and you could repeat that as many times as if we needed you to.
Ben was on right now. Drive it home.
King Mavs just tagged me in a photo saying, wishing the world of digital collecting a happy and prosperous 2025. Cheers to all the passionate folks out there. And he shares his 333 collection of Eddie Riso, Jim Lee the Joker, Bruce Timm, Harley Quinn, and then the Brian Bollard Penguin. He has 333 of all of them. It's wild.
The damn Riso's still eluding me. That's the only one I need.
Oh yeah.
The which one?
Risso.
Oh yeah. Which number?
Any number. I don't
Any
care.
number? Yeah, dude. They were like
a legacy set.
I know it's like $1,200 now.
When it went down to like, it was like 800 and some. I said, we'll go to 6 and I'll buy it. That son of a bitch jumped, and I'm like, God damn it.
Yeah, 1200 now. I mean, yeah, and obviously it's like, okay, like buy your OMI and you'll get this event. Yeah, it's fine, but yeah, I get it. I got like for stuff that you really want. Like, I want to complete the Marvel Mighty set, but that couple of damn ones that is like, it's too much right now. A couple $1,000, like, I'll
I'm gonna spend the time to like sew off all the bullshit that I don't want for that, and even then I'll probably come up short. And I'm not, I even contemplated, because I have one of the first drops I got was the Secret Rare Spider-Man 1 comic. And I was like, damn, that thing's like it's like right at the same price as Rizzo. Should I sell it and get into my Rizzo and complete that set? And I just couldn't pull the trigger on it. I'm like, man, that's such a iconic comic. I can't do it. Can't do it.
Yeah, same.
There's only 600 of them, so I'm like, I can't do it.
Oh, okay, yeah. If it's and it gets hard because like at these prices, like okay, the fee is not that much, but suddenly when these things are like $10,000, and it's like okay, now the fee is like this much, and it's like it just makes the decisions even harder when that bull market hits, and it's like now we don't have to deal with like a $80 secondary fee. Now we have to deal with like a $2,000 secondary fee. It's like that'll be wild. Speaking of people in secondary, Dr. Fuse buying 2,700 collectible. Are you guys in the top 500?
No.
I'm barely in it anymore. I'm like 480 something. Tammy's like 300 something. She's well up in there. She's all up in there. I'll be kicked out soon.
I'm like level 53, I think now. I got probably like 800 collectibles. That's all.
Nice.
They're all good ones. I got good mints and stuff. So
mine are not all like my 200 alligator Lokis. Not all of them are good mints. They're mostly trash. But I will stand by them. That's the other things that
59s comment down below.
Dude, when I tell you I spent $1,000 for the common 69.
Yeah.
Lost my shirt on that one. But in the time of 2021, 2022, it didn't matter. It was all crazy.
Well, I did same with the Disney, whatever the different
the golden moments?
No, it wasn't the golden moments. It was
Platinum moments
where they had the different like Paris and
posters.
Yeah. They were
okay. Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah. And I got a 69. I'm like, all right, I'm spending $200 on this. It's like nothing now, but
this I don't know. Like, so the people I would still pay for that. Like, call me stupid. It's just like it's something that's supposed to be so like family friendly. And it's like, 69. Like something about that is just
the boss.
Yeah, I don't know. Call me crazy. Call me like, grow up, Chavez. Like, no, I don't want to grow up. Like, I want stuff like that. That stuff is always gonna have. So I
get like 3% of the 3-digit lightsabers though. So I did like really like jump into that hard.
Okay, that was really good. I don't think anyone will question you for that. Which ones? Is it the Yodas, like the Skywalker one? The Yoda one? Skywalker.
Yeah, I got like 30 of them.
Nice. I think what's his name? Sean from Comics and Crypto paid I think like a couple thousand for the 1977.
Yeah.
I think he's had offers now for like 10 or 15K, and he's just like, no way, buddy.
Yeah, I just laughed because like the regular Skywalker lightsaber is like what, $9-10. But
yeah,
anything like top 100, like top 1,000 is like.
Dude, so I swear this is all good, but Sean he's like puts on a nice face, like, hey, and he's so genuine, he's so awesome. But dude, deep down, he's like buying up all these special mints because he knows where this is gonna lead, and it's like they're gonna pay me $8 million for all my mints. Like he knows, man. He's being very, very smart. I don't want to say like crafty because that makes it sound like he's doing something wrong. He's not, but he's like, you think he's like so innocent, but he's like buying up all these. He's like Disney back in the day, buying up all of those pieces of land where he's going to put his next project. He's getting all of these. I don't know if he buys them himself or he's raising money through other people, but every single new drop that comes out, bounty. It's like, dude, fuck off. I want some too.
You were talking earlier about like the Tom Brady like stuff.
Yeah.
So, on DraftKings, they had, originally his first NFTs. They were like a ticket to get.
Yeah,
like,
I think Lori Brenner has one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I kind of went hard into that too. I got like Tiger Woods, him. I got Simone Baez and all those folks. And, they allowed you to take them off chain. So they're on my MetaMask wallet right now. So what are your thoughts on that? Because that was actually, I think Tom Brady actually was part of that project.
So there's okay. First off, what is it? 10 p.m. So most of Brazil, and Happy New Year to everyone that's just celebrated just now. Cheers. And then I guess in 20 minutes we'll have some Canada, St. John's. Anyway, I don't know. I mean, the first Tom Brady stuff, it's going to be worth something at some like GOAT, right? I mean, if it was any other person, like if it was any other, like, yeah, they're good. I would say like it's probably not going to matter too much, but Tom Brady is probably going to be something.
They had like Tiger Woods and Gretzky, and
I remember the auto. I remember, but I also I won't say from whomst I've heard this info from, but they knew it was like coming, and like all roads will lead to VeVe. We gotta move on because I'm gonna. All right. So anyway, back to Sean. Like, yeah, I wish I could talk more about it. But I don't know where that goes long term. I have no idea.
It's minted and I got it, so whatever.
I
lose.
That was a one of how many?
I don't remember. It's like 2,500 or
okay.
1,000. Wasn't a lot. It was the original, like the first. It was the
yeah, like you were able to, like, if you got it, you were able to go like meet them or something, right?
No, it was the ticket, and
okay.
Once they got through the first phase, then the ticket could be redeemed for something else. But I just got like the tickets. But it was the actual first Tom Brady NFT ever.
What was the one that Lori got then, where she got to like meet him or some shit? That was like, maybe that was his retirement.
The same thing. It might have been the same one. They did have different levels, but I just got like the common one.
But keep it. Obviously, you have it. Keep it. I feel like when all of this mess comes down and it's like, okay, here's where the clear winners are. Like, that's still going to hold its place in history. The GOAT, right? Somebody. So keep it. What does that become?
They had like all the GOATs, like Gretzky, had Tiger.
They had like Simone Biles on there. They had, yeah. I remember it. They had like Tony Hawk. They had like
Hawk, yep.
Yeah.
Actually, I got Tiger Woods' birthday mint number.
Oh, okay. How many of those Tiger Woods do they have?
I don't remember. It's probably the same. It was a common.
Wait, you still have that?
Yeah, they're on my MetaMask. They can move them off the into your.
So definitely keep that. Like, I mean, obviously they're all his. Like, they're all, yeah. That's a really okay. I was gonna say, hey, keep me posted about that number 69. Disney poster you have there. But now that I have these, maybe I might want to buy these. It's his birth year. was a special. I'll beat Sean to it. I'll beat him. Hold on. We got to catch up here. White Mouse says still going strong. Just getting home from work, movie theater. Got a bunch of new posters. Super happy for you. Message me those. Which ones you got? Ace Big Moose says Happy New Year. Cheers to my man's over there. White Mouse says my brother just told us the story of Tom Brady buying him a shot in college at University of Miami. That's dope.
Michigan.
Oh, is that Michigan? Okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm an idiot. I'm like, wait, what? I was there. I feel like I was there, Gandalf. I was there 3,000 years ago. In the Patriots were playing the Jets. It was in the Meadowlands, and I remember where Bledsoe got hurt, and they put in I was there for his first pass. I was there for.
Was that a Steelers game?
That was a what?
It was at a Steelers game. The next game.
Oh, the next game was. I was gonna say, yeah.
He killed him.
They killed Brady?
No, they killed the Steelers.
Oh, okay. I thought there was yo, his first game, welcome to the NFL, bitch, and they just sacked him a bunch of times. Okay. I just watched a documentary on I think it's called the Frozen Bowl, the Freeze Bowl.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't know how they let people play in those conditions. That is disgusting.
That's where the Brady rule came into play, I think.
No, this was before.
Was it? All right.
Yeah. Hold on.
Yeah.
Wait, what's the Brady rule? Go over that real quick.
I think it was I don't know. He wasn't sacked because his arm was going forward or something. I don't know.
Oh, okay. No, I know what you're talking about. So the documentary I just saw was on the Ice Bowl. It was December 31st, 1967, where wind chill values fell to 38 below zero. Jesus, man. I just, oh my God, that is ridiculous. I don't know how they made people play it. But again, it was a much rougher era. I don't know how the fans even stayed for that. I guess, so this invented bench heating. It they didn't have heated benches before this. And this is what helped invent. I was no freaking way.
Wooden benches.
Yeah. So I was like, damn, this is people are nuts. Yeah. So now in Vegas they have a new. They have all these new teams that are going out to Vegas, and all of these new. I feel like all these old cities are kind of they're all leaving all these places. How do you guys feel about Pittsburgh in there? Is that something that in 20, 30 years are still gonna have the Steelers? Are there gonna be more towns that come in? What's it like there? Are people coming? Are they going? What's it like in Pittsburgh right now?
As far as the Steelers?
Well, as far as the population, is it still growing? Is it not anymore?
Well, it's everything up north is kind of declining a little bit, but
yeah.
I think that we'll be fine. Rita and I aren't planning on staying here forever.
Yeah.
The Carolinas are kind of in our future, but
oh, yeah.
Well, once a Steeler fan, always a Steeler fan.
Yeah.
You can't. There's no going back.
Fro.
Yes. Oh my God, Fro, I love you, dude. Thank you.
I'm so behind on these comments. We get from Fernando in there. It's yeah, nice to see you guys.
Fernando.
Oh my gosh, thank you. We love you so much.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So first appearance, Gretzky is 790. Cheapest Gretzky highlight is 170. Signed highlight is 10K. Receives milestones legendary is 45. Oh, it was on NHL Breakaway. I don't have any. I've heard a decent enough about this that I have to go pay attention and take a picture.
I looked it up when you said it because my buddy and I collect baseball cards and football and hockey.
Yeah.
But we got involved in some apps early on that looked like they might go into NFTs and they didn't.
Yeah.
Like Panini and it looks like this are really starting to catch on because that's where probably the money is going to be at. And I wish VeVe was involved in sports fast.
So I got it. Yeah. I mean, so that's the other thing. It's I wish they could make an art. You're right. Somebody's going to land it perfect. It was an autograph. because they, you know, kind of came and went. Is NFL, is it NFL all day? Is it, you know, NBA Top Shot? Like Dapper Labs has a pretty good thing on it, but Flow's already like close to the top 100. It's like a $2 billion market cap, however much it is.
So I was in NFL Top Shot before VeVe. But
NBA Top Shot?
Yeah.
Okay.
If VeVe got like Paul Skeens right now,
yeah,
would blow up. Absolutely blow the hell up.
My first introduction to NFTs was like a NFTs or scam video, and it was about like this like Asian dude talking about NBA Top Shot. Like, what's the difference? It's like absolutely nothing. This is why it's all a scam. I was like, wait a minute, no, there's something here. Yeah, so that has been controversial for a long time. Who else is making content on that? Like, who's like the main content creator for them right now?
I have no idea. Like I said, I haven't ventured into that because we put some money into the app for, I can't remember what it was. Do you remember?
What's that?
I don't know. There was an MLB and NFL and an NHL one. It was just the one NHL Rush. But anyhow, we just tinkered with it because we thought it would end up being NFTs, but it never did.
Yeah.
And now that they're coming out with it, like Panini and the NHL, I gotta really look at that because that's where the money lies.
Because like even like the official NFL All Day, it's like 1,000 subscribers, or like this person, like it's 31 views from like a month ago. So I'm trying to find out where they're.
You still do.
Yeah. And then it goes right from there to this one dude, like it's just called All Day Unpacked. They're not talking. That's not what I've been searched. So there's not a lot of people that are out there searching for them. But I know Rain buys them. I know clearly you guys got some. So we'll.
Yeah, sports is like the golden ticket right now. If David can get on board with some like real North American sports people, like Paul Skeens would be like the holy grail. If you got Paul Skeens, you'd have whoever you want.
So the part of the reason that, like, obviously boxing is worldwide and to have Joseph Parker is great, but when I would like comment on his stuff, like just on his social media, be like, hey, VeVe fam loves you, whatever. I still get like from like months ago, I still get like notifications of just like join this trading group or join this like whatever, and the spam. And like sometimes people like offer like their OnlyFans. It's like the amount of spam that is like, ugh. So if VeVe gets somebody that just has like moderators on their social media, So
well, you get Paul Skeens, you get Livy Dunn too.
That's true. Everyone. So she blew up on TikTok. I feel like more than that. That's where I find people. Yeah, she's like one of the great, like Simone Biles level, right? That's what they did. The gymnast.
Yeah. She's got a massive like social following.
Yeah, narrated by him. Cheers, everybody. Bro, call me Fernando Menez. Carter goes, like, Comics and Crypto had Travis Howe, Gordie Howe's grandson on for a podcast once introducing the platform right before last NHL season. Other than that, no influencer. That's wild. Yeah, I feel like there's so much like stuff that people aren't taking advantage of.
Resources, trust me.
DraftKings is holding all my Brady NFT hostage. Oh yeah, that was the other failed one. Dude, they're like a $15 billion. I remember messaging David.
That's what I was telling you about. I pulled them off. I put it on my MetaMask.
Yeah.
I don't know if he missed the time frame, but all my stuff's on MetaMask right now. I pulled
so good
it
on you for. I think DraftKings is definitely going to allow. They have like they $15 billion company, like $60 billion. They have to let their stuff off, or at least hire somebody for them to do that.
Yeah.
That's a really bad look if they don't let people do that forever. But I mean, maybe it's good for people like you that have it. They're just like, well, my stuff is super rare now.
Yeah.
We'll see. Sorry if our Chargers beat your Steelers in postseason. Oh.
Is that like 15 years ago? Come on.
Fighting words over there.
Yes.
But I love Fernando, so I won't argue with him.
Oh, he's such a cool dude. All right, so moving on here, the Viral has posted a token that's been way too oversold for way too long, way overfunded for far too long. I wish I can get taps here. There's no, like, New Year's Eve. There's no way. There's no way I get taps here on New Year's Eve.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
yeah.
I've asked him multiple times to come on. It's like,
No,
and he's just like, I have to come back myself first. And then I was like, okay, but he doesn't want to come back till next bear market.
You don't understand how awesome it was to see him in Vegas.
Same. I haven't seen him in years either. Yeah.
And your surprise was like the biggest surprise.
Hell, hey everybody. Yeah.
Yeah.
We kept that under we kept that under wraps. Nobody.
It was awesome, and it
Yeah.
was the greatest surprise ever because we've missed him so much. So I hope he's watching right now. Hey, Tabs.
I hope so too. I have to get
No, seriously. That's so awesome. That's what I love about this fam. Like we talked about earlier. It took me a little bit. Trent was an introvert. Like he didn't like to interact with people, and it was weird to me. And yet at the same time, I grasped that about myself. And it wasn't like that, but I'm very careful about who I interact with. So to get to know and interact with all of you, it's so great.
Yeah. I think part of what
Literally, like I text Tammy and she got on here. That's my girl. Yeah.
yeah, and she might come on later as well after I can't did you see the picture that I showed before that she sent me? Hold on.
About her, like she's going to get alcohol. She's going
like I can't imagine the people here are going to be like partying for very much longer. Like they're probably going to bed now. So like maybe I'm wrong, but I can't imagine some of these guys going into like this dude already in the hat over there. Like he's falling asleep already at the table. I can't imagine they'll be partying for too long. So we'll get her back on at some point when that party dies down.
We have pictures of her falling asleep on the couch and hey, I have to do this.
That's where you know your family when you when you're comfortable enough to fall asleep around everyone. It's like okay.
Yep. That's what the fam's about, right?
And this is what I love about. I feel like back in the day, you only for like superstars, you only get to see them like, oh, are they like if they're in the movies, like only like on the news. But now I feel like you get to see people like, and they're just normal people. It's like, oh yeah, and they're just normal dudes, normal chicks, and it's like, okay, I feel like you just see people more nowadays. Even like the superstars, like you don't just see them like on an interview that they give like on Oprah once. You get to see them like on social media all the time. You get to see them having fun. So
yeah, I'm gonna do a whole great big thing back. So in my day, we all interacted. We all went outside to play. We all called each other's parents. We did this, that, whatever. Today, the VeVe fam, for me personally, to go to an event and meet people and talk and like Vegas was like the biggest one for me. I know. He's looking at me like I'm goofy.
No, I'm not.
But no, for me, I'm so secured in my being. I again let very little people into my world.
Same.
So to let you into my world means you mean big things.
Oh, thank you. Oh yeah, well yeah, the pictures that. So when I say this, let's say like the pictures that we took. This is nothing dirty. This is nothing like. But the pictures that we can't show on here, not because of like any nudity, but because of just like we family now. We
family now.
There was nudity.
Yeah, no, there's no nudity at all, unless you guys took something while I was sleeping.
I
Okay.
didn't think
You have that. Like, hold on, be like, hey, Chavez, you gotta pony some OMI our way. All right, that's fine. All right, keep these nudes from leaking, sure, or just maybe just release. I don't know. But yeah, like that. Yeah, we in the club, we all fam. Yeah, that's part of VeVe Viral's post saying like the first 4 months of the year after halving tend to be bullish AF for altcoins, active communities. It says an active community for a token with utility burns. Like that's what part of I think people like are attracted to us for, just for that active community, people working for their bags. So that's pretty nice. Yeah, I keep getting texts. People say like, "Oh, I thought this was Pokemon confirmed," and I was like, "No, guys, it's just a thumbnail I have." Sorry, everybody. So I do this all the time. Moving on past that. Omicron says the idea of the day, since VeVe and Marvel have good relations, could we possibly see a merger into the gaming space by Marvel Digital Collectible and unlock a special variant via the skin games? Dr. Stuff said he'd love to see something like this. I would as well. I feel like those things are kind of planned months in advance. I don't know if Marvel Rivals can do, but again, like Fortnite's been out for years and they continuously do drops. So yeah, might as well.
So can we talk a little bit about the post I put on X about Go Collect, since you are now?
Oh yeah. Go. Well,
no, I just think that, you know, it's good to have, you know, it's a good resource for the VeVe folk to go on there and see like the price of a physical comic. Yeah. It might be beneficial for VeVe to partner up with them and put the price of the digital on there as well to gain some traction and people to start accepting digital comics.
So so Chris Severs, that he does all he's like their NFT guy. So they don't have a specific like division for that. Just Chris is the one that goes in and like kind of writes that for them. And I feel like they don't pay him enough, but because like I don't know, I would love that. They actually talked to me about trying to get Alcon somehow, like they just, their budget is so like old school, like they have no, they don't have a budget for this because it's like too new, which is wild.
But my thought is they don't need a budget. Have VeVe flip the bill to get exposure on Go Collect. Run an API, show them the floor prices of their Grail comics, and put it on there as a subdivision of the physical comics.
Yeah.
To get people interested in digital comics.
You're gonna have to. We need like a whole like in the group. Just send me a text or send me a chat with that of all these ideas that we've been talking about, and then this way I can like go line by item. Like, hey Ben, take a look at this, and see, because I'm 10.5 hours into this now. I'm not gonna remember this like tomorrow, but those are.
You still got 4 days to go.
Yeah, even if that particular thing doesn't happen that way, they can at least use part of that. I again, like that type of thing should be done. Again, if you're VeVe, like we would love to have this, and we would love to designate time and money towards this. But all of these are going to here right now. Like again, I don't know what their big reveal in 2024 was, like the VeVe comics, and like how much money and time had to go into that, resources. So, but for this, hopefully we get. They actually just messaged me on Instagram.
But what do most people do when they buy a comic? They want to go see what the value is. So that's my idea. So if they go on there to see what the value of their physical comic is, and they're like, shoot, this is only worth $12, but there's only 1,000 editions of the one on digital, and it's worth $2,000. You know, then maybe
that's such a good idea. We would need,
because they have all the gradings.
Yeah, they have
oh, here's how much the digital is. This is where you can find it. Put a link to VeVe.
That's a really good idea.
I know. That's why you liked it.
So they messaged me, hello, sir. Pleasure to have collaborated with you recently. Perhaps we'll make it more often. On that note, it would be interesting creating a I'll go collect account. Okay, yeah, cool beans, cool beans. That for you to have expert eyes and analyze feedback. Sure. I don't know how to. I shouldn't be answering like business emails right now. Like, okay, from Go Collect. So I just responded. Sure. Let me know what you need from me. Does that sound right? Let me know what you need. What info you need. Okay. This is how like I'll just answer business emails. Okay. Cardinal Ghost Slayers that have a fucking drink, man.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't know if I need one. I probably do.
I haven't seen you drink one yet since we've been on.
Okay, that's a fair point.
I've drank like 3.
Well, I'm on the Randy Chavez drink sked there. We're doing a lot of stuff. Ernie's got this little Medellin Colombian like yeah, very nice. Oh my god.
There you go.
Okay. Okay.
You're like 3 drinks behind too, bro.
Dude, so I am a lot of drinks behind. We're going back all to the starred one. I definitely had that one. I definitely had that one. I definitely had that one. Thank you, everybody. Okay, we're good. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on in Randy Chavez's system. Omi's not listening, but yeah, I love it, dude. Everyone's so nice. Everyone's so chill. I feel a little. I don't know. How do you feel about soaking up all of the love, and then just like, how do you feel about other people that like don't have that? I constantly feel bad about that. It's like, oh man, a lot of people don't get this love.
Well, you know what I feel bad about is, the Kid Arcade's party.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was so much fun, but there were so many people there, and like, I can't keep track of everybody like on VeVe.
Yeah.
And I go on X and I'm like, shit, they were there. Shit, they were there. They were talking to me, and I just was like, you know. So I feel like, I don't know. I feel the same way you do. Like, just being part of a community like this where there is just commonality and love is really special. If you could ever go to a VeVe party, it's special. I mean, there's no doubt about it. And the people that you think aren't approachable, like Randy and Magic and Fam Bam and everybody else, go up and talk to them. I bet they talk to you.
Cool. I'm yelling at Foster right now because I told him before, like, yeah, anytime between 12 p.m. and midnight. And he's just like, well, we can't do an AMA. It's just we're just hanging out. And I was like, yeah, telepathy tapes, drones, why kids cereal tastes like ass nowadays, and then he's like, yeah, I'm down. And then like 10 and a half hours later, like, where the fudge is he? So I gotta yell at him. Like, because I saw a Ecomi post Ecomi just posted, what the heck was it? Wow, I'm still 2 days behind on news. Says, goodbye 2024. Let's carry the positive forward and embrace 2025 with hope and determination. Wishing everyone in the OMI fam a happy new year filled with joy and success. Jeremy Pador tweeting, wishing us all utility, big exchanges, marketing. I love him so much. I love him. Push for that, push for that, Uncle Jay. Keep it up.
I mean, even going beyond like, all of our influencers and you and the people that I mentioned, just talking to Dan and Dave and the executive crew, they'll talk to you. Just go up and say hi.
Yeah. It's like, feels like it should be illegal. Like, it's just going up and just, oh shit, that's CEO. And like, all you gotta do is just be in like, I love the VeVe, like, you can obviously see the more and more intimate setting at the VeVe Gold Silver logo parties, or and that's great. But just at an event, if you're there, like, they'll just talk to you. Like, you don't need that gold. Like, obviously, if you want to talk to them for like a bit more in that one-on-one, get the gold silver logo. But you just go to an event, like, and he'll be out there shopping with peeps. He'll be out there going.
Yeah, I mean, I talked to Dan more, I think, at the open party than I did at the VeVe Gold Silver logo party.
Oh, really?
David, I mean, I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
I didn't think I seen Dan there. Did you see Dan there?
Yeah, we saw Dan, but you talked to David.
Yeah, I talked to David, but yeah, I was working David. She was working Dan, but she didn't fare so well.
Yeah, this is why we need. I think the OMI homies, Max, they're always like constantly like recording everything. I feel like we need to just get people to just document the whole night, because obviously there's stuff that we would love to,
like Fam Bam tripping you on stage.
Yeah, yeah, like that. I still constantly go back to that. It's just like one of the funniest things ever.
I'll never forget that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I have it on replay. Just
I don't know if Fernando's here, but if he is still here, like the first song that was sang at karaoke that night was me and the karaoke DJ singing "Like a Stone" by Audio Slave, and then Fernando made me sing that with him, which is super high, and I had no voice that night because I was sick, but I sang it with him.
There's a Cardinal Ghost says, "I want to meet the team, get a physical." So unfortunately, like you could meet the team, but the cards are there. They gave all of them out. Unfortunately, there's no more left. Do you guys even have a physical card?
I showed it.
Oh yeah.
Whoop, whoop.
Oh, look at that girl. Yo, girl. Yeah. Obviously, it's already redeemed. But yeah, girl.
That was a lot
Magic
of
happened.
yeah. That was a lot of action to get that
thing.
thing, but yeah. Yeah, I finally got it. So
shout out to VeVe Magic. I still gotta get her something.
She actually sent
you,
us the
girl.
physical card
Love
because
you.
we got the redemption from David, and this is obviously from Dan, but she wanted us to have a physical card, which I thought was awesome. So, like I said, we just be active in the community. You don't have to be Randy Chavez or VeVe Magic, just be a normal person that enjoys and hangs out with folks, and
Part of the VeVe fam. Come
Yeah.
on now. Come on.
that's all. That's all. I mean, you don't have to
we all fam.
do that. We're not.
Yeah.
We're just fun.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of degenerates over here. This Lucky Gold also needs to pop. I mean, I already sold mine, so I gotta. But yeah, that thing's like one of 80. And that's a Tokidoki thing. That should be several $1,000s. It's not, again, I don't have any anymore. I'm not trying to pump any bags. But that should likely be thousands of dollars in this coming bull market. Only 80 of them. They're gold. If you're born in the year of the dragon, like if they ever come out with a horse one, a golden horse, damn sure I'm getting that. Because born in the year of the horse. So.
And at the same time, VeVe fam is priceless. Priceless.
Preach.
Everything that we have come to know, met, shook hands with, been to be together with, priceless. We love it. We love it so much.
Yeah, it's been pretty legit. Like it's been pretty fun. Like if we're just going, like I feel like they're obviously different levels. There's like, okay, the gold silver crowd gotta be a little up, but then I feel like when it gets down to like, could you imagine like, I feel like because we vibe so hard, especially like in that like rocker era stuff, and like we could just get down dirty anywhere. Like, could you imagine like Sanjay in like a in like a biker bar where there's just like there's like I don't know, there's like gangs and there's like people trafficking drugs. Like, could you imagine it? It's just
pray hang with us. It was funny because like the regular party, you had like the roped off area from like all the influencers were up top. I was just like, F it, we're going up there. And I just pulled the damn chain over and I just walked up there and then I seen like everybody and we started taking pictures and stuff. So I think that everybody, no matter who you think you are as far as the community, you're all part of this together, and I think that you'll be embraced. And I think it's important that everybody that is watching this channel understands that, we're low level, level 50s type folks. We're just huge fans. We have the means to be able to go to some of these events. Just embrace it, man. I'm telling you, it's like you're never going to find a community like this.
Nope.
You just won't.
Never.
Agreed. VeVe Viral with the posts all these couple days. Freaking love him saying, when OMI blows up, I'm still going to have to pay capital gains taxes if I'm working for my bags. In crypto, yes, we hope that the team delivers, but it's just as important that we actively work for our bags. Shout out to everyone putting in the work day in and day out. Shout out to Ecomi for what they've delivered. And then it's just a picture of VeVe Viral as like a cat, and then just pumping up his bags with the Superman shirt. Yeah, love this stuff. So, I mean, it's fun now. Imagine how fun it's going to be in late 2025 when all of this is pumped, and we're just can't wait. Private key commission. So Brock had this one thing come out saying Walter is working on getting prepped to go out a week or so, but now here's some early test footage, and so this is just like a screenshot, so it's not there, but it's like a picture of like Walter the whale going down into like a little sinkhole. Have you guys seen some of those like darker sides of like TikTok with like they get to see like the deep sea like at night, and there's all these really weird creatures down there and jellyfish that are like 16 feet long.
She's on TikTok. I'm not.
Oh, dude,
Yeah, we have to bring Trent out.
there's like the dark side, like the deep sea, like Arctic stuff that they post, and it's just really creepy.
Yeah.
The deep sea is very scary.
Don't know. I'm on X, Instagram. That's it, I think. She's on Twitter, Snapchat, all that stuff.
Love that. So we have Jan Collects saying, meet level 100 master collector Omi Homie F and Willie from the German VeVe community. Let's connect. Just throwing that out there for peeps that are in Germany. Felix and Willie, they are out there and they are hosting a bunch of meetups. That'll be something to do when we all go to Germany.
Yeah.
So Randy, when we're all rich, maybe we'll just like go to each other's neighborhoods and shit and like hang out.
So that's what I know. You said the Carolinas, but Tina and Rudy and Tammy and Fam, they're all like, dude, just come down to Arizona. A bunch of us are like here already. And that sounds nice for like half the year, maybe like October through like April. But again, it's really hot. And like I feel like I'm such like a bitch now. I was like, right, it's too cold in certain areas, too hot in certain areas. Yeah, I want it to be perfect. So like maybe we all get I want like a cul-de-sac where like all of us just having like our own houses, and we all just like, I don't know, it's like, what's up, friendos? And then I was like, chill.
Yeah, we'll just all buy properties everywhere, and then we'll just like rotate around and like hang out.
I think that'd be fun. Like, especially if like the weather's good. Like I remember in like the pandemic, it was like all like the dads of the neighborhood would go out for their social distancing beer, and they would all just chat and like play with like RC cars. I don't know. I picture that. Hopefully that type of stuff happens. We're all like in the same neighborhood and we're just playing with our like little VeVe digital collectibles. I don't know. Man can dream, can we?
I got you to Pittsburgh, and I even take you to Permanis.
Permanis?
Yeah. Remember that sandwich I sent you a picture of?
What was the thing that I had? It was called like a shit on a stick.
No, shit on a shingle. No, I made it for you. Yeah.
Yeah, that was great. That really helped. I was in a bad way that morning.
That's an army thing. But
yeah,
I gave that to you. You know what? Just fucking eat it.
You okay, Rita?
I forgot I gave that to you.
Yeah, that was great. I was like, oh, like I needed it because I was so destroyed from the night before.
Put him in shit.
Yeah, Permanis, that's kind of the Pittsburgh thing. But that's what I'm saying is if we go to different areas, we can taste and see like different cultures and stuff.
Man, it seems like Rita's not having an okay time with it.
I forgot.
I knew it was called
I
something.
forgot
like
about that shit on the shingle.
I knew it was called shit on a something. I wasn't being like mean. I was like, that's what it's called.
If there's any Army folks in here, it was like my dad used to love that stuff. My mom give it to us like in the freaking winter, and I used to hate it.
This is also
for Randy.
So this is also the 3-year anniversary of the death of Betty White. So we all got to cheers, drinking for Betty. This one's for you.
Old girls are left. They all dead yet?
They're all. I think she was the last one. I think Betty was the last.
She was the oldest too, right?
I don't know. Maybe.
I think she was.
Yeah.
Old girls when I was younger.
Yeah, that was a great show. I haven't watched it in years, but yeah, that was like a great. And there's this one's like a slut and one's like a dumb. You know,
I would have thought that like a bunch of like 20 and 30-year-old would watch like a bunch of 65-year-olds. You know,
I think it's just because of how like unhinged they were. Like Blanche is like the new guy that she's seeing. Like she's seeing a new guy every week, but she's dating a psychiatrist, and Rose is like, oh, Blanche is dating Blanche is seeing a psychiatrist, and then you have Estelle going to be like, oh, thank God she gives name to her gingerbread men. It's like, just I don't know, the type of, they were just so mean to each other. I feel like a lot of people that, I don't know when that came out, but when Drake and Josh was happening in like the late 2000s, the amount of sarcasm that I see now.
Hello, Trent. Sorry.
Yep.
Oh.
We like grew up with as like Josh, he goes on, he like hits Oprah like with his car, and be like, "This is the worst day ever." And Drake is like, "Why? Is it because you hit Oprah?" It's like, "No, because it's a little human." Of course, it's because I hit Oprah. And it's, yeah, I feel like it started with Golden Girls, and then it.
So, what's your favorite Supernatural episode?
Well, there's a bunch. So there's the one where Dean he's like a little girl. He's scared all the time. He like the squirrel like scares him. He's like, oh.
The cat jumps out.
Yeah, like he gets scared of like a squirrel, and he's like, there's one where if I didn't know, I know that was Rafi. Okay, like I didn't know there was something like running in my house. There's another one with Dean. They go back to like their old high school. And like Sam like knew like this English teacher there, and he was the one like helped him not feel like a weird kid. And then Dean is like, he's in like a gym teacher's position. And he nukes this kid right in the gut. It's like, oh. So that one. You've seen all of them, right? All the okay. So no spoilers here. I mean, spoilers for anyone that's not watching here. The one where. I like the fish out of water stories, but I guess before that, they get their mom back. Like, you know, Mary comes in and they're like, "Oh my God, this is," and then like the fish out, like that story is really cool. Where, oh yeah, we don't really knock on people's door anymore. We, you know, do this. Confusion with Cass just saying, yeah, he's an angel. It's like, you know, like the harp, and Cass like, I don't have a harp. There's the one where who's it? Kevin is the prophet. He in order to like protect him from something. So like
Kevin Tran,
in order to like protect him, they needed to like tattoo him. And he's like, I don't know about this. And his mom's just like, don't be like a bitch. And the mom gets the tattoo and gets him to get the tattoo. And I was like, that was really cool to see like the mom saying that. I'm sorry. There's before I go on to any of mine. What's yours? Because I feel like I have all these all day that I love. What's your favorite?
Actually, my favorite one is like one of the like weird ones when they did this Scooby Doo thing.
Oh yeah, those are great.
That one cracked me the hell up. But I know Rita's is like the scaredy cat one.
Yeah.
The cat jumps out of the damn.
That's scary.
Yeah. The cat jumps out of the locker and he's like,
I don't know. Maybe.
And then she loves the Eye of the Tiger one too, where he does the guitar leg.
Yeah, Yeah, I love those. Those are that's a favorite that blew up on TikTok also. So the other ones that I'm thinking of, the ones where they're like really super self-aware. So there's two that I'm thinking of. One is that they are like themselves, and they try to like escape in like his baby, but then it's like it's a prop, and they try to figure out like, okay, I forget who put them there. Not Cass didn't put them there. Because somebody put them in that little universe to hide them. Maybe it was Gabriel or something. And that one's really fun. Another one where they discover a play of themselves, like these college girls are putting on a play, and yeah, that's really fun. There's a bunch.
Did they make like Dean Gay or something?
Well, there's this thing. I don't know how they got in it, but there's this thing called Wincest. I assume you guys know. Like, right?
Right.
Or maybe not. Okay, yeah. So for those of you that don't know, like obviously you have incest, like that's horrible. But in the fandom, there's this stuff called Wincest where there's all of this horrendous like fanfics of them like being very, very gay with each other. Like they're brothers. Like this is if like they weren't brothers, cool, whatever. Write your stuff. But it's ooh. But I feel like most of the fam is pretty cool. Most of the supernatural fam is legit. It's not like that, but that's they go pretty. I forget how we got onto that particular topic.
No, I asked you, but yeah, that was a good show, man. We watched it probably 3 times, like half through, and then we finally just plowed through the whole thing. So,
all right, so it's all good, fam. Foster says battling the middle of the flu. So still love you, heart. Okay. We might get a piece of them. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, I did yell. I feel, dude. I feel like I get this from people, and feel like people. I'll like annoy. I know he's got so many things to do, but I'll just annoy him with random stuff. I'll be like, hey, where did all the anvils go, Foster? Like what? Like it's just like this super annoying like little brother shit. Like, what do you think this means, Foster? They're aliens, and some of it he gets back to, some of it he doesn't. But he's like, he never knows. Ed Felix says, "Happy New Year, cheers, mate." Meow meow meow. So I don't know if you guys get this or not, but on like Facebook, I don't know if you guys have that. Like, I feel like every now and then Facebook will like spaz and will like accidentally block someone or unfriend someone. I don't know. Like, do you guys get that with like X or like, hey, I don't remember unfollowing this person, or I don't remember.
Hi, Ed. Sorry.
Anyway, I just don't know if you guys got that on the.
No.
We're not on Facebook.
Ooh. There's a lot of Spider-Man that are being sold. Secret rare the last several hours. Okay. Oh shoot, hang on. What's the floor price of these now? Spider-Man. You guys don't have one, right? Secret rare? I don't have.
I believe Trend does.
Secret rare?
12. Yeah, I think so.
Oh shit.
We're not on Facebook. Got a little weird on our end.
Okay, yeah.
Or on whatever, but anyways.
Yo, Spider-Man at 6K. Let's go, Spidey.
Nice.
Let's go. Get him, Spidey. Oh, that's what I love. The fam always letting us know. Yeah. Oh, so the last few have been like that. Oh, so there's been a bunch of these. All right, go. No, I don't even have a Spidey, but I was like
doing like the what's his name?
I don't know. I just came back.
Spider-Man at 6,000. Let's go, Spidey.
And
the secret rare?
Yeah.
What's the ultra rare?
I don't know. Let's see. So that's one of the other things in the market. I had it on like the secret rare, and I clicked back, and it doesn't take me to the right.
That's what I'm thinking of.
Okay, so now I have to type, like, it's a first world problem. Now I have to type in Spider-Man again, and like I get it, like you can't, like, but I shouldn't have to. I should be able to go, like, so stupid. Anyway,
I bought a 104 ultra rare for like 380.
Okay, let's see. There's Ben Riley. I'm too fucking drunk for this. You guys keep asking me to
keep it up.
All right, hang on. Spider-Man ultra rare animated. Let's see what we're at here. Sort. That's at, so you can still get there for 574.
How much is like anything around 110 or under? Mint.
There's 675 for 600, but there's not, if you want now, there's 126 for 1,000, 114 for 2,200. There's nothing going to be. Well, I could just sort by lowest. Edition. Yeah, that's number 93 for 7,300. Which honestly, 12. I don't know how many of these are still out here, and I know you could tell like which wallets they're in, but I don't know how many of them are going to be active wallets. How many of these were in with the bots? But we have to go and stow away the shop talk for now, because we have our good friendo Foster. So thank you for powering through. I know you're not feeling so hot over there.
Yeah, we're battling a bit of a flu right now, but we'll put on a brave face for a couple minutes here. We'll make it happen for the fam. You've been going strong here for what, 11 hours now? So
10 hours 54 minutes.
Yeah.
11 seconds.
So I mean, I can't complain for 11 minutes, right? So absolutely. Good to see you guys. How's it been going so far? How's the stream? You guys excited? Is it Dog Boy, is it new? You're in the US, right? It's not New Year's for you.
Yeah, he's in Pittsburgh.
Oh, yeah,
okay.
We're in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I just saw them for Thanksgiving. So a few hours away, in the same time zone.
Nice.
He makes killer mushrooms. I don't mean like the dry, just actual like legit stuffed mushrooms. And they're I felt like such a. I'm so sorry, brother. You made a whole tray, and I just ate the whole thing.
That's what they're there for, right?
It was like 15 stuffed mushrooms.
Oh,
and
boy.
I assume my farts were just horrendous. I'm so sorry, brother.
I was gonna say you were making me hungry, but then after that comment, I'm not so sure.
Anyway, have you guys seen? I know, like, no, you don't have TikTok, but Foster, do you even go on TikTok? Do you have that, or is it?
I don't have TikTok at all. No.
Dude, so there's these people that they do crazy stuff. I don't know if it's for the views or they're doing this crazy stuff anyway, and they're just recording it now. There's this one dude, it's called like the Outdoors Boys, and he like only comes on at like 10:30 at night or like after midnight, and you see this man in the middle of the Alaskan wilderness, and he like builds his own fort, and he's got this all like he like lives off the land when he wants to. And these people that like say like, oh, I bet you could drink out of that, you know, like creek behind him, like he still boils his water. But I've seen people go and they do that, and they put that water from like a certain creek, and it looks super cool. It looks super crystal clear from like a glacier. But then they put it under the microscope, and there's still a whole bunch of like disgusting bacteria, and it looks, I don't know.
Nice. I mean, I try not to go too far down the rabbit hole, because like I'm on YouTube quite a bit, and so like the YouTube Shorts rabbit hole is bad enough as is, but it's a lot of the times it's just 3-month-old TikToks that have been recycled on YouTube. So I mean, in a way, I have a TikTok, I guess, because I'm watching all of the old TikToks on YouTube. But yeah, no, it's really annoying, because when someone sends you a TikTok and you don't have TikTok, you can't watch it, right? Like if someone sends you a YouTube short, like you don't need YouTube. You can just click the link and watch it. But with TikTok, it's really annoying because you need TikTok. So every time someone sends me a TikTok, it's just become a principled matter at this point. I'm like, I'm not getting TikTok, too bad. So I never watch any TikToks, but yeah, they got some good trends and stuff going on there. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess especially now, people are thinking it's going to get banned. I don't think it really will. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens with it.
Trump says no. He wants to keep it.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, so like I said, I'm pretty chill with it. So Foster, how do you keep from letting time and technology pass you by? How do you stay current? How do you just subscribe to like whoever at Silicon Valley? Like, because we have this fear, me and Doggo, of like, bro, what if it's getting too complicated out there? Who do we go to?
I mean, so the thing is like the technology as a whole, right? Like the advancements in technology make it harder to understand, but at the same time make it more accessible and remove the need to understand it, right? Like with AI, like you think about the inception of AI, like if I don't, and even, you know what, let's not even say AI, let's say Google, right? Like you used to have to know how to navigate a library, right? Like you used to have to like be able to physically go somewhere. You'd be like, hey, I need to find this answer to this question. You have to go into a library, you have to find the book, you have to learn to navigate the book and find your answer. And now it's like people have almost lost the ability to critically think, because you don't need to know how to do anything. Like you don't need to know how to do long form math. You don't need to know how to research things. You don't have to memorize anything anymore, because it's like, I don't need to store this in the memory bank because I can just go back and pull it up on the internet or look up something. So it's really cool to see, like, I mean, with different, with Grok, ChatGPT, and all these other things that they have going on. It's really cool. Like technology is advancing at such a high rate that you can't really keep up with it, but the advancements are not things like, I don't need to know how to explain quantum computing to you or how AI generated content works and whatever. And like, even to our examples, right? Like Stacker's working on some really cool things with their wallet that they're going to be rolling out, and it has AI features in it. I think they teased it earlier this week on their socials, and it's like, I don't understand how any of that stuff works, right? Like talking to the devs, they're running things by you. They're like, they'll run an issue with this. And you'll be like, yeah, cool. Like you have no idea what they're talking about, but I don't need to understand any of it, because I just know, hey, I can go on this thing and ask it a question and it's going to give me an answer. So it's like, you don't even have to understand how things work anymore, because technology is being developed in such a way that it's just going to be so accessible for users. And I think that that's what's really cool, is like hopefully we don't lose our ability to critically think. I do think sometimes with my daughters, like, how do we, challenge their thinking? How do we, still teach them things where you're not just handing them a phone and giving them all their answers? And so, but yeah, it is interesting to watch technology grow and stuff. And I try and, the technology that I generally use is pretty lowbrow, like YouTube and Twitter and all that kind of stuff. It's not, not super complicated. It's not always the most engaging of debates and interactions that you read on the internet. And I'm not referencing our community, for the record. I just mean in general, when you load your Twitter feed, sometimes you see some pretty next level things on there. But
speaking of our community, Ed, like, why you got me blocked, bro? I don't have any issues with you, bro. You're on here. Well, I see. This is what I mean. Like, I feel like he definitely did it. Like, it's just maybe Twitter for whatever reason. Anywho, so what I do on a lot of times towards the end of my streams, I'll just go on like who I'm following. I'll click like home, and then I'll that's how I find out about unicorn fart dust, and that's how but like, I feel at some point I don't know, like I don't know where to get like new information from. Like Twitter seems nice, and I could keep up with unicorn fart dust, but like
I struggle with Twitter a bit, I'll be honest, because like I'm on Twitter a lot, and I do follow a lot of stuff like outside of the VeVe and OMI community as well, like not even just cryptocurrency, but just in general, right? But the problem is like everything on social media is so sensationalized these days that it's very difficult to know whether what you're reading is true or not. And you really have to use that objective critical thinking. You have to go do more research, because people will put out information and if you don't fact check it at all, right? You just go, oh wow, this piece of information has, is true because someone said it on the internet. And I've been guilty of it before. Like, I know I've shared things in group chats and I'm in and stuff like that, and someone will come back and be like, that's completely fake. Like that tweet that was screenshotted, like that person never sent that tweet, like it's not real. And you'll be like, oh wow. Like, so you know what I mean? Like sometimes like it's about getting those quick clicks and getting that sensationalized content that people are talking about. And it's not about thoughtful, engaging pieces of information. It's like, what is this piece of information that I can put out that is the most sensationalized or is going to be the most thought-provoking, that's going to get people talking, even if it's not 100% accurate. And so, I mean, not to say that the traditional media is necessarily any better either, but I tend to stick away from most news sources as much as I can, because at the end of the day, I got enough to keep up with as is. So just trying to keep up with everything else that's going on the internet. It's
I still like 4chan. I'm not even talking about the crypto, just like the I don't know.
The pure degeneracy and the speculation theories and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Well, yeah, like so that, but you just have like, for whatever reason, so like it was a meme from last year where someone's like, Happy New Year's, and they have a photo of like Campbell's like chicken noodle soup, and I didn't even notice this. Someone's like, why did you Photoshop like a fork in there? And the guy responds like, I didn't want people to think that I didn't have a fork. I was like, why would that ever cross our minds? Dude, sometimes I feel like I'm just like this one, like Orange Bagley, like Pringles and caviar. I love this type of artwork. Is like this is not gonna. I don't know. I don't know what's important anymore.
I'm trying not to sneeze so badly that my eyes are watering. So I really apologize to everyone that's watching this right now. I'm not the most engaged person right now. I'm kind of zoning out a little bit, but I really wanted to stop by for a little bit at least.
Of course.
I'll see how long I last with you guys. But yeah, it's
okay.
Right now.
Have you seen the telepathy tapes? Oh, I feel like we're getting deep here. Foster's crying. Have you seen the telepathy tapes?
No, I have not seen the telepathy.
So that's I feel like I've come to this like conclusion like independently before this came out, but it goes into like that notion of like, hey, can we tell you about something in one room and then somebody like down the hall or in another building? But they do it with like nonverbal autistics. They tell like their mothers like a number, and like 95% of the time they'll like guess that number. And it's like,
wow.
Yeah, so Joe Rogan just talked about this, and it's like, I feel like as good as AI and as good as other stuff gets, like there's still weird stuff that happens with humans that just, I don't know, we're still kind of scratching the surface on what our brains can do.
Oh, we absolutely are just scratching the surface on what our brains can do. When you actually think about the power of the human brain, it's a really interesting concept. I mean, I feel like a lot of times, like I said, in the kind of the information era that we live in, you kind of just, it's capturing people's attention in today's day and age is so difficult because there's a constant stream and flow of information that just kind of makes it very difficult to focus on one thing for an extended period of time. And it also doesn't really encourage or reward you for utilizing your brain. Like it's just kind of like all of the sensory input and information that you're getting tends to be very like lowbrow. Like it's not challenging your thinking, right? Like that's what content for the most part is, right? Is just quick stuff that just like, that's why shorts and stuff, that's why TikTok and stuff is so popular. It's like, what is the most engaging, amusing, or crazy piece of information we can put together for you in 15 seconds or less? And so it's cool. But yeah, no, I agree. The human brain is a very fascinating thing. And
so fight for attention. I don't want, never mind. I'll
do you know that
yes.
the YouTube live streams, I'm pretty sure if you stream over 12 hours, the VOD will not be recorded on your channel anymore?
The post 12 hours, it will not be.
Yeah. Okay. So you're prepared for that though? Because I feel like the ringing in the new year is going to be like the juiciest part. And I feel like it's not going to be recorded.
So we've done this before where David doesn't like to come on when I'm fresh. He likes to come on when I'm all messed up, and he'll come in at like the 23rd or 48th hour. I'm like, Randy, and I'm like, oh, what up, sir? So what we have to do is we have to get somebody on that can like record like while like that, or like download that piece, they export it, and then they while that happens. So I have to stay on afterwards. So it makes for a crazy after show. But yeah, so if anyone, like I don't even think I sent this to David. Ben already came on, so I don't think there's anything that's going to be. But again, it's 1,500 people here. So there might be.
Yeah, it's very cool. It's very cool. And I'm sorry I missed so much of it. I meant to be on sooner. I meant to be on. VeVe Magic had invited me to her space earlier as well, and I took like a 6-hour nap, and then I woke up and I had messages being like, "Where are you?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, right about that." So yeah,
I've told Dogboy this like 3 times by now. It's like I gotta give Magic a something, because I didn't know this was a like a lot. I thought it was the spaces that she was doing and not like a live stream. And I was like,
it's all good. You know what? We have an awesome community and they spread the love. So, I mean, everyone gets around, they go check out different people and things that are going on. I think what's really cool is that we have, multiple people in the community, multiple spaces, multiple channels doing these things on New Year's Eve, right? Like, and there's there's really a lot of things that bring the community together. And you know, as you've gotten to know people and develop relationships and friendships with people, you realize that it's not just the love of collecting that you have in common with a lot of people here, right? So it's really cool that there's people that are watching right now, regardless of where they are. I mean, a lot of people may have already celebrated New Year's, right? If they're in Europe or in Asia, like they're living in the future. They already know what 2025 looks like. Hopefully it looks good. But for us, we get to sit here and speculate on a lot of the things that we get to look forward to. And but it's really cool that people want to spend time together to celebrate with people that they feel like they've gotten to know and developed relationships with. I think that's
most of the
one of the things I've always really valued about this community is that, like, regardless of what's going on kind of out in the world or whatever, it's like people want to come together and you know, celebrate together. So
yeah, so we have most of the world's like done by now. I think parts of Canada and 29 others have celebrated it 8 minutes ago. So now we're waiting on this one. I guess we'll do it. Tammy was a little distraught before. It's like, oh, I'll come back on later. So did Sleepin. Sleepin said he'd come back on later, but it's still like 10 p.m. over there, so they might.
yeah. Well, I think there's only like 7 or 8 time zones left, I guess.
Yeah, there's
what is Hawaii to us? 8 hours?
I couldn't tell you anymore.
Or is it 5 hours? No, it's 8 hours, I think. Yeah. So I mean, there's not too many left, but I mean, most of the continental United States will be celebrating in the next 3 hours, right? Or 4, I guess.
Also, no, I'm really curious on these stories, like how hard, like Tammy has moved into a 55 and older community now, and like these are like her party guests, and I'm so curious on like how, like, what goes on these parties, like what are they, because you know they've got prescriptions for, like, because they just had a hip replaced or they just people have all these, I don't know, like what goes on.
Oh Lord, that is not something I'll be speculating on here. But hey, you know what? To each their own, right? So
55. So I have, hopefully one of them happens. I have had this deal with a bunch of my friends' kids where I get them Taco Bell, I get them like whatever, I get them sushi, and I was like, when push comes to shove it, I'm in an old folks' home. You're sneaking me some alcohol. So hopefully one of them decides to be like, okay.
VeVe just retweeted your stream, which was very
all right.
nice.
So we'll have to go in. Okay.
Shout out to VeVe for retweeting the stream and showing Randy some love. That's awesome.
And we'll have to change topics here. Puppies and kittens.
And get on our best behavior here now that more people are going to be stopping by. Yeah. No more telepathy. No more telepathy.
Puppies and kittens are the way to go. And that's the. Yeah, I just got the notification as well.
Did you say puppies?
Are you about to pull out a puppy?
You got the
puppy.
Little baby.
Oops, that way.
Oh my God, is this what I look like? Oh my Jesus. Okay.
Hi.
Sorry.
Oh, here we go.
There he is.
Hi, puppy.
Randy, we got to roll. The pork roast is ready, and we're gonna go jam on some food, bro.
You've been here for hours. Thank you so much.
Yeah, like 4 hours.
Yeah.
No, we
anyway, cheers.
Happy New Year's, sir. Hope you guys have a great one. And no more mushrooms for Randy. You keep those away from him, okay?
Yeah.
The MCP help.
Absolutely.
Randy, if you're on like until 3, I might pop back on.
Okay.
All right.
I'll probably. We'll.
Yeah. Knowing Randy, he'll still be around.
You know how these things go. We might be a 24-hour one. Who knows? Yeah. This poor man made this entire tray of mushrooms. I just demolished them all. He's a good dude.
All right, I'm gonna take over here for a second because I'm the one that always gets asked questions, but I'm gonna ask you questions now.
Sure.
How are you feeling about 2024? How was your year? Give me one thing that happened to you that was really great. Give me one thing that happened to you that wasn't so great, and give me one thing that really surprised you. That can either be good or bad.
Yeah, sure. So one that wasn't so great, my back finally went out. Haven't been to the gym in a couple months now because it's done. So that wasn't so great. The thing that was, I guess, just the new partner, like not even just for the channel and just myself. Like I'm working with people now. I was like, this is awesome. And I just before it was just like, oh well, I kind of know this person, and but now it's like, okay, we're like working together. It's like, okay, this is fun. And I can't wait for in 5 years where none of this matters anymore. Just stories to be told. That'll be good times. So I guess that's always fun, just always meeting new people. Surprising is like how this sort of happened to me with my back, like even like 5 years ago, or how like I would have not taken this well. I would have been like, dude, my life is like, and kind of just took it in strides. Like, okay, this is my life now. Like, you know, so that was kind of surprising in a good way.
Yeah.
So 2024, if I could sum it up, it's wild and craziness. The end of the bear. Any election year, I think, is always just super wild. Memes are always hysterical. I don't know, Deadpool and Wolverine doesn't. It seems like a while ago. It's just happened, back in July. Media moves super quick. Everything got super woke, and then it didn't. But the internet's still the internet. Like, things are still like, you could be as unserious or serious however you want. Like, there's a place for you. I get it. There's a lot of not good things in the world if you want to look for them, but I would rather be here right now as opposed to any other moment in time. Like, we were going back, like 80s seemed cool. Mid 2000s, the scene era was great, but here in 2024 it's awesome.
So you obviously mentioned your back situation. You mentioned, obviously, maybe previously that would have taken a much different toll on your life, but kind of your mentality and how you're looking at it. And in my experience interacting with you over the years and getting to know you as a person, you're a very happy-go-lucky person. You seem to always live on the positive side of life, and glass half full rather than half empty, and kind of try and find the silver lining and everything. Where do you think that comes from? Like, where do you think that kind of mindset of yours comes from? Because it's been a rough year for a lot of people looking to get back on their feet, just with everything that's been going on in the world, looking at things like inflation and other macro factors, affected a lot of people's finances. Crypto as a whole was obviously, a bit of a rough thing for a lot of people. And so, like, how do you keep kind of that positive mentality and stay motivated to continue to grind and do what you do every day?
So I think I'm very lucky and very privileged. Just one, to be born, two, to be adopted into this, great country here. But there was a time where I was working like 80 hours a week, and not in finance. I'm talking like I'm in this animal hospital, or I'm in this grocery store, and I have like nothing to show for it. So when I got to the military, and then it was like, you got your pay, you got whatever, but you just, for like months, like you're just like being like screamed at, and it's like, okay, like I know like there's gonna be a normal life, and then eventually after like tech school, after like, when you just got to like, hey, it's your job, and they just said like, here's your job, and then like, here's where you live, and it's like, that just like, I don't have to worry about working 80 hours a week anymore just to make ends meet, because New York is crazy. I have this one job. So that was, after that, it was kind of baseline. And then in 2021, when I like retired, like I didn't have to work. I was working 80 hours a week, but for two businesses. It's just, there's nothing to be, I mean, you could always find something, but I think it's because life was so hard for so long. I'm just so happy to be like we did it. Like Dan Schwab was like, you already won. Just have fun. Like, you just gotta wait. And like, I'm so happy, because life could be so much harder. And now it's just like, wherever we are, it doesn't matter like, we're at the end of the day, regardless of what's happening, what Ethereum is, what OMI is, what it's like, you're still in the Western world, first world country, with your friends, and I know you don't drink, but like I can share a drink, and you're still there with them, and like that is just like, oof. A lot of people, I feel like, don't get that. A lot of people like that, they feel like people were just very lonely, and just life is hard, and like, so I'm always happy, because I'm privileged in that position. I'll get love from wherever, you know, and I feel like you get that as well. Maybe you get a little more hate now just because, you know, when Lambo.
You know what? I think you bring up a really good kind of point that I could maybe sum up as is having perspective, right? And I think having perspective is a really powerful thing, right? And so you can kind of say, you know, hey, maybe everything's not going great right now, or maybe it's not going the exact way that I want it to. You know, maybe my body's not doing things that I quite want it to. Maybe, you know, my love life or finances or whatever is not doing exactly what I want it to. But in context of XYZ, you know, it could be a lot worse, or maybe it's not so bad. And it's not to kind of dismiss or downplay a lot of things that a lot of people are going through, but I think it's also important to recognize that there are a lot of things that are, you know, people are going through. There's a lot of people that are watching, you know, us right now live they have their own battles. They have their own things that they're going through, whether it's, you know, it's health or it's career or it's family or friends or anything else really. Right.
Yeah.
And so I think, you know, perspective kind of hits us differently at different times. And so I think for me this year, one of the things that really taught me perspective was my youngest daughter, who's gone through a lot of health challenges and stuff that I haven't gotten into too much publicly, but I released a video earlier in the year talking, I think it was 2024 even, where I was like, hey, I had to take a month away, whatever. And what really taught me perspective is that for a while she was going through some stuff, you know, I kind of had this woe is me mentality, and I was like, oh, it's not fair. How could this be? And I think we were at the hospital 86 times last year with her. And thankfully she's very healthy. Like, you know, obviously she has challenges and stuff, but, you know, a lot of appointments, but a lot of support. So one, we're grateful that we have the support. Two, we're grateful that we can afford it. You know, three, we're grateful that we have the family support outside of the medical support.
That's
to help
one
us
out of every 4 days. Just doing that math real quick. Jeez.
Yeah. And so, you know, and I'm really lucky and grateful that, you know, I have a very supportive wife who, you know, to be fair, did the vast majority of the appointments while she was on mat leave. But it's just, you know, when we were at the hospital a lot, and it's a children's hospital, you see a lot of things that are, you know, not to make it very depressing. It's New Year's. It's supposed to be exciting. But, you know, when we talk about perspective, you know, you see a lot of kids that were, you know, 10, 12 years old that were nonverbal or were in wheelchairs or whatever the case may be. And then you kind of look at it and you have that perspective of, you know, yeah, my kid has challenges, but so do a lot of other people's kids, right? And you'd see the parents, they still have a smile on their faces to whatever. And it's like, it kind of showed you, hey, the love that you have for your kid is more important than the problems that your kids go through, whatever. And the fact that they have a support system and the fact that we have a support system that supports us. And so, you know, I've kind of learned over the last year or so to apply that to a lot of aspects of my life. And to be fair, I haven't always had that perspective. But I think as I've grown and as I've experienced different things in life, you develop those perspectives. And I think, you know, you're better off for it, right? I think everything, you know, you're the sum of your experiences. And so the more things that you go through and the more things that you can overcome and learn from, I think the better person that you become. So for me, you know, I echo a lot of the same things that you did, right? There was positives for the year, there was negatives for the year, there were things, you know, that didn't necessarily go to plan and you know, whatever. And this is just a general life sentiment. This is not related to any one thing specifically, but you reflect on those, you learn from them, and you go, well, how do I apply them to moving forward, right? And so as long as you can reflect and say, hey, you know, I've made mistakes or I've made some good decisions, whatever, but I'm going to apply them moving forward to continue to try and grow and continue to try and better myself and, you know, do the best that I can for XYZ. I think that's all that we can do, right? That's all we can ask for. But I think mentality plays a big role in that, right? Because you can give two people the exact same set of circumstances, but a lot of times it's going to be what their mentality is and how they choose to handle it that's going to define who they are. And so, you know, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like this year was a perfect year for me on a professional level. And like I've accomplished all the goals that I've wanted to. If anything, I can admit that I was very far from it, right? I think we had some things that I wanted to accomplish. Some of them we did, some of them we didn't. You know, timelines seem to be always the thing that are going to nip you in the butt the most. It's never a lack of imagination. It's generally a lack of being able to fit all of your imagination into the time frame you want to fit it in. But you learn from those and you grow from them, and you know, you take that and you move forward. So I'm really excited for 2025, both personally, professionally, and just kind of from a growth perspective. Like I you know, it's just another day, right? Like when we wake up tomorrow, it's still one day, just like when we woke up today, it was one day more from yesterday. But having that mentality of like, hey, this is kind of like, let's start fresh. Let's kind of build and grow and do all of that. It's yeah. And it's unfortunate that I'm sick. Like it seems to be kind of maybe a little bit of a representation of what 2024 was for me. It was just kind of a kick in the pants. But you know what? I thought about it when you messaged me. I was like, am I going to come on? Am I not going to come on? But, to be honest, like, since being on it, I just feel like I feel better, right? Like, it's like the energy's coming back, people are in the chat and just hanging out with the community. Like, it's one of the things that I enjoy. It's one of the things that kind of get me going. And I know it's kind of the same for you. You do this day in, day out. So kind of away from myself for a moment and back to you, I'm curious, like, obviously your channel's been doing quite well. I know I saw earlier in the day, I think I saw some tweets on socials that I don't know if you published it publicly or whatever, but obviously you've had some sponsorships and your channel's doing quite well from a value perspective. I'm curious outside of the kind of the financial aspect, but just in general, like, do you have any advice for people that are watching you right now that are looking to get into content creation, whether it's about VeVe and OMI or just about anything that they're passionate about, right? Like, what advice do you have for someone who may be watching The Real Randy Chavez right now on New Year's Eve going, hey, I may turn on my camera in 2025 and start talking about things that interest me. Like what kind of, outside of streaming 12 hours a day, every day, what advice do you have for someone who might be trying to start up a YouTube
It would be to, it's like Yoda saying, like, you must unlearn what you have learned, because a lot of humans are very social creatures, and you always want to like fit in. You always want to like follow the crowd, like what's cool to do and what. But for content creation, like, I'm very out there. I'm very weird, and just lean into that. If you lean into your weirdness, maybe you're too weird for people. Maybe that, but. I've seen, let me show you this girl. I think her name is, hold on. Where's my YouTube? Okay. Her name is like Chloe, long name. And she has a whole, I think I might have sent this to you.
I'm sorry, but I'm too shy.
About the worm?
I don't get into a stranger's pocket because I'm shy. I wasn't going to say this, but they call me the bird squisher because I've squished hundreds of birds, and I'm the only one that can protect you from them. My name's Cornelius because I live in the corn.
So this is the most ridiculous thing I've seen, and it's got like 3 million likes, and it's got so many million views. If you were to show any of our parents that, they'll be like, what is wrong with this chick? Like, what is, like, you're dating that? Like, what? Be normal. But now it's just like, you can lean into being who you are. There will be people that vibe with you. And I'm not saying like, yeah, maybe I am. Maybe like go a little overboard with it. If you make 1 or 2 pop culture references, maybe make 4 or 6. Or if you like, well, I really like, for video games, Conquer's Bad Fur Day, or lean into that. I don't know. So be who you are, but like, I feel like I'm just saying the same things over and over. Just lean into it.
No, I think that it's a great point, and I think
and then that work ethic. Sorry, you go.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I think that was one of the things when I started watching your channel a lot, is that like you were unapologetically yourself. You know what I mean? Like, you really couldn't care to what's about what people think about you and whatever. Like, you're gonna do you, and the people that vibe with that and want to be around you and like what you talk about and whatever, they'll come out and they'll support you. And sometimes people that don't support you will come out too, and that's perfectly fine as well. But it's one of the things. Well, I mean, hey, it happens, right? And I think that's one of the things that I've always respected about you, right? Is like throughout the entire time, is that you've never changed who you were to cater to get people to pay attention to you and what you wanted to talk about. You always talked about what you wanted to talk about, and it just so happened that people understood and aligned with that. And I think what's really cool for me is like, and I think I've mentioned this before, but like when I met you the first time, I was super nervous because you were like the big YouTube streamer guy, and like, we had obviously interacted, but like I had never met you in person. And when I met you the first time, you were like, and like give me like a big hug, and it was like it just felt normal. Hey, he's just my buddy. You know what I mean? It's just Randy, and I think it's really cool. It's like, and a lot of people that are in here right now can attest to this because they've met you IRL, but like you're the same dude. You know what I mean? You are exactly the same dude. Like what you see is what you get, and I think that's really cool. And I think people can relate to that, right? They can relate to you because they're like, oh, he's not some like fake over the top guy, puts on a personality on the internet and then is someone completely different. Like I think that people, you know, that works for a bit. Like you have a shtick and it works, but I think sooner or later people kind of see through that and it just becomes, when it's not genuine, it sooner or later kind of runs its course. But I think with you, you've been the exact same the entire time that I've known you, and I think that it's really cool.
Yeah, like I still
you do that.
I still get people like that say like you're like the exact same, and I was like I can't keep up a certain character for 4 years without but people are just like, yeah, like it's just me. Also I feel like I'm addressed this like a war in my comments right now.
Oh, is there? Oh Lord.
Guys, like I yeah, it's fine, it's fine. Spread love to each other, guys. Spread love. But yeah, that's I guess kind of like a compliment. I guess like, wow, you're the exact set. Like, yeah, or maybe it's not. Maybe it's more of like a thought there was something shady about you, but now you know I was like, oh, okay, I just gave off that vibe. I don't know. Omar saying that, yeah, love it.
You got me for like 2 more minutes, buddy, because I'm starting to fade again here, and I don't want to push it. I don't want to push it too hard. Do you have anyone else coming on after this, or are you going to be?
I think Tammy and Fam Bam will come on again. I think Sleep and Set will come back on, and then if not, I'll just there's still a bunch of news for me to go over. But yeah, so are you in for Tokyo next year, or if a bunch of us want to go like late 2025?
What are we doing?
I don't know.
Oh, we're just going to Tokyo. We don't have a plan. We're just gonna like, hey, what's up?
I forget who like mentioned it, and then I was like, oh, I'll go to Tokyo. I was like, I want to go to Tokyo. So like then it just became a thing. And
hey, I mean, I've never been. I've never been anywhere further east. Well, I mean, okay, so to be fair, I've been to Australia, but that was like very south. When you look at kind of like Europe, Asia area, the furthest east I've been to that kind of side of the world is Berlin, I want to say. So like Germany, like Eastern Germany. And so I would love to make it out to Asia. I've never been to Asia, and I feel like it's a very beautiful culture, very respectful people, also very different way of life, very different than kind of modern Western society. And I think that it would be kind of a very eye-opening experience. And so I would love to do that at some point. Will it be the end of 2025? I have absolutely no idea. Obviously, we're going to have, hopefully anyways, VeVe on the schedule again for New York Comic Con, which, you know, I always make an effort to make it out there around that time of year as well. We're also talking about potentially, just my wife and I going on a trip to Europe kind of in the spring, maybe going out to Portugal and just kind of checking out the area there and whatever. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, hey, I don't want to write anything off. I think it would be a wonderful idea. And obviously doing it with the fam would be a really cool experience, and would probably provide some good tax write-off opportunities if I did it as a business thing for OMI. So, hey, why not, right? Yeah. Stan, what's going on? So, yeah, but no, I'm definitely down for that. What is, as I kind of wrap things up on my end, what is one thing that you would love to see come to VeVe this year, whether it be like a license or a feature or whatever? And then what is one thing that you'd love to see come from OMI?
I mean, the number one thing about like Pokemon, obviously, but I feel like that's everybody's number one.
So, what would be one thing that isn't the obvious number one?
Yeah. It's not really what they would do. It's the feeling of just like we have our, the San Diego Comic Cons, New York Comic Cons. And then like the VeVe wasn't there officially in Vegas, but a lot of the fam was out there. As this kind of takes off, more of that, and be advised, guys, like we can't make every trip, but more of where the fam can meet up, whether it's in like Germany, whether it's in people that want us to go to MegaCon in Florida, February 6th. Just a chance for people they could go in and have people to see like, okay, we're just no people we like to party, like just fam meetups. And I know that's not really like an exciting thing, but that's if any other things were to come to VeVe, like there's so few of those. It's like, okay, we have San Diego, we have New York, and then we have Vegas. And for those of us privileged enough to be able to go there, not everyone's able to do that. But I guess we want a little bit more like, okay, come on, Randy, give us some stuff.
So what I hear you saying is more IRL events for people to meet up at and celebrate their fandoms together.
Yeah.
If I could sum it up in one sentence, potentially.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah. So, but then, Pokemon, give me like whatever it is. I will autist dump. It could be one Pokemon. It could be Ash Ketchum. It could be his mom, Delia Ketchum. 8 hours of full nonstop autist stuff. That I'll. If that happens, it doesn't. Whatever comes, and I'll do that. But yeah, I'd say in real life events, or I'm excited what you guys have, like VeVe Comics. Like we didn't know it at the time. Maybe you did. I don't know. That like it wasn't just Marvel. That the reason that they have it VeVe Comics 247. There's Dynamite, and who else? Who else is going to come? I'm very curious to see like all the other stuff that comes to VeVe eventually. What are you Googling over there?
Oh, nothing.
Are you messaging me something? Should I?
No. I thought about. I saw someone in the chat because you told me there was drama in the chat, so I turned the chat on, and then I saw someone messaging that I should blink in Morse code. So I went to look up how difficult it would be to learn how to blink something in Morse code. It's far too complicated. So. Yeah. It was a fun idea, though. I really thought about it. I thought about it for a moment, but yeah, it's too complicated.
I love those things with like Britney Spears, where it's like, hey, if you're in trouble, wear like a yellow blouse in your next video, and then in the next video she'll wear like a yellow blouse, and it's like, oh, what that whole Diddy thing. Oh my God, this is such that's what 2024. It's about Diddy and aliens and just wildness. Yeah, it's but we can come here and say like it's about love. Sure, that's fine. We'll get the what are you thankful for Christmas? Yeah, love and family. But the drama, dude, the Diddy, the aliens, and the Congress and a shizzle, like that's what we're all here for. Let's not front. All right, we're all here for the Tiger King drama. We're all here for the Squid Games too. We're all here for this. Yeah, that type of stuff.
Oh Lord! All right, give me your one OMI thing before I go.
You what?
Give me your one OMI thing that you want for 2025 before I go.
Just exchanges, or yeah, give me something to talk. Like, give me something to talk about. Like, even if you just post nonsense from the Ecomi account, like, hey, Ecomi posted this today. What is like? Even if it's nothing, even if it's just like you did tonight. Hey guys, Happy New Year. Looking forward. I could do a 20-minute breakdown on that if I wanted. What does this mean? The third, yeah, just give me.
I think I always thought it would be fun to do one of those tweets where like the first letter in each word actually spells something out. But
Taylor Swift did that, and now like people are like, okay, the time it has in this video is 3:15. Yeah. That means, and like don't like if you do that, it's from then on, it's just going to be like a witch hunt. Like what does this mean? I mean, we still do that anyway. But.
The most clever thing that I could think of tonight was having that tweet posted at 25 after the hour because of 2025. That was as far as my brain was willing to take things today. I'm going to be honest. It's like I said, I'm loopy, so it's nothing personal. I wish I could have got more creative, but trying to save up the energy for 2025 because something tells me I'm going to need it.
Yeah. But before we get too degenerate, Foster, I love you. Go spend time with the fam. In the club, we all fam here. So I'll trudge on for the. We'll have a I don't know. I don't think beer and on hot cocoa is a really good mix at all, but we'll see how that comes to fruition later.
Oh, Randy, you know I love you, buddy. Keep up the grind, and thank you for keeping the fam entertained on a fantastic evening. And Happy New Year to everyone that's watching this now or watching it back after the fact, you know, I think it's really cool that everyone came out to hang out with you on New Year's.
I can't wait to get to these comments as soon as you leave.
Yeah, well, I mean, hey, there's going to be some rabbit holes. It looks like that you're going to be going down. So I wish you all the best, and yeah, I can't wait for 2025. It's going to be going to be a good year. So thank you guys for all the support.
You, brother. I love you so much. I hope you know, but I love you so much, man. Awesome. Thanks for coming on. I'll catch you later, buddy. Yeah.
Happy New Year's, guys. Take care.
Yeah, I'm not Foster. Yeah, man. So you got even with business calls or people, it's always meow meow. So like when I had, so I'm going back like 30 something minutes ago here. Dogboy was still on. Read a bit of something. Foster before he was on. I was like, Ed, bro, like, Ed, why you block me? And then as just like Trump, sorry, and like, listen, I know people were giving him shit, and he was giving it right, like whatever. Like, I'm just gonna go through this like comment by comment. I like there's some people that I mute, or there's some like, and it's not because I have like problems with them. It's just that like I don't want to see the stuff that they post, so like I'll mute them, or I'll like. I mean, the blocking might be a little bit too. I not that I don't care. I was like, look what we're talking about, so I care a little bit, but it's like, it's all good, bro. Nothing but love. Like, so he's got me blocked over on X because of, I guess, some stuff that I post or some stuff that I comment, but he's still here wishing everyone OMI 2025. He's like he's still here wishing Happy New Year. So like, I don't take like any like, there's no ill will there. It's like, it's still like Happy New Year, even though he's given the thumbs down to Electra. What's wrong with my girl Electra? OMI 2025. Yeah, the mushroom farts are wild. Best meme what to watch for when it's New Year's. One watching Forrest Gump to celebrate. Oh yeah, the best meme what to watch. Yeah, Forrest Gump. Who do we got here? Turns out 2025 isn't a donation option. Thanks for all that, the community. Cheers to you, Foster. Love that, man. That's what I do, community, day in and day out. Cheers to 2025. I love that man so much. Yeah, I feel like I'm a little sick too. I feel like I've just been sick for like 2 weeks now. I haven't kicked it yet. I assume the beer and the Taco Bell and that's not helping. I need to really go like try to walk. My back so destroyed. It's gone. Love that man. Now where was I after that? Yeah, so I guess the best meme what to watch. If you start Forrest Gump at I guess 10:58 or whatever, then you celebrate it with him. Somebody find the numbers for that. I think it's too late for that now. Oh God, where was I? Love to see you, Foster. Mass Murder says, yes, sir. Unicorn fart dust. Yeah, 100% unicorn fart dust. That's just what. Well, let's see what some other stuff. Like I know there's comments, and I'll get to those. So that's Sacred Trees. I guess is something else that's going down. Sacred Trees Soul. That's something else that one of my followers is posting about. Scrubs. Someone talking about MJ. Okay, that's cool. Mario Novels Roundtable posting about meme index to tame chaos in the meme coin game. I guess there's a handsome Squidward in there. I guess there's like that chill guy. There's other people. I have no idea how many of these people are actually legit projects or not. There's something called Pookie Parrot. Oh no, he's just a natural person. That's just being retweeted. LA shooter busted after wild standoff. That's okay. I'll get to those in a minute. Let's get to some of these comments that I've been ignoring here. Let PSU control your life and genuine friendship. Again, like there's no like if you just don't want to see like it's whatever. Michigan 51. Oh yeah, so I guess it's 19 minutes now for that. If I turn around the wrong side. So listen, let's get political here. Remember that scene in Pirates of the Caribbean where Will Turner is like he's like on this ship with Captain Jack Sparrow, right? And he says like, I knew Bootstrap Bill was a good man, good pirate. And then Will's like, my father was not a pirate. He was a good man and honorable one. And then Jack Sparrow says like, listen here, I don't know if he says love. I don't think he says love. It's like, you can either accept the fact that your father was both a pirate and a good man, or you can't. I feel like you can like Trump for certain things that he does and certain policies that he has, and maybe not like him for other stuff, and or maybe like him for both things. And I think that's what makes humans really awesome, is that at the end of the day, we all like want what's best for humans, and it's just a fight of like who's right. And to be honest, I don't know. Like I wish that's one thing that if aliens come down, but all right, come on, can you like, and maybe that's what it is in this, like if we're in like a simulation, that like we'll give you guidance here and there. Oh, hey, there's the Tammy. Yeah, what? How long are we down there for?
Oh, just a second, couple minutes, not too long.
Okay. You went from a couple seconds to a couple minutes there, so
I don't know. Just a little bit.
So how is that? How is that part? I zoomed in on the picture you sent.
Oh my God, like, they're all. I mean, they're pretty old.
Yeah,
they're all old.
So were you like the young hot one to go in, and everyone's just like, my pacemaker?
I think I was. No, there's some younger kids there, but I mean, I think they were there with their grandparents. I would imagine. I don't know, because they were like probably their 20s. I'm like, what the hell are you doing here? But yeah, no, I was one of the younger ones. And then it's still going. But
oh, really?
How much more time? Yeah, no, it's only 9:45 here.
Oh yeah, okay, all right. But they seem they seem like they were. Are they there for until midnight?
Till New Year's.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm going to make it that late though. The music they're playing is god awful.
What?
I mean, it's slow. It's very slow.
They're playing stuff from like, I feel like 60s. Even if they're playing that, it's
it's it's fine.
But are they playing like big band stuff from like the 40s? What are they?
No, they're playing. It's like the theme is Havana Nights, so it's just. I don't know. They Steve Miller Band they played.
All right, yeah. So it's
just older. So
yeah.
So how much more time you got? 15 minutes.
15 minutes and something seconds. Yeah, it's my live counter over there is not exact, but it's close.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
look at I'm catching up.
Yeah, they've. I'm kind of coming down from the meds I was on before, and now I'm just onto the. Okay, we're good here.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
what are you drinking?
Was like just Michelob Ultra.
Ugh.
What? It is the superior light beer.
I don't like light beer. Well, I don't like beer.
It says so on the label. Superior light beer, not white beer.
What about Dog Boy?
What about what?
You were saying something about Dog Boy. You were talking with him.
Oh yeah, he's just like, Randy, like it's been like 4 hours. You haven't had anything to drink, and I was a little on someone else. So, but now it's that's fine. We're chill.
Yeah.
We're here. We're doing it up. So over an hour, it's like in West Virginia you have Mothman. In New Jersey you have New Jersey Devil. You're a well-traveled woman. What do they have down there in Arizona? Chupacabra?
You're crazy. I don't know. I'm not here that often.
Yeah, I guess. All right, we got it.
I mean, like I literally won't be here at all in the month of February. That's how much I'm home. I'm hardly ever here.
That is why. Would you be salty if we had like a major party there in February while you weren't there?
I'd be pissed. Especially because my birthday's in February. I'm not even going to be here.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, I'll be really pissed.
Were you Florida this year?
Actually, I'll be here the first week. I think the first 10 days in February, I think I'll actually be here. But then I'm gone for like 4 or 5 weeks in a row.
Okay.
After that.
Where's the dog? Is he over there? Okay.
What are you doing? Is Ernie still down in vacation?
Yeah, he's down in Colombia. He'll be there, I think, for like another week. Like I think he's only been gone a few days, but he'll be gone like another week. Something like 10 days. Yeah, so I guess that in Colombia they have this thing called like lighting the candle ceremony. So he went on the 7th, and then he went a couple days ago, and it was on New Year's Eve. So I don't know what the lighting the candle ceremony is, but they do that on December 7th. Apparently it's a big thing down there. You haven't been there yet to Colombia.
I know, we're gonna go.
Prepare your liver. I honestly, I'll dude, I need like a cleanse a few weeks beforehand, because they party like every night, and they party like hard. I can't do it, Tammy. Maybe you'll.
Is it worse than going to Mexico with Wendy?
It's about the same.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. It's wild.
It's all gone.
It is. It is all gone. You've drinking that bread. What are you drinking over there? Rum and Coke?
Bacardi Coke.
Bacardi Coke. Cool. Yeah. There's a pineapple Ciroc over there. I don't like pineapple.
Oh, I don't like pineapple.
Yeah. Same. So, but my back is a little. So I'm trying to stretch. I'm just trying to go and
nice.
Yeah. Let's get to some of the rest of the news while you're here, and we'll get your opinions on that.
And I can't see any of the comments, so because I'm not at home.
Honestly, that's probably for the better. The comments before you got on there, I was going over some of them, and then it was just like a war.
About what?
So like again, like I was like, oh, like you know how people like I guess on Facebook sometimes it'll like unfriend people, and people are like, oh, you unfriended me? Like, no, I didn't. It just whatever.
Yeah.
So I thought that happened with Ed. I was like, hey, you know, like you blocked me, right? And then he was just like, oh, like then it's like, well, it's Trump, sorry. And I was like, so then that spurred a whole like there's like a bunch of I don't know what people.
Why does it say Trump sorry?
Because like when I asked like why did you block me, like is that like a real thing? Then he's like, oh, it's because you know you like Trump or you post about Trump. And I feel like I don't really post about him. I feel like I'll comment on maybe some of his stuff or other things. Like
I mean, he's not my favorite person in the world, but I'm sure I'm going to make a lot of money because he's going to inaugurate it in a few days. So
yeah, God willing. Cheers.
I hope so because I'm down in the stock market pretty good.
But that has spurred an entire 4-minute conversation that I just started scratching the surface of, and then it's like, oh, Tammy, hey, how's it going? So people will go in and comment. You guys can comment. I'll get to it when I get to it. But the rest of the news here that I got. So it's been 3 years since Betty White has passed away. So we got to cheers to Betty.
It's been 3 years already.
Yeah.
Okay.
So cheers to the main lady. Back to the Future. I like what VeVe's doing here. So Back to the Future had posted, Great Scott, 2025 marks 40 years of Back to the Future. Time flies when you're hitting 88 miles an hour. Were you able to see that in theaters?
I did not see it in the theater, but I mean, it's one of my favorite movies. Yeah, from when I was a kid. I didn't go to the movies a lot when I was young.
No,
not until I was older. Yeah, no, my mom couldn't afford it.
That still gets me where when I didn't know how old like Sleeping was, and he's like, yeah, I remember seeing like Empire Strikes Back like in theaters. Like, you're able to see that in theaters? Like what?
Yes.
What? So yeah, I was like,
yes. Yep.
Yeah. But
yeah, that shows our age.
A little bit, but it's like I feel.
But we can say that we watched that in theaters, and you cannot.
I cannot say that because I was not alive. I was in.
No.
Chris Evers says, "Wow, 40 years already. Let's go." Yeah, Ben Rose saying this makes me feel very old. So I guess I don't know how old he is. I guess he's in his 40s. He looks pretty good.
You think he's only in his 40s? Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I would say 4. I mean, it's not fair if he's like 53. I was like, bro, you look so good. Like, that's not. I have to like call him out and be like, just bitch. Like, why? I get very jealous of that. You have Elon Musk changing his name to Kekius Maximus.
What?
So yeah, so he made his name Kekius Maximus just like for the memes, the meme culture. In other news, we have the Arctic blast. Oh, I think yeah. We were talking about the Arctic blast a few hours ago.
The polar thing.
Yeah, the polar vortex.
Yeah, that.
It's going to be -37 here, Tammy. Well, actually,
and I will not be there.
-21. So it's not as bad as like Detroit or Nebraska or wherever, but in Ohio.
And when is that supposed to be?
January 8th.
Yeah, I will not. I'll be flying to Florida.
So when Ernie gets here, it'll just be like, it'll be like, oh, say hello.
I mean, I wouldn't even know. I mean, the power bills there got to be crazy.
I've been talking about like a wood burning stove. I don't know what he has. I know what he has. He paid for like at the beginning, and now like the bill is like a lot cheaper. I don't know what it is though. Whatever you had to pay for at the beginning, and now it's a bit cheaper.
Yeah.
But yeah, wood burning stoves are so nice. Like they're just one.
They're messy.
Yeah, and then like the heating bill apparently is just cut in half.
Well, yeah, it does. But then you still have to buy the wood, so it's really not.
I feel maybe that I feel like a man when I like chop wood. It's like you know, so that would never be like
okay.
That wouldn't be an issue for me. But I guess if you don't like the elements, then you don't like
me not chopping wood.
Okay.
No.
I feel like I guess that's like a boys thing. It's like there's this one dude. I don't know. I'll just TikTok guy chopping wood. I don't know what he does. I guess he's like a lumberjack. And like he like posted some of his and like of course like so he's all like
oh, I think I've seen him.
Yeah. So of course he gets like millions of likes because he's like this jacked looking dude. But like I like stuff like that. Like that's just fun. So now like girls are like it looks at least that side of TikTok. You see a lot of girls posting that content too, but we couldn't get you to chop wood, Tammy. Couldn't get you to go and take an axe. And if we had,
I'll do it. It's not going to be pretty.
I feel like that would be a fun outing. A bunch of us just go into the woods and we bring a bunch of beers. Like okay.
Well, that's not going to happen in Arizona.
Why not?
There are no trees. They don't have real trees here. They got palm trees.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking that now. Yeah, there are no.
They don't have real trees. We can do it in Washington. There's lots of pine trees.
Yeah, well, yeah. That's why I didn't think of that. Yeah, there's like no grass over there either.
No.
Yeah,
it's gravel rocks.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, Tammy, I can't.
Oh, look I got grass. Look right here. We got grass. Ready? Grass.
Oh, okay, like the.
But we walk a couple more feet and guess what we got? Gravel, rocks.
Yeah.
So there's more rocks than there is grass.
Yeah, I can't be moving there, Tammy. There's just I need grass.
There's grass.
Fields. I need.
We'll find the grass.
I'm an Arcanine, Tammy. I need to run. I'm a free spirit. I can't be in this gravel twisting ankles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let Tina and Rudy know that you're not moving.